Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes closed, oh, yeah.
Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, aight? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Hello, everyone. After years apart, it is our pleasure to reunite with fans from all across the world, starting here in beautiful Mexico City, home of the LLA and the play-in stage of Worlds 2022. With more stacked groups and storylines than any other year in our rich history, players arrive at the LoL Esports Stadium, readying themselves for their first steps towards the Summoners Cup. I'm lucky to be joined today by none other than Lyric and Jat to kick off Worlds 2022 and the play-in stage.
Ooh.
Boys, it's Worlds time. It feels good. The sun is shining outside.
Yeah.
We're in the right time zone.
I think it just hit me. The Worlds is here in NA for the first time since 2016.
Since 2016. It feels pretty good, Lyric. It's good to have you here with us. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, it feels pretty crazy, representing the LPL, but I am from the States, so pretty great to be part of Worlds, coming back to America.
And a very stacked play-ins lies ahead of us. We'll get to the play-in teams in just a second, but first, here are the groups for the group stage. You'll notice 3 teams per group with 1 empty slot. Those await the 4 qualifiers that we will determine over the next week of play here in the play-in stage. But I want to know from you two, early favorites to win it all or teams that you have your eyes on, just ones that people should consider when they're talking about favorites.
I mean, coming from the LPL, you've got to put respect on JDG's name. I mean, they've played 10 games up against top esports to guarantee themselves that #1 LPL slot. And honestly, when you have 369 Kanavi rolling all 9s on that top side, it feels really hard to bet against JDG right now.
Yeah, so my answer is not necessarily the favorites. It's like this spicy dark horse prediction. I think the favorites are the top of the LCK and then like anyone from the LPL.
Interesting.
So I'm going all the way to the MSI champions. Why have people forgotten about the MSI champions? Just because they're the 4th seed from the LPL, but I'll go with RNG. The guy on your screen right there, 5 LPL titles, 3 MSI titles, still meeting that world title. Highly motivated. The patch is way different.
I love this
Yeah. Hungry. He's hungry for that world title.
Yes.
You mentioned he's a very decorated player, Xiaohu, there in the mid lane, but of course, still 1 trophy eludes him. And while you both jumped for the LPL teams and for different reasons, Jad, I like that you called out a number of the LCK teams just kind of as a bucket, because I'll steal directly from what you said on your podcast just yesterday. When you look at the numbers, historically, the LCK outperforms every other region by quite a wide margin, particularly in the group stages. They're always very consistent in those best of ones and qualifying multiple teams to the bracket. And if you're playing the numbers game, you have a higher likelihood that one of those 4 teams, then ends up champion,
So
even though they haven't had the champion in the last 2 years. So you got to look at Gen G, right? I just figure that's a team you got to call out. If you're going to look at a team that's leading, the LCK, that would be, of course, the team that you would start to look at here, whether or not they can dismantle any of those very strong-looking LPL teams.
25 of 26 Korean teams since 2014 have made it out of groups. Which team didn't, though?
Is it Gen G? Yeah, there it is.
Gen G in 2018.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, well, we're not going to repeat that, or at least we're going to attempt not to. Now, it's been a little while since we've seen competitive play in any of our regions, so we wanted to update everyone because there have been so many changes to the game. We're all the way accelerated to patch 12.18. No Udyr enabled, but just looking at the nerf section, so many of those were some of the most played champions in competitive league for people's regional playoffs.
Absolutely. Anyone who qualified for Worlds played all of these champions for the most part. Hecarim was actually buffed and nerfed and adjusted, so he's everywhere in this patch graphic. And it's going to mean that we play a completely different game. It's not the Sivir or Zeri, which one can get a pentakill first. It is very much going to be a different game. And I've read all these patch notes. I'm looking at this graphic. I don't have time for this. There's too much.
I feel like that's the craziest thing, right? Is coming in, even talking to teams from different regions, it seems like their reads on the meta, their reads on what champions we're going to see are slightly different, right? We have things like Ezreal coming back into prominence, Misfortune OP, Maokai maybe being here or there. There's just so much difference in different roles, which is why Kai'Sa being back, I like that RNG prediction.
Exactly. And this is some Champions Q highlights from various streamers and pro players who have been grinding.
Kobe eating, always eating, by the way, on stream.
He ate some bad guacamole the other day. Feels fine. And you can see there's just so much variety. And who told us to put the double lift clip in here? I think he snuck into the server, but this is a highlight from him. It's been so fun to watch Champions Queue and see all the variety that is likely going to make its way onto the world stage.
Yeah, so that's just a taste of everything that we've seen in Champions Queue. We're not going to break it all down for you and what we expect because we're only about 10 minutes away from finding out for ourselves what the players want to bring onto the stage. So let's instead turn our focus to play-ins and the gauntlet ahead for both of our groups, starting, of course, with Group A. We've got 6 teams in each group, but Jat, when you take a look at this group, what are your key takeaways? What needs to happen?
I think the biggest thing for this group, it is known as the far weaker group compared to Group A and Group B, it's to have a hot start. So whoever wins this group will automatically qualify for the group stage. And to me, that says like Evil Geniuses needs to take all of the opportunity presented with them. They got the easier group. Their biggest opponent in the group is Fnatic, who they play today, who will not have one of their starters. So EG has to start hot.
Yeah, that's a big note, and that's game number 2 of the day. And I do like to call out that, of course, Hilly's still out. When we flip on over to Group B, though, Lyric, I'm going to hand it over to you. What are your takeaways here?
Man, this is the group of doom. This group feels bad for anyone not DRX or RNG having to go up against both LPL and LCK. Gonna need a lot of hope, a lot of miracles. Honestly, I'd love to see some more creativity coming out from these teams with the patch so new. I mean, we don't really know what would be creative so far just yet, but still, just bring a bit of oomph to try and find those upset wins. Yeah, well, speaking of hope and creativity, we're gonna play a little game. Entering into play-ins, we thought it would be fun to play a game called 90-50-10. A lot of you might be familiar with it. If you're not, here's a really brief rundown. Each of us came prepared with 3 predictions today. Yep. Now, these are predictions that we feel will come true. However, we've bucketed them into categories that we feel the community would basically put these values on them. So the first prediction will be, okay, 90%. Most people would agree. Then the next one kind of coin flippy. And the last one, people would be like, nah, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. Yeah. But we're taking that stab. So let's get our 90% predictions up on the wall and see what everyone thinks is going to happen here.
Okay.
Wait.
No.
Okay, wait, this is me. Okay, so we have to move to okay, so right over here, fans boo you.
Loud fans. So, and this is a theoretical prediction. Like, if I were to say that they were lucky to qualify for Worlds, that would give me a lot of hate on Twitter. Or if I were to say that there's no chance that they make it to group stage. I'm not saying those things, but if I were to say them,
here's
be very vocal.
Here's why I don't like this, is because you have a hand in making this come true.
Well,
this is unfair.
There are some teams that you can flame, and they don't have enough fans. So
they don't have enough fans.
They got a lot of fans.
They've got a lot of fans.
Be careful what you say. They're very good.
Yeah.
James,
all right, here, I'll jump in. I'm going to go with no Silver Scrapes. And my reasoning is basically this. The domestic playoffs. So of our 4 best of 5s in plans, this is just plans. Of plans, I think there will be no 5-game series. I think because, one, we still talk about how a number of 5 of the teams feel very top heavy. And so I do think that ultimately those teams are going to smash 3-0s, 3-1s in their best of 5s. Also, my other reasoning is just we had so many full 5-game series in Silver Scrapes, like in LCS. I need a break. I need a breather. So I'm more just kind of like, let's not have them. Let's save them for the big stages. You know?
I feel like I went with the least spicy one. I'm also LPL caster, but RNG undefeated through plans. I'm not going to say the whole tournament.
Well, I guess if they, I was going to say, because if they go first, they just get out. They don't have to play best of 5. Okay.
Yeah, felt like a bit of an easy one, but
I like that stab.
It's the 90.
All right, let's take a look at the 50s, because the 90s should have been pretty easy. So,
hey.
Okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm over here.
Yep.
Okay, this is me. Why don't you go first this time, Lyric, and we'll come down this way.
Saigon Buffalo beats DRX. This team is absolutely crazy. Their early game, they're just so spicy. They're going to
50-50?
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50. I mean, they're going to play once, right? Potentially, could be more. So Saigon Buffalo, I think they do it. DRX, I'm sorry, Death, we love you. Buffalo's here to play.
I am obsessed with this take.
That's like saying 50-50, I roll 1 on a dice. Like, that's not...
That's the best award.
Sure.
All right. EG wins Group A.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 favorites in this group, EG and Fnatic.
Okay.
They have a longer time playing with their sub than Fnatic has playing with their sub. So I think.
And as we know, 1 out of 2 is 50-50
prediction.
1 out of 6, not 50-50.
Whoa.
Maybe he's saying it's a coin flip. Sure, go for it.
You guys just don't have enough faith in the Buffalo.
So for my 50-50 prediction, I'm going with the highest win rate is going to be Singed. And the reason why I think this is going to be the case is because I think it's going to get played once by JoJo. He's going to win, and then it's going to get banned, and they'll never see it again. And that's why I think and the reason I'm going 50-50 because the one time he does get it, he might get smashed too. So that's for me. It literally is a coin flip. But I do think he'll get it once, and I think it's a literal coin flip whether or not he wins, and then he'll never see it again. Okay, from here we're going to the 10%. Let's see what we got.
Yeah. Where am I at?
Okay. Ooh, here we go. This is me here. All right, Jat, we'll start with you.
LPL 4th seed has never won Worlds. but they did win MSI. So this is one where I think about 10% of people would say that this is going to happen, but I'm willing to say, like, this is actually my dark horse prediction. I'll say it right now.
10%? I feel like that's a 20-30.
I agree.
They're the
actually,
fourth seed.
I actually feel like it's higher than that.
Fourth LPL's never
They're
been
MSI winners. Come on, put respect on their name.
Yeah. Play both sides.
And we've talked about, well, we will talk about, I think, at some point, how meta might suit them very well. I'm going to hop on over to you for Loud here makes groups.
Yeah, Loud makes groups. Going exactly against what Jet said.
If I were to say those things, I didn't say them.
Okay, why do they make groups?
In my mind, Group A is like completely open, right? It's a best-of-1 format. All you need to do, drop 1 or 2 games, bam, you're in first, you're in group stage. I believe in Loud. Vamos, they're getting there. I coached in Brazil, maybe a bit of bias and love there, but they're doing it.
I love it.
Appreciate
I love it. All right, so I am going with DRX misses groups. And the reason why I'm going with that actually keys into something you called out earlier. If your prediction, 50% prediction, comes true, it'll knock them down, right? And the idea here in my head is I wasn't thinking they would do it. I was thinking Mad would do it. It's the BO1 team.
Okay.
So I was thinking Mad ends up seed 2. Right, which means that DRX wins against the 4 seed, but has to play the 2 seed from Group A, which is either EG or Fnatic. And I'm predicting that they lose that best of 5 and don't make it out. And so that's why I think DRX is going to miss out, because they're gonna. It's just because of the best of 1s, they're gonna make them the 3 seed instead of the 2 seed, and that's gonna screw them.
Fair enough.
All right, that's our predictions. Make sure you're out on Twitter letting us know what you think is gonna play out here in the play-in stage.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. We got 8 games ahead of us today. I'm not gonna read them all out because that would take too much breath and time. So we're gonna kick things off with Esports Gaming versus Mad Lions, followed by Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses before Loud and Mega Bank Beyond step onto the stage. Now, as we narrow in on today's matchups, our eyes turn to a rivalry as old as esports itself. NA versus EU, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, with regional pride on the line. 2 recovering rosters powered by god-tier junglers will battle in a match that could very well make or break their play-in's fate.
That's going to be great.
That's going to be a very sick matchup. Again, that's game 2 of the day. Before we get there, it's the hometown heroes, Esports Gaming, taking on Mad Lions. So let's go ahead and start with Esports side of things. This is a team, hometown favorites, we say, because not only are they from the LLA region, 3 of the 5 members come directly from Mexico City. So playing in front of the hometown crowd has got to feel good. They're going to look to start hot here in the play-in group stage.
And I think it's just great, right? And you never really know how that home turf, is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage?
More pressure.
All the pressure that's on you. But, you know, hopefully we can see some exciting stuff out from Esports.
And you never know if it's going to be an advantage having your family in the audience or being there in person. It can increase nerves or also hype you up to play better. So what a better team to start off Worlds with.
Of course, on the flip side, we take a look at Mad Lions. We've already talked about how they are, you know, by many considered a top best-of-1 teams. The end of their split, what brought them here to the play-in stage, though, is I think what a lot of people are going to focus on, the fact that they weren't able to pull together a best-of-5 in their postseason.
Yeah, but I will also say that it is a much different patch than what they had to play playoffs on, and they have very good players on this team. They found a lot of success throughout the summer split. They have players with Worlds experience, and even though it didn't go the best for them in 2020 when they didn't make it through play-ins, they were the team that advanced to the quarterfinals just last year. They were the top representative of the LEC, and I think have possibly gotten better from there. There's a lot of people that will disagree with that statement. I'm not saying it is fact, but they have 4 of 5 players that were voted onto the LEC first all-pro team. And that was for their performance across a variety of patches. Their worst performance was the playoff patch. So now that we're at Worlds, I think we can expect some pretty big things from Mad.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see, again, this idea that that was following the regular season where they did dominate in best-of-1s. The fact that the meta seems to be changing perhaps back in a direction that might suit them. So the question then becomes, you know, for the LLA team, you know, and their road to getting here, how well equipped are they, you know, to take on this Mad Lions roster?
I honestly expect them to do pretty well. They actually came into their playoffs. They weren't like huge favorites. They were 2nd seed. They lost to the 1st seed in the semifinal best-of-5, were able to pull it back. They have like the most decorated player in the region's history in Seiya. And yeah, I mean, playing out through that mid-jungle, I expect Isurus to be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, and I think they have actually fairly different mid-jungle strategies.
Yeah.
We're going to see Isurus play more through mid. We're going to see Niski play through side lane, so I can't wait to see this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to kick things off, all before we get to that NA versus EU rivalry matchup. We've, of course, laid it out for you. We got Esports Gaming on one side. We got Mad Lions on the other to kick things off here at Worlds 2022. Let's get into it.
旮旯来说，这将会是超越过去的一年吗？
我的梦想就是赢下全球总决赛。今年我会让梦想成真。
El nivel de los play-in siempre ha sido difícil para Latinoamérica. Pero hoy en México es nuestra oportunidad.
데프트 선수에게 월드컵 우승은 어떤 의미일까요? 데프트가 이루지 못한 단 하나의 목표죠. 현역 프로게이머 인생의 활용 점정.
Es ahora o nunca.
LG를 우승하고 박수 칠 때 떠나고 싶습니다.
兄弟们在小组赛等着我们，我们小组赛见。
이지 이번엔 다르다.
The greatest challenge in these planes is for sure gonna be RNG.
"入围赛出线只是第一步，我们的终极目标是赢下全球总决赛。
Estamos listos.
We are ready.
준비가 됐다. 준비됐습니다.
我们准备好了。
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the kickoff of Worlds 2022 and the play-in stage here in Mexico City. I'm Captain Flowers, and joining me for the first half of the games today, the one and only Mr. Mark Zimmerman himself. Mark, are you ready for some Worlds?
I'm excited, man. I've been just grinding nonstop for the last 2 weeks, watching VODs, watching Champions Queue. There's so much hype heading into play-ins now that we have 5 major region teams competing for 4 slots, all the wild cards looking for upsets. This is going to be an insane week and a half of games.
And we get to kick it off here with Mad Lions versus Isurus Gaming. Mad Lions, obviously a lot of fans from the LEC looking at these guys, not winning a best of 5 in playoffs, not inspiring a lot of faith, but having a regular season second place finish, being a squad that has proved they can get stuff done, and they got to get it done here.
I mean, there's a lot of best of ones to the round robin stage. They were dominating pretty hard in the LEC, like you said, earning so many of those individual accolades. The strength is there. Playoffs, the stumble came through, but I think this is a team that I still have a lot of faith in, getting easily into the knockout portion of play-ins and then trying to make some noise through there. We'll have to see. We heard that a little bit from the analyst desk. This is a difficult group. You have DRX, RNG, as well as having Saigon Buffalo as kind of the main competition they're probably looking at. Fortunately for them, they're going to have some time to get their footing on the new patch, in the new environment in Mexico City, like you said. Yeah. Having the fact that they're going up against Isurus today and should be a little bit easier of a matchup, as well as Wildcats later on.
And because we just had the camera on the Mad Lions, I do want to go ahead and mention for everybody out there, Elyoya and Unforgiven are playing in isolation. They had positive results on the tests, on the COVID test that they took, so they're still going to be competing here today, but they are playing from isolation. That's why you only see 3 of the players there on the stage, but it will still be that starting roster here for the Lions, going up against Isurus, the hometown team here for the play-ins.
Yeah, you got to imagine they're going to be crowd favorites here. It was a very hard-fought battle for them to actually make it to this for them. They had to play a 5-game series, take down their opponents in Astral, and as well as the fact that there was a base race, basically, like Nexus back and forth battle in that 5-game series. It felt like it could have gone either way, but they were able to clinch that one out here for Isurus. So very excited to see a lot of them back on the stage, as well as Seiya, as well as a name that I think a lot of people will recognize if you've been following international competition for any period of time now. He is the arguably best player that region's ever produced, and he is continuing to make this noise, showing up for Worlds yet again.
And I mean, if you're going to have a chaotic playoffs, a chaotic finale, that prepares you for the play-ins, because oftentimes when it comes to Worlds, this is where we see the wildest moments. This is where we see some of the craziest things come out.
Yeah, I mean, we are going through 3 patches. You saw as well in the analyst desk that graphic of all the changes that have happened. There's always this discovery period that you go through at the start of Worlds where everyone's like, is that meta or are you trolling? I can't tell quite yet.
Yeah.
And eventually you get these scrim bubbles. People start cross-pollinating what they think is strong. And eventually towards the end, you kind of settle on that. But these early opening days, anything can happen.
It's so fun to see the different perspectives of everything. I'm with Jat. This is way too much information for me. I can't
I will attempt
this. All right, what do you got, Mark?
I will attempt to oversimplify this drastically. First off, systems changes. Everything with stopwatch got a little bit more expensive, basically. That is something that's been a staple of pro play. You see going for like 3rd and 4th Dragonflights. There's like 9 across the board. Going to cost you a little bit more to get that pin of investment. The other big change for me, they targeted a lot of the S-tier picks that were close to 100% presence or whatnot. But that was both sides of kind of the bot lane meta. You see a lot of the early game champions like Draven, Kalista hit, as well as the Sivir and Zeri. And so bot lane for me is where I have the biggest question marks about what kind of meta are we going to develop in. Is it going to continue to be so bot lane centric like it was in playoffs worldwide for a lot of teams where you either dominate early or you hyperscale late? Are we going to see utility marksman return? I've been seeing a little bit more Jhin and whatnot in Champions Queue and things like that. There's a big question around what's going to become powerful in bot lane.
And I think a lot of fans are hoping the answer is just anything other than Zeri, who has absolutely dominated pro play so much since her release. Fans are hungry to see something else. Zeri's had to been hit with that nerf patch so many different times at this point, and I'm hoping we really get to shake up what those bottom laners look like.
The funniest thing to me was when I was grinding all the VODs preparing for this, every English cast I heard was certified Zeri moment. You had an LEC, LPL, LCK, everyone was making the same joke. So hopefully, like you're saying, Zeri has been nerf batted out of here. We won't see her. We won't have any more Zeri certified moments. You never know, though. She seems to find a way to pop back in. There's some cheese build that people are going to figure out for her.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of the fun, is just seeing, like you were talking about, these different scrim bubbles, the cross-pollination, everybody figuring out, is their read good or not? Because different teams are going to have different reads. Even just looking at the way the different regions work, especially minor regions, where things can get a little bit crazier, where they aren't so heavily dictated by strict meta, we can see some real worlds collide here.
Yeah, absolutely. Isurus, for example, when I was looking up their champion pools, they play so many champions. They had, I eventually in my notes just stopped writing the champions they played and just said lots of single games on different champions. And for Mad Lions, for example, they were a team that felt like the meta shift that came through in playoffs might not have been to their strong suit.
Right.
It became, like I said, either you stomp early or you hyperscale late. And the team's identity was more about mid-jungle, working together, getting across the map, these kinds of things. It became very much about bot lane.
Alrighty, well, we unfortunately do have a delay on stage due to COVID isolation difficulties getting everything up and running. While we sort through that and get ourselves into the game, we're going to toss back to the analyst desk to take it for now.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Yeah, unfortunately, while we have a small delay getting the teams all set up and ready to play, you're back here with us on the analyst desk. Let's preview the matchup a little bit more, because 15 minutes, that's quick for us, a pre-show. So we didn't get everything out that we wanted to, so luckily we got some more content for you. What was mentioned was the idea of mid-jungle specifically playing a big role in this matchup, and Jat, you followed up briefly mentioning that we just expected, kind of the mid jungle to play differently on each team. Let's explore that further. What can we really expect to see in how these teams will interact and utilize mid laners, junglers? Lyric, you want to start?
Yeah, and I think Isurus is the more interesting one because, like, throughout their split, it wasn't all about playing towards stay and playing towards mid. It was actually a lot about enabling their bot lane. But once they got into playoffs, everything went to mid lane. Grell ganking, we see Jelly linking up with them, and it's a bit of a, I don't want to say outdated, but you don't see as many teams playing specifically towards mid anymore. It feels like a lot more teams are kind of leaning in the opposite direction, right? Get pressure mid, roam to sides, but this could kind of make interesting opportunities against Mad Lions in my mind. If you could find these weird windows, even if you don't kill Nisqy, you get Nisqy's flash, he now can't start roaming the sides, and that could do a lot in shutting Mad down.
Yeah, and it is an older school way of playing mid lane, but Seiya has been playing for so long and been at a high level for so long. He is very good at a style where you can see there, like, look at where the wave is. That's where you hold the wave. It pulls the other mid laner up as your team collapses on him. It does get your mid laner far ahead, but then it's about how you play the game out after that. Compare that to just Nisqy, right? And this guy has been doing this for years across multiple teams. Like, one of the best versions of Cloud9 was 2020 Spring Cloud9 with Nisqy in the mid lane, and he is completely about push and roam. I feel like when it becomes a control mage meta, while he's serviceable, he's a completely different player. So the MVP Nisqy, this is the LEC MVP. It's for regular season, doesn't count playoffs.
Sure.
If it can become a push and roam game for him, it's going to be very favorable for Mad Lions.
Absolutely, and that's why I think it's interesting to pull back in that patch conversation. And while we're not going to attempt to break down every single champion, Jad, I think it is worthwhile to, to kind of explore what those changes will bring to the way that these mids and jungles play. The idea that things like Sylas Galio might be back seems so ideal for a player like Nisqy.
Yeah, Nisqy's Galio is so good. if that becomes the thing that you play, but. I think this could also lead into a little bit of a, like, patch theory conversation.
Okay.
Like, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this as well, Lyric, because for me, like, Zeri, Sivir, the power level that those champions reached in regional playoffs was kind of the highest that role has been in years in terms of its ability to impact the game. And you can, I saw a pop-off Sivir game in Champs Q last night, but it's definitely different. It doesn't have the same support.
I was going to say, that's not isolated to just the AD carries. It's also in part because of the support meta that surrounded it. And that we expect to change as well, too.
Yeah, so I have my own opinions, but I want to hear your thoughts, Lyric, because I talked about this on my podcast yesterday. But where do you think this will push the meta into the direction of?
I definitely expect us to see way more focus on top side, right? With the support nerfs, with the AD carry nerfs now being back to engage supports. We saw things like Fiora, Camille, like all these different top laners buffed. I think it opens up a place for, supports going back to roaming towards top lane, like we saw RNG doing super well last year, getting that top lane matchup ahead. And like you guys were saying, right, maybe Galio's coming out in the mid lane. I still expect we'll have the Talias, the Lissandras, but those are still champions.
Those are great roamings.
Look to push and move. So I do expect us to see a shift up from bot to top side. But with champions like Caitlyn and MF, I think this meta feels very wide open. Like there's different options in what you can go for.
Right, because if you play Caitlyn, you're still trying to break bot turret extremely fast, and you are still playing through bot lane. But I think specifically the support meta has a larger impact on what the other roles play than would be seen at first glance. And I think this is part of why Mad Lions struggled in playoffs, because I think Kaiser is such a great playmaker and has such a good trigger pull for engages. If he's on Yuumi or Lulu, he loses that strength.
Yeah.
And if he can get moving on Leona or Nautilus, I can see them finding much more success. So I believe this is best of 5 clip, but it's they're still trying to play like a bot lane dominant style with Lucian Nami, but it's still going to be different once you're out of laning this.
Yeah, I mean, but so based on everything that you guys are saying here, to me it sounds like the meta is very much in a sweet spot for Mad Lions.
Yeah.
Or again, what we expect.
It might be.
Spot.
Yeah.
Because if they can go either top or bottom, the idea is more, I guess,
this comp they have right there on the left with Raven Leona, they have Twisted Fate. They have Gwen top lane. They have volatile side lanes that Nisqy can impact. That wasn't the style that was winning in playoffs. It was low volatility, strong team fighting.
I think especially when you look at this matchup specifically and kind of bringing supports and top laners into the conversation, right? Both Kaiser and Jelly love to roam, moving up towards mid, moving up towards top side and impacting the map. The difference in my mind is in top lane, where we have like ADD coming in, who's a lot more of a kind of weak side, play tanks, just accept pressure coming to him, to where I think Mad Lions are much happier to like give Armut some pressure, give him some attention up the top lane.
Absolutely.
You know what I saw ADD playing yesterday in Champs Queue?
What?
Do you see this game? Zillion top.
Oh,
so
Lordy.
he was against Ornn. He went cull tier and just auto-shoved every wave. Cull tier.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
Deft was his AD carry, and he was ahead on Caitlyn. So they just won. Like, they just won the game once he had a couple items on.
Yeah, I
Zillion.
guess I'll play Zillion top if Deft's my AD.
He won the lane. Like,
That's
he was
what
up
I'm
in
saying.
CS.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, cull tier.
That's
Zillion
ridiculous. I've heard the players are in seats and they're looking to get ready checks now, so we might be just about there, but we won't jump the gun on tossing you out to the arena until we get that go ahead. You guys do your crystal balls. Speaking of things like a Zillion top.
I did.
Did you, what's your kind of most wild crystal ball prediction or something that you think like other people maybe didn't think about?
Yeah, so I gamified it.
Okay.
To try and win rather than try and maximize points.
I like it.
So if I dark horsed RNG to win Worlds, which basically put RNG players in all the categories, like most unique
because they'd have the most
they have the most games,
playing in both.
That's Pinnacle, that's Gala, right? So my pick'ems is just full of RNG.
Okay, I like it. But this is after you said earlier that the 4 seed for the LPL has never won Worlds.
They have not.
And so you're just you really are playing the numbers game in that regard, or playing to win, rather.
I just love that I feel like, especially the 90-50-10, we got like both sides of the sentiment of RNG of like
we got it all.
dark horse favorites, but 4 seed.
Right, yeah, absolutely. What about you? Did you have any wild predictions in either? Oh, no?
I am
everything to chalk.
Do you remember what your
LPL wins it all?
Your like highest win? Because what was it? Highest win rate champion was one of them.
Yeah, but it was with 5. But it was with 5 games played, I think, on the highest win rate. So that was the other trick. Because again, like I said, I think Singed will play once and win once. But getting 5 games is it's like a weird benchmark.
I like mine.
Okay.
Because of course I better.
I hope
I
you
hate
do.
my pick.
Yeah.
I did Belvath.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's a little sleeper.
I feel like I haven't seen a Belvath in forever.
Yeah. Even when we got Belvath in LPL from like Kanavi, who was amazing, I'm like, I don't like this pick. This pick just doesn't
How do you build around a Belvath? That's like, for me, I don't really understand how to build a competitive comp that includes a Belvath.
So here's the play.
Okay, yeah.
When RNG is playing against a team that they're very confident they're going to beat, they're going to be like, all right, you can get some farm on your jungler, pick Belvath. So highest win rate with at least 5 games.
Is going to be all 5 of their group stage games.
It's going to be mismatches.
They're going to 5-0 to fulfill his prediction.
Something like this. Something like this. I think he's going to be picked in lopsided matches.
It can all work together. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Belvath is the call. We'll have to see. I would love to see it. Just mostly because, again, like I have so little experience with her, just even as a player, right? Like, I'd love to see people actually play around her and show me what her real strengths and weaknesses are, other than just damage output.
I did go a little bit more standard, but still a bit off the wall.
Okay.
Because from talking to teams, it seems like some teams like really like playing Tristana right now into like a lot of the meta bot lane matchups, especially in the East. And then like I've talked to Western teams and they're like, no, this pick doesn't do anything. It's so situational. I'm like, okay,
that's a good one.
If teams like RNG, like Gala or Viper, whoever come out and we're not seeing Tristana all that much to where she's banned or meta, but these guys are playing her and she's winning. I feel like
I love hearing stories like this of the pro players' perception of meta, especially on picks that are like 50-50. Like half of the teams are like, no, it's totally crap. Half the teams are like, it's such a busted pick. And like, we'll find out in the first couple days because that pick will either go 0-6 or go 6-0, and then everyone's either going to be trying to pick it up or trying to drop it and replace it.
And there's usually a pick each year that is really good in scrims but doesn't translate to scrims.
Yes, exactly.
Right? I remember in 2019, and I know I'm showing that I'm a dinosaur here, but it was Echo.
From 2019?
Yeah.
You got a 3-year-old dinosaur?
Yeah, 3-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tiny little arms. Can't gank. But Echo was picked like every game in the first day of play-in, couldn't win a game, and then just fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
But it's because like in solo queue, it was carrying games, and even in scrims, when people are looser, it was pulling off successful ganks and carrying. Right. But like its baseline clear speed wasn't high enough to actually show sustained success. So maybe that's Belvath. Maybe that could be.
Yeah, that could be. I remember same 2019 Worlds meta going in. I was coaching Flamingo. Renekton every game is crushing everyone.
Yeah.
Go to stage, and it's like, oh my God, this is the biggest bait
What
pick
do we
in the
do against
Uniroyal.
Warren?
What do we do? Yeah.
In a weird way, there's like I apply like similar logic to why the LCK numbers are so high in terms of like win rate, especially in group stage and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's this idea that I think their approach is so much more measured to the game, right? Historically has been. And so similarly, like they're going to just take less risk throughout the earlier stages of the tournament. And in best of ones, if you just truly believe you're better and you play the most solid version of League of Legends, you just have the highest percentage of not being caught off guard and losing to, you know, an individual mistake. I think LPL teams a little bit more willing to fight fire with fire, and sometimes you get burnt that way.
Yeah, and this actually is really funny because I remember talking to some of the LPL teams last year, and I brought up the notion of like, you know, you hear it in the West all the time about like, oh, hey, what are these guys fighting over? They're fighting for nothing. There's no dragon, there's no this, there's no that. And the LPL coaches were like, wait, what do you mean? Like, right now, my comp is on a power spike, or there's this, or there's that. If we win this fight, we're further ahead in gold. They're more behind. Like, we could push the game further. I feel like that sums up how LPL teams see the game, is that if there's a way to outplay this fighter, if we have a flash advantage or this or that, they're going to take it every single time.
Yeah, we still have a delay because my answer here is long.
Yeah, we're still in a delay. Trust me, I'm not holding us here just for no reason. I do enjoy our conversations, but those can continue even when the game is just started. Please go.
No, this is fun. It's kind of about like, especially from coming from a major region, like which team is going to have a higher likelihood of success in the play-in stage.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I can talk about 2020 TL when we went to play-in, and the way that we generally played was kind of like a boomer team.
Okay.
Right? Smaller champion pools, good scaling. And that's really good when you are the better team.
Exactly.
When your individual players are better because they're more likely to have at least a reliable, non-volatile lane phase, sometimes with a straight-up win lane phase. But if you get to late game, you're going to win. So those teams tend to excel in play-in. Where those teams struggle is when they're playing against equal or better teams.
Yeah.
You have a much lower chance of winning. So that's when you want to increase your volatility, which is what we ended up doing in 2020 TL.
Yeah.
Picked like nothing but early game, almost made it out of groups, went 3-3. So this also, I think, ties into why LCK wins group stages, but LPL wins
the
Worlds.
tournament. Yeah. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So
yes.
it's actually just straight up worse in terms of securing best of one victories, but more likely to give you a long-term win. So if I'm looking at this matchup in particular, like I think Mad should just honestly play what they're good at, right? Which is going to be push and roam. But if they need to favor a side, it should be scaling for this particular matchup.
Well, I also think, just to the point about LPL teams and having the more recent champions, I think part of that too is like, more and more as time has gone on in global League of Legends, we see that the team that winning is generally, quote unquote, defining the winning meta, right? Like as the tournament goes on, like you think about FPX and it's like, oh, well, I didn't, you know, and then Niski immediately follows suit in 2020 spring, right? Of like, oh, that's how you play mid lane now.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of this idea, I think, that like, well, yes, you can play solid League of Legends. You can kind of play this quote unquote status quo. And if you are just the better team, you're going to pick up wins. But when it gets down to those final 8, those final 4 teams, it's more about like, can you find that extra inch, right? Can you find that extra ounce of creativity or that pick that's going to unsettle the team that is playing solid League of Legends? And ultimately, that's going to get you the third game that you need, you know, in a best of 5.
I also feel like that's why, like, overall, I'm never surprised if, like, LCK can get more teams that go farther in Worlds than LPL, because I also feel like LPL teams are way more, like, indexed into specialties. I feel like LEC...
They're all taking swings.
Yeah.
And some of them are hitting and some of them are missing.
LEC kind of feels in a similar vein to where I feel like LCS has always felt a little bit more like the LCK.
Trying
like,
to be...
Generally agree.
Yeah, you could have like more general strengths. You don't heavily index into one area, but right, when you heavily index into like your strength so much, that also leaves your weakness super exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so again, it'll be very interesting to see if the statistics hold true, right, this year, and whether or not the tides start changing. I know that when you looked at that, Jack, you looked at a very specific one. It was 2014?
2014. So it's basically modern Worlds format.
Right.
Because in 2013, the group stage format was different.
But did you do any looking of like 18 to 22, right? Like the last 4 years. Because I wonder if then it's actually like LPL is now winning percentage-wise, just because if it's like, are we just taking too much of the data from the Korean years of dominance?
So no, because even last year, only 2 LPL teams made it out of the group stage. FPX imploded, right? And LNG barely missed with that group that went all 3-3.
That's right.
Whereas all 4 LCK teams actually made it through last year.
Okay.
Even Hanwha.
There you
right?
go.
So the group stage record last year for LCK was 18-6, and for LPL was 13-11. That's
and then win the damn tournament.
Don't bring back the memories of last year's group stage, please.
But who cares if you get the team all the way to the finals and lifting the trophy, man? I don't care if it's dirty. It's exciting.
Have you seen Doinby's dance and his smile last year? You'd feel bad too, my man.
I'm told we're still waiting on player setups and things like that.
There are a few Mad Lions players missing.
There are a couple missing. As we know, we're dealing with an imperfect COVID situation, so getting players set up in isolation rooms it takes a little bit of work, a little bit of extra work, but we'll get them all set up. And then as soon as we're ready to go, we'll make sure that they're playing in the best of possible conditions. Kind of trying to refocus a little bit on the matchup at hand. I want to bring it back to just Isru's Gaming and this team that finds themselves, representing the whole of LLA and getting to play that first game and open the show in front of a hometown crowd. Again, pressure inflating or pressure diminishing, be damned. I don't care so much. I think so much of the focus for this team is going to be about starting it out on the right foot. Taking down Mad, who we've talked about, is a real threat in this, best of one round robin. And taking them down here already puts you in very solid position to at least get to play one best of 5. For your chances out and into the group stage.
Yeah, and I feel like Isuru's, I really hope to see them do well because, again, just being that hometown favorite is so cool. But I feel like the biggest problem they just have to crack is, like you were saying earlier, a Niski LEC MVP. Like, again, sure, the best 5s didn't go his way, but how do you keep this guy in lane, especially when Seiya was leaning pretty heavily in playoffs on the Azir? It's like we've seen, Azir get hit a little bit. We have seen in Champions Queue things like Victor and these other mages coming to things. But it's like, how do you lock this man in lane and keep him from impacting anything? Because if you can do that, I think Isurus have a realistic chance to get there. Their mid-game and late-game team fighting all split long was good. It's just about, can you keep Mad down?
I agree. And I also want to dive into a little bit whether or not being in your hometown is an advantage or a disadvantage.
Okay.
Because in theory, it should be an advantage.
Yes.
Right? I mean, even look at what's happening right now. International travel increases COVID risk, which increases the risk of you're not going to be able to play 5 together on stage. If I go back to 2020 Worlds, when there was a 14-day mandatory hotel quarantine in China, you would think that the teams that spend that 14 days in hotel quarantine leave the hotel and are immediately playing on stage, which happened for almost every team at that World Championship, except for LGD, right? Every other team that's not the hometown team should have been in the disadvantage, yet LGD was the team that actually underperformed the most in the play-in stage. And I think that is about pressure.
Yeah.
So I think the environmental factors disadvantage the teams that are traveling, but the pressure is actually so large when you are at home with the increased expectations that it can balance that out or even make it harder.
Now, this is not going to be a perfect one-to-one comparison.
Yeah.
But I'm going to pull in the NBA, right?
Absolutely.
Because I do understand that, obviously, if you're playing on a home court, there are some things that you feel. Exactly. You are familiar with the court and the space, and it's not like these guys are playing in their home studio on the normal setup that they play on all year long, right? And so I'm not going to try and draw a perfect one-to-one, but NBA teams have a 60% win percentage from a home court. That is not a small number in terms of, if you just assume all teams are evenly matched, to have a 10-point swing like that is pretty massive. And so that's where I'm still wondering, I'm almost inclined to say, but maybe this is just me speaking as a person and what feeds me. I like pressure. So I like being in that home arena where there is a little bit of expectation, and I don't want to let people down who are right there watching me.
Real quick, and then I want to get your idea about the home stadiums in LPL. But for NBA in particular, I think it's the refs. I think they are influenced.
I'm so mad you weren't on a single. I wanted you in frame for that statement.
I think refs are influenced by the fans, and it changes the way they whistle. And that's what has the win rates. The courts are fairly standard. The lights are a little different.
When does the Jat Raz NBA podcast come out, man?
You actually have some experience with home court, even though I know China's if you can think back to like 2019 when they were actually doing the different stadiums with home arenas, do you think that was an advantage for teams that were playing at home? Or
I think it definitely helps. I think the one distinction, even kind of bringing it to NBA versus like this or LPL versus this, is you think about it, right? Now not like having internationals, not having like events with crowds and things like this. I mean, who knows the last time, like how many times have they played in front of their families or their loved ones or like people cheering them on? To where I feel like in NBA or like in LPL, I mean, you're playing in your home, arena like at least every other week, or so you familiarize yourself with it, right?
Yeah.
So where these guys, I mean, who knows? Again, this could be like their first time playing in front of their families. So.
That's a really good point. I think this will be showing our age a little bit as esports dinosaurs, right? It's just the fact that, okay, so for us, I think the majority of our world's experiences are still those that have live crowds across all the stages, and that hasn't been the case for the last couple of years, and we can blind ourselves sometimes to the to the youngness of our player base, right? And our pro players. And it's like, oh yeah, actually the 17 or 18-year-old who's first time at Worlds here and has only been a pro for 2 or 3 years has never played outside of some form of isolation. And so this really is quite a different experience. We've even seen that from regional playoffs going to finals and having live crowds for the first time in this last year, that different players have had, different ways of dealing and different responses to that added pressure. So it is a super valid point, and time will tell whether or not they can live up to the pressure. But I'm getting word that I can hand things back to Captain Flowers and Mark C, which hopefully means we're just about ready to dive into the games. Gents, take it away.
Hell yeah! Let's do it, Mark!
We're doing it. We're in Champion Select. I can see it on my screen. It'll be on yours in a second here. Finally, we're underway. Apologies for the delay with having to get the isolation chambers or whatever we're calling them set up for the players who couldn't make it to stage.
I gotta get myself hyped back up, Mark. Gotta get myself ready to go again.
You were juiced before. Gotta get you juiced again.
Gotta get that blood pumping. All right, so we're getting into Champion Select here. First game of the tournament, first game of play-ins. Mad Lions versus Isurus. There we go. There's our champ select. Let's see how these bans are going to shake out with Draven being the first ban here.
All right, we were talking about way back before we went back to the analyst desk about the bot lane meta, what's going to evolve. Caitlyn obviously has been seeing a lot of play in Champions Queue. We've seen some misfortune as well. Draven hitting the ban table despite getting nerfed a little bit on the recent patch, still strong enough to want to get that one out of their hands. Unforgiven also is a Draven player himself a little bit, so that's just some work done probably by the side of Isurus getting that one off the table.
Unforgiven played a lot of champs in summer, about 10 different ones, which considering League of Legends was mostly just Zeri and Sivir plus guests, that's pretty impressive. So I don't think they'll be able to completely remove his pool, but they are taking plenty of time thinking about this next ban here. Uh-oh, Mark.
Oh no.
Mark, please.
I have some disastrous news for you, Captain Flowers.
Mark, please.
No, Mark. We've left the lobby. I'm glued to select the lobby chat to see if they say anything. Prior to this, Niski was very vocal, as is usual for him. I think he was trying to joke around with the Isurus players. Isurus players were somewhat joking back.
Somewhat joking back. The secrets of the inner lobby chat that not everybody gets to see.
It's a privilege for the casters to be able to kind of backseat this. At one point, Niski made a joke, and I forget who it was, said, "No one laugh," from the Isurus side. That's in. Niski's jokes were falling a little flat, but I'm sure they're just trying to keep the mood light with the issues that they're going through. It's a little disappointing for fans as well as, the players are obviously eager to get the games underway. We're doing our best to get these going.
Yeah, everybody's obviously tilted at the fact that this is having these delays, that this is going on like that. Looks like we're having an issue where Niski is saying the coach can't see the draft. So
assuming the coach is in one of the rooms, maybe they have to get that monitor working for him. We'll see how long that takes to get solved, assuming Niski is not lying, which I don't think he is.
I would expect not. Do we have any other updates in here? Mark, I can't read Spanish.
This is the unfortunate part for you and I. We cannot read Spanish. A lot of Spanish players on Mad Lions as well, able to communicate with the Latin American representative Isurus.
And now Isurus has left the lobby. I'm not sure if we're going to be remaking that, if they just all need to rejoin it, exactly what's going on. Hopefully we can get this resolved ASAP while Mark takes a look into that. Let's see. Do we have any fun facts for you guys? Unforgiven. You think we're going to get that pocket Karthus pick sometime here?
Of course. Game 1, I expect, actually, Captain Flowers.
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
I expect you heard the analyst that's talking about trying to keep things maybe a little bit more standard for Mad Lions here. If you want me to do a little bit of stake setting, there's some things to talk about. I mean, they already talked about a little bit of the disappointment of the not winning best of 5, how they kind of dropped off from the regular season form despite all the individual accolades. The other bit of spiciness here is that thus far in play-ins, the only time a major region top 4 team has not escaped play-ins, it was 2020 Mad Lions. Now, here's the thing. There's 5 teams and only 4 spots. 5 top 4 region teams, excuse me. So
somebody's got to lose.
Someone's got to lose. Someone could be joining them. Or if things do not go well, Mad Lions could hold that individual record twice. So,
that is doomsday scenario. You do not want to have that title. It's like a bad title in an MMO. It's one of the ones where you just rather have nothing instead of that. You do not want to be the team that had that happen twice, and especially coming off of the playoffs in LEC, like I talked about at the top of the day, where they weren't able to get a win in any of those best of 5s in the playoffs. They're still here at Worlds. They got a lot to prove. They don't want to be the one team out of the 5 left behind in the play-ins. They don't want to be the team that went from 0 best of 5 wins to then having a poor showing in this play-in stage. I want to see these guys come out swinging.
Yeah, I think they will. It's a lot of extra pressure that they might be feeling. Everyone's going to be feeling the pressure at Worlds, of course, but to have those kinds of things maybe in the back of your mind, you're trying to focus on the game to be worrying about. I am fairly confident for Mad Lions, though. I love Niski, man. I know we were just talking about him and his banter, but also just him as a player. People may not remember this, but way back when he was in North America on Cloud9, he did not win MVP, but he had back-to-back junglers playing around him win MVP. Sven Skaren and Blabber both won an MVP with him as their mid laner. He could have been, I would argue, an MVP in one of those seasons. It definitely felt like, 2 junglers back-to-back MVPs, same mid laner. What happened here? And the mid laner plays this roaming play style. I wonder if he was maybe a secret ingredient of that.
Exactly. It's exactly what the desk was talking about, looking at Niski as more of this facilitator, looking at him as this roamer. He's not the guy who has to be the 3,000 APM, outplay you, drop the base, like wub montage dude. He'll play Galio and he'll do good on it. It's one of the things that you see sometimes. He'll take some of these trades. It's just setting up for the team to be able to make their own kinds of plays. It's not all about Niski. It's about setting up for Elyoya and being able to play around him and get the sides going.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I think that's one of the things that we talked about, maybe them struggling with a little bit in playoffs. Niski played a unique champ every single game except the very first 2 games where he played Taliyah back-to-back, and after that, they were kind of trying a lot of different things. They actually did try some of that wub hyper carry mid lane style with like the Cassiopeia coming back, which is a big pocket pick of his, one of his best champions, but not necessarily can do his play style as well, even though he is good on that champion. So they do have to adapt. You see it?
Are we back? Mark, we just might be back. All right.
Get the music. There it is.
Fourth band. Come on, 4th band.
Did we not even get to 4th band last time?
Nope.
Kalista!
Yes, all right. We're further than we've been so far today, and that is progress. All right.
All right, so Kalista banned off as well. Also seeing a lot of play in solo queue and champions queue right now. I saw some crazy attempts with different builds. There was some pen lethality eclipse Kalista build where your Q is doing like 600 damage. I don't really think that's going to be the play, but you can see that taking away some of the power picks despite being on that big old nerf graphic, still being given respect.
So we've got 3 out of 5 marksman bans here in those first 5 bans. Okay, so Juani's going to be the last one. So solo laner focus. Let's see how Isurus want to start this one off. They're immediately going to grab the Graves.
All right, Graves. If you've been following Champions Queue, I know we've been talking about a lot. You're going to hear a lot about Champions Queue probably in the first day because it's some of the best data we have to go on, publicly available data at least. Spica dropped a 29-kill game. Going up against some of the T1 guys. And so people have been eyeing this champion as absolutely disgusting. I think you will see a fair amount of carry junglers, potentially with Graves, with something like a Hecarim being identified by a lot of people as being pretty strong probably. Did get hotfix nerfed a little bit, but still with the changes that came through, there he is exactly on time. Makes me look like a genius. I love it. The changes that came through, if you have not been keeping up with patch notes, for Hecarim, the big thing that they changed was his Q giving more stacks to ramp up. Previously, it was 2 that you would get on Rampage. As you use that, you would kind of get the cooldown lower, the damage would increase. They have lowered the base damage, but put a 3rd stack on and increased the scaling. So Hecarim has a little bit of this ramp-up time in teamfights where he becomes absolutely disgusting. They also gave him some resists on his W, decreased the healing a little bit, but made it so that he's much better about going in, getting into that fight, being a little bit tankier, and just helicoptering all over people.
Exactly. The DPS can go through the roof here on this guy. So they're going to get the Hecarim. They're going to get the Gnar for the side of Mad Lions. Back over to Isurus. It's an Ornn second pick. They're willing willing to just say, all right, let's scale it up here in the top side. You can have your lane bully, doesn't matter. We're scaling for Ornn.
Yep. ADD's most played champion on the Ornn, something he's very comfortable on, like you heard them talking about. A lot of weak side play for him. He used to play in the LPL. He's used to playing on some of these high-pressure situations, big stages and whatnot, so hopefully he can be this kind of strong backbone in the top side. And there's that misfortune that we were talking about, seeing a lot more play with some of the buffs that came through. She also got hotfix nerfed as well. Her strut was a little overtuned, probably. A little strong there, but still a very strong champion in the current meta.
And this matches what we would sort of expect for Isurus, because they've got the scaling top laner and they've got a strong bottom laner that they can play through and play around and set up to have some success early.
Yeah, this is something that I'm very excited to see them bust out here for Mad Lions. This works well with that kind of Hecarim like you're talking about, diving in there. Seraphine's one of the best enabling champions you can get. We'll see if it ends up going bot lane. That's where it's been favored recently, but maybe that will end up in Niski's hands.
Well, this looks to me a lot, Mark, like some grievous wounds will need to be on the menu, going up against Seraphine healing as well as Hecarim's Spirit of Dread. You said that they gave him some resist. They knocked the healing down a little bit, but Hecarim's healing is still pretty incredible if he's in the middle of a fight, if he's able to get all that vamping done. Let's see how the second half of the draft is going to work here with the bans, because we do have top laner, we do have jungler, and we do have what I am assuming is bottom lane carry drafted for both sides, which means I need to look at support bans and I need to look at mid lane bans with the LeBlanc and the Swain banned away.
All right, so Swain taken away from the Seraphine Swain combination. This is a disgusting combination that just results in mid-game meatballs that you can't kill.
Yep.
So no surprise to see that one taken out. The Azir did get nerfed, but it was one of Seiya's best champions. He was able to carry quite a bit in playoffs on that champion. He was very clean at it too. Almost always felt like in the right position, getting damage out. So they want to take that away. We'll have to see what else they want to pair with it. Probably not any of these that Unforgiven is hovering, given that they already have Armit's Gnar locked up in the top side.
Yeah, he's hovering the Teemo. He's hovering his trademark Karthus there, a couple of different champions, but it looks like Talia going to be the pick instead. How do we feel about this one?
I like it. I mean, this was one of the champions that we were talking about being one of those few that Niski played twice. It fits that roaming, pushing play style like you heard the analyst desk wanting them to go back to. It's exactly in that wheelhouse, and Niski himself does play it very well, and it puts pressure now on Seiya and Grell to kind of try to control him, because if you don't, Niski will take over the game.
He'll take over the game, and he'll set up Elyoya to just be able to rampage through these team fights as well. I've got my eyes on the mid-jungle combinations of both of these teams so much, as we've got Lissandra locked in. I assume this would be Seiya's pick here in the mid lane. Now I still need to see what that support is going to be. Where's the last one at? Isurus, how are we going to finish this bottom lane? What will be paired up with the Misfortune?
They have played a fair amount of Alistar. It does potentially work with this kind of engage, wanting to instantly blow someone up against these Seraphine team comp where you want to finish someone off. Amumu kind of fits that similar idea where you want to go in, you want to kill someone, probably a little bit stronger in lane as well, whereas Alistar does need like level 3 and whatnot.
Plus Amumu and Misfortune together, plus the Ornn. This is the massive AoE team fight wombo combo. If you manage to line all of those up and layer those one over another, it's going to be a bad time for the Mad Lions. But now, what is Mad going to put Kaiser on? Ooh, Leona, I like it.
All right, Leona for Kaiser. He is at his best, I think, on these kind of supports that can go in, engage, pick fights, really make a big impact, and they get him his Leona there to get that one done for him. Really like seeing this for him. It was obviously Nautilus I feel like he's most known for, but the Leona as well as kind of Nautilus, Leona have been the engage champions for a long time now. Will enable Elyoya to be more of a follow-up engage as well. It sometimes feels bad to play Hecarim when you have to be the first one going in.
And I like that a lot, because Hecarim is not a direct tank, he's more of a drain tank. He can't be the one just eating all of that damage at the very beginning, getting bursted down before he's able to heal back up. So I like this composition. How do we feel like this is going to play out early? We've already talked about how Niski's going to want to roam around. We've looked at the other side. We know ADD wants to scale. Where are we expected to see these junglers focus on?
Well, so obviously for Elyoya, you still have that little bit of ramp-up time. Some Hecarims actually do get involved early on in the map if they can find a good angle for their E charge to get a knockback away, but otherwise it's mostly 6s you're looking at, I think, for kind of both teams a little bit, honestly. Despite the fact that they are going to play very differently, both are actually more teamfight comps than not. The Gnar can split a little bit more than the Ornn and whatnot, but otherwise, you know, Seraphine and Hecarim are very much teamfight champions.
Yeah, they want to group up. They want to be able to have those 5v5s. But we already talked about Ornn. about the Misfortune, about the Amumu. These massive AoE ultis don't feel as good in 1v1s and 2v2s. They want to pile together.
Yeah, so I think it's going to come down a lot for Isurus to be in these objective fights early, get there, get vision control, make the enemy team walk into you, make Mad Lions have to face check, drop you this insane wombo combo, and instantly delete some members of Mad Lions. If you're unable to do that, you miss some of your engage. I expect Mad Lions team comp to actually be very good. It's still team fighting because you have that kind of sustained advantage.
Alrighty, let's rock and roll. We're on to Summoner's Rift for the first time here in the World's 2022 play-ins, and we're already gonna get first blood. 44 seconds in, first blood over to Niski.
Oh no, Jelly just face checks Kaiser, gets stunned up. You have the Glacial Augment to make sure it was easy for Mad Lions to collapse on top of him. They get that kill. No summoners blown other than the Ignite on Kaiser. Jelly just kind of accepted his fate there, but it gave Niski as the first blood, able to grab that tier right out the gate. So already Mad Lions feeling very good. EU fans instantly breathe a giant sigh of relief. You're feeling good. First blood in 2022 Worlds.
Jelly gift wrap that one for him, Mark. That is not the start they are looking for. Silver lining, as you said, at least no summoner spells spent there by the Isurus support as he got caught. But man, that is not a good look. Like you said, the tier for Niski, just being able to have that stacking from moment zero in the lane. Get that stacked up, get that to the max level that much more quickly.
Latam saying, welcome to Mexico. Have a gift, have a first blood, enjoy your stay, Mad Lions. And like you said, this makes it so annoying to play against Niski because if you play Talia well, you can theoretically not bump into mana problems. This allows you to play kind of brain off and spam a lot more through the first couple levels than you ever normally would be able to, given that you're going to start stacking that tier up right away. You have that bit extra base mana as well. So we talk about controlling Niski. Giving him extra mana to shove and roam is not what you want.
Exactly. When we think about players wanting to shove, normally just mindlessly spamming the wave is one of the best ways to shove. So it makes things a little bit worrying. Also, remember historically when we saw Amumu first get popular in the bottom lane as a support, as Unforgiven immediately has to flash away. Let's see if they can take this one any further. Kaiser having a flash out there too. Isurus bottom lane, 2v2, gets both flashes.
All right. Jelly kind of making up for the oopsie at level 1, gets both flashes with the double chains from his Q early on. Feels pretty good and puts Mad Lions on the back foot a little bit early on. The Seraphine Leona lane was never really going to win against the MF in shove and early pressure, but that does give you opportunities now potentially. If you can somehow break Seiya out of the mid lane, meet up with Grell, maybe you can start making some dives happen in the bot lane if you're going to have pressure this entire time and no suns.
And the thing that I was going to originally mention is after Amumu got those changes a while back to give his Q2 charges when he found himself initially being played in the support role, Leona was one of those champions that pro players were finding as an answer, because when it came down to just the all-in, I'm going to get you type of fight, Leona came out on top. She's a tankier tank.
Yeah, she's a tankier tank, but unfortunately, MF is a damagier.
That was astute, Mark.
There's some English.
I feel like
right
you're
there,
really
brother.
speaking to me here, bud.
You know what I'm saying, man. She's going to do more damage in the early level 1 trade, the double up damage coming through. I think they also hit too, so probably had Strut as well. There, maybe Make It Rain. I have to check, but either way, going to do way more damage than the Seraphine, and that's why ultimately you saw the flashes come out of Mad Lions, just the damage from Gavoto coming through. He has been kind of the X factor, I guess I would say, watching Isurus games. He has some insane team fights, both good and bad. He seems to always be flanking, it feels like, no matter the situation. And he is the one who can sometimes pop off or maybe have a bad team fight, whereas Seiya is the more kind of consistent carrier for them in the mid lane.
Yeah, Gavoto in the LLA regular season got the most MVPs. Well, he tied for him. He got 4 MVP votes, tied up with Boogie and Adi in that count. So definitely the guy who can show up when they need him, but a lot of pressure is going to be on him, on that Misfortune. We know how much power this champion's ultimate adds to these big skirmishes, adds to these big team fights. So that positioning of his, when he decides to press R, that's going to be clutch.
It's funny that you did that when you're doing the hand animation of the ultimate, but no one can see that. So it was very funny for me, at least, to see the double guns there going off for you. Anyways, for this game right now, nice bit of a freeze here, making it risky for Mad Lions. They do have that one ward, and they don't know, but Grell was camping in the tri-bush, got the reset, though, didn't want to waste any more time. So a little safe for Mad Lions bot lane here, and I think they are two members that have drawn a little bit of the attention for what was going on towards the end of playoffs for Mad Lions. The meta came through, there's that big change, hyper carries being a focus, bot lanes needing to win a lot, and Mad's identity being more about pushing and roaming and team play. Did feel like they struggled a little bit, both Unforgiven and even Kaiser a little bit. I saw him making roams that got him caught out of position, not quite playing at the same level that we all know he can play when he is this world-class support, and hopefully can stabilize from here in this bot lane.
And that's why I like the Seraphine so much for Mad Lions. If you know your bottom laner is not the standout guy on the team, if he's not the superhero, if he's not the carry, then cool, put him on Seraphine. Create this death ball. Make this massive 5v5. And that's another thing that I think is going to be important when we look at compositions and we go through all these games, these 8 games a day in play-ins group stage in this best-of-1 format. Ease of execution on comps. Group up and death ball them, that's a good way to win.
Yeah, and both teams have that option here. We were talking about, despite the champions playing very differently, both being somewhat team fight identity. Armit not got out of position here. He wants this fight.
We got Ghost versus Ghost. Grell is taken low and Grell is taken out. Armit barely being kept alive. ADD's looking to get him now, but he won't have the damage. It's a disaster for Isurus. A double kill to Elyoya.
Nice collapse from Mad Lions there. Armit starting that one off and having the fancy feat to make sure that ADD could not finish him off when Mad Lions collapsed on top of them. There's that roaming mid-jungle we were talking about. Both Niski and Elyoya coming in, catching out the members of Isurus in the river. Now up to a 3-kill advantage, 1,000 gold lead, feeling very good just past 6 minutes into the game.
Man, oh man, the early game has not gone the way that Isurus Gaming was hoping for. That was so close, but still no cigar there in the top side. Ghost on both of the junglers to try to move around, get that extra speed to outplay one another, but it is the Mad Lions coming out on top. Let's take another look at how it went down.
Yeah, you can see the invade was spotted out very early on. They knew that the members of Mad Lions were on the bot side of the map, so Grell thinks he's safe to invade, but the fact that Arma had collapsed from top lane to get the initial cutoff gave Elyoya time to collapse with that Ghost. Like you said, charging in there, you know, it's not just a post-level 6 champion for Hecarim. You can scrap early on. It's just sometimes getting on top of people. But when you already have that kind of setup, very easy for him to get both those killed. Double kill, accelerating the Hecarim. And I think for a lot of people, Elyoya being arguably the best player on Mad Lions, I think for a lot of people between him and Niski. And Elyoya is at his best on these kind of farming, scaling, carry champions. He exploded onto the scene with a lot of the, like, tempo-based junglers and whatnot. So this is an incredible start for him in his first game at Worlds this year.
Oh boy, Niski just getting all in here as the Ram comes flying through. Niski with a flash back to stay alive. Nicely done for the Mad Lions mid laner, but it does cost him both summoner spells to get away from.
This is what they were talking about in the analyst desk, playing around Seiya a little bit in the mid lane. Not hard committing to it, but Seiya setting that up, getting the initial chunk down to Niski, and ADD roaming down from River. Had that threat from the ultimate. I think Niski didn't need to flash. It looked like he could have just stepped down, but I like playing safer than not early on at an international competition. Like, yeah, maybe you can just walk down out of that, but just don't be greedy. Learn that flash, stay alive.
I mean, especially in the format for play-ins groups, because the top spot in either group just automatically gets out without having to play a best of 5, and it's just best of 1s that are determining that top spot, the smallest things that can determine a win or loss could end up being the difference between you playing a best of 5 or not, right?
Yeah, absolutely the case. And like we talked about a little bit, Mad Lions playing what should, in theory, be 2 of the easier opponents for them in group stage here on day 1, taking down, hopefully, Isurus for EU fans, and then Istanbul Wildcats later on. A good start right now, and then, you know, have that little bit of momentum as you head into the tougher Eastern teams waiting for them.
You gotta be prepared, gotta get the reps in when you can get them, and Elyoya is going to get that early Rift Herald here for his team just a little bit after 8.5 minutes in, as Kaiser and Unforgiven make their way back into the bottom lane. You can see Unforgiven having that ulti here on the Seraphine. That thing is massive gank assist, and it's really good against Misfortune as well. As soon as she starts channeling, you can fire it back, interrupt her, and take over the fight.
Same with Leona, just dropping your ultimate on top of the MF if she ever tries to channel her ult early on in a fight will be something that to keep your eye on for Kaiser to do. They did get 2 turret plates, though, during that timing window where they were grabbing the Rift Herald for Mad Lions side. They're respectful for Unforgiven and Kaiser, making sure that there was no play available on the weak side, but it did allow some more gold to go into Govoto's pockets. Now up to 3,300, just a couple hundred gold ahead of the Seraphine.
So we've got dead even farm in bottom lane. About a one-wave difference with an advantage for Seiya there in mid lane. But jungle and top are massive farm leads for the Mad Lions, and Elyoya and Niski are looking to keep the focus here on ADD. They know this guy can end up playing that weak side more often than not. They want to punish him for it. A little bit more damage will take him down, and Niski gets the kill. Seiya's made his way over. Looking to grab the first one. It's Grell getting on the board. Niski behind enemy lines with nowhere to go. He'll buy as much time as he can. They want to give the money over to Graves. They want to get Grell rocking and rolling.
All right, 2 kills onto that Graves. Like you said, they were able to get the collapse onto ADD, but he did such a good job kiting that one out. Look how far under the top lane they needed to go to make that happen. Nice usage of the Bellows Breath by ADD to not get the initial flick back that Niski did land onto him, that unstoppable, making sure that they had to go deep. And so he's playing very respectful here. They already have to run kind of between the 2 turrets. The fact that this did not actually cut him off, there's no flash on the Ornn, so if they were able to land that one, he would have been dead much earlier. There you see the Bellows Breath to actually make sure none of the displacements stopped him from walking down to the point where now they're under the inner turret. And then it's bought enough time for the rest of Isurus to collapse. They get that kill onto Armit. They're also going to have Niski cut off here. No way out for Grell, who's ghosted up, like you said, to find that kill. Elyoya, the big brain jungle play, though.
Doing plates.
I'm not saving anyone. I'm getting some gold.
Well, that was a really solid performance there from ADD. Like you said, buying as much time as possible. If I know my top laner is going to be playing scaling weak side, I want him to be doing that. As now Armit finds himself under pressure. ADD going for that point-blank R2, but Armit's there for the outplay. Now Elyoya's coming in, and Grell's the target. Armit building up the Narbar, ready to go. Grell continues to kite, but it will not work. Say good night. 2 more kills for the line.
Elyoya had such a nice reset there. The extra gold that he got, getting him Boots 2 and Sunderer on that back from the turret plates. He also did not drop the Rift Herald on that initial push, which gives him the faster recall to not be down tempo on that play. So with the enhanced recall of Rift Herald, can instantly go back up topside. Back up Armit, who still had flash despite what just happened in the top lane, could have a really nice point-blank flash and now blow open the entire top side of the map, leading to almost a 4,000 gold lead, excuse me.
I think the regular season Mad Lions are here to play, Mark. This squad looks like they're ready to go.
They are jiving. This is exactly Elyoya's meta. If we're gonna have these kind of carry junglers going off, you can see him 3-0-2, nearly 100% KP, only missing out on that first blood, which honestly...
Yeah, that was a bit of a meme anyway. Come on, let's...
You can say that all the plays that actually happened in this game have been kind of involving Elyoya so far.
And I mean, that's what we set up as Mad Lions' game plan, right? They want to have Niski being able to support him. They're going to have Armit being able to support him. If Elyoya wants to go, everybody else just says, where are we going? And now we're going mid. Okay, not a whole lot there. I mean, it's Lissandra, but hey.
Hey, they tried. Lissandra, notoriously difficult champion to take advantage of in the mid lane, but does get them prio now. Not any focus onto dragons thus far in the game, with the fact that the bot lane for Mad is not their focal point, but now that they have dropped top turret, swapping their focus down around here. We'll see if Isurus want to contest this.
All right, Isurus, you're down about 3,500 gold. It's just a Cloud Drake. I'm not sure if they really want to go for it. The Drake's already done. Let's see if Kaiser can find the engage. It's Jelly here with the front. He flashes forward, gets the ulti down onto a couple. Massive bullet time on 2. And Isurus get the angle in a 2-for-1. Niski gets away. Unforgiven still kicking as well. But nicely played there from Isurus. Nicely engaged by Jelly.
Nice counter engage, definitely the case where Mad Lions got that dragon for free. They were pinging out ADD and said, hey, the Ornn's not here. His ultimate wasn't even available. They're looking at this as a 4v4 without the main frontline tool. So they think that they can just brute force through here onto Jelly. But the fact that Devoto does get charmed here, cleanses it off, gets this full ultimate, no interrupt by Kaiser. So the 2 members on the front line, Hecarim and Leona, get absolutely destroyed by that. Devoto's going to get a little bit more gold now, starting to get some in his back pockets, bringing that gold lead a lot closer. Bit of a misstep there by Mad Lions, underestimating the power of team fighting for Isurus.
And hey, Isurus closed that 3,500 gold gap to a little bit under 2K there. So that was a pretty big swing in keeping this game within reaching distance, right? It was starting to run away from them a little bit. That pumped the brakes nicely.
And MF is the main carry in this comp. Yes, the Graves will do damage, obviously Lissandra and whatnot, but if anyone wants to be fed, it's going to be the MF. And she's up above 6,000 gold now, only a couple hundred behind Elyoya, the most fed members for Mad Lions. So this is a decent start for them. You can see going for the Kraken slide Slayer DPS-oriented build. I think a lot of people prefer this over the kind of like pen build with Eclipse or whatever else you might go. As a main carry, when you're going to frontline to hit, the attack speed buff that Strut gets is absolutely no joke, and you can pump out that damage with the double-up kind of auto-attack reset that you have.
Plus, with the Last Whisper as the second item, he knows he's going to have to shoot through Kaiser. He knows he's going to have to get through this Hecarim in this Gnar. You can already see the winged Moonplate in the inventory of Elyoya. Those movement speed tank items are going to start coming out, and the horse is going to get very scary very quick. Gunning through that front line is not just an option, it's going to be a necessity.
Absolutely. And Elyoya, excuse me, you see, not going for the tier build where you end up with Muramana that a lot of people go when they're going full carry Hecarim. They can grab that tier early on. It does grab the Sunder, and it's going into tank. So kind of respecting this meatball identity that they're going to have. When you get those resistances, the healing gets even stronger for you. And you can see Isurus, despite that fact, going to try and contest this objective as well, it looks like.
Okay, Mad Lions took the first Herald 8.5 minutes in. Isurus want to see if they can challenge here for this one, but it ain't gonna happen. Where's the follow-up? Unforgiven thrown up into the air, but now they're trying to get themselves back out as Niski cuts them off. ADD bangs his head into the wall, and they bang ADD into the ground. Niski still throwing out a couple rocks, seeing if there's anything else to find. Seismic shove won't hit a target, but that's Mad Lions getting themselves a Herald and getting themselves a kill to boot.
Niski giving a target to Isurus, split their focus there. It was a nice interrupt onto Jelly, potentially collapsing from the Ornn ultimate. That was nicely done by Kaiser to stuff any engage. And then once that happens, here we're taking a look at it first. ADD starts this fight off with that ultimate, like we're saying. Jelly wants to get that follow-up, but the ultimate stun there by Kaiser stops any potential massive wombo combo. And once this wall comes in from Niski and kind of bisects the team fight, Seiya decides, all right, we'll go for him instead, but Niski, having his flash available, is able to get out of there while the rest of his team focuses down ADD, win that fight. Nice execution there, as well as grabbing that Rift Herald, kind of making sure this game didn't slip any further away from them, still in control.
Yeah, and that was kind of the other side of the coin from what we saw at Drake, right? Mad Lions is there. Mad Lions is going to get the objective. Isurus wants to do something about it, but now Niski, Niski, this isn't where you want to be, buddy. Nice shutdown. Kill credit goes over to Seiya.
Yeah, look, we were just saying, lost his flash in that previous team fight. Isurus immediately targeted him down. Seiya getting that lockdown. Big part of the kills so far, him and Graves, 100% kill participation. And Grell and Seiya, I think you could say, if you hadn't watched, they are the two main, I think, playmakers for this team in a lot of ways. Seiya has, I feel like when I watch him, a little bit of that like Bjergsen syndrome that people sometimes say, oh, well, he could be a bigger playmaker or whatnot, but he's almost always doing the right thing. But that does sometimes draw criticism when the rest of the team is doing crazy stuff and you're kind of that consistent member. He's also the most accomplished mid laner. I think it's 11 titles that he's had across the two leagues when they merged together into the LLA. You know, like, this guy has been at the top of his game for so long. You just expect excellence out of him.
Yeah, he's been playing for an incredibly long amount of time. He's the only player left on this roster from 2021, and his coach describes him as like that X factor that this team would need to be able to get out of play and to be able to fight their way into the main group stage. So he's definitely somebody to keep your eye on if you're an Isurus fan, if you want to see what this team can do. A lot of it will center around him. He has his stopwatch, he has his Everfrost, these incredibly powerful actives that can set him up to make even more plays. As Niski face checks into the brush, he was not expecting a man with a shotgun. He uses that stopwatch, but it won't do a damn thing. Grell gets the solo.
Man, Isurus really picking on Niski now, catching out the LEC MVP in the side lanes twice in a row. This time, ADD was camping long range to maybe set up with his ultimate, but Grell was just so fed, and the fact that he got the wallbang right out the gate there, able to drop Niski so low, still no flash, got the stopwatch out of him as well.
And that's one of the scary parts with a champion like Graves. Just because of the way the Q damage works, it's very high because it's very difficult to guarantee. So when you face check that brush and he guarantees it, you're immediately in a losing situation. Isurus are onto the Drake. Remember that Mad Lions took the first one, but they know they're a man down. They know Niski is only just now respawning. Even with Weaver's wall, he couldn't get there in time. Mad say discretion is the better part of valor. They don't fight that one.
Damn. Good line right there.
Yeah, I've probably heard it in the book or something, I don't know.
No, you made it up, dude. Someone wrote that Captain Flowers 2022 Worlds broadcast, came up with it. That was really nice by Isurus. The fact that they got that pick, transitioned that down on second dragon, stopped Mad Lions dragon taking. Mad just kind of hovered around bot lane to make sure that Armut could finish off that bot turret. He's kind of silently this game, actually having an incredible performance. 2-1 and 4, has gotten a lot of solo gold, up about 40 CS. He's that kind of extra little bit of win con that Mad Lions has with this comp is the side lane pressure that they can have. Isurus has done a good job cutting that off with Niski, but someone will eventually have to answer Armit.
And once again, Niski with a face check there, but he's got backup this time. The hunter has become the hunted, and Grell drops. Elyoya grabbing the kill credit on that one. Niski barely getting away with about 100 HP, but it's 100 more than Grell's got now. Dead for the next 20 seconds, 9-6 in favor of the Mad Lions.
It was a cute idea, I think, by Isurus, but underestimating how many members of Mad Lions were showing up there. There was the recall to cover the push by Seiya, gets caught out, and then Niski had some backup coming in. Now Elyoya up to 4-1-4, completed that Force of Nature. Not going to be taking very much damage from Seiya anymore. Probably not from ADD either, but luckily for Isurus, it's Grell and Gaboto who are bringing most of the damage right now.
Yeah, he's got cooldown boots, he's got Force of Nature, and his Mythic is a damage item. So there's no armor at all on this champion. There's no Mountain Drake picked up by Mad Lions either. There's just not going to be any Mountain Drakes in this game for a while until those start spawning here. But the thing that we got to remember is the Graves, the misfortune. Hecarim walking into a bullet time or a Graves combo, he can still melt. And that's kind of what I'm looking for Isurus to be able to set up and make happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in that Dragon fight that Isurus were able to win. We'll see if they can start replicating that. So far, it feels like these fights have been very close. When we saw them, the Rift Herald one, it was better execution by Mad Lions. The Drake fight, a bit of an overstep by Mad Lions. So they've been good about getting these dragons first, except for that one where Niski got picked off. I expect them to, with the advantage that they have with side lane in Armit, when they are able to make sure that Isurus is not getting a flank onto Niski or something, they should be able to get to these objectives first, I believe. Though Gaboto in the mid lane will have priority mid. It's very hard for the Seraphine to step up and contest that one.
Yeah, that Lord Dominic's Regards second item fully completed now for the Misfortune as well. You can see the Black Cleaver on Armit as a lot of these guys on both sides are hitting those 2-item power spikes. And we talk a lot about gold advantages in League of Legends, but gold is just a pathway to items. And so especially if you're the team that's behind, you want to fight on the same completed item spikes if you can. And right now, it looks like both squads want to posture around mid. Niski gets away there as Jelly tried to go in after him.
Yeah, got the interrupt, I think, actually on the Q, so did not end up over the wall for Jelly, but still gets the flash out of Niski, which in 2 minutes will still be down when they get to this Drake fight again. Might make him a juicy target for all this engage that Isurus has on their side.
Exactly, and he does not have any sort of an aggro drop. You can see there's no stopwatch, there's no Zonias there for Niski. He has a cleanse that'll be up, but now, ADD, he's playing weak side again. The Ignite keeps ticking, the Solar Flare guarantees the damage. Armit flashing in to get that Q just in case, but it won't even be needed. Tier 2 turret drops here in the bottom lane, and Mad Lions keep pushing.
Yeah, Mad Lions catching Isurus in a bit of a reset there. ADD on the lane by himself. How far can they push this?
Okay, they pop both big ultis of the bottom laners there onto Elyoya. They clear out the wave. They hurt the front line of the Mad Lions. They'll force them back for now.
Nice stem the bleeding there for Isurus. Did not want to lose an inhibitor turret.
No.
Right there. And I still like that play by Mad Lions, getting down, getting onto ADD. You saw how long he lived. He actually played that one fairly well. Almost got out and had to get finished off by kind of a Leona ult snipe.
Yeah.
But because Isurus was just so out of position in the middle of that reset, they couldn't actually punish Mad Lions there. Mad Lions able to get more gold in their back pocket, get this back up close to that 4,000 gold lead that they were at before, heading into the third dragon.
All right, third dragon, 2 big team fighting comps. I feel like being first to the scene is of paramount importance here.
Absolutely the case. I think both teams are very happy to make the other team face check them. They have a lot of lockdown CC, both teams. If you go and try and walk into a Seraphine with the poke and then the charm coming through, forcing you to walk forward, the flickbacks, all that stuff is very scary. Same case for Isurus. You have the Misfortune ultimate to combo with the Mumu. You can see them still want to keep a little bit of vision onto Baron, not lose it completely, but based off their positioning, the fact that Isurus has all their members up on the top side of the map, you have to think that they're not actually going to contest this. I can understand the stop process. ADD is 2 levels away from starting to turn on his items, so instead they're saying you stay, Mad Lions up on the top side trying to get the Baron pressure down.
Mad Lions just going for the Baron. They're saying, all right, you guys had control over that bottom side river. If you want the Drake, take it, but Baron's gonna go our way. Isurus hanging around this area. Baron's at about 6K. Mad Lions pull off of it. It's so dangerous to hard commit to something like this for either one of these comps with the amount of AoE on both sides, but it still means there's Drake alive.
Drake is still alive, but Mad Lions are not backing off the pressure. With the Seraphine in their comp, they can kind of keep posturing around this objective, force Isurus over and over again to have to face check them. They have such good vision control here in the river, but Isurus are kind of calling that bluff, saying, we'll just keep taking turrets if you don't actually commit onto the Baron.
Yeah, Isurus is doing a really good job here, just picking up 2 turrets for free in mid. It's not going to stop them from getting to the Baron in time, you would think. ADD and Jelly still looking for the chance. The Baron's at 3K. Little bit of damage over the wall. Here they go. It's bullet time. ADD gets the first kill. Isurus are going in, but Mad Lions have found themselves the Baron. Elyoya looking for any sort of a chance here. Isaiah takes a lot of damage back from Niski and Unforgiven, but Elyoya is down. Niski and Unforgiven trying to get away. Jelly dies in the back end of the fight as Grell goes forward, looking for even more. He'll take down the enemy mid. He looks for the enemy carry. Unforgiven gets away into the top lane, but Grell and Gavoto are looking
Last
for
Baron.
There comes that into the line. Unforgiven's the only one left, and he's gone. Isurus get the ace.
Isurus wiped the Baron off of Mad Lions. It was a last-ditch effort by Elyoya, ulting into the pit to make sure it was not a complete disaster of a play. So greedy by Mad Lions to stack in the pit against this team comp of Isurus. They get obliterated for it, though the game is not over yet because they were able to get that Baron. Here you can just see, sitting in that pit, such an easy 2-man ultimate for the side of Gavoto there to solo them out with Jelly. That forces, you see Elyoya to go ulting back in, get that. There's a couple members killed it right out the gate. ADD dropped as well, but Grell plays this fight so well, just staying in melee range the entire time, stacking up that grit, getting multiple Gore Drinker procs. Jelly giving his life up here to enable that chase down sequence and to actually wipe all these Barons off the side of Mad Lions. Gavoto with that struck coming in clutch, able to back up his homeboy. Grell finding all of these kills, just such an incredible performance on him in his Graves.
And this is a huge reason why he's got Ghost on the Graves too. As you could tell, he was ghosted that entire fight. As he got the resets, as he was able to get those knockouts, he just kept extending the duration, and the hometown crowd is ready to go.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it must feel so good playing on the world stage, acing the European representatives here, the 4th seed, in front of your audience, scaring those crowd cheers behind you now, and the gold lead still about 3,000 in Mad Lions' favor. That Baron being smited by Elyoya, I can't stress enough how important it was, because it's not just the fact that you get a gold lead from it, but also stopping Isurus from continuing to push and then group up with this comp that they have would be so difficult to stop the siege.
So Isurus did get those 2 turrets mid. They did get the ace. They did get themselves the Drake as well. You can see they've got that mountain on them now, so they're going to be a little bit tankier. One thing they got to be careful about, as you can see them backing away from where they were in the bottom lane. ADD's on the other side of the map with no teleport, so they really couldn't afford to get caught out there. They're going to back away for now. We've got 4 minutes until the next Drake and the next Baron are alive, and it's Mad Lions once again pushing out the bottom lane. What do you want to see them do here, Mark?
I like what they're doing right now, just staying aggressive, trying to get vision control and make these kind of pick plays happen. You do have a lot of mobility with Elyoya's speed, with Niski's ultimate to try and find people in the side lane. Armut is still very strong, very far ahead of ADD himself, so very possible for Mad Lions in these 3 intervening minutes before they're forced to 5v5 again to look for pickoffs. Isurus has done a good job themselves of finding angles onto these, Niski in particular, whenever he splits. So for them, though, I do still kind of go back to that scaling angle we're talking about. ADD is hitting those Masterwork Horn items now. This is going to make them even scarier in the 5v5s as they continue to scale up. So I do think Isurus, I understand you are down gold, playing on the back foot a little bit here, trying to make sure that Mad Lions is walking over your wards, that you're seeing them coming, then you can stop the bleeding in these kind of side lane plays.
And I'm glad you bring up the Masterwork items, because if you're looking at Drakes, if you're looking at Masterwork items, post-Drake buffs, and of course in the modern age of Mythic items after the whole rework to how Ornn worked, every single Drake is worth about 1,000 gold in stats for the team. Every single Masterwork item is going to give you about 1,000 gold worth of stats. So when you're at +1 Drake and +1 Masterwork item, hey, that's plus 2K. All of a sudden, the game feels really, really close, and it could go either way. I'm really impressed with what I've seen from Isurus here, staying close with the Mad Lions.
Yeah, it's super impressive to see them, the representatives from the LLA, going toe-to-toe with Mad Lions so far this game. A lot of these team fights have been huge ultimates by Gavoto. I think he's having an incredible performance, like you said, one of the most important members of this team. I think going forward, Mad Lions have to find a way to shut him down in these team fights. It's been a couple uninterrupted Misfortune ults right at the beginning. I think you do have to give Jelly some credit for locking down Kaiser or forcing him to use his ultimate in other ways to stop him from instantly stopping Gavoto's ultimate, but that's something that Mad Lions will have to do a better job of, is stop getting getting put in these positions where they're up against the wall or their engage is getting stuffed and then they're getting counter-engaged on.
We're hitting big 3-item spikes all over the place, Mr. Zimmerman. We got an Infinity Edge for Gavoto. We've got a Void Staff for Seiya. Both of these guys, by the way, still no deaths throughout the whole game.
They're looking really good, the two primary carries of Isurus. Like I was saying, Seiya is someone who, when I was watching, I was just so impressed with his positioning. Almost never caught out, never not able to do damage, always contributing positively in team fights. And I think he is, you know, for a reason, one of the best players in Latin American history. He's absolutely incredible and in a position right now to continue carrying with the Zhonya's completed, with the Everfrost, and just so many lockdown tools available for the Lissandra can win these fights for them.
Oh. Let's see, we got Ghost versus Ghost here. Elyoya going in after Grell.
ADD's out.
He's gonna have all of the Mad Lions coming up behind him. ADD's saying, all right, dude, you're on your own. There's no way I'm gonna save you here. Grell trying to just continue the 1v1 against this horse. Normally that's a matchup a shotgun's gonna win, but it's looking a little rough here. Elyoya has to back away. Holy moly, Grell's trying to fight him off. Elyoya getting another devastating charge, comes in. Grell staying alive still. He's bought so much time, but the space isn't gonna get him a whole lot more. And finally, the Mad Lions run him down.
Almost 1v3 by Grell there, stacking up the grip, making sure that Elyoya's damage was not that significant, given that he did not go that Muramana build and could kite out the magic damage from the rest of Mad Lions there. I wonder if ADD stuck around, if they could have turned that. There were multiple members of Mad Lions who kind of pulled off that play and assumed the 3 people up there were enough, so maybe it would have been 2 kills going over. But either way, Grell bought enough time. That's always the scary thing when it's your jungler getting caught out, is giving the Baron and force Elyoya back, but Mad Lions still want to force on top of this after the reset.
Yeah, I love the fact that Mad Lions are at least going to start this up. They're going to force Isurus to come answer. They know they have a 5v4 for the next 10 seconds, and the 4 is missing a jungler. There's no chance for a steal. Great Baron take from Mad Lions.
Okay, I thought Isurus, with how strong their team fight is in this situation, maybe could still force it, but I understand without Grell there, that extremely fed member on their team did not actually want to take that risk, so they just seed the Baron over. That pickoff does come through, taking out the enemy jungler, gives Mad Lions a window for their second Baron of the game.
Mad Lions getting a big bonus with that one. I also want to draw your attention over to Armit, who is now almost 100 CS above his opponent. He has 3 fully completed items, working on that 4th. This Gnar could very easily be an X factor, especially in a river fight on a mountain rift. Let's see how this Drake fight goes down. Scuttle Crab, the initial focus here from the side of Isurus. They'll secure that one for themselves. Look at Armit. Look at how charged up the bar is. He's ready to come in on the flank, but ADD's gonna mark him, keep him zoned out. Mad Lions still keeping the aggro here on the Drake itself. Niski throws the Weaver's wall through, tries to cut Isurus off from one another. Jelly goes in. Where's the follow-up? Kaiser's gonna be caught here in the front, but Gavoto is finally pressured as Elyoya goes into the back line. Jelly dies first. Unforgiven taking the kill on that one as Armit is causing a ruckus in the back as ADD looks to finish him off. It's already 3 dead on Isurus. It's a double kill back over to Niski. The Mad Lions roar to life, and Grell can't do anything about it. ADD, the last man standing. Run, Horn, run!
You see if he can get away, but at this point, Mad Lions found that back-breaking fight they needed. Armit's going to be left to stop ADD from getting off any sort of recall. Will get the teleport through. I don't think Armit has enough damage to stop that one.
Nope.
But the rest of Mad Lions have already turned to the mid lane, winning that fight, breaking it up, not giving Isurus an easy single target to wipe off the map. They had made such a chaotic situation there that they could not actually finish off any of the members of Mad Lions. They grabbed that turret. Now they're going to grab this dragon to stop the stacking for the side of Isurus, getting that gold lead up much higher now.
That gold lead is 7,000 for the Mad Lions. They finally stopped Gavoto. They finally threw a wrench in the gears of the AoE teamfight machine, and Mad Lions seems to have it figured out.
Yeah, you want this kind of instant burst by the side of Isurus, but you see Seiya trying to get on top of Unforgiven, gets a lot of damage down, but the MF ult is just a little too short to actually hit Unforgiven. Doesn't finish off Kaiser, can't finish him off. On the backside of the fight, Armit, like you were saying, keeping Gavoto busy this entire time. Seiya was also getting pinged down by Niski because he was not able to finish off Unforgiven, so they were just not able to find any one of these targets. Grell also not really in a position to contribute the way that he had in the previous team fights running forward. You can see he's still a force to be reckoned with, but without the rest of the early kills coming through, the sustained damage available, the shielding, the healing, all the things that the Seraphine can do is just too much.
All right, so what do we want to see Mad Lions do now as Real quick, I do want to touch on this graph because it's Grell, the standout damage chart topper of the entire game, but overall higher values for the Mad Lions as a team. Their Baron's expiring. How do they close this one out quick and clean?
I think that they're eventually going to go back to another Baron setup. They've done a very good job at those, aside from that first one where they all ended up in the pit, but I think they know better than that this time around, actually have to commit to a turn and finding someone. I also got to say, just Armit is so insanely far ahead. If you look at the gold, he's over 5,000 gold ahead, just getting his Flame Horizon online now. Will continue getting further and further ahead of ADD. No one can stop him 1v1 in the side lane. And so you also have that in your back pocket as well, is that when you do start doing these Baron setups, you don't need to full commit to it. You can just pressure them and buy space for Armit to work 1v1 down on enemies in the side lane. He's already level 18, highest level in the game. No one else is really close. Niski, I guess, at 17 is the only other one on their side, but ADD 3 levels down.
And one of the big things I'm looking at here, 4-item power spikes. They're online for Mad Lions. You've got the Force of Nature there for Armit. You've got the Rabadon's Death Cap for Niski. Even in the Seraphine inventory, Cosmic Drive, Void Staff, Seraphs, they've got a big advantage over Isurus right now, who are still sitting on components for those 4th items in most positions. I'm looking to see Mad continue to keep the pressure online.
Yeah, I like this. They're hovering around mid. They're keeping them forced there while Armit has the pressure in the bot lane. Keeping Isurus confined to their base, no way to push out and get wards in advance of whenever the Dragon and the Baron come up. Both of them respawning at around the exact same time, 2.5 minutes out basically for both of them. But with how much pressure Mad have, there's no way for Isurus to set up, get wards for TP flanks if Seo wants to try and come in from the backside of a team fight. And because he's the only one with the strength to really contest Armit, that means that one of your biggest damage dealers and setup for CC and engage won't be there. Yes, ADD, if he's the one grouped with your team, has plenty of engage as an Ornn, but it's not quite the same backline threat that Seiya could bring if he was the one who was grouped with your team.
Alrighty, my friend, we have some troubling waters here for Isurus. They've put up a really good fight so far, but honestly, just the past couple of fights from the Mad Lions have been such different makers. I feel like the game's just been blown wide open. It's pretty hard for Mad to lose from this point.
Yeah, Mad are looking good, but I gotta say, this is an absolute banger for a first game of Worlds. The hosts in Latin America and Mexico City, Isurus Gaming, going up toe-to-toe with Mad Lions. They're on the back foot now, but I think keeping this game closer than a lot of people were expecting, myself included. I thought Mad Lions, especially with the early kills that they got in the game, would just run away with this one, but showing a lot of toughness from Isurus here, but will be very difficult to actually come back from here with the amount of control that Mad Lions have.
Yeah, we remember back, to the start of the game, it was Jelly, the free kill at 44 seconds into the game. It was the 2-for-0 in top, where Armit just barely lived kiting him out. Mad Lions had a great start. Isurus was able to strike back well in some of those team fights, and I think some of that was Mad Lions' overconfidence as well, giving Isurus some moments where they were able to really show up and punish them. But now, Mad Lions has learned, okay, these guys aren't pushovers. We got to respect them. We can't just give them freebies. And they're playing in a way that's forcing Isurus to have to not get those setups they're looking for. They're playing in a way where they can push back and punish.
Alrighty, well, Baron is spawned now. It looks like there's a bit of a disjoint between the graphic and this. We're actually going to get it for free now for Mad Lions with this wall by Niski.
Okay, Niski just blocks everybody off. It's so hard to get in there. The Baron is secured. Mad Lions got it. Where's the rest of the fight? Jelly wants to lead the way. The bullet time ain't going to do a whole lot, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both supports are down. ADD stuck in the front. El Yoya cuts him to pieces. And now the rest of Isurus got to try to get themselves away. El Yoya flies at him like a bat out of hell. And there's no way out for Grell and Gavoto. Grell will continue trying to get away from that one, but the horse is a horse, of course, and there's another one, Gavoto, the only one left, but he won't be such for long. Armit can deal with him, no problem. Save the Meganar ulti just for style.
Yeah, gets the last kill there onto Gavoto. Armit has come alive in these last two team fights, making it hell for the AD carry of Isurus, and Mad Lions should be able to close the game out from here with two nice Baron setups, absolutely clinical in that last one, making for sure that Isurus had to run right into them. Mad Lions get their first win of Worlds.
It was a fun first game with the hometown champs going up against the LEC 4th seed, but the Mad Lions proved too ferocious, and they will take the first win of Worlds 2022.
Looking very good there. El Yoya 7-2-10. Got so fed this game, was an absolute force. Niski, despite some early game struggles when he started getting picked off in the side lanes, 8-4-8, had some really nice Weaver's Walls at the end to make sure that these fights were very difficult for Isurus to finish off. And there you go. A nice start for them, already on the board.
Isurus did a good job focusing Niski as well. They're like, okay, if this guy just wants to move everywhere else and help all the other teammates, why don't we just hit him instead? If we know he's always going to be showing up, he can't show up to help himself.
You can't help yourself. Well, you can, I guess, but they made it difficult for him. And I think for Isurus, this is a good showing that makes it scary for teams going forward that they'll have to try and find someone else. And with that game done, Captain Flowers, you were not at Worlds last year. You took it off for mental health reasons. I just want to say, welcome back to Worlds, buddy.
Wait.
Casting your first game.
Oh, hell yeah. I love these things. Confetti. Oh. Hell yeah. Mad Lions, bring it back. We got confetti, and we're breaking down the win at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Nice.
It's good to have you back at Worlds, Captain Flowers, and a surprising amount of confetti. Packed into that thing right there. It just kept coming down.
I just
Impressive,
love
to say
how
the
he
least.
has the same enthusiasm level every time it gets popped.
Yeah, it's that, Skarner, almost on the same level. Let's talk about this game, because while Mad Lions did come away with the win, I don't think it came as easily as maybe some people just would have expected rather, of this team in best of ones. We'll start, though, by talking about the draft, because obviously we had a lot of questions about where teams would go, in particular where these mid laners and supports might go.
Yeah, and this did end up being a game that was mostly played around top lane in the early game. Part of that is dictated by Misfortune and Seraphine being in the bot lane. I think Hecarim is another pick that we're going to be seeing a lot of, at least from, I'd say, like European and North American teams who would more likely scrim each other. So it was a very interesting draft. I think Mad played towards their strengths that we talked about during the pre-show. And I thought Isurus played a little bit more to scale, but made it a very close game.
Yeah, I think Isurus' plan was very interesting because we did see them trying to keep Niski down. ADD actually roamed mid a couple of times, hoping he could find something. Sadly, sadly for them, good for Mad, usually able to get the best of them. And it also helps when Niski starts off with a bit of a free first blood.
This was baffling, and I know we didn't get to see the first couple seconds of it, right? Like we came into the game and boom, there Jelly was getting murdered. But when you get to start off with an extra tier as a Talia, because he got to back off of that before the first wave, it just sets him up to be able to push and roam to these side lanes so frequently like we expected he would.
Yeah, and I think especially, getting that early tier, getting towards an early Seraphs where Talia, such low cooldowns, being able to get that damage off so consistently, we saw as the game progressed that, okay, Mad, kind of their own worst enemies. It's something that Vetti was telling me was a staple of Mad in the regular season. They're going to put themselves in a hole that they can dig themselves out of. And it felt like Niski actually was one of the big members having huge pop-off team fights later in the game.
Yeah, 30.9% of the team's damage. Definitely had to do some of the heavier lifting afterwards. I thought Elyoya would be who this comp is built around, but then he did the Divine Sunderer into full tank build, which I wasn't expecting to see if you're going to be running Hecarim Seraphine, but they clutched it out in the end.
That's true. I was thinking, well, they didn't have a Yuumi, so that's why. But you're right, they had a Seraphine right alongside that Leona. We saw there as well that, Niski was putting out big damage, had a solid KDA. There were a couple lapses in the mid game, got caught out bot lane, got caught out top lane kind of right after that. And that is kind of some of those moments where it started to get a little scary for Matt. Of course, the Baron as well, people are going to look at. And that's where I think we do, again, have to give our nod to Isurus Gaming and their ability in taking this more scaling-oriented and kind of wombo combo-y, team fight composition, that they did find a few very good looks.
And honestly, I loved it. And it's so nice to see kind of the growth of some of these regions over the years, to where we have these competitive games. They went on a composition that is seen as a bit easier to execute. They did a pretty good job of playing around picks on sides with the Lissandra and the Graves. They were the ones setting Niski behind. And then, about half the time, they found the wombo combo that won them the fight. Again, luckily for Mad, they started to figure out how to play around them very well, not grouping up too tight-knit in an area like they sadly did at the Baron.
Yeah, this is where the game got a little bit interesting. I think only having one Drake, wanting to try and accelerate the game, Mad tried to take a big swing here, but ISG had a really good punish to actually take Baron off of all of them. And this is where people definitely started to sweat a little bit if you're an LEC fan. But ultimately, they were able to come out in the end.
Yeah, this Grave started to get scary, but ultimately they'd lock it up. I like you calling out the fact that at that point, or rather that first Drake that we saw go through, was pretty late into the game. And just in general, Jad, I think this keys into something that you expected to take place in this tournament, which is to have game times extend a little bit, particularly given kind of that conversation about how maybe bot lane isn't going to be quite as strong, and so maybe a little bit less focus around the Dragon from the beginning.
It could definitely happen. Niski did so much work in this fight, by the way. That's probably the majority of his damage in the game actually happened in this fight. But 37 minutes, 58 seconds in this one. If the game is being played around top side, but you don't snowball to a 20-minute victory, the game will go very long because Dragon is generally the accelerator for a lot of these games. So only 4 Drakes taken in this one. No one actually approached the Soul. So it could have actually ended up being even longer with how close it looked like it was going to be before Mad won a few clutch team fights to end it out.
Yeah, so while Isurus made him work for it, we saw there on the gold graph, it never slipped entirely out of Mad's control, and they're able to lock up their first best of one here in play. And so big congrats to them, kicking it off on the right foot. Coming up, though, we've got our featured matchup presented by Mercedes. It's EU versus NA, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. It's coming up next. We'll see you here.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. For our first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have a spicy game between Europe and North America. Representing North America, we have the LCS Spring Champions, Evil Geniuses, led by their rookie Jojo.
Now mid lane! Oh, Avagaga! He's in trouble! Jojo with the perfect healing!
They will be facing off against a team that has had to constantly overcome adversity when it comes to international tournaments, Fnatic.
Humanoid misses the abscond and touch as well, but Humanoid dives onto Trippy, that's one! He's looking to make it three, can he make the outplay to win the game? That's two! Humanoid, you absolute monster!
In this opening Mercedes featured matchup, we'll not only get our first glimpse of what the world's meta will develop into, but we'll also see who will strike first between Western rivals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Worlds Play-In. It's time for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes, the classic battle of West versus East. With that being said, or no, just the West, not the East. It's just the two Western regions. These teams will look a little bit different today, though. As we pull up the rosters, we'll start on the Fnatic side of things. It's been quite a bit of the talk within the community, the fact that Fnatic would be playing without their full roster. Lucky to be able to bring in Upset at the final moment, but Hilly still a day behind due to COVID, will be arriving with the team ideally to play on stage tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, like we just saw in the promo, right? Sadly for Fnatic, not really a new situation for them having to lean back on subs coming in. Great that Upset is here, but I think even looking at Fnatic overall, right? Them coming into the year, not only into Summer Split, but with this roster, right? Wonder coming over from G2, Razork coming from Misfits, Humanoid in the mid lane, who was definitely a top 2 mid laner in the LEC last year. I think it's a bit strange how they ended up getting to Worlds, right? They come into Summer, they barely even qualify. I think in their last week, only like 10% of scenarios had them making it, and then they had to go on that 3-series miracle run.
Yeah, they had to basically win all of their games at the end of the regular season, and then they had to win 3 consecutive best-of-5s to get into this spot. They lost their 4th best-of-5, so they weren't the LEC champions, but definitely a sigh of relief to be at the World Championship that immediately gets pulled back in and turns into anxiety when they realize that if they don't win this group, they will then have to win a best-of-5, maybe region kill against Mad Lions, or maybe up against a team like DRX.
They're gonna be the team that kicks out DRX for me, for my prediction.
This game, right, with 4/5 of their intended roster, is likely the most important playing game that they will face.
Yeah, I think that is super important to highlight. The stakes of this matchup, one, because, as we've mentioned, it's a single round robin. So just every matchup matters that much. But because their first matchup is against EG, who most consider to be the other top favorite in this group, winning this one here, trying to secure that 1 seed so you can bypass any of those best-of-5s, they would like a much shorter road to groups than their road was to play-ins, I think.
First place is by far the most important thing in any of these groups, and it's not like EG is all roses either.
Exactly. So while we talk about Fnatic having to play without one of their main starters, it's a similar situation for EG, albeit slightly different.
Yeah.
They had to make this adjustment going into finals weekend regionally here in the LCS. Danny, the AD carry, the sophomore AD carry for Evil Geniuses, stepping down due to mental health reasons, and we had Cowrie slotting in. Now, while they would not pick up the LCS championship, Jat, he had some impressive individual performances in a best-of-5 final situation in front of a crowd as a rookie.
Yeah, his Lucian play was awesome in this series. Once they banned Lucian, he wasn't able to continue. They had about 2 days worth of practice before this, which is going to be the situation Fnatic is in now. So this isn't going to be the EG roster that went 15-3 in Summer Split, but they at least have had more time to try and gel with the new look than Fnatic will have had. But you can see this was a very close competitive series. They actually demolished a couple of games like this one that was on screen. So still very capable. They still have the MVP and Inspired. They still have JoJo. They have Impact. They have so many powerful players.
I also just have some curiosities because, again, as we talk about his Lucian performances being really solid, he was also the player on EG that was more akin to playing picks like Kalista or Draven, and we've seen already from that first pick ban phase, those were the picks that were going straight to the ban table, the ones that people consider to be strong right now. So who knows? This might be a meta suited towards Cowrie. But I love where you're talking, or you're going to the other players around the map, because that is kind of what EG was charged with in losing Danny, was everyone else has to now cover for this hole that is left in the roster. And so I guess the question is, like, when you look at somebody like Inspired, right, a phenomenal player, like what can he bring to the table today? An MVP across both of the regions that are represented here in this matchup.
I feel like his resume just speaks for himself just based off that note, right? He's able to get so much work done, and it's crazy to me because, like, when I watch EG, he's not necessarily the most, like, insane, super aggressive jungler. He's smart. He, like, picks the right moments, knows when to play around, you know, which lanes have prio. Typically, you know, it was a lot around that bottom side. But I feel like Inspired just does such a good job at picking those perfect moments.
First, the wording here is weird. First double major region regular season MVP. Definitely, but that's still a crazy stat.
It is nuts.
Both summer splits going into Worlds. I also got to call out, like, the rest of the team. It's interesting what EG had to do in playoffs, because even when they were playing with Danny in playoffs, they were still playing a different style than they played for the majority of the regular season. So I really want to see how the rest of the team steps up and who they define to be their carry in this. And is it going to be JoJo? You know, is kind of my question, because Impact, while he has had some games where you can play around him with Renekton, is traditionally just such a powerful tank and frontline player, and it would be JoJo's time to shine. He is a player, to me, that seems very unaffected by pressure, right? He definitely has the ability to have a not caring attitude, which is very important when you have all the history and baggage that comes with NA versus EU matchups.
And, you know, I feel like JoJo's just the most exciting player to come out of NA in years, whether it's on the Rift or online.
Or off,
Exactly. The things that he says.
Whether you play Singed and Champions Queue and Trolls people.
I don't think this is the game where we get it, by the way. But I would love it.
I do also want to just give that small highlight to Impact, because I feel like one thing just throughout his career, which I guess something you would know very well, is it feels like internationally, it feels like he does always just, like, step up that little bit more than, like, what you see domestically. So it'd be pretty cool if we do get, you know, Impact maybe with, you know, a bit of a carry look in some games.
We have similar conversations even domestically between regular season and playoffs for Impact, and I've heard Jat talk about it in the past. I mean, especially when you have a player who's with a career as long, you know, as Impact's, like, you have to manage your energy.
Yeah.
Right? And you can't go 100% the whole year. That's where we see issues of burnout. And it does feel like part of Impact's longevity is that he has mastered that equation for himself. It's a different equation for everyone.
Yes.
But he does seem to be able to manage his energy and turn it on in the right moments when there is pressure involved.
You're absolutely right with Impact. So expect good things from Impact. And this is the game to show it, right? Like, he's up against Wonder. It's a very experienced, extremely successful top laner as well. So that's going to be a great matchup to watch.
Now, we kind of talked about a lot of the individuals on EG's side. Let's kind of pull in their matchups entirely. So I'm going to jump back to the jungle here. And while we talk about Inspire, we have to talk about the other side of that matchup in Razork. So, again, this is a two-time MVP across two different regions. How well equipped is Razork, you know, to deal with Inspired?
These stats are crazy to me. When we first saw them.
Well, oh, right. We asked to double check.
Yeah, because Razork stats look better.
They look a lot better.
Especially from this side. And part of this is playoffs, where Inspired was taking more of a back seat and EG wasn't finding as much success. But so much of Fnatic's power comes from the early game success of their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, he won MVP of every series that they won on that miracle run to get here. It really feels like their early game is all in his hands, and it's about him, you know, being able to lead that charge, help transition the mid game, then when Upset can start to pick up the slack. But especially now, when we have things like Graves, like we just saw, Hecarim, which could have a huge impact, it feels like when your defining player is your jungler, that Razork can have a huge impact here.
Yeah, I mean, Hecarim is going to be an interesting, because I could just as easily see EG and Inspired wanting to jump for that. Yeah, those gold differential numbers at 14 is what I'm clinging to. This idea that, I mean, if they were to repeat their averages there, that would be a 300 gold swing just between those two players.
Yeah.
In a sense. But I do wonder, with EG, as we talked about all season long, their ability to team fight and find mid-game answers, right? It was never necessarily about, like, oh, yeah, Inspired's going to run over the early game. That's where I come back to your point about JoJo.
Yeah.
And whether or not he can really find those moments to shine in what is a changing and shifting mid-lane meta, right? Or is he still equipped with the same kind of champions and a champion pool that can 1v5? Let's not forget, they were moments away from busting out of best of fives when he was on picks like Swain.
Yeah.
Flash, smite, steal, and then 1v5ing the fight by, it's just like, can he still do that?
Those NA playoffs were really wild. Yeah, you're giving me flashbacks to when we almost didn't see EG here at all, but you can say the same thing about Fnatic. So the mid lane matchup, JoJo versus Humanoid.
Humanoid, yeah.
If you go back a year, like these are two big offseason acquisitions. Humanoid was the kind of crown jewel of Fnatic's offseason, and I think some of these stats paint their play style fairly well, specifically kill participation. You can say Humanoids looks low, but that's also because they're just not playing through mid, whereas a lot of what EG does is they will play through mid so they can play through sides, whereas Fnatic goes directly to the bot lane in a lot of their games.
Yeah, and I feel like how Humanoid does is going to be such a telling sign for Fnatic at Worlds overall, because I know sentiment in LEC was that, you still see the laning stats are there. He can show up in that 1v1, but finding that impact, especially linking up with Razork or overall with the team, just wasn't really there. So especially if we get into this meta where it is going to be still about playing towards sides, playing towards your jungler, I think it could be a little bit rough for Humanoid, but with the tenure he's had, I think he can pull through.
Yeah, I think obviously his experience is going to be, the thing that kind of helps shift the scales back in his favor. But to your point about what JoJo can get done in the early game, I mean, JoJo himself said it coming off of MSI about what he learned in terms of maybe how the mid lane should be played. And Emily was spouting it all split long, reminding people that this kid is shifting his play style. The spring version of JoJo that we saw is different from the summer version of JoJo, and he very intentionally was trying to move towards that playstyle of getting to the other lanes. That means those CSD numbers are going to drop, where he was a much more dominant laner in spring, far less dominant here in summer, but getting more work done, and that kill participation was rising.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from the MSI experience that EG had. So he played against Caps, Xiaohu, Faker, and he talked about how those players just sacrifice so much of their lane, which is much different than the type of play he experienced playing in the LCS. So they just leave, right? So JoJo just started doing that more in the LCS, is instead of focusing so much on like proving you're the better player and winning every trade, just leave, because sometimes that can be a such larger win than the 3 minions that you're going to get extra from taking a good trade.
It is so peculiar just to think about how the game of League of Legends has evolved and shifted, right?
Yeah.
Because while I would, and I think most people, or a large portion of people, would still argue that like mid lane is the most important role. It's important in a completely different way nowadays than it was maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? It was more about getting to the mid lane, accelerating that player, and letting that player dominate in team fights on picks like Syndra or Orianna, LeBlanc. Nowadays, it's completely the opposite. Still an important role because nothing gets done unless the mid laner, links up with someone to go get it done. But it's not about accelerating the mid laner, typically. It's about accelerating those other lanes.
I think you can probably make that point on a lot of roles. Like the support role even changed. It goes top more depending on the meta than it ever did in the past, right? The AD role is moving up for Rift Herald and leaving their lane. That's changed so many times depending on if you're lane swapping or if Dragon is strong. But currently, I think it's going to be for Rift Herald moves. So it's an evolution. Like the League of Legends that's being played now is so much more refined, actually, than it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Now, just a quick update for people at home. Due to, again, the evolving COVID situation, we're setting up a number of, if not the entire team of Fnatic in COVID isolation rooms, as well as a couple members of EG. And so
there was
the turnaround
a longer
is taking...
update posted on the LoL Esports Twitter account that explains a little bit about why we're facing the delays.
There you go. So check that out if you want more in-depth detail as to what is going on. But again, while we continue to get those PCs and those rooms kind of swapped out, players ready to go, we continue to chat. But I think at this point we can expand out a little bit, not try and beat a dead horse over a matchup that we haven't even seen play out yet in a meta where we've only seen one game.
Versus you, though.
I mean, yeah, it is. And so, okay, well then let's hop to NA versus EU, and specifically EG. Yeah. We referenced the MSI.
The EU representative?
Well, no, I'm saying we talked about EG's experience at MSI, and while this is a different EU team, EG went winless against EU teams, right, at MSI. And so that, again, will probably be a little bit of something. When we talk about mentality, that's something that whether you want to give it credence or not, is gonna be sitting there in the back of your brain. You know, like last time we couldn't even get one off of an EU team. And so, I mean, it's gonna mean a lot for them if they can get it done right away on day one.
Yeah, and you know, again, like there's both teams having the sub, so, but if they can pull out the win, especially I think if they could do it in a different way to where we hit on earlier about, you know, seeing which members from EG, but honestly, I think the argument goes towards Fnatic as well, step up, then that, to me, is where EG can build confidence. If it's not just a JoJo pops off type of game, and it is maybe Impact or someone else stepping up.
When you
just had to put an image to it, right? Yeah, it's just like that's the twist of the dagger right there. Let's talk about how we've talked a little bit about how meta will affect certain roles. I'm actually curious to jump back to Impact, just as a personal curiosity. Again, a player with such a storied career has played, again, won a world championship and has a Jack skin, you know, but probably more recently in his career known for more tanks, right? You know, his ability to team fight, play anything from the Orns to the Shens to the Mords to the Nars, the Maokais, whatever, right? And there has been talk about buffs to Camille, Fiora, things like that. Is this the kind of situation where you'd actually want to see or expect Impact to try and go learn those things, quote unquote, relearn those things, practice those things more, or stick to his guns and be the guy who can continue to absorb that pressure and just outperform other weak side top laners. Be the best weak side top laner in the tournament.
Yeah, I think the style that they play in this game is going to be somewhat revealing of how their practice is going.
Okay. Yeah.
Because when EG was the team that was consistently able to play around Danny, we saw he was very comfortable playing weak side, but in playoffs, he was just playing Aatrox and things that could do a lot of damage. I don't think he would actually ever go to the Camille or Fiora, but if he's playing a high-resource bruiser, Aatrox or Gnar that they're able to play around, then I'd say they actually don't have that much faith or believe the meta is not going to be around bot lane. But then if we do see them playing like a Sejuani flex pick or an Ornn early in the draft, that means things have been going very well for them with Kauri in the bot lane. That's kind of my read on that. He's played both sides so far this year.
Final thoughts here?
I also feel like just coming, like throughout the tournament overall, right, assuming EG can make a run, that we will need to see a bit of diversity come out from him, because going up against LCK or LPL top laners can be very hard. And even looking at Wunder, like Wunder throughout his career has been able to play everything. Thinking back to the Pyke days, I mean, he's pulled out tanks, he's pulled out enchanters, he's pulled out literally everything.
Yeah, I do. I love that the first champ on the list was Pyke. That is so perfect for who knows what we're going to get in this game. I'm told that the players are near readying up, but while they continue getting set up through their COVID isolation setups and while they finish up, we're going to step away. We'll see you on the other side for Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, close, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. Oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. Oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes closed. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to World's Playing. Guess who it is? It's your favorite trio. Hey! Dash, Jad, Lyric. Yeah. As you can see, we're still a little bit delayed waiting for Vulcan to get to his seat. Yeah, I know. We're talking about, look, guys, we're going to come up with some games to play. Tomorrow we'll be a little bit more prepared for delays. We'll have an easel. We can play Hangman. We were talking about getting the telestarter out. We didn't have enough time to move it into position. So where do we want to go? You got more thoughts? I know you got a lot of thoughts.
Okay.
You had a whole 11 thoughts this week.
One of them,
just the whole week, you had 11 thoughts.
11 thoughts for the start of Worlds. One of them is how different the play-in format now is and how unforgiving it is now. So there are layers of forgiveness in the play-in format. Let's say like 5 years ago, they used to call it the International Wildcard Tournament.
Right.
Which basically meant anyone that had a major region designation literally wasn't allowed to play in that tournament.
Yes.
So it guaranteed some teams that were not in a major region would make it through to the group stage. It's evolved a few times over the years. Now some regions have gotten 4th seeds added. In fact, 3 of them, they're all in this tournament. And now there are actually 4 group stage slots available for 5 major region teams and what they now call non-major regions, emerging regions, playing regions, whatever you want to designate them. So
7 other teams.
So it's absolutely brutal for these teams to try and make it through. So it's not guaranteed whatsoever that Fnatic or EG make it through. And the reason we talk about the #1 seed being so important in this group, #1 seed auto-qualifies.
Yeah.
If you're not first, it actually doesn't really matter how messy it gets because you can get all the way down to 4th to guarantee yourself chances at best of 5s. So after this single round robin is played through once, you're going to have a best of 5 between the 3rd seed and the 4th seed of each of these 6-team groups. So as long as you're not bottom 2, you're not eliminated right away.
Right.
And then 3 will cross-play 2 between Group A and B. So if you're not first, it's actually a little bit of an experimentation. But for this game in particular, as the 2 group favorites, EG and Fnatic, it actually does mean the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, so basically in older formats for play-ins, the round robin, your placement in the round robin was more important. You had to be higher to still be alive in terms of BO5s to play through. Nowadays, you have more leniency in your best of 1 performance, but then you have to play possibly, 2 grueling best of 5s. And that's where I think there are almost less elements of safety for emerging region teams, because generally we look at best of 5s and we say that's actually where major region teams should succeed. When you give them the benefit of at least 3 games, right? You can't just get upset a single time and be out. You kind of have that extra room to work with. And so, it is. It's an interesting evolution of the format. I'm going to be very curious to see how it all plays out. And I think it does leave some interesting... I mean, just the fact alone that one of those 5 major region teams isn't going to make it through is making a lot of people wonder who's it going to be. And we took some bets on that.
It's kind of funny, too, because even though, like, the best of 1s are kind of now more forgiving, at the same time, it feels like getting first seed is even more important. Having so many major region teams, because it's like, again, do you want to have to play best of 5 against RNG, DRX, Fnatic? Like,
no, it's weird to think about, especially when you just think about this group, right? And how we talk about these 2 teams that are about to play are considered the 2 favorites. But I'm actually worried for the 2nd seed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. Is like I think both of these teams are essentially equally capable of getting the first seed, but whoever just doesn't get it, I'm actually concerned, does not make groups anymore. And that is pretty wild to say, that you can finish top 2 in your group, but really not have a great shot at making it.
So, like, predicting games is one thing. Predicting which team doesn't make it out.
Well, I said DRX. I already predicted.
You don't think DRX is making it?
That was my.
That was your 50-50.
That
Oh,
was
it's
the
true.
thing. Yeah, true.
Because I was saying, it's a very specific scenario where I think Mad is going to beat them out for the 2nd seed.
Okay.
So DRX is going to be the 3rd seed in their group. They will win the 3 versus 4 seed best of 5.
And then lose to one of these teams.
But they will lose to one of these 2 teams in the best of 5. So I'm just predicting that a 50-50 chance. It was my 50% prediction, but in 50% of cases, I think they'll drop a best of 5 to either EG or Fnatic.
Yeah, but your other point I want to reiterate is this group is easy. Group A is easy for the 1st seed, but it is actually worse for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
Because the crossplay is likely DRX Mad.
Exactly.
Or because it's best of 1s, you might be in a best of 5 against RNG. Like, Death could pop off, win 1 game against RNG, DRX's 1st seed, RNG suddenly has to have a best of 5. So, in some ways, it's actually better to be in B if your ultimate goal is to make it to.
That's true.
True.
Yeah. Honestly, again, even like leaning back on teams like Saigon Buffalo, right? Whether you're Saigon Buffalo, you're Mad, you're DRX, like. And again, like, it would be hard to beat whether it's EG, Fnatic, whoever in a best of 5, but still a lot better than looking down your own group. So, again, the thing I love about Group A is anyone on this list of teams, I mean, if Fnatic or EG or whoever drop 1 game, Loud now can get out. You know, Beyond Game can now make it through. And it feels like that's what's really exciting, especially after coming off that game 1 where Izurus did have that fight.
Dead FM, right? Coming off of last year, the furthest they've ever gone in the tournament. Yes, they're starting in play-ins here, so they're going to have to do a lot of work to even get back to that point of last year. But, I mean, that's another team you don't want to overlook.
Well, yeah, they actually did straight up win their group last year.
Yeah.
Over Cloud9. So I think I'm actually a little remiss for not mentioning them at all. We've been done nothing but talk about Fnatic and EG as favorites. Literally, both these teams are playing currently without one of their starters from Summer Split. DFM went 18-2, I think maybe 19-2. 3-0 finals, have been to Worlds or MSI almost every single year.
Yeah, they don't make a habit of losing.
Yeah, they're a real threat in this group as well. Okay,
I saw some clapping, but okay, go ahead.
You ready?
No, I don't think so just yet.
You predicted DRX to not make it out of
Yes.
the play-in phase.
Who's your pick?
Well, it's 3 p.m. PST.
Yeah.
Which makes it, I'm not very good at math, late in Europe.
Yeah, like midnight. I think it's about 9 hours.
So normally, like, you say anything negative about an LEC team on a Worlds broadcast, they're like the only ones awake.
Right.
So they can flood a bunch of negative comments.
Exactly.
Maybe that dynamic's changed.
Yeah.
Fnatic's not going to make it out.
So are you gambling on EU gamer bedtimes right now?
A little bit.
You think they all went to bed during this delay? I think you played yourself.
They have 5 players in isolation rooms.
That's true.
Right? They haven't actually scrimmed hardly at all.
Not really. Nope, because people in transit.
Yeah, Hilly's on a plane right now. Upset just got off a plane. Like, the odds are stacked against them. They almost didn't qualify for here. All those compounding factors, I think, make it more likely that they would be the ones left out.
So, we have LEC fans, we have Loud fans. What other fan bases?
Well, how many fan bases can Jap piss off on day number 1?
No, you can pull a trifecta here. You think Loud is going to make it out.
Yeah.
Which was one of your 90-50
Yeah,
10s.
so then who are they
So now
keeping
you have to tell me 2 major region teams that
that's
aren't going to
true.
make it.
Look.
Yeah.
I want to triple down. I want to tell you 3
Okay.
major region teams.
Okay, let's go.
So you know what? We're gonna go with DRX.
Yes.
I'm with James.
You have no faith in Deft.
I love Deft. Actually, DRX, in my mind, Chronicle will argue, are the 5th LPL team because they have 3x LPL players. But still, sorry, you're not making it through. EG, you know what? It's just not your year. 0-6 against G2 at MSI. Maybe they do the same thing here. And then, you know, Fnatic are Mad. We'll lose Mad. Fnatic can stay. Well, you know, we have Wonder, we have Hilly. We're doing fine. And that way, we can make every other major region mad.
You guys have the world champion, the MSI champions. You want a 5th seed now by drafting DRX into the LPL?
Ask for the 5th seed.
Oh, it was given on
DRX just picked up Ian and Zeka and Deft.
All right, well, hey, I'm actually rooting for that now because I just want to see that wild prediction come true and the chaos of
it would make group stage like more traditional though in terms of the major regions versus non-major regions. So maybe it happens.
All right, there you have it. A little bit of I don't know what I would even call it. Speculation. That's a great word for what we just did. We speculated for some time. We're going to hand it over to the casters. Players are still doing final checks and getting into positions, but just for a fresh perspective on this matchup, right back over to Captain Flowers and Mark.
Yo, thank you very much, Dash. I don't have anything smart to say, but we do have somebody who does. Welcome to Goldberg for the TriCast.
Happy to be here and happy to share some EU culture with you guys. What you're currently experiencing, from where I come from, is what we call a Fnatic pause. So usually before a game, it's going to be a longer pause, and we might be here for a while, but sit back, enjoy it. It's part of the process.
I mean, EG or no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember the TSM pause? EG was pausing away left and right. Vulcan was talking about it afterwards. It was tactical pauses just to tilt the TSM fan base. So both these teams are masters of the pause meta. We're going to have to see who's able to come out ahead after trying to mentally damage the other one.
And if we wait long enough, Hylissang might actually be able to play.
Right. Maybe that's the ultimate strategy here. The final Fnatic pause.
He's going to parachute in?
Yeah. Plane to land. Yeah.
I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy for it.
So we obviously are bringing Goldberg on to be the EU representative, so I can be as unbiased as I want to, or biased as I want to. As biased as I am. Yeah. As I
fanboy.
I don't need to pretend anymore.
Yeah.
So there's two angles to this, because like the competitive side is you're disappointed that Hylissang's not here yet. There's all these issues that they're going through with them having to all play in different rooms right now. They're not all on stage together. You talk about Upset coming in late, not having a ton of time to practice. That's the really nice competitive angle of like, man, that sucks. And you want to beat teams at their best to prove that you're actually better than them. I say we take those, all right? If you're EG, you're trying to get out group, you're trying to get out seed one. This is the one time they're going to play each other. This is maybe the weakest Fnatic is going to be in terms of prep. This is when you take them down.
So what happens when we win?
Then we look like just garbage.
No, we blame the event.
Okay, the classic. We've heard of it before, for sure.
Yeah, so that's the NA angle, I think, right now, is we take those.
I mean, the EU angle I have is the fact that you get Rocks coming in. It's not the first time we get a European Regional League player coming in, and I think I'm quite lucky as well. I've actually casted the guy for a year at least, so I think it's going to be great if a guy can come in from a secondary league in Europe and still pair up with the NA guys. I'm here for the fight. I'm here for the war of the substitutes.
I mean, we've also had Fnatic having some rough goes at Worlds in terms of luck last year as well, having to bring in some substitutes last minute. So, they're used to it. This is something they've had to go through a couple times.
All right. Let's go ahead and piss off everybody in theme with what the desk was doing earlier.
Wow.
So, looking at Fnatic's history as an organization, one of the most storied orgs in competitive League of Legends.
Yes.
Was the Season 1 championship a world championship?
Oh my God, you're going to throw this hot potato at me?
Yep.
I can't.
What do you think, Mark?
Okay, so
I'm throwing you under the bus.
Doing this.
What do you think?
All right, I will say it is the furthest format that ever existed from the Worlds from Season 2 onwards. The gap from Season 1 to Season 2 in terms of format changes, it was double elim actually back then. It was best of threes in the lower bracket. China and Korea did not attend, so they're not much regional representation, whereas Season 2 started to go closer to the regular format. You could make the case it's the furthest away. Fnatic fans don't hate me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing how many fans. We're starting a conversation on Twitter, Mark.
You're trying to get me flamed.
Listen here.
This is the worst.
I'll make it easy for you instead, Mark. Shall I? I think I will. It doesn't count. Like, who looks back at the first championship and goes like, exactly, I'll be the first one to throw it out there. Who cares?
It's like that meme image, with the guy over the sleeping baby getting, shot in the back. So
yeah.
Alan Goldberg is protecting me right now.
Yeah, he's trying to save you from all the angry fans. I mean, they didn't get World Championship skins either until later on, right? Those skins
sucks.
Oh my God, dude, Goldberg takes no prisoners.
Dude, that's back when the World Championship skins were like, here's Mundo in a t-shirt. Instead of like...
No, you don't trash talk that one. He go bonk. And if he goes bonk, then that's a good thing.
You like the bonk? I like the Jax trophy bonk.
Yeah, but that's also bonk.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I was always a fan of the bonk. The trophy thunk, thunk, thunk noise, it adds a lot of character.
You know those memes where it's like satisfying for my male audience or something like that? I feel like that's just like those bonk things. It's like the most weirdest things, but it just makes sense,
Oh, like the lady at the computer who's just like, gamers only want one thing, and it's they only have one like fantasy, and it's this, and it's just the bonking noise.
Exactly. It's like going to a beach with a shovel and just digging a hole.
Yeah, just unleashing your inner golden retriever. No, I'm down for that.
I am lost. You two are having a little moment here. I don't know what you guys.
You've never just gone to the beach with a shovel, dug a hole? Builds character. Mark, haven't you ever seen the movie?
This is LA.
Starring
The
Shia
beach is
LaBeouf?
nearby. I know what we're doing on an off day, Mark. We're getting shovels and we're going to the
Not
beach.
me, man. I'm pasty. I stay indoors.
Okay, we'll bring sunscreen.
Yeah.
No.
So that,
The
like,
sun is my enemy.
SPF 150.
Umbrella.
No. All right, on the skins line for Worlds, what's your favorite year for skins? Do you have one that where you're like, this line killed it?
I am ambivalent. Skarner is in none of them.
I think it's IG.
One day Sansara might win a world championship. You might get that. And I first set 2017, but I actually agree with you. Like 2019 ING, all of them slaps. The only thing I think that like is a bit off is that in face, they all look the same. So if you just show me their face, I'm like, is that LeBlanc? Is that Fiora? Is that Camille? Is that Kaiser? I don't know. But they look sick.
They look sick. The SKT Jin, when he ults and he gets the wing.
Oh, the wings. The wings
one's
are
pretty dope.
badass. I really like the wings on him. It just makes it feel that much cooler because you get the crescendo of the music as the wings come out. It feels very cinematic, right?
Yeah.
Like it sort of matches up for the hype of the world skin and everything like that. But you know what I would pay for, Mark, now that I thought about it, Riot Games, I know you're out there, I know you're listening right now. I want to pay RP to make any champion make a bonk noise when they hit somebody. I want to pay
like
1,000
RP
RP or whatever to attach a bonk to Skarner.
You should be an entrepreneur.
Oh, have you ever heard my idea for Trucker Ornn?
No.
This is a $1 million idea. Riot Games, listen up. So it's Ornn, but he wears a trucker hat.
Yeah.
His Q, it has a 50-50 chance. This is a legendary skin. We go all out for this. It summons either a traffic cone or a stop sign. When he charges at it with his E, it makes slamming on the brakes tire noises. His W is a burp, and when he summons it all, it goes honk honk, and it's a big semi that just like runs over everybody and smacks them. And then when he does his little like bonkety I'm building an item thing, he gets on the CB radio and he's like 10-4, good buddy, I need some
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I've been trying to pitch this like indirectly on my streams and on Twitter and stuff for like years now. And
I mean,
So you
Twitter,
figured
get
now
it
is
happening.
time
Get it trending.
I'm doing it
Hashtag
now.
trucker
We've
on.
got time.
On the World's broadcast.
Yes.
I have to say also, the entire time you've been talking, you have a star stuck to your chest from the confetti. I don't know if it's coming through on camera, but it's insanely distracting
word.
anytime you're
Oh,
trying
that's
to talk.
fantastic. No, I'm keeping that.
Okay, you're keeping it?
I'm going to keep that. And while we figure out what's going on over here with the star, we're tossing to a break. Players are still readying up. We're stepping away. We'll see you back soon.
They cut off our combo.
I could go on.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Welcome back, everybody. It's still not game time, but we're still having a good time here at the caster desk.
No one be fooled. Just because you see us, we're still solving some issues.
Yeah, we're having a good time. Goldberg just realized the way that I do my notes. I like to go old-fashioned. We handwrite them. And
what's it on the back of?
An old COVID test. I'm not going to show it because it has my address on there, and we know how Twitch chat can be.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't actually have any real paper, so I wrote half of the teams down on this one.
And what have you got, Mark?
For class today, I have very nicely printed notes. I'd say I have the names, the most played champions, some storylines, some.
You're the kid who reminds a teacher we had homework.
Yeah,
Mark.
Well, if I did it. There's a lot of times I didn't do the homework.
Okay.
But if I did it, I'm getting credit. I swear to God.
You're okay. All right. At least you're going with sunk cost fallacy there when you're dragging everybody else down with you. But yeah, I got a whole page, a whole column about Fnatic here.
That's an A+ in my book. If you handed that in and I was your teacher,
dude,
you show grit. You show heart. There's no way.
An apple as well. Just shine it up there.
There's no way you didn't do that on the bus on the way to school with whatever scraps of paper you could find.
No, I 100% did. Back when I was
kind of curious about the hair. Go on, just keep your conversation going. I'm just curious.
I mean, I was also kind of like a little out of it when I wrote all these because I didn't get a whole lot of great sleep, so some of the words aren't spelled right. Just don't worry about it a whole lot.
Would they have been spelled right if you had slept well?
Maybe. I mean, we're never going to know. We're not in that timeline, Mark. It's like Doctor Strange.
Slammed by jet lag, so it's like I can actually see it. You know, my jet lag and your fussiness, it's just mixing together and actually read it.
Yeah, see, we're building synergy before the game starts.
Were you good in school, Goldberg?
I like to be like, I feel like as a kid, I was like, yeah, primary is so easy. But then again, every kid was like, I used to be good in school until I went to university. It's like, nah, mate, it was just easy in the beginning. And then it got hard and you just didn't care enough.
It scales up.
I like it.
Yeah, does that actually stick?
But the people who can't currently see what's happening right now, we're getting temporary tattoos with what is it? Confetti stars in the face of Captain Flowers.
Yeah. I'm just seeing how many of these I can stick on my face.
You still got the chest one there. I respect the commitment to
we're keeping the chest one.
I called it out, and you're like, great.
Every 5 minutes that goes by, Captain Flowers will put another star on his face.
Oh, it's just like when you get school, when you have like a good assignment.
Oh, you can right. There you go.
You got 1 star on there.
Hey, I'll have you know, I went and looked in social media during the break, and everybody was loving Trucker Orn. So I'm giving myself so many gold stars as a reward for Trucker Orn.
That's what happens.
Wow,
can you imagine if this wasn't 3 p.m. PST, if this was middle of the night and you were
I would have
more unhinged?
I would have way more stars already.
I am at that sleep schedule.
Yeah,
I am jet lagged. This is the middle of the night for me.
I lost some of my stars.
Goldberg's just going to be screeching in the middle of the game, not even casting.
I'm here for this one game, and I'll be back later for the last 4 games. Like, by the end, when we reach that 8th game, I'm not going to be functioning.
If
I'm not
you pass
human.
out, I'll be around. I'll swap back in with,
nice.
if you need a break.
I mean, it's a good thing we're sponsored by Red Bull.
You know when's your assignment? Are you doing casting tomorrow?
Nah.
I was gonna say, because if this keeps up, maybe we'll just do it straight into the next set. You know, just keep rolling. 24-hour broadcast.
Just don't sleep.
24-hour broadcast.
Yeah, we just keep rolling into day 2.
That was how it was back in the day. Who remember like the curse house where they just like had a camera going? Or just like you could just always see what was happening.
You saw some. There's a lot of things happened that probably shouldn't happen on camera. With
really? I didn't know that.
A lot of arguments that were.
This is
just a lot of arguments.
This is back when you were at Curse, wasn't it, Mark?
No, this is pre-me.
Oh, this is all right. This is
the 24-hour cams with like elements and St. Vicious having some legendary fights. There's been a lot of legendary pauses as well. People talk about the season 2 pause where Silver Scrapes actually became like the meme. It was 8 hours, I believe.
I can't believe we didn't all just hate it because it kept playing, but all of us was just like collectively like, yeah, this is great.
No, I definitely hated it in the 8 hours.
You watch your mouth.
But Mark, you have done the most famous reprise of the song worldwide.
If I told you I did that ironically.
I mean, of course you did, but people accepted it unironically.
Yeah.
They loved you for what you were, Mark.
It's a piece of art.
Have you ever?
Can you do something meaningless and give it meaning? That's what you did.
Yeah,
that's quite beautiful, really.
That's a beautiful way to think about it. I think about it peaking in life already, like the way high school jocks wear their Letterman jacket.
I don't know.
Like
I'm not. You'll tell me. I'm not American.
Maybe this is an American reference, but like.
Well, that's okay. We got to teach Goldberg about the American stuff.
I mean, and the idea transcends. This is just like the American stereotype version of it. Is like the jock that was like the coolest guy in high school. That's.
I've seen Grease.
Yeah. It's like those people who peak in high school. That's like me in my career with my Silver Scrapes rendition. I don't think I'll ever do anything more renowned than that. So
I mean,
it's all
art
downhill.
is also tragedy. So
It's all downhill from here, Mark.
Yeah, I'm going
That's really
trending down.
That's your outlook on life?
Actually,
Just skiing down the slope, hope you don't hit a tree. That's
just I'm just vibing, dude. I didn't say that.
well, I mean, you're saying it's all downhill. That's all. You ever play that old that computer game where you were a skiing dude, but you couldn't? Like,
Oh,
eventually
dude, that is a throwback.
The abominable snowman would eat you. I remember playing that.
How old
when
are
I
you,
was,
Goldberg?
Like 6 years old.
how old are you guys?
31.
32.
I'm 23.
Okay, yeah. So
Fit right in.
he probably didn't play the abominable.
You're a
snowman.
boomer
So
sandwich.
we had slope.
Two boomers.
We had slope. You went to a website online. You just played slope. You just kept that going in the back of class.
You ever play Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing or Number Cruncher?
Mavis Bacon's typing simulator. Yes, I remember that.
Can we get older person on the desk? Please teach me about it then.
All right, so back in the day, they were
Yes.
just adding computers to schools for the first time.
Yes, it was great.
And they didn't want games on there, but they would put in educational software that could be games, like Math Blaster and Number Cruncher
Wow.
and Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. And that's what you would do is
Is
you
it
would
Beacon?
Was it Bacon or Beacon?
I thought it was Bacon.
Dude, this is some Mandela effect right here.
Yeah. Which
Oh,
reality
brother.
actually happened, Mark?
Let's get a Twitch poll going. Anyone in any mods in the Twitch chat right now want to
Hook us up.
get a poll going?
We won't be able to tell what it is. Like, we don't have Twitch chat even available.
Someone can put it in the prompter eventually someday.
Oh, wait, that's true. Yeah, we can do that. So, yeah, Mavis Bacon. Did you ever? So the one I remember in high school, they had like one set of computers. I think it was in like the accounting classroom or something. You could just play whatever browser games you wanted.
Dude, Tron was my game.
I was playing Bloons Tower Defense.
Yes, everyone did that.
I was playing like Bowman 2, where I played so much Bowman 2, I caused the computer to crash. I took that as like a mark of pride. Oh, it's Beacon, not Bacon.
That's what they said in the prompter.
Yeah, that's what the prompter
Yeah, but did you
says.
Google it or did you Twitch chat it? Because the question was it a Mandela effect? Did everyone think it was bacon? Because maybe
Yeah.
you could still be right, Ham Flowers.
I just want to be right in the eyes of the community, and bacon sounds cooler. That's what I'm worried about.
This is the dichotomy of man.
Perception is reality.
You want to be right in the general sense with the community. I want to be objectively right.
I just want you to know I've checked out of this conversation.
That's totally
Let's check you
fair.
back
Like-
in. What do you want to talk about, Goldberg? Anything
Yeah,
in life?
I'm really better at bouncing on ideas. I'm not really the guy who's just coming up.
What have
on
you
it.
eaten in America so far?
Yeah, what do you got?
You said you've been to America, but this is your first time working for broadcast. Have you been to LA before?
No, this is my first time in LA. So so far I went to McDonald's.
Pog?
Yeah, I got 20 chicken nuggets.
Is it different in Europe now? Can you compare the two?
I was actually surprised because those nuggets were so small. I am sure there's a scheme going where these nuggets are just not as big as they would be where I come from.
EU has like Mondo nuggets?
They're not Mondo. We're talking like maybe like 5 millimeters, bigger. But
You're
it
gonna have to
matters
put-
when
you're
you
gonna
have
have to put
20
that in
of them.
freedom units for me, bud.
Wait, okay, well, somebody help me out here. I don't know freedom
It's
units.
like this much bigger, he's saying, in Europe?
Yeah, that's about right.
Just a smidge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little
All right.
smidge.
All right.
I will say, when you hear that, America's food options are usually quite large, I can see that being disappointing that you come to get the nuggets and
I went to Starbucks as well. Got a nice coffee because I
Pog.
was jet lagged and it was warm outside. I love autumn and I love Worlds. And Worlds to me means like I go outside,
brisk weather,
I'm blasted with cold air. I'm in my hoodie and I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
this is great.
Chilly
I go to
cozy.
LA and it's like 28 of actual degrees outside and it's just humid and it just feels like a summer vacation rather than me getting ready for Worlds.
So you're not in the mood.
Maybe I will be, but I mean, there's a little poor stopping it so far, isn't there?
I'm going to get a lot of
It's going to be winter by the time this pod.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You're going to get your.
Oh,
nice,
you're going to
cool
feel
breezy.
LA
New
winter.
Christmas in LA.
Yeah, it's like 60 degrees.
Yeah,
It'll be freezing.
LA winter is pretty much like the end of summer when it starts to cool down everywhere else in the world.
Are you more cultured than us? Can you do the conversions? If I say 60 degrees, you just look at me and roll your eyes? Yeah.
No.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Maybe we can get it in the
learns to
prompter.
communicate.
I think I'm going to piss off a lot of people that don't
I
live
feel
in
like
America
that
with
might
this
be the sentence that will say the most today, just from the analyst desk in here.
It probably is. It probably is. But so here's the thing. I'm honestly down with most metric measurements, right? Like meters, millimeters, all that makes sense. Liters, milliliters, everything's cool. Like it's stacking
There's a
up.
reason.
It's tens by tens by tens.
Yeah.
But then Celsius, man, is just it's made up. It doesn't make any sense.
Ferret.
No.
Okay, wait.
Flowers, I'm going to disagree.
No, I don't
So,
like Celsius.
What is
Celsius
the
doesn't make no
freezing?
sense.
What is the freezing temperature? Where is that level in Fahrenheit?
32.
Why?
Why?
I don't know.
What's the boiling point?
I don't know.
It's 100. That's how they do it for
It's
Celsius.
Oh, well, what's the Fahrenheit one?
I don't even know. It's
See,
like 365
and
or something.
the freezing is 0
days in a year.
The freezing one is 0. Everything makes sense with
All right,
Celsius.
and here's what I'll say as well for Goldberg's point as well. It's closer to Kelvin's, which scientifically, as a big nerd, sir, do you not know
Kelvin
Kelvin's?
was a guy in my high school math class.
But that is what you are actually like absolute 0 and all that stuff with Kelvin's. Celsius is basically just shifted to make this 0 to 100 thing work. But it's the same numbers in terms of its scale. It's just that Kelvin's is the like closer science.
And who says you don't get analysis under a post? There you go.
Dude, I can talk. I'm not going to go down my science rabbit holes.
You got some of those like potion bottles, like beakers and stuff?
No.
Beacons? You mean bacon?
No, oh yeah, sorry.
I just watch YouTube videos and then pretend I know what the hell I just watched and repeat it, and then everyone's just like, what? And I'm like, I don't know either, man.
Dude, that's one of the best ways to come across as smart. You just know random facts that other people don't know. Everybody always thinks that they're like, wow, Captain Flowers really knows his scar. And I'm like, no, bro, this champion has one mechanic, and I happen to know the mechanic.
Flip!
It's a butt twist, Mark.
I can't even get
flip.
that right.
He can't flip. He has no dash.
He has a 4-second stun combo.
Goldberg, favorite champion. Go.
Thresh.
Por qué?
I mean, I feel like as a support player, he gets you the most value. It's so roundabout as a kid.
He's a Chad support.
Yeah.
But if you're bad at him, you look just awful. But if you're good at him, you're a hero.
That's where I was going to go, is you have to be good.
Yeah, and I think Pyke is the second one. I was actually matched in my recent Clash game against Holy Phoenix, who's on Wildcats.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, and I
gapped him?
so sad I don't have recordings because I 2v2 killed him down in that bot lane on my Pyke. Yeah, but I lost the game.
We should sub you in, man. Get down to Mexico City. Play some games.
It's like I'll say this right now. He was up in the tower all the time and did just not respect him. He's like, I'm playing against this D1. I can't say that one. Can you say dog? This D1 dog? Is that
Scrub? Dog?
Scrub?
I don't know.
Noob.
Dog
yeah,
water.
D1 noob.
People
So
say
he's
dog
just
water,
all in the face. Yeah, he was disrespecting. Like, I got him hooked on the tower one time and he died. So
wait, you said you were smurfing on him. You killed him once after he was
two times.
Okay.
Actually, the first one was insane, but Riot, when you patch the client, you can't go back and grab your old replay files.
Oh, yeah.
So I lost it.
That's always the worst.
Yeah, convenient for my
dude, I was smurfing on
explanation.
Doublelift too, but the VOD's gone.
I know, right?
That's a darn shit.
The funniest thing that happened was like right when Earth mode came out for the first time.
It was good.
It was.
It's still good.
It's
right?
still good, but
Yeah,
like back then, this is not about the mode. More just like I was playing with a bunch of people in house at Curse, and we were queued up into like other high elo people because it uses. I think it used your normal MMR. So I played into Turtle on Earth mode with he was on Ezreal, and it was just like literally impossible to hit him with an ability. And all of his Qs felt like they were locked on. This is when
Point and click.
Yeah, he had 4 accounts in top 10 back in the day. Like Turtle was an absolute monster. And I played into him. I don't even remember what I was playing, but I just died as soon as I got within a screen of him.
I remember getting dumpstered by Nakne when he was in EU.
Ooh, that's a throwback right there.
Yeah, he played Jay's mid. And my God, that was like when Koreans came to EU and you played solo queue. My God, there is a big difference.
Okay, so I don't know if I should say this at the risk of a caster curse, but currently all 10 players are in the lobby in the correct positions.
Some guy in the live thread says, I feel like we're at a high school lunch table. I take that as a compliment.
I mean,
Thanks,
yeah.
This guy. I work with that. Why is League getting advertised on my favorite podcast? It's pretty clever.
Yeah, I get that. You guys want to start a podcast after today?
I mean,
I only have like 3. Why not do one more?
Yeah, there you go.
Do you have a podcast?
I don't have any podcast.
Okay, so here's what we do. Our podcast will become superior to his, and he'll come crawling back and back to be part of our program.
And then Mark will become the superior podcast, and then you will leave the other ones.
Assimilate me through osmosis.
Yeah. You ever watch that movie when you
Wait, is that music?
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on.
Wait,
they're playing us out.
Don't you toy with my heart. Don't you do it, game.
Head referee, game is starting. Oh my God, we're champ select!
Holy shit! Let's go, baby!
It's League of Legends! Game 2 of Worlds!
Rock and roll! It's time for some gaming, my friends! Finally, we get Evil Geniuses and Fnatic going head-to-head. The draft has begun!
Oh boy, finally, we'll see how this game goes. We got Goldberg here to represent Fnatic, me for EG. We're gonna see who's going to take the first game in the rivalry.
Alrighty, Goldberg, what are we expecting to see out of the draft here from the Fnatic side? What do you want to see from these guys?
I think it's going to be really curious because after playoffs, I think a lot of people had different expectations as to what Humanoid was going to perform on. He looked really good on the Sylas.
Yeah.
Sylas is still okay, but might not be the same kind of priority you went for back then. And it's also just a bot lane meta. You can still see that champions are being prioritized against the likes of Upset here. But looking at what we saw in our first game, it was all about the junglers when it came to first pick. Now we're still picked up. So I think teams are still figuring out what they really want to do.
All right, so let's check in at least what the bans are looking like here in the first half. Hecarim, Akali, Ornn banned out by Fnatic. Evil Geniuses remove Kalista and Yuumi. A little bit of time left to go on that third one. What is the final of the first half going to be? Sejuani banned away.
Seems like a lot of Sejuani bans coming through. The Hecarim as well. Big respect ban to Inspired. Even back when he was in Europe, winning the LEC MVP, it was a lot of Hecarim-type champions.
And just instantly a first pick Aatrox coming through from Wunder. Wunder that actually had to play a lot of weak side most recently in a lot of the games that he was playing. So it's really curious to see that this is what they opt in for immediately. A champion that I'm expecting to see at some point will be that Maokai in the top lane as well. He's become super strong for tanks to play against also.
And hey, look at that being hovered right there. The Caitlyn that we saw banned out earlier. I know this is a champion that's been getting a lot of attention in Champions Queue as well. It makes it through the first phase with only one marksman ban focused on that Kalista. This is going to be the first lock into the tournament for Cowrie.
And that's a big part of it, is the fact that Cowrie is the sub coming in, instantly giving a champion that you have to play around. You know, Caitlyn, for the longest time, is you push waves, you make sure you have prio, you make sure you have vision, so you can kind of go this fast push. You want to obliterate turrets, and you want to have a lot of tempo in the game. Even with the buffs that came through, that's still kind of her identity.
And it's really curious to see now as well that Graves will be the champion locked in here. Graves is usually one of these junglers that he doesn't facilitate lanes. Lanes are trying to facilitate him. Yeah. For the longest time, that was the style that Razork wanted to play, but he couldn't play in this team. So the fact that you currently see him be on the Graves means that Fnatic also needs to show now that it's not just Razork on a Poppy or something facilitating that needs to help you like he did in playoffs. Now you need to give him the resources as well.
Yeah, they were the highest goal difference at 15 in playoffs for LEC. They were up over 1,000, around 1,200, and a lot of that felt like both Upset being an absolute god on Lucian, as well as Razork's really good early ganks. The fact that you're on this Graves will mean that it's a bit of a different style.
Alrighty, so we've got the Graves, the Victor, the Aatrox, the top half of the map, drafted for Fnatic. On the other side, things are very different. They've got the Sylas, and then Caitlyn Lux, one of those long-range, really oppressive bottom lanes that likes to take control really early.
Yeah, and it's usually a lane that wants to be able to have the push on you. That's why you also see champions like Karma be banned out, because you can actually contest the wave push coming in. But it's also a lane that dictates the style of where the team wants to play. You want to break open the first turret and move around. So they need to make sure that they're containing the bot lane of Fnatic, which arguably is also the strongest side of Fnatic too. Misfortune, who's been a strong champion, is still left open. Aphelios, who's also starting getting some play, is also there. So I still feel like Upset has tools, but it's definitely EG bringing out a power pick down with this bottom lane duo.
Alrighty, so the bans are done. It's two junglers banned out by Fnatic, both the Lee Sin and the Jarvan. They want to shut down some of Inspired's early playmaking. Meanwhile, with EG, you already touched on the Karma, but getting rid of that Nautilus, if we're looking at the champions on Fnatic so far, there's really no engage here, so they want to stop that from being a possibility.
That's what I was about to say, is right now they don't really have any engage or lockdown CC. You're going to expect probably that to come from Rux, but that's a huge burden to put on a young guy coming in to be the sub, be the primary engage into a Caitlyn Lux lane, where a lot of those engaged champions will lose early on unless you get like really nasty gank set up.
I feel like you just lock in the MF Leona here. You say lane is going to be a little bit insufferable, but we don't have a lot of choice. We need that extra engage, and having that classic lockdown is really good, because even though Lux and Caitlyn are shoving you in, if one member makes an overextension, Leona will just lock you down, and you force the Caitlyn to grab that cleanse instead of a combat summon spell instead.
Exactly, and there it is. Misfortune Leona locked in to finish off the Fnatic composition. Now EG took Viego as their first pick of the second half of the draft. This has been becoming more popular in Champions Queue recently as well. We've been seeing quite a few picks of this, and now I'm just curious, what is that last pick for Evil Genius?
If they want to continue playing around the range, they could just grab a GP or something along those lines, but going in with the Renekton, you have something that actually contests the Aatrox in lane.
Yeah, so you have this triple melee topside with this perma-shoving bot lane for EG here. The Aatrox was a bit of a problem for a lot of teams in playoffs in North America, how people responded to it. Could you play the Fiora, for example, as a counter pick? A lot of people couldn't. And so for Impact to take the Renekton, obviously a great matchup for the Renekton, but still one that you have to play well, because if you ever start falling behind, it can be tough.
Exactly. So, with the compositions finished now, I want to ask both you guys. Goldberg, I'm going to start with you and with Fnatic. How do you want to see them play this?
You feel good?
I feel good.
You like it? I feel better.
Yeah, oh, you do?
Ooh.
Okay, well, you know, from the side of Fnatic, it's not the same kind of kiting we're going to get from Upset, you know, but I think they still have tools. And when you're playing a champion like Leona, back in the day, that was Rock's most played champion. So while the level is new to him, he's still on comfort and still seeing how he can play around ground spacing and have someone to play for. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that Razork might get invaded with the opponent having power lanes from that bot lane.
For me, if I'm looking at it as a North American fan, I saw how crazy the early games were for Fnatic. I was terrified of Upset's laning phase going up against our substitute, but the fact that they are probably on the back foot and have a little bit more scaling with things like the Victor, I'm at least feeling okay a little bit for EG, but it's still a big question mark of high execution with all these short-range champions and a relatively fragile bot lane in the Caitlyn Lux. If things start going bad, it can go very bad.
And man, I got eyes on both of the junglers here in this game, especially. Goldberg, you talked about how, hey, if you're going to lock in Graves, the team's got to be able to play around you. We've seen Humanoid be able to facilitate Razork, like getting those things done, making sure that he can get ahead and build some of those leads, go for invades. But when EG's drafting a Viego, you can't just let him fall behind either.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see that Viego. Obviously, that's a huge callback to a comfort champion for Inspired. Like, no one's going to forget the pentakill he had against Misfitch, which, by the way, back then was against Razork as well. So, you know, historically between these two guys,
got a mental edge.
Yeah, maybe potentially coming through there. But it's going to be curious to see how Humanoid is going to be performing on the Victor, because it's something that he actually struggled on when he went on to control mages throughout playoffs. So going up against Jojopian, who's really been favoring champions like Silas, where there is a lot of agency, it's going to be curious to see how he's going to perform ever since the playoffs.
So one thing I do want to go ahead and take stock of here nice and early, both AD carries going for the cleanse. You mentioned it versus the Leona. It's the same thing versus the Lux. You got to be able to get away from that. Got to be able to get away if you get caught in the CC. All four solo laners running a teleport with no summoner spellbook outliers anywhere else. But I do also want to point out this will not be the Ghost Graves that we saw in game number 1 of the day. Razork going for the Flash Dark Harvest instead of the Ghost Fleet.
Most importantly, the banter between EU and NA is underway. Jojo cannot keep his mouth shut. Right out the gate says, Humanoid Victor, oh my god, go easy on me, please. Don't Chovy gap me. And Humanoid stepping up, using some language I won't repeat.
Oh boy, wait, what do we got here? Oh, okay, that's, yep, I guess we
Let's
can't
just say he answered the call.
I love to see it. I love to see it. I love having that banter online nice and early. Both of our junglers are starting on the top half of the map, expecting them to path downwards, and we're expecting this Evil Genius's bottom lane to really be controlling the pace of things on the lower half of Summoners.
Yeah, just how that bot lane is going to be panned out. When you're playing Lux and Caitlyn into a lane like Leona, like the first few levels as Leona, they're just going to suck. You're not going to have much access to the wave. You're trying to come up, proc your little support item, get some gold, but in the end, you will get pushed in. So having them finally be able to shop that wave, they get a lot of space to roam around with. They can go aggressive, get wards on the enemy, or they can just move Vulcan up towards River to have some pressure in the mid lane as well.
Look at the double wards that they already have in River as well, both covering the Tri-Brush gank, but also the Dragon Pit gank. Giving a lot of respect to Razork's early games where he was incredible in the LEC, finding these unique angles to find kills. And bot lane can become a bit of a black hole with Caitlyn Lux lanes, where one team wants vision control so that they can perma-shove, the other one needs to gank to break that open to stop you from just taking turret plates. That causes both junglers to path top to bot, and it becomes just like the focal point of the game.
And we even know from seeing Fnatic play before, Razork's the kind of guy who will make sure he's trying to fix these lane states, get everything where it needs to be for the rest of the squad, but it is difficult when you're just stuck behind this massive war machine that is Caitlyn and Lux in the bottom lane like you're talking about. It's miserable to play against. We're just seeing everything here right now. It's EG with control over the side lanes. Mid lane going to be the push for Humanoid against Jojopian nice and early here. Victor having that little bit of an edge over Silas to get that one crashed in. But honestly, not a whole lot going on here early. Both junglers opting for the full clear.
Yeah, and you know, it's just going to continue like that. Game plan for EG should just keep your bot lane stabilized. When they crash this wave, they know they can secure the crab on the bottom side as well. The only worry that you'll have to have is that fact that Humanoid is going to be pushing in the Silas, and that's just how the normal range into melee matchup go. And up towards the top side, well, you said as well, Mark, they had intel on the junglers. They knew where they was, so he can just farm for free. Inspired, though, fighting Rocks.
Yep. Finds him a little bit, not going to get a whole lot more out of it. Upset and Rux are going to be very familiar with the sights, sounds, and smells underneath this tier 1 turret because they aren't going anywhere else anytime soon.
God, this is exactly what you do with the pushing bot lane. You have your Viego go down there, not actually to make a play happen. He just kind of drops 2 wards for them to make sure that the Graves can't interrupt it, force Graves back up to the top side of the map, buy that kind of isolated lane phase for your Caitlyn Lux to just keep shoving away. and it does put pressure, I feel like, a little bit on Razork as well as Wunder and Humanoid on the kind of winning side of the map a little bit to actually get some things done.
And while not a lot of things are happening right now, I gotta give some NA some props here. The fact that we see Aatrox versus Renekton, quite often we'll see both of them default to a Doran's shield instead.
Yeah.
They just kind of wing it like that. But Impact, come on! He's actually gone for the Doran's blade and trying to take agency in the 1 versus 1, as you can see here as well. That's Chad. I respect it. +1 to NA.
All right, we'll take those props.
I'll take that any day of the week, as Inspired just walks through mid, helps shove out this wave a little bit, wants to allow JoJo to crash that wave, get his reset, get his position back in that lane ASAP, as Impact ready to crash another one here in the top side. Rux is alone underneath the tier 1 in bottom, but Upset's trying to make his way back here. Vulcan, Cowrie, and Inspired are going to be moving as a unit of 3 towards the Fnatic support, but a nice use of the Zenith Blade to bring him back underneath as Evil Geniuses get their jungler away. JoJo's coming in looking for it. Q1, Q2 both going to miss. Rux and Upset are fine for now. Inspired at 200 HP. JoJo looking to go in again. Goes down the Qs. Rux still walking away. Okay, Fnatic escapes, but it's still massive amounts of minions lost and a lot of extra golden turret plates to the EG bot lane.
Overall, a decent play for EG. I think they really wanted to get them pinned up under that turret and get that double kill there. Feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, but still in a good position. The fact that Impact is winning the top side 1v1. I'm going to keep moving on with my point.
Yikes.
Impact's winning top side, bot lane's winning. You got double winning side lanes. A lot of pressure onto Fnatic. I don't know what just happened on my screen. We're moving on.
But that actually might be a point of attack for Fnatic, because out of nowhere, this super immobile Lux that doesn't have that cleanse swapped into the heal when Cowrie has it, all of a sudden might be someone you can gank. In the mid lane, Humanoid actually TP'd in to the mid lane instead of TPing down towards the bot side. We see a lot of teams having to TP down bot in this meta because you just combine a wave push and go for these dives. Fnatic didn't opt for that. They trusted their bot lane not to die, so Humanoid could just go back into the mid lane.
And really good showing for Rux and Upset. The fact that you're having Upset come flying in late, Rux obviously being called up in an emergency sub situation to come in and actually lane with Upset. You have to imagine there's maybe 0 scrims together. I'm not exactly sure how many they might have gotten, but it would be probably countable on.
I mean, scrims and Fnatic over this. We're not going anywhere.
That's a separate tangent, my guy. But either way, the fact that they are doing decently in a very high pressure situation so far.
Alrighty, boys, it's a 600 gold lead for Evil Geniuses with no kills on the board, and the vast majority, if not all of that, is the bottom lane. It is those turret plates. It is the 61 versus 41 farm advantage. JoJo a level behind here compared to Humanoid. Not an entire level, of course, but Humanoid just having that extra little bit of an EXP lead. He's going to force JoJo away. JoJo having no TP to get back here. Razork's got control over this topside river, so he should be able to secure the crab as Wunder just tries to distract these minions here a little bit longer. Impact once gets the wave shoved up. Inspired is here, but there is no level 6 on either jungler.
Yeah, and really good wave management from both solo laners of Fnatic currently. You can see Humanoid gets the push in against JoJo, and Wunder, knowing that they don't have intel on the enemy jungler like Inspired right now, actually just sets up the freeze in his lane right here. So even though Inspired is up here, the only way he'll find the gank if his Wunder gets over aggressive.
Nope. Looks like we're pretty good. Impact's just going to walk it off. Takes a lot of damage there from the Q3, but he'll be able to reset, do whatever he wants. Does have the teleport if he needs it as well. As you can see, that bottom lane finally being pushed out there by Fnatic.
Really nice play over the last minute and a half by both Fnatic solo laners. The mid pressure that Humanoid put down onto JoJo forced him back into base with no recall. Vulcan had to cover mid, which relieved the pressure in the bot lane as well. You just saw that kind of freeze that Wunder has on the top side while still getting chunked onto Impact. They have done a really good job. You can see the gold lead coming back closer to even now, just off that kind of solo lane prowess.
Alrighty, boys, where's First Blood going to be? Where do we think we're actually going to get some of this PvP action?
Bot lane fiesta party. Something's going right or wrong for one of these teams.
Alrighty. That's what I like to hear. We'll see if anybody moves their way down there, as we do have Inspired and Razork both hanging around the mid lane. Level 6 for both junglers.
But actually, this could be curious as well, because EG actually have a bot lane that can shove in. So if you shove in your bot lane right now, you get Vulcan on a reset. You have that first rotation up towards the Herald. Maybe you force a skirmish that actually favors you there, especially because Humanoid continues to have that push. So leveraging the fact that your bot lane can move is something to go for, but it looks like they're just going to continue to try and get some extra gold by chunking down the plates, while on the top side as well, even Wunder is forced to recall, so I wonder if EG sees the situation to commit here.
Well, Inspired finds a quick stunner to Humanoid, but now he's got to be careful. Razork with the immediate punish, and they force out the defensive Viego ulti. JoJo dashing himself back over the Raptor wall. Uses E2 to get to the minions. There's the ulti from Humanoid. Evil Geniuses They end up taking a big chunk of damage here on their mid laner, Jojo.
Oh my God, Humanoid, I was worried about the victory. He said, please don't Chovy gap me. It's happening a little bit. This black hole in mid lane pulling so much pressure down towards him. Impact getting his ult forced?
I don't think it was a force as much as he thought maybe
finger?
he was gonna go in on Razork there, but it didn't happen. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, a lot of damage there to Vulcan. First blood, Fnatic in the 2v2.
And that is Rocks that shows up as well on the Leona. They have the Leona Misfortune bot lane. They know Vulcan flashed earlier. They have it on the timer, and they see the moment. Instantly punished down there.
Nicely done, but EG now seems to want a fight here in the topside river. Remember that Inspired does not have an ultimate. Impact does not have an ultimate, so Fnatic can take the Herald and get away.
Really nice play for the last minute for Fnatic, just really stopping the bleeding in all lanes. That flash lost by Vulcan that you called out, Goldberg, punished right before it came back up. They get that kill. That slows the bot lane push down. You also get the Herald. It's an interesting development of what's going to happen with Caitlyn's. Do you start moving for the Herald, or do you just keep your pressure bot? They chose to keep the pressure bot, but they still got engaged on.
And it feels bad when you play. If you ever play the Lux in this matchup as well, knowing if you don't have that summon spell, Leona is just unbearable to play against. Like, you leverage the fact that you have early pressure in the lane, but know when you hit level 6, you can never be in center plate range, or else you just will get blown up.
Really, really nice stuff, being able to not only get that kill, but force the flash out of Cowrie as well. And it's all about maintaining the threat of another kill as soon as they've got those resources available once more. That's what they got to be ready to do. They must be able to all in this incredibly oppressive poke lane that does still have about a 25 CS lead for Cowrie over Upset.
But the lane is still going to go, like, you're still shoving in with a Lux, right? And because of that, they are getting access to the river right now, where you can just start off the first neutral objective, at least from EG side, by getting this Cloud Drake for themselves. So there's still lots to play for EG. It's not like the bot lane is all of a sudden shut down.
You don't lose, you know, the game outright, but you do have that hiccup in tempo, which can slow things down, because ideally after you crack bot turret, you want to start moving top and whatnot. The fact that top lane's already starting to turn in Windows' favor, we see a Gore Drinker for Impact instead of what has been kind of becoming more popular with Blade of the Rune King and then into Sunfire, for example. So not quite as strong in the 1v1, and Wonder's been taking advantage of him.
I know Odo was actually talking a bit about that, and he said that it felt like bait. And I say this because Odo had a horrible time with RNG in the beginning of playoffs, and then moved into a point where it actually worked out for him. Well, newsflash, he won the championship, of course.
No
way! And in that regard, he was saying that Gold Drinker for competitive, it just feels better. The other one's great for solo queue, but having that Gold Drinker when you're playing extended team fights, it just has a lot of value.
Yeah, people have debated it a lot, especially into like shorter range compositions. A lot of people do love the Gold Drinker still, just for how beefy it makes you in team fights.
Oh boy, Cowrie getting jumped on here in the bottom lane. No flash, no way out. Upset gets another.
Razork with every jungler's favorite gank. Show up, shoot your ult over the wall, get that, you know, contribution, then just keep power clearing. Gonna now get an invade as well. They get the pressure in the bot side, forcing Vulcan out of lane. This is going south for EG quick.
Oh, Vulcan does have flash. Razork, do you throw your Q in? He's not.
Nope, okay.
He's not gonna do it.
I'm surprised you don't just throw even your smoke
just
screen.
like for the sake of it.
I mean, you saw the ulti come down, so you know he's potentially somewhere around, but no, Razork doesn't go for it. He'll just end up backing instead. Let's take another look at how Fnatic found him again.
And it's what you called out as well, Flowers. Now it's Cowrie who doesn't have that flash instead. He does still have the cleanse, but even then, it's not enough to get out of the situation, and Vulcan's so close to going down as well.
Yeah, the slow field from the Glacial Augment, making sure that even if you do cleanse, you still have a tough time getting out of the Misfortune ultimate with no flash, and then again with the Graves ult coming over the top, it's so much damage from so far away. EG have to find a way to get a good team fight. I don't know how you do that at this point, because Fnatic should have, I think, the scaling advantage in a lot of ways. With the MF already on Gale Force, completed 2 kills. She feels accelerated. Victor's very strong. It does feel like a tough position for EG here.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta give props to the way that EG are identifying that game plan, though. Like, they had a lot of members down towards the bot side. They almost found 2 kills when Humanoid TP'd into the mid lane instead. And had that happen, game would have gone a whole different way. But seeing as this is the reality, Jojo even having to flash away there.
I feel like every time we're panning to the mid lane, it's Humanoid taking control over the 1v1 and Jojo being forced to retreat. He's constantly on the back foot. Razork tries to invade now against Inspired. Inspired's looking to set this one up. Razork is low. Jojo's coming in, and Inspired gets EG on the board.
All right, overstep by Razork puts EG on the board. They find that shutdown kill pretty huge, getting the red buff onto Viego as well. Maybe now Inspired can start finding a way to disrupt these lanes that are all turning in Fnatic's favor. Mid lane turret dropped.
Mid lane turret goes down all of it collapses before plates are removed, so it's such a huge amount of gold for Humanoid specifically there in the mid lane. You can see the count at the top of your screen, 480 more gold because they got twice as many plates. Here's how Razork got caught though.
And you just think it's safe to go in here because Jojo got chunked out. He kind of expects them to just have backed away, and he thinks the Humanoid's going to be in a position to back him up. Unfortunately, that's Jojo's that's going to be there.
Jojo's there first, but I think it was also a really heads-up play by Inspired to target that blast cone. He stuns up Razork so he can get to the other side of him and hit the blast cone, because I'm sure Razork's thinking, well, if I'm in trouble, I'll just Graves dash to the other side of this blast cone and get out. So I think that was actually a really heads-up play by Inspired.
That's our MVP right there.
What do you mean? That's our MVP, my brother. Your MVP? You know, the meme image with the... You made this, I made this.
Exactly.
The only man to do it in both regions, as Upset feeling plenty comfortable down here in the bottom lane now. That 25 CS lead has largely disappeared. Razork going to take a little bit of damage there from Vulcan's ulti, but considering EG's bottom lane are 0-1 and 0-1, it's not too surprising when we look at the total gold. It's 3 Fnatic players topping the charts.
Also, with the fact that you have so much mid control from Humanoid, it does make it harder for your bot lane to even push aggro the way it wants to, kind of brain off AFK permashove. With mid lane already broken, with Humanoid controlling mid lane, it's so difficult to want to get that shove because they'll always have first move on Jojo.
And this is where you might see some Fnatic specials as well. They're not necessarily only looking for neutral objectives. You open up the mid lane, Humanoid can push it out, and you start invading enemy buffs instead.
Oh boy, World Ender versus World Ender. Impact flashes for the stun. Wonder continues running away. He will be able to survive there. Impact spends a flash to really not get anything but his opponent's flash out of it, so those will be traded back and forth. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns. No ulti for the Fnatic top lane.
And it's a minor thing, but I do believe that the blue buff was also stolen away by Razork, so they come in, they invade, they leverage their lane pressure. Well, actually, it's Upset that got it. Either way, they steal away these camps that EG actually has gotten for themselves that they would usually be able to get. So you have someone who gets pressure in a lane, you put that pressure elsewhere on the map, and all of a sudden, slowly but surely, you pick apart the pieces that EG has going for them. Now even just leveraging down on the bot side, picking up the turret, and might potentially pick up the Drake too.
Oh yeah, Fnatic making sure that Evil Geniuses are not able to stack any of those Drakes up. It'll be 1-for-1 there. Infernal Rift, so getting rid of a lot of that extra terrain here on the map. Lux Laser, I mean, honestly, just not getting a whole lot done there. And
interrupted the recall, man.
Fnatic's lead is 4,000 gold almost.
And I was going to ask you about that, because I feel good right now, Mark, but make me feel worried.
I can't.
Yes!
You guys are going to int at Baron.
That might be true. We saw Matt do it today. Why not do it twice?
Yeah, that looked fun. They still won the game, and you should try it. Do it, Fnatic. You won't.
Now, speaking of Baron, it's not there yet, but Rift Herald still is. And now with the members being able to move around the map, both lane teams have actually put their bot lane in the mid lane to try and contest the push more efficiently with 2 members. But Fnatic is still the team with the lead, and because of that, they are the ones starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you see EG not looking like they're really going to contest it at all. Doesn't look like they're going to move. Jojo is recalling. I think the STP and could join in, but not the case. And for Fnatic, you know, they were the super team that came together. Felt like a lot of people were disappointed.
Don't
with
say
their
that
play.
word.
Nah, super team, greatest team ever.
It's a bad word here.
But I will say they did seem to start peaking at the right time from the disappointing first regular season finish. And while third is obviously not what they wanted, that lower bracket run started to show signs of life of how good this team could be. And I feel like if you're peaking at Worlds, that is probably the time to do it. You can erase a lot of bad history of how your year went if you're able to have a good showing at the most important tournament.
I mean,
Absolutely.
We've seen it before so many times as well for the teams that would, I mean, EDG is one example as well, of course, where it's just like, well, who's really going to count them on? And all of a sudden they're in finals and they not reverse sweep, but take down one as well. So definitely, like, the entire track record you've had as a team can be washed away by having the success towards the end of the year.
And you can see topside here, Impact just having to back away. It's Fnatic with control over that second Herald. Remember, the first one was instrumental in getting that tier 1 turret in mid low enough to take it down, get all the plate money. Plates are long since gone here top, but this is going to be enough to force down the tier 1 in top lane. That is the last tier 1 turret now checked off by Fnatic. They are up to a 5,000 gold lead.
And this is where it's just so difficult for EG, because just going back all the way to draft, with the game plan they had and how you executed, you are so reliant reliant on being the one ahead, and even more so, reliant on being the team that picks up the Herald so you can actually move your bot lane around. And then moving it in further, you just don't have that much team fight prowess with your engage either.
No, it's going to be very difficult to punch through any of the front line of Fnatic. You don't have that incredible burst, really. If someone's really out of position, sure, you can do it, but if you're jumping on Eclipse Wonder, he gets that shield, gets some healing with his Qs, he can drain tank you, as we see, maybe.
Oh boy, flash into the stun with Everfrost. Blink and you miss it. Humanoid is out.
Humanoid gets caught on side. It's an ult meme, but it does still check out, apparently. EG down towards the bot lane, finally finding some ways back into the game, and this is what you need to look for as well, because I think a lot of teams, and specifically towards teams that struggles every now and then, that when they fall behind, they only default to still standard League of Legends to try and get back into the game, and that's just not going to work when you have the goal disadvantage going into fight objectives. You need to be creative and find pathways to get back into the game, so credit to Jojo Pin and Inspire there for finding those creative plays.
Especially at Worlds, right? When these are the best teams around, when everyone does have fundamental understanding and control over the game enough to not just give you those freebies where you're saying, all right, well, I guess we'll just play it normal and hope for the best. I like to see them making these moves. I like to see them being creative. Evil Geniuses has relied so much in North America on betting on themselves and their mechanics. They're a team fighting squad. They will take close encounters and say, hey, we'll outplay, we'll make it happen, but they gotta at least make the game close enough to feel confident in doing that, and Fnatic still commands an impressive lead.
Yeah, EG are a very scrappy team. Their team fight coordination is what made them so good in North America. For Fnatic, you talk about the individual prowess, maybe not being always on the same page with their decision making. You maybe moved out of the comfort zone. This is the copium angle. Yeah, the laning phase, they're incredible. Side lanes, we're gonna pick them off.
Well, we'll see if you can continue doing that, because 40 seconds.
You asked for it earlier.
Well, yeah, sorry, you're right. You're just delivering. 40 seconds. Infernal Drake only would be the second one being stacked up here, but this is the kind of objective that if you want to not give them away, you're forced to go for a team fight. You can't look for the side lane.
And there's no real reason to give it away as Jojo jumped on.
Jojo gets jumped on. He's going to be exploded. The timing is terrible. 25 seconds on the Drake. He won't be alive in time for it. Evil Geniuses lose their mid laner at the wrong time.
They also get the teleport out of impact, so Wonder can just keep pushing up in the top lane. You're still going to be able to get this dragon while not even needing to commit him to it. Absolutely huge. I was just about to say, for EG, your comp doesn't benefit from delaying contesting dragon, so I was hoping to see them fight that one, but Jojo being with a big misposition just makes it free for Fnatic.
Yeah, interesting to see the pings as well here. Remember, Caitlyn does have an auto attack range that goes through the Baron, but I really thought that they'd wanted to try and cross map it at some point if they're ever looking for it, but it is just looks. Of course, will Vulcan piling in that one, and they're just looking for a cross map because they can't contest on the bot side now. They're looking for whatever they can get on the top side, but no one's really biting the bait.
And we were talking in draft about how, hey, MF Leona, it sucks early. You're going to be feeling the pain. Caitlyn and Lux want to run the entire game from the bottom lane. Hey, it's 3 kills for Upset and 3 assists for Rux. It looks like the substitute support situation isn't too bad here for Fnatic.
I mean, that's the real Fnatic Academy there. If you want to make it to Worlds, don't bother playing LEC. Go to Fnatic Academy instead. It works every year.
I mean, now let's start up the hype machine. When Hylissang comes, should he come back in? No. Of course. I think for Fnatic, the fact that you are having such a good performance already, and knowing that, you know, one of the most important pieces for like how you approach the game. Hylissang just makes the game about his playstyle. You know, the fact that you're already winning without him is huge.
Yeah, but I mean, props to Rox as well. He's been wanting this for so long. I mean, not just Worlds, but playing at the LEC stage as well. And now he's finally here, and he's really delivering. He usually was a guy that would be the shot caller, that would take charge. So my main worry seeing him be here was the fact, well, how are you going to be coming into a team filled with veterans, but you're also the guy who usually dictates or be a tall voice. Is there going to be anything conflicting? So far, it really doesn't look like it, and it's great to see a guy just step on a stage, fly to a different country on the other side of the world, and just deliver.
And in such an important game, too, when we're talking about this group and we're talking about how everybody's favorites for it are Evil Geniuses and Fnatic, getting that head-to-head advantage over them, taking the 1-0 here on day one, absolutely huge for the results and the consequences of the group stage.
Yeah, the consequences is the big thing. Yeah, number one gets out scot-free. The concern is also not just your own group, but Group B, how stacked that is. DRX, RNG, Mad Lions, Saigon Buffalo. You'll have to beat one of those teams most likely in a best-of-5 if you are not topping your group. So this game is critical for these teams, one, to start the group outright, but then also to have any potential tiebreaker scenarios that might come.
Oh boy, my friends. Oh boy, indeed. Evil Geniuses are not looking so hot. 23.5 minutes in, 6,000 gold down, 1 Drake behind Fnatic, who have honestly just been playing some awesome League of Legends here so far. Wonder's feeling comfortable there in that side lane matchup. You can see he's already got his second item completed with the Black Cleaver, Gore Drinker plus Umbral Glaive for Razork. Everything seems to just be going Fnatic's way.
Yeah, and I feel like how let's say bold is Fnatic really in terms of elevating their lead? Because quite often, once again, they'll try and look for invades. Might not have to.
Oh boy, Inspired could be in a pretty precarious situation here. Yes, he is. Now we got even more problems. It's bullet time! Razor gets another, and that's gotta just be an easy Baron for the LEC team.
And I was talking about how they needed to look for a potential invade. Red buff is spawning in 10 seconds. Usually that's a point of contention you could go for, but Inspired and the rest of EG just walking into the river where it's just not their territory any longer, gifting them the kills, and in essence, also giving them the Baron.
Had his ult and flash available. That's why I think Inspired felt safe to kind of walk into that river, but just too much damage came out too quickly. The CC as well for Fnatic. Gets that pick off, no jungler. Easy Baron, looking super clean for Fnatic this game.
And I mean, Razork just pops the sweep with season coming in here, and if you don't start the ultimates, the flashes at this point in time, you're just not living. And then I think it's really good presence of mind from Rox as well, just immediately spotting the EG bot lane to get another pick, burn a few summoner spells as well from Kaori, getting out that cleanse. So still looking super good for Fnatic, and EG slowly but surely feeling the grasp of the game.
Alrighty, if it was bad before, it is hellacious now. About 9,000 gold is Fnatic's lead. Mark, are we in a spot where they can even come back through without a major throw from Fnatic, or is this going to require some sort of misexecution?
TB.
Oh no. Oh no, look away, North American fans. Just turn your heads a different direction.
I've never seen a teleport be responded with a teleport like that.
Yeah, so that's...
It was a bold choice because they take the same amount of time.
Let's see how it plays out for them.
They take the same amount of time to complete. So you going second means that he's always going to show up first. And both members that have teleport have a way to interrupt you.
Exactly.
So very bold decision. We'll see how it works out.
Well, we've already seen such a thing impact at least getting the second turret of the game for EG, but it's immediately answered by Fnatic getting an even more valuable turret in the tier 2 bottom lane. That's both side lane tier 2s gone now. Fnatic still have Baron for another 90 seconds already, plus 2,500 gold on the play.
30 seconds, Infernal Dragon, you're just like, you're just completely taking over the map before. If we thought River was dangerous territory for EG before, their own jungle is just not theirs when Fnatic get out on the map on resets, but now Impact looking for a flank.
Okay, Inspired goes in, Wonder's your target here with a start, but he flashes away. EG, no matter what they try, they can't get a thing, and Fnatic is just walking circles around them.
Couldn't even half health Wonder or Razork during that kind of trade when it was you with the flank going in on them. They didn't commit too many ultimates. It was basically just Impact and Kaori, but you can see how difficult it's going to be. This is what I was talking about punching through frontline. Yes, it's a bigger gold deficit than I was expecting, but it is difficult in straight front-to-back team fights to try and kill these somewhat tanky members of Fnatic.
Okay, bullet time just to zone the EG players away there from the turret. Make sure that their attention is focused squarely there as Razork takes Soul Point to the side of Fnatic. One more Drake and Infernal Soul is going to make this game even scarier than it already is for the Evil Geniuses. Rux goes in, can just walk right back out. EG, they know they're so far behind. Their moment has to be perfect. Their engage has to be spotless.
And that's the thing right now, having that Leon ultimate is at least something to look for, but even then, if you get upset, he still opted in for that cleanse.
Yep.
Fnatic, being intelligent, playing on 2 lanes, Baron still active. You push in mid lane, you move the rest of the members down, but you keep the pressure going.
And Fnatic will move on to their second tier 3 turret of the game now. The Baron is gone, but what's it even matter when you're this far ahead? Wonder spreads his wings, moves forward with the World Ender. Jojo tries to jump in, but Jojo has just not found much of anything here in this game. Kaori barely gets away. He'll survive with 200 HP, but Fnatic will use this momentum to take mid inhibitor, bot inhibitor, and most of what's left of EG's hopes.
Fnatic looking so good in their first game. It was a very dramatic, tumultuous week for Fnatic fans. You saw, I feel like every single day, a front post Reddit page, of just Fnatic roster update. Who's going to make it? Who's not going to make it? Everyone talking about how they always feel cursed for Worlds, but seeing them now on the stage, most of the team there, knowing Hylissang is on the way soon, they have to be feeling a big sigh of relief.
It's just like, what about Hylissang? Are you the best player in the team? Oh, he's not even the best supporter in the team. Obviously, that's a joke, and Hylissang is incredibly gifted. But I think now as well, just looking at the map state, 2 inhibitors down, I mean, it's a no-brainer. You just move up towards that top side, you keep the pressure going. At this point in time, Fnatic should just be taking the game.
You could also go stay in your base for the next 20 minutes. You don't have to go top lane. That would be my my pitch.
We are taking.
See if you can infiltrate the comms,
guys. A little bit of a huge huff of the NA copium there, as the evil geniuses are, well, 5 digits behind. We'll just leave it that way. As Fnatic, they don't even need the Baron. They're going to push this up. They know they got the pressure elsewhere. They try to go in with Inspired on EG's side, but it just doesn't matter. It's too much money, and they're beating them to death with the wallet. Double kill back over to Upset. Fnatic get 4. This game's over.
First fight between EU and NA goes Europe's way. Fnatic slap EG down. They're on the board as well.
That wasn't a fight. That was an absolute beatdown. Fnatic, they answered the pressure in the bottom lane. Humanoid constantly had JoJo in the back foot. They got the angles. They found the plays. They worked together. And Rux showed up like he was ready to go from moment 1. Awesome game from them.
And I appreciate it, gentlemen. It was good sport. It was a good game as well, specifically for the early game. I just wish that if EG had more in the tank to actually respond in the mid to late game, it could have been more tense, it could have been a little closer, but once you go for that small win condition that has to work in the early game, and it doesn't, unfortunately, then it just runs away from you.
And I think League of Legends is a game sometimes where the smallest things can make the biggest... Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely the angle I was going for. The smallest things can make the biggest differences. And if I'm EG, I'm looking back to Vulcan's aggro flash in the bottom lane where he went for the binding. It ended up just being an absolute airball. And then as soon as Leona's level 6, adios Lux.
Damn, EU's got hands.
We do.
EU's definitely got hands. We're heading back over to the State Farm analyst desk to see how those hands were applied to EG.
Great.
Hang in there, Mark. We got a lot of games ahead of us. Still lots of room to go. But let's be honest, that game wasn't close. EG just got smacked around by Fnatic.
We waited like 90 minutes for that?
They got completely smacked, man.
What was that?
I mean, Fnatic, I do like that they kind of called out how early it went wrong, right? And we saw that focus towards the bot lane. But man, that's all Fnatic needed was, a single summoner spell to be blown, and they could capitalize.
I feel like especially when you look at these drafts, right, and you look at EG specifically, where it's like, okay, Caitlyn, Lux, and bot, you have Renekton up in top side, so 2 lanes that you want to win. If this comp falls behind, it's so hard to be able to, like, enter onto Dragon, push into an enemy jungle, just do anything. So the fact that Fnatic were able to find that 2v2 kill very early on, I think made it really hard for EG to do anything.
Yeah, in so many ways, this EG composition aligns with our perception of the development of the meta, right? This idea that you'd have maybe some strong side lanes that you can play, from mid towards, get some leads and run over people. But it also then puts such a degree of a requirement of execution for you that you cannot make those little bits of mistakes. You need to build a lead with Lux Caitlyn. You need to have Impact play better than he did in that matchup.
Yeah, I really hate this draft for EG. I really like it for Fnatic, actually. I would say, like, both solo lanes, Victor and Aatrox, will be able to get prio, so the only way that EG can play is specifically through bottom lane. So they kind of all end on that early, but as soon as that goes away, they now have 3 losing lanes and worse scaling. So I think it's really bad. And Fnatic did play very well in the fact that they sacrificed early like they needed to, but then as soon as they hit level 6, they attacked the flashless Lux, and they just never let EG back into the game after that point.
Especially massive props over to Rux. Again, coming in, stepping in for this Fnatic team, and then like having a great performance on the Leona. Worked super well with Upset and set him up to be the massive carry that we saw for Fnatic. Sure, coming in, we said, hey, Razor gets a lot of the work done early, but it's always been Upset who was the major carry for Fnatic.
Yeah, and so, how good it must have felt to have him land in Mexico City just yesterday and able to play in this game, because up until that point, they were expecting to play with 2 subs and not just, not just the one.
He was literally just laughing.
Yeah.
Like, because he embarrassed EG. Like, this was embarrassing for EG what just happened.
I mean, look at the damage numbers. EG barely touched Fnatic.
So would the 0-7 lower third break you guys?
Now wait, hold on there. Yeah, I mean, actually 0-7 against EU teams now for EG. I mean, we talked about how that little voice back of your head, and now you've dropped another game, and it's to a different EU squad. Like, that is definitely going to be something that weighs on them. And so, yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what all the takeaways are for EG. I do wonder if that was kind of a test case for, like, is Cowrie is bot lane a place that we want to continue to try and play around or not? Again, Lux feels a little peculiar to me.
You early pick Caitlyn, so you have to play through bottom lane, but then you also pick Renekton, who's now going to be a weak side Renekton. You're never stacking waves, you're never diving, you're not outscaling. It's questionable, Dash. It's
very questionable. Very questionable. But we talked about Rux stepping up and setting up Upset to be, or rather, the pop-off player in this game. He picks up the 1+ player of the game for his performance on the MF. Steps off of a plane yesterday, comes in here, and just does EG dirty.
And it just seems like, again, they understood their win conditions so well. We saw early on EG dedicating those 3 members down towards the bot side. They back off, sure, they're losing some waves, but they know the second they have those key abilities online, they'll be able to play. And then in the mid game, just rotating him from lane to lane and kind of being that artillery piece that EG would have wanted Caitlyn to be. Upset did it perfectly.
I don't really know what other takeaways there are from this game. I mean, like, I think we all expected this game to be closer. Yeah. So now I'm just kind of reeling from my own expectations.
I got some troll excuses.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can be the judge.
All right.
Am I trolling or do I believe this?
Okay.
Scrims are overrated.
Well, they are. So I think
so. You actually think you
believe
real.
that? Yeah.
Okay. What's next?
Wait, are you not going to tell us if you believe that or not?
I mean, was it real?
You're just going to leave it out there. I mean, I was going to say, you did preface it by saying I have some troll takes, which does make me think that they're all troll, but I actually do think that scrims are overrated to a degree.
To get off the plane and go into the game, right? It's an advantage. Every team that's had more players in the isolation rooms have won.
Oh.
Was that an advantage?
2 for 2.
2 for 2, you know, you never know.
I hear that the next game though has no players in isolation. So
well,
what happens then?
It's a fair fight.
Then it's a real coin flip.
So who's going to win now?
All right, well, we'll find out soon enough. After the break, the Heart of Brazil takes on the Miracle Run gods of the PCS when Loud battles against Megabank Beyond Gaming. We'll see you there.
Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah.
Welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with Jojo after his first game at Worlds 2022. Thank you so much for joining me. Even though the game didn't go the way you expected, the desk was talking about how, given your draft, you had to be good in the early game, especially when it comes to the bot lane matchup or the top lane matchup going better as well. What are the takeaways from this game, and how do you know next one is going to be better?
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely our plan, to snowball the early game, and I think we did that well. Bot lane was up like double amount of CS in like 6 minutes, so I thought it was going well. I mean, I have to watch the game again. I'm not too sure what happened, but I just didn't think we played as well as them, obviously, so I just got to review the game and see.
Just think about the next one, and I know that your coach yesterday said that it was important for you guys to know which players you would be facing on the bot lane. Can you tell me more about this maybe, and how it impacted your prep that you didn't know beforehand that Hylissang wouldn't be playing, for instance?
I mean, Hylissang not playing, we knew for a while, so we prepped that already, but when they announced that Upset would play, we had to change our playstyle. We know that he really likes to be strong side, and that you know, he really likes to get all the resources, while Bean doesn't really do that as much.
Yeah.
So we just had to, we tried prepping around that. Obviously it didn't work out as it should have, but you know,
hopefully you'll get them next time, best of 5. But talking about the bot lane, Carey is one of the newest players in the lineup. You were in this situation at MSI, actually, being one of the rookies from EG. Can you tell me how it's going for him, and maybe if you guys have been able to help him be ready for this world?
Yeah, I mean, Carey has definitely improved.
Yeah.
He gets better like every time we scrim, and he's very good at laning too. But we just gotta, I mean, as a team, we just gotta work together better, and we gotta get more used to him still. So, but I think once we're, you know, used to each other more and more, then it'll be even easier.
For sure. Getting the better synergy. But more about you. So this is your second international event. How much stronger do you feel this time around? And what is this world going to be about for you?
How much stronger from MSI? I mean, I think individually we all improved from MSI, but I'm not sure yet. I mean, we have to keep playing and scrimming more, to be honest. We haven't scrimmed too much and too many good teams since we just arrived like not too long ago, so in Mexico. So I have to see. I can't really give like a good judgment yet.
Okay, I hope you can get the practice you need to be on top. Last question for you. Of course, we love the banter you give us on social media. Budget G2, talking about Fnatic. Can we expect more from you at Worlds?
Oh yeah, it definitely sucks tweeting that and getting shit on basically, but you know what? It sucks, but I think we can beat them, honestly.
Yeah.
We just got to really know what went wrong this game, and I think we'll be fine.
I like that you own it, even though, I mean, yeah, that's something that not a lot of players do lately, banter, so thank you for doing that. Jojo, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck on the next game. And back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much, Laura. And Jojo, they're affirming a lot of, kind of our preconceptions of that matchup, identifying the bot lane as a major strength and very consciously choosing to play a style that they felt could hold them down. Of course, we talked about kind of the importance of execution then when you choose a composition like they did. Kind of fell apart. They'll check the tapes, like he said, and try and revamp and get ready next time around. But reminder to everyone, best of ones. That was your shot to take down Fnatic. And so you find yourselves in a one-game hole, still definitely not outside of qualifying to groups, but pressure starts to mount more and more as you drop a game at a time.
Yeah, it definitely becomes harder. I do like that they came in with, again, a good idea. We were actually just talking about this before coming on, where you were saying, like, maybe Caitlyn Lux, because they know Upset wants all the resources. Yeah. Jojo confirming that, hey, we know Upset wants to be strong side, so let's try and sit him behind. So execution not there, but at least the idea was.
I was going to say, you can absolutely follow the logic. So I'm not mad at the logic. And just unfortunate that it didn't all come together in the way they may have expected. Now we're going to look ahead to our next matchup. Megabank Beyond Gaming faces a tough opponent in Loud, especially when they have some strong support behind them. Check it out.
Salve para os meninos do LoL. Vai com tudo, guys. A gente confia muito em vocês. Continuem com o trabalho bem feito que vocês vêm fazendo até agora. E é isso, confiam em nós outros, vamos para frente, vamos estar assistindo e torcendo para você. Faz isso aí.
Salve, rapaziada do CBLOL, queria mandar aqui uma boa sorte pra vocês e todo sucesso aí nesse Worlds, rapaziada, tamo junto.
Salve, guys, só passando pra dar boa sorte pro pessoal do LoL, eles vão estrear no Mundial agora, então boa sorte e amassem.
Salve, galerinha, pancada do Valorant aqui, vim passar pra desejar boa sorte pros moleques do LoL aí e sucesso nesse Mundial, pra cima desses caras aí, bora.
E aí, rapaziada, Saci aqui da Loud, sou aqui do Valorant agora, né, não do LoLzinho, só passando pra desejar uma boa sorte pros meninos. Acompanhei eles aí o ano inteiro também, né, que a gente tava no mesmo CT. Então, desejo tudo de bom pra eles aí, que principalmente, né, no final eles se divirtam e eles têm tudo pra dar certo aí e fazer história no Mundial. É isso, tamo junto.
Very cool to hear so much support coming from Loud's Valorant squad. Today, their brothers here at Worlds will fight with a legion of fans behind them. So for those of you, you know, who may only watch League of Legends, you know, in your domestic regions and aren't familiar with an organization like Loud, this is a massive organization with a massive footprint. Again, the most recent world champions of Valorant is that Loud squad. But now their league team makes a debut here at Worlds after only being in the ecosystem for so long.
Yeah, it's actually crazy because, you know, I used to coach in Brazil back in 2019.
Look at
Loud
this.
wasn't even in League of Legends yet. They were already, they had so much hype behind them. Everyone loved them. These social media followers are absolutely insane. I didn't even know you could have that many people in your Discord.
They have a bigger social media footprint than FaZe Clan, which is pretty nuts. That might be a more familiar name to a lot of our viewers, possibly. But yeah, Loud actually, by virtue of their social media numbers, has a bigger imprint than FaZe, having been an organization that has existed for far less time. So again, not a team that should be discounted, both by their ability, but also by the support that they have behind them.
Yeah, and they're infusing a lot of that fan support with some veteran league players. You saw there Tinones in mid lane, Robo in top lane, very experienced players from the CBLOL. Brance is the young player on the team who's been able to find a lot of success right off the bat. And we're just going to have to see how they perform on the world stage.
It's a good point. You take Tinones, the biggest name in the region, put him on the biggest org in the region, and that's a recipe for some success, if I do say so myself. Now, on the other side of the matchup is, of course, Megabank Beyond Gaming. So another squad that we have to talk about coming out of the PCS. Let's talk about Road to Worlds, you know, for these squads and what we can expect out of them here today.
Yeah, it's not all about how you did in spring and how you did all the way through summer split. Look at this. So split one for both of these teams. Loud did not qualify for playoffs. They were 7th, Beyond Gaming 5th, 6th. At the end of the second split, Loud went on a 7-game win streak to just finish 4th. Beyond was 6th in the regular season, but then playoffs is where they really turned it on. Loud did come from the losers bracket with 2 3-0s in a row in the losers bracket final and in the grand final. And then Beyond Gaming beat what is a familiar name to many in PSG to make Worlds. So a huge acceleration for both of these teams at the end of the year.
Yeah, but Lyric, it also points to a fair amount of adversity that they've had to face all throughout the year. So these aren't two teams that just have this, you know, pedigree of winning, this, you know, kind of, it's not a sure thing for them. They are used to having to fight. And while, yes, they're peaking at the right time, that's also where I'm going to return to some of the things that we talked about at the beginning of the day, though, where playoffs for a lot of our regions was a very different game of League of Legends than the kind of League of Legends that we expect to be played here on the world stage. And so when teams showcase their best placing in order to qualify for Worlds, when they were struggling in prior metas, that's when I wonder how they're going to grapple with a lot of the meta changes that we're seeing.
I mean, especially when, right, the old meta was all about AD carries. And, I mean, both these teams' AD carries are doing a lot of work for them back in their regional leagues. For Beyond Gaming, a lot of their late-game carry is on Wako. Brance, we said, I mean, first split in CBLOL, now making it to Worlds is absolutely insane. Like, just looking at the difference in experience between these guys is crazy. I mean, heck, Wako started his career back in 2016 in the LMS as a mid laner. He's been to Worlds before. Brant's definitely going to have to show his stuff up against such an experienced player.
Yeah, very interesting. Statistically, they look like very similar players, but that first graphic, I think, paints a very good picture of where the differences lie, and that is experience on one end and a lack of on the other.
Yeah, both actually very good statistics, regardless of how much experience they have. You can see, though, Beyond Gaming do play more through their bottom lane overall, so we'll see how that manifests on stage. If I had to guess, Loud is going to more likely play through mid and top, kind of like we saw Mad Lions playing earlier today.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, right? Even just hitting back before, you bringing up a name like Robo. I mean, Robo's been a complete standout for this Loud squad this split, and he's someone who just has so much confidence. I love it. He was on the Flamingo squad that I coached in 2019. We had Dom on in our group, and I just remember one meeting where we're like, hey, so what if Nuggery, like, we're gonna pick Camille. What if he counterpicks Fiora? He's like, no, I don't care. Let him pick whatever he wants. This man is fearless.
So is this my Camille Fiora player for the day?
Could be.
Is that what we're getting? Is that what I'm being promised right now? I mean, I would love to see it. What about in terms of the styles in which these two teams play? We talked about like playing towards the bot lane, but in terms of the overall development of the game, we get to the mid game, the late game. Who do you give the edge to? What are you looking for?
I think if we get to mid-late, Beyond has looked pretty good. And funnily enough, when I was talking to Clement Chu, Clement said the key word for Beyond is clutch. Like their early game, apparently, not so stellar. It all depends on who should get them through the early game, but their mid and late game team fighting is where they pull it together.
Yeah, and I will say they'd absolutely love to fight. It's somewhat true for both of these teams, but whenever a team struggles so much in the regular split, they almost automatically get the clutch label, right?
Yeah.
Because they clearly weren't blowing people away, and they found a way to make it work in the end.
Well, but that's what Worlds is all about, making it work, right? Because again, we talk about best of ones. We talk about how usually the winning teams is the team that is finding those clutch moments, is finding that one piece of unique creativity or the pick that's going to make it work. We still have some time to kill, of course. We're working through getting players set up all throughout the day, and so Jat, I'm being told we have enough time to play a little game.
Really?
That's what I was told. I don't want to bait you, but I just got, again, it's time. So I'm going to hand things over to you because we've been ideating. I think, they're right there.
Okay.
Yeah, on the stage.
So we need to show this shot. You guys have to come up here.
Oh, yeah, we'll come to.
We were in rehearsal the other day, and we were like, let's use this wall. This really big wall.
We got a big wall. We got to use it.
And we had Dash. You were standing way over on the other side.
Yeah. And you two were over there.
And I was over here, and we're like, there is so much space.
It's a lot of space.
It's weird. But it's like, it's also really good for athletics. And there's always this conversation at Worlds about the gap.
Right.
So how big is the gap?
So we wanted to figure that out. But we had to find something to draw an analogy to, right?
Yeah.
Like we can't just like in isolation be like the gap is this big.
We're going to start, so like...
We got to start with the LPL, right?
LPL,
they're the world champions. They're the world champions.
They are the world champions. So like...
world champions.
We can see this. So the LPL... I'll put it a little lower.
Yeah, right there over the Worlds logo. Perfect.
Yeah.
They are the world champs.
They are the world champions. The LPL. How big is the gap between the LPL and the LCK?
Well, so if the idea here, by the way, this is a long jump pit. We didn't really describe. This is a long jump pit. For those of you who don't know what track and field is, long jump pit. Basically, the idea is a giant pit of sand. Somebody would start from the back here, run, and at this point, boom, jump. All right. Yeah. So we're setting LPL at basically the world record mark, all the way down at the end of the pit. So the idea is, where are the other regions along the long jump pit, and therefore how far behind the LPL and other regions are they? That's what we want to figure out.
How possible is it to close the gap? So, like, for instance, if the LCK, let's put the LCK like...
You got the LCK? Put the LCK up there.
Right?
I feel like we'd be a bit more generous.
Okay, so it's like,
LCK.
that's a pretty easy gap to jump.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the idea, because we're going to have DRX versus RNG later today, so it's like for DRX to beat them, it would literally look like this. Like, that's pretty easy. I feel like it requires a larger gap.
I'm actually going to debate you on that.
Okay.
Because here's the reality of how the long jump works. It's not jumping from your point to the next point.
Okay.
It's extending your jump that much more.
Oh, no.
Right? So the LCK still has to leap from here. And let's say they can land here right now, right? You're right that the difference is this. But when we're talking about the top tier of long jumping, every inch is so much harder to add on, right? So, like, I agree with you. It's not a big gap in terms of, like, an absolute number, but the reality of closing that gap might actually be harder than the reality of closing one of these gaps.
Yeah, so at the start of the day, I was gonna be
You were gonna like
I was gonna be a little ambitious. Like,
Yeah,
but I mean, we gotta go a little bit. This is a bit of a struggle now.
Oh no.
I still feel like you LCS guys are a little too generous.
Oh, come on.
Oh no.
Come
I
on.
think that's pretty good.
Okay, so
that's like a 4, and the LCS logo's upside down. It's your region.
that's kind of how it feels right now.
Oh god.
Yeah, you got to
Okay.
do this jump backwards. So,
but see, here's the thing. Like, that is a bigger gap.
Yeah.
But I still have more faith that the LCS can close this gap than, like, the LEC can close. It's a smaller.
So you want to
absolute
move it
gap.
and try and jump it?
I don't want to do any jumping.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hurt myself, man.
Yeah, I mean, I have grippy shoes
Our
on.
producer's
Yeah.
yelling
You're-
jump in your ear.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
We already said off screen that if the regions were gonna do a long jumping competition, we would nominate you for the LCS.
I mean,
you got hops.
I used to play a little basketball.
There
I'm
it
just
is,
trying to
and
warm up
that's
a little bit.
basically the same.
Yeah, yeah. So what am I doing? I'm trying to say.
Can you reach the LEC?
Yeah. So if
you're
our
the
boys
LCS
EG have to play a best of 5 against, it's not going to be easy.
No.
But you have to do a standing long jump to see if it's possible.
Right.
I can do this.
You can close this gap, but my question is, when you get the whole,
I'd have to take a running
because
start.
you got to
I
do the whole
need to
thing.
warm up. So it's like
there it is. Boom. That's not a problem.
That was
Easy.
pretty
You
good.
overshot it
Right?
even. Boom. You're basic. You just got to the LCK.
Okay, Lyric, keep
But
going.
the point is, now you have to go from the actual starting point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll leave that to you, Jat.
Because again, the idea is we know that if the LCS, the LCS is that good though.
Yeah.
But the point is, you have to be that good plus some.
You jump.
It's not
further
just
than
about
EG did.
being here already.
Oh, no.
And getting a set. That's 2 jumps. Now now we're looking at the triple jump. Totally different event.
I'm going to move this from us both. Because I'm going to try and make this possible.
This makes no sense to anyone but us, by the way.
This
I
is
just
the
want to point
starting
that
point.
out.
Doesn't make sense to me. I've no idea
It's-
what you guys are on
He's got
about.
no idea
It's
what's
the
going
gap.
on.
Like, this is the gap between regions.
We only have
So
5
it's like-
regions. We ran out of paper.
It's so, like, it's still difficult for LEC to beat these regions.
Yes.
But it's possible.
It is possible.
Right? And, like, see, this is the way I see it. Like, can I jump to the LCK? Like, for
You know
LA
what's
to
sad
beat
is
the
that the
LPL,
gap between the LCS and the LCK is greater than the gap of the LCS and not being a
This
human.
arbitrary
or
starting
whatever
line?
that starting line is.
Yeah. Yeah, I have actually extended my thoughts a little bit. What do you want me to try and jump? I just need to
I
jump
need
at
you to
this point.
prove that. I need you to prove that
Yeah.
the LCS can go from arbitrary starting point to at least the LEC.
Okay, and this is my mark?
That's your mark.
Technically, the starting point is this
Okay.
T
Okay.
right here.
Okay.
All right. Here we go, everybody. Jad either kills himself or he redeems the whole of NA.
My mic packs are in.
Right here.
Let's go for a big jump.
Let's go.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, boom! Hey!
I need to go again. That was.
Do we have an official word?
That was close.
Did he make it?
I actually feel pretty good about that
He
jump.
made it. I got
Really?
an official word.
Did he make it?
From the cameras. Now, technically, if we were doing it by long jump, they'd have to mark his back foot because it's the furthest back.
Yeah, we don't have
that touches.
stand. I'm not gonna.
Right. No,
break
I don't
my
want you to
tailbone.
lay out.
Hold
but-
on, I'm yelling too much.
Oh, we
Please
have a
focus on-
replay. We have a replay.
Okay, I want to see. Oh, I'm short.
Ooh, you're
I'm
a little short.
I'm
His heel was a little short. All right, we're gonna give him one more shot, and then we're going out to the arena because I think the teams are just
wasn't
about
bad.
ready.
Okay, so my mark is
That T.
this.
All right, here we go. For all of NA.
I realize I'm a left foot jumper.
There it is. I don't know. I don't know. Here's what I think we should do. We should head out to the casters, and if they want to pull another replay, maybe they show it to the casters, and the casters can be the final judge.
I don't think it's worth it.
I think you were a little short. I'm not sure it's worth it either. I think you were a little short. All right. That's enough out of us. We're back over to Captain Flowers and Marquis to get the next game underway.
Yeah, I don't want to see that again. I'm good.
You're set.
Passing on that.
Yeah.
Once, twice was too many. You could have gone 0.
All right, Mark.
Could have not.
I'm
Could have
gonna
not
put you
done
on the spot again.
Oh God.
For the next 8 hours straight, you have to watch one of 2 things: either repeats of Jat's jump or the EG Fnatic game. Which one is it?
That's a tough one.
I know. I'm subjecting you to some severe psychological endurance. right now.
Fnatic versus EG.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna write them a big doc of everything. I'll use it as like
Pod review.
Yeah. There's a way I can make that productive.
Okay.
Let's not talk about that anymore because we're in Champ Select again. Finally for Loud versus Beyond Gaming.
All right, let's rock and roll. Let's do this. Loud. They have fans who are very much for their namesake. This is one of the most popular teams on the internet. They exploded into the League of Legends scene just last year, 2021. Like, that's a really new team compared to some of these orgs that we've seen here time and time and time again. They're also champions in whatever the last Valorant thing was.
Yeah, they just won the Valorant Championship. Now they're here at Worlds. Like you said, they're so young. We talk about watching Fnatic play. Fnatic is this storied org, most Worlds appearances ever. This is the complete opposite end of the spectrum for Loud, but that's what makes League so cool, is that you can have this long 11, 12-year history now and still have new orgs popping up. They are, like you heard them talking about, a combination of a young talent and older talent. Brant's a rookie popping off in that kind of playoff run, but then also Robo and Tinones having some international appearances between them.
Yeah, we've seen Robo and Tinones on these international stages before. These are guys who have been here with different squads. Across the aisle, though, Beyond Gaming, 6th place in their regular season, and they had to pull off 3 upsets in their playoffs just to get here. So this is a squad that I think is also going to be coming in with a lot to prove.
Yeah, definitely the case. They were finding their footing, it felt like. Likai got the 2022 Summer Most Improved over there. So obviously for PCS, a big improvement for him, that they could start counting on him in the top side a little bit more. I'm excited to see what he can pull off for them. I did like seeing his Gwen, for example, in the playoff run. I thought him on some of the carries was looking pretty good. Played a lot of Fiora, played a lot of Gwen, which is a different angle than some people who are resorting to a lot of weak side, it feels like, in top lane right now.
And hey, that Sejuani being locked in, remember, this is a champion that has been banned out in the first ban phase in both of our previous games. So getting that one in there, Likai is a guy who will often prefer carries, but he can be flexible for a front-to-back tank type of role, and that's exciting when you have something like a Kai'Sa as well. If you can help stack up some of the plasma, dive in there together.
Ooh,
I'm
baby.
already seeing some synergy here. Meanwhile, it was a first pick Hecarim for Loud.
Yeah, I'm liking this already. The Kai'Sa was something that a lot of people were speculating it coming back. They're saying this might be a great meta for certain AD carries, like Jackie Love, that they were saying, can't wait to see the aggressive ones.
That's locked in.
All right, we're getting the blind, Jack.
It's helicopter time.
Technically, it's not blind. You're expecting the Sejuani to go top lane, but you can always flex that into the jungle. For Husha, he played that a fair amount in their playoff run, so I don't think that there's any lack of familiarity with that champion. And then Minji can do this. Like I said, he plays carry champions, and so this is a little bit of a call-out, I feel like, by Robo. If you've done your homework, you know Likai, will be willing to play these skill matchups, and you kind of drafted into it.
Jax versus Fiora is such a fun skill-based matchup because it's all about when will Jax stop the helicopter? Will he get the stun, or will she time it right with a riposte? And it determines so much.
Yeah, this is a great palette cleanser from the previous game. This one looks like a lot of aggressive champions. Obviously, the Seraphine more focused on enabling these kind of melee carries, but I kind of like the angle that Loud is going right now. For Beyond, one thing I'll say too is when I was looking at a lot of their drafts, they often have multiple forms of hard engage. Their team comps have a lot of CC, a lot of setup, but then they also have this kind of like carry threat in the top side. So I often like a lot of their drafts. And both teams are kind of building towards some team fight with that kind of 4-1 setup.
Yeah, and as we're getting into the second part of the bans here, you're seeing Galio, you're seeing Akali banned away, both sides kind of looking towards those mid lane pools. Remember that for Loud, this is a team that likes to be ahead early. So yes, you've got a Hecarim that can make some of those early ganks if he wants to be on the devastating charge, but I want to see these last couple of picks continue to have some early game presence and some playmaking to try to get these guys off to a good start against Beyond, who are not a very early game focused team.
No, I think their laning strengths laning is not their strength. They're not like 1v1ing people. In the finals, they were actually able to find a lot of kills. They got up in kills quite a bit against the Flying Oysters, but then they were still even in goal because some laning differentials. So it is something that I think the team is more about their team play and coordination. Husha's really good about finding angles, especially around mid lane. Yeah. We're going to see if they can make that kind of work. Now with the Amumu locked in as well, like I said, multiple forms of hard engage, a lot of CC.
Yeah, lots of CC, lots of help trying to stack up that plasma there for Kai'Sa, having Wako be able to dive in with everybody else. What is the response across the table? We could see some more powerful engage here with the Nautilus. Like I already mentioned, they've got Hecarim, they've got Seraphine for the follow-up. It feels really good, especially if you can time it right to shoot her ulti out as Hecarim is galloping forward, but before he ults to get the extension on it. You can really set up some sick wombo combos, and Nautilus is going to help him.
Yeah, Nautilus Seraphine is a surprisingly strong shoving lane as well. It doesn't necessarily insta-lose the way you sometimes expect to see like tank plus Seraphine sometimes struggle in lane. It can get the shove and win some trades. It'll also make life very difficult for Wako on the Kai'Sa there. Whenever he goes flying in, you'll have depth charges coming your way. You have the Seraphine charms as well. There's just a lot of melee engage options to make it very difficult to choose your moment to go in.
All right, we got some Azir, the final pick of the draft for Loud. What do their opponents want to counter with? Does Minji throw down the gauntlet and say, all right, I'm going to blow you up before you get the chance to scale? I would love to see the LeBlanc picked here.
Minji has some incredible playmaking. I really liked watching his games. He finds good angles, and I'd say Tinones as well has maybe the most important member. Brant's had an incredible playoff run as that meta shifted to being more about AD carries, and he was able to step up as that focus became onto the bot lane situation. But I think Tinones is the true main carry of this team. You have to remember back 2014, I'm sorry, Europe, I hope you're in bed, but I gotta bring it up. Kaboom! The one that blew Alliance out of Worlds 2014, none other than Tinones in his last Worlds appearance way back then. You talk about the history of the esport. Yeah, it's a new organization, but Tinones is a guy who's been forged in the fires. He's been in international competitions before.
So one of the things I'm looking at now that draft is all done, again, going back to Beyond Gaming not being strong laners, not looking to make a whole lot of things happen early. They do not have high stats in terms of kills or damage per minute. They do not have early game objective control. When you look at Wako, when you look at Minji, these guys are not exceptional laners, but it's those late game opportunities that they can find to work as a team that get some wins. They are undefeated when they secure Baron.
Definitely, they are more focused on team play. I think that you can see a lot of attention probably going to the top side of the map. I can see already Kino roaming around, meeting up with Husha, trying to get one of their 2 solo lanes going. This is a very aggressive team comp. Should be an explosive game for the side of Beyond Gaming. Can they push enough of a lead in these lane phase? Can they get these kills? Or can Loud weather the storm, come through the other side, and have this insane team fight?
And on my little prep paper here, almost right across the aisle from each other, I have Beyond Gaming, low kill and damage stats, and across them for Loud, high kill and death counts, very bloody. So if I'm Loud, I'm trying to force this. PvP at level 3. Get some dives, get some plays, be ready to fight, and get in their face. Take advantage of the fact that this is not a team that plays for those early leads, and punish them.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can make that happen. I think they can play one of 2 ways. Like you said, they can play that really aggressive angle. You also have, very strong level 6s with Croc, Brants, Tinones, obviously Seos as well. You can all make some big team fights happen. And here we go, man. I'm excited to see this one. You heard already, so many people pandering to the Loud fan base on the analyst desk. All of them are. It was Jad the one trying to piss him off, and it was
farming the followers.
Lyric was trying to make him, everyone's saying, I might mispronounce it, but Fazoel or whatever, to say, the L for Loud. I don't know if you saw that. That's like the whole Twitter thing about that.
Yeah, I saw that. It was Mateus made
Portillo,
some kind of a tweet, and then there were 480 responses in 30 minutes, and they were all the same memes. So the Brazilian fans definitely move as a unit. They strike as one, and now we need to see if their team can do the same thing. Another big contrast between these two teams and the way they approach League of Legends fundamentally, when you look at the junglers, when you look at the side of Loud, and you look at what they're going to do early on, they want to make plays with Croc. He wants to play towards those solo lanes, particularly prioritize affecting the lanes over going for just the farm. Whereas for Husha, he's much more of a pathing guy. Min-max those, maybe not go for as many ganks, but make sure you've always got those timers ticking.
Yeah, and I really like what they did level 1, where Minji hopped the wall with LeBlanc, put a ward down to see the start of Croc and the rest of Loud, to give Husha, like you said, that kind of information to know where he can potentially be going. Both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, going to have just knowledge that, hey, Hecarim will be meeting me in these solo lanes.
Right.
To be expected. Like we said, this bot lane, yeah, it can get explosive if someone gets hit by a hook and really misplays, but realistically, for Beyond Gaming, they're the ones who I feel like should be pushing the pace of the game early on, whether that be working with your melee on the top side with Fiora to build up some stacks, gets a gank onto Robo with the Fiora.
Nice little engage there from Seos going after Kino.
Oh, we're
Kino's
going.
ready to strike back. Seos at about 250 HP. Both supports taking a couple of hits down here, but it was Ignite spent by Beyond. No summoner spells here for Loud, so I'm going to give the edge to them.
Yeah, like I was saying, Seraphine and Nautilus surprisingly strong 2v2 in the early lane phase, able to get that Ignite out, walk away just fine. Going to survive that early on. Like we said, though, mostly focused on farming. Going to be okay. Here is where my eyes are going to be on who can get up there and influence this lane.
Oh,
Husha
yeah.
coming in already.
Husha making his way up top as Robo wants to crash the wave. Croc is around. He's going after his own blue buff. He shoots off the Scryer's Bloom. This should let Beyond know that he is down there in his own jungle at his own blue buff. Husha's coming top. Robo immediately deploys the counter strike. W2 from Husha does hit. Do we have the rest of the CC available? Not quite. Robo's able to walk it off.
Oh, Robo gets out of there. Husha not able to get the E, I guess not in range potentially after Likai finished stacking that one up. Able to just walk out of there. Doesn't even lose his flash as we see more fighting in the bot lane. I'm so wrong about this lane.
We are getting spicy, Mark, and it's first blood over to Seraphine. One immediately coming back for the Kai'Sa. Both bottom lane carries are on the board.
Not able to get the second kill there. Wacko, though, happy to pick that one up. Will be very important, I feel like, for him to become kind of the late game DPS threat on the backside. Brance, though, very happy to pick that one up himself. Now, I was watching Brance's stream a bunch heading into this game with the Champions Queue popping off. There was that legendary Speaker game that we were talking about where he got a 30 bomb in it, but it was Brance's POV everyone was watching. He was getting in there and already kind of popping off a little bit this game. I think this is a pretty even trade overall, but I do like seeing the aggressiveness. If that hook lands, it's going to be a much easier trade for them, able to actually finish him off quickly. Seos there, just not able to get out.
Yep. Tried to get away from it, went for the flash exit, but Wacko had the aim there with the plasma. So, hey, a 1-for-1 trade ain't too bad. 7,000 to 6,800, so a very slight gold lead here early on for Loud. Part of that, of course, is going to be farmed back up here. You can see a much larger wave for Robo to farm compared to Lakai. And right there, that's so much of what this matchup comes down to is whether or not Jax can get the stun on Fiora. You can see, even though he got it, though, he loses that trade.
Yeah, it's still pretty difficult pre-level 6 before you start getting your ult. Just getting those third attacks in there. Fiora often wins some of those trades, though you see the wave coming in, Croc protecting him. Croc, Mr. Worldwide himself, has played in a number of regions. He's very familiar with multiple different playstyles because of that. I feel like he's been exposed to different regions, tendencies, and whatnot. So he's been kind of the first time he won a domestic title in CB LoL this time around, but has been someone who has consistently been performing across the world.
And you know, talking about the CB LoL, it's pretty impressive when you look at Loud as an organization. Because they joined the League of Legends scene in 2021, they have made playoffs each split except for spring of this year. So the first half of this year was kind of that was their trough, that was their trench, and now they've bounced back in summer, and they're here on the world stage.
Yeah, I think Brance, coming in as a rookie in spring split, being able to live up to the expectations, help them win that title, finishing 4th in the regular season, having a pretty strong playoff run is very promising for this organization, knowing that, this kid's still leveling up and already getting Worlds experience. You saw that graphic. Him versus Wacko is night and day with compared to some of the people he's going to be laning up against.
Yeah, just the fact that he's 18. Like, that's 14 years ago for me, Mark. I feel really old.
Let's not go there. Look at this trade in the top side.
Robo, he's in some trouble, man. Fiora just whooping on him early. Likai really doing a good job here in this 1v1. Of course, Robo would love to be able to stick around, farm up some minions, but it ain't going to happen. The wave is pushing back towards Likai.
Yeah, Likai already getting a pretty good lead in the top side of the matchup. It's surprising to me that they took the Jax for Robo. He, especially in playoffs, I felt like was resorting to a lot more weak side champions. A lot of Gnar, Sejuani. Does play some carries like Olaf and whatnot. He can play the Rumble, these kinds of things, but generally the team's playstyle did not seem centered around him, especially given how the meta evolved to be bot lane focused. And to take that Jax, I wonder if they really just maybe didn't do the homework to think that the Sejuani must be going top lane, or they just said, we don't care, we think we can just play into Likai and we're not that worried about him.
Well, Robo also has the highest kill participation of any top laner in play-ins. This is not a guy who's normally just going to sit in the side lane, push in the game 1-1 and 0 or whatever. He's going to look to get involved. He's going to look to potentially play some of those bigger fights. So I'm interested to see how that goes for him. That Cull, he's still stacking that up a little bit. It's going to make his laning a little bit weaker, especially compared to something like the Sheen on Likai for these quick trades.
Yeah, definitely ramping up for the Jax, but I do like his activity. It's one of the things Robo's really good at. When you talk about that kill participation, it's not just champion pool, but it's mindset about the game too. He does get out of lane fairly often, try and make things happen. Ooh, I was wondering if Croc was going to go there when Minji took that W forward.
It's just so hard on LeBlanc, right? Because she's just going to W back.
Yeah.
Especially for Hecarim, who needs to hit you at the right angle to knock you forward. LeBlanc just sort of never lets you.
Plus, when you're not 6, you don't have the kind of fear to make sure that you keep running in that direction. But the fact that we haven't been talking about mid lane thus far is pretty good for Loud. I think, the LeBlanc side of the matchup does feel the pressure to be making things happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tinone's quietly having, about 2-wave lead. Feels really good for the Azir here nice and early. LeBlanc not being able to get a whole lot done. That chain just flies out into Timbuktu, so not a lot of plays.
Almost hit me. Whoa.
Getting going here in the mid lane as Tinones will just continue farming up, shoving out. The power of that Azir cannot be understated as we move forward. You can see Seos hanging out here mid, going for the dredge line as Minji jumps in, but he's able to get back in time.
Yeah, just a little flyby there, seeing if he could get a cheeky hook off. Maybe not even kill, but get some flashes force, given that Seraphine was on the reset. Here we go, round 2. Gank topside, gets the jump in.
There's the leap strike. That's what they were looking for. Jax's inbuilt escape mechanism no longer ready to go. They stun him up with the E. They're going to get the chain CC. Easy money for Beyond.
Yeah, you could see Croc showing up just a little bit too late, deciding it's not worth going in there. Would probably be holding another kill over, but here's the rest of Loud.
And there's the rest of the play. Not in time to get a whole lot done.
My bad. False alarm, everybody. All right, not going to actually have a play, but the Brance does commit to teleport up to the top side, so it looks like they are eager to start off this Rift Herald, given that Seos was up in that area anyways after that little mid flyby.
Alrighty, Rift Herald is always nice to get here early on, especially if you secure him before 10 minutes. It means the eye, as long as you drop it in a spot that's not out in the middle of the woods somewhere, is going to get you that plate value, if nothing else. But it looks like Beyond will now have it leashed for themselves. It's dangerously close to running out of patience, though, so they got to be careful here.
Yeah, we'll see if Loud want to contest. Wacko did make his way up. I thought he was going to just stay hitting turret plates. They're actually going to fight.
Oh, Seos here on the front line. Does Kino want to go for anything? The Amumu ulti gets dropped. They find 2. Seos still nice and healthy. Kino's very low. Croc goes in looking for Husha, but now Beyond could be in a really bad spot. Lakai tries to get away over the wall as they continue to look for kills. Minji loses his clone, but that is it. No deaths either side.
What?
But Loud has way more health bar.
How did no one die there? I thought for sure someone was going to drop, but nothing ends up coming through. Brance hit a nice 2-man ultimate, though, to buy the control to get the Rift Herald. So Loud coming out ahead on the tail end of that fight. Did not find any of the kills, but I think the young AD carry for them coming up big at the first Rift Herald fight.
Let's take another look at how it went down.
Yeah, so Minji is just trying to get some early poke off onto Seos. That hook missing puts him in a bit of a weird spot here. Kino then gets followed up. He's getting targeted down. I like the ult flashed out. Things looking okay here, given you see that Croc has to ult out, not really use it on anyone, but there's that double stun landing on both solo laners of Beyond. Lee Kai and Minji both kind of running forward. They're able to get out because, hey, very mobile champion, but like you said, Loud coming away with that Rift Herald now.
Loud with the Rift Herald. We'll have to wait and see where they want to drop that one. One option, one opportunity, of course, is just about a minute's time from now. The Drake is going to be spawning. You can always use it as a distraction for that.
Yeah, no Drake priority, really. I mean, Beyond did grab one, but it's not been the focus of the game so far. It's a really interesting position, I think, for Loud here, what they want to do with this Rift Herald, because Robo's falling behind, now up to about a 30 CS deficit. There's a big wave crashing. He'll catch up a little bit, but normally in these matchups, it's like, let's accelerate the Jax. Let's get him stronger, but they don't really have prio in that lane and probably won't for the rest of the game, unless, you know, they start winning team fights and then he gets the gold. So you're wondering, do we give it to the Azir? Do we give it to the bot lane to just try and break this turret? There's not an obvious, like, oh, this will give them an insane power spike. It's just going to be an influx of gold, most likely for the Azir around a Drake fight, like you said.
And the scary part about these carry versus carry top lane matchups is when you fall behind 30 CS, when you're just stuck underneath your tower, you feel really, really useless. It's not like you're an Ornn or something that can always just sound the horn and have a massive team fight impact.
Yeah, top lane's a bit of a wasteland. In general, where the most unfun matchups occur, sometimes it's melee into range, sometimes it's these kinds of skill matchups like you're talking about, where once you fall behind, there's nothing you can really do except hug your turret, try and farm up, and not cost your team the game through these kind of 1v1s.
Beyond are trying to stop this Herald from charging in, but it ain't gonna happen. 2 plates guaranteed. They won't be getting any more. Kino engages. They look for Tanones, and they've already got him. Minji gets himself away, goes right back into the fight now. However, they're still looking for another kill. It's Seos who drops, and Husha picks it up. Beyond get 2.
Beyond find 2 kills in the mid lane. This is exactly what we're talking about, their strengths being as a team, working as a unit, multiple forms of hard engage. Kino can go in first. They drop all their damage onto Tinoz, but then they still have enough follow-up to find Seos on the back end of it, which will also get the second dragon in their back pocket, exploding their gold lead.
And I talked about Husha being a good jungler in terms of his pathing, knowing when he wants to deviate from fully clearing, knowing when he wants to make these plays. This guy has been setting up some good stuff here for the team so far.
And what a snipe. Just getting him before he can get the dash out to safety, the chain CC combo blowing him up. Wacko able to follow up with that Kai'Sa ultimate, and then here, just a nice easy chase down sequence. So much you can see CC available. It's very hard to get out once you're in there, especially for a Nautilus default champion. So feeling very good now for Beyond Gaming.
Yep, both of their big CC engagers are at 3 out of 4 kill participation. The Kai'Sa for Wacko also at 3 out of 4, completing that Kraken Slayer now. That is the first mythic item completed in the entire game. Feels really good for Beyond.
Yeah, he's gotten a nice acceleration. Loud do, I think I would say they have the scaling advantage given Seraphine and Azir and Hecarim and how they all are going to combo together in 5v5s, but you still have to be very concerned about how you end up taking those 5v5s, because eventually, if Beyond get far enough ahead, they're controlling, as you see right now, 2 wards already in the enemy jungle, sealing away red buffs. It's a tough team to face check into with the amount of CC they have. LeBlanc burst coming in and just instantly blowing people up. We'll see it right here, potentially.
Yep, we're talking about some burst. Tanones tries to get rid of him, stays alive, but it costs him that ulti. I like the fact that they went for it. Unfortunately, they just didn't have any damage close enough nearby. Sejuani and Amumu are a great setup, but somebody else has to get the ball in the basket.
Maybe not the most threatening combination there. Get the ult out of Tinones, like you said, though, and control the bot say it's still. None of those wards were cleared out, so for Beyond, they can just kind of shove these waves in, put a lot of pressure down onto Brance and Seos, making them have to respect this fog of war. And eventually they'll start getting some more turret plates as they actually fall off right now. Excuse me.
Yep, plates are just about to drop. There they go. Robo gets away from the top side. He's still down a little bit of farm compared to his opponent. Of course, once that Cole cashes in, he'll be feeling slightly better about it. Divine Sunderer already completed here for Lakai, so he's on a much better power spike.
Yeah, much stronger right now. But I would say for Robo, not doing too bad when it was around that 30 CS lead. He was catching that wave. Has seemingly stabilized around 20 since then and has been able to go mostly toe-to-toe. We'll see.
Well, Lakai's running after him now. Lunge. Go for another one. Okay, finds another.
Whoops,
Robo knows you can't go anywhere now.
Caster curse that one. My bad, Robo.
Unlucky.
Sorry, Loud fans. That was a tough trade there. Likai getting a lot of damage done. Control up in the top side. Doesn't seem like he wants to hard shove this wave quite yet. Getting some vision control down. They have a lot of vision in that boss side, but they don't see anyone, so I think he knows that people are starting to make their clear up to the top side.
Also want to point out for Croc, he's got the Chempunk Chainsword first item. For the Hecarim game that we saw just previously with Mad Lions, one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that when I went on socials, a lot of people were very critical of the very tanky build. I saw Dom talking about it, throwing some flame towards that build, because you need to have plenty of damage on this champion to be that backline diving threat. And Chempunk Chainsword is 116% gold efficient without the grievous wounds being applied to it. That means this 2,800 gold item essentially is worth about 3,200 gold's worth of stats. It's like an extra kill for free.
It's one of the most built. Oh, we see a potential dive here. We'll follow up on this in a second, potentially.
All right. Loud's really trying to force this one here, bringing a lot of bodies up top, crashing another wave in, but Beyond is ready to respond with the same amount of men. However, the big difference here, Wacko still in the bottom lane, pushing towards the tier 2. Meanwhile, Brance has made his way up towards the top side river yet again, so it's going to be Loud going for the Herald.
Yeah, Beyond, I can respect this a little bit, knowing that you can just get some gold directly into your carries right now. Wacko working down on that bot lane turret. They committed the 5-man up to the top side. You say, okay, fair enough. You now have no TPs available for the side of Loud, and you are going to have 2 for Beyond. So in the next couple minutes here, after the dragon fight that will probably happen in 1 minute, you will have this kind of 1-3-1 opportunity that makes side lane plays with your teleport advantage for the side of Beyond to actually play to your comp strengths. It's not really the 5v5 you want. It's about trying to find these pickoffs in side lanes.
And I mean, when you think about second Herald, one of the most valuable things you can get with a second Herald is a tier 2 side lane turret, because they're worth so much money. Well, Mark, Wacko just got a tier 2 side lane turret, and it's worth so much money. So I'd call that a pretty good trade.
Yeah, and the fact that Loud doesn't have any of the outers down quite yet, 2 in Beyond Gaming's pocket, kind of blowing that gold lead up to 2001. We'll have to see. It does feel like for Loud, it's about these kind of big team fights. I think they wanted Beyond to contest them at that second Herald, and Beyond was very, heads up saying, nope, we're not going to do that. But here they are grouping up now for this dragon, spawning in 20 seconds. They still don't have the mythic completed onto Minji quite yet. I wonder if he's going to try and get some gold, get the recall, and get TP back in, or if they're just going to sack this objective. They theoretically can. There's no need. They need to fight this dragon, given that they already have 2 themselves.
Alrighty, Loud. Let's see how it's going down. The Herald summoned up. It will take this turret for free, guaranteed. There comes the charge. Kaboom. Goodbye. Good night. Now, it's that Drake spawning here in a second. Loud is really trying to force this Herald up just a little bit further. Get the second charge.
TP flanked by Minji. He's sitting in the brush. I don't think that they saw him there, but the Azir turret giving them some protection from the backside.
Yep, this is the important part about Azir. He can make these little forward operating bases, allow the rest allowed to play around it so they cannot fall victim to the pincer attack. And now they move back as a 5-man squad. Minji has to give up that pincer position because he just cannot afford to be found by the 5 stack.
Absolutely love that play from Loud. The fact that they're able to grab a turret, get up his 5, get both TPs out, and now be grouped up for this dragon fight that we see the Hex Gates coming in.
Okay, Lakai went all the way to the other side of the river, and now they're going to go in. Loud looking for a chance, but they missed the Seraphine ulti, and Beyond's ready to go. There comes a big Azir ulti, shoveling multiple targets, but Lakai's getting the heal, barely staying alive. Dashes back over the wall, and Robo takes him down. But now you got to keep your eye on Zenones. He's gone. Beyond will crush them all, and Beyond has aced Loud here in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They aced them! There we go! Beyond Gaming popping off. It looked like such a close fight there, but I think you called it out. The critical big AoE heal coming in from Lakai. He goes down, but he provides his team all this protection to continue DPSing through that fight after Tinones had a monster ultimate.
This looked really int at first.
Yeah, this looked funny, flying over the team as the rest of Loud collapses on your Amumu here, and this kind of 5v5 group up is exactly what they want to do for Seraphine, but that ultimate miss there by Brance absolutely cost them this fight. If he had it here after they've committed, or you just hold it for more zone control, they can't really jump on top of you. But once that's down, Lakai lives for so long, makes Robo flash the wall to try and finish him off, and during that time, Wacko's untouched the entire time, just ripping through them on this extremely farmed and fed Kai'Sa, where they were just funneling him gold over and over again. He's able to carry this fight.
So Beyond already had a lead, Mark. How crushing is this for Loud to get ace there? Because I feel like now Beyond is loving the current game state.
They're feeling really good. One, you just got a huge influx of gold. You're going to be able to complete a bunch of items. Two, you're now on Soul Point. That feels great. You're also able to have a lot of side lane control, which your team comp obviously wants to do. Divide and conquer. The fact that you just won a team fight feels great. I won't say it's doomed, though. When we were talking about the Fnatic EG game and you were like, how do they come back? And I was like, they don't.
Yep.
I will say Loud does have an opportunity to start playing these 5v5s better. You saw the one at Rift Herald when Brance hit that two-man charm, how that could just win the fight right away. There, I think if he has it up, they can still win this. The goal lead isn't totally doomed quite yet. It's still only about 3,000 despite a lot of the other advantages that they have. They did get a big influx of gold from those turrets right beforehand, which I think has helped make that not as bad of a team fight. So they can still win from here, but they really need to win this next Dragon fight.
Alrighty, all eyes will be on Loud to stop that Soul. Hextech Soul. Really, really scary even compared to the other ones. It's a bit of a nightmare to have to deal with. The power of the AoE, the power of the slow as well. Loud, I'm just looking at them to see if they can find the engage they want. They've got the Hecarim, the Seraphine, the Nautilus. Lock down one of these value targets. Minji goes in, gets stunned up, loses half HP. Robo stays on him. Nobody else on the side of Loud is under the same amount of pressure.
Whoa.
Minji barely getting away, and Robo dies. Now Husha's tanking up. They get the stun on a Croc as he barely gets himself out. Another stun coming out from Sejuani. Seos under pressure. It's 1-0 for Beyond.
Yeah, Robo getting split from his team there. Initially, it looked like Minji got chunked out, so you can understand the mindset of wanting to punish him when he gets slow, but just no one else there to help out. Gives one kill back over for Robo.
Alrighty. 3,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead. Beyond looking good. Let's take another look at how this fight went down, because it was a little sketchy here at the start.
Yeah, you're getting the kind of 5v5 mid, trying to get some priority, especially for Beyond wanting to drop that outer turret. And there you see Minji, when he went in, got chunked out, but then able to land multiple roots, multiple CC. Wacko able to join in the backside. Here we go. Loud doing a Baron.
All right, Loud's gonna look for Minji here. Husha just jumps right on back in. Croc is not feeling so great about this one. Gets stunned up. Lakai coming in. Seeing if there's anything else to be found here. Sejuani stun, finds Seos. The Nautilus is down. Minji goes on a killing spree. And Loud, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't the right call.
Loud feeling like they're getting a little bit desperate here to get some plays going their way. Overextending for Minji in the previous fight. Then again here, trying to make a play happen in the top side and Beyond. Having the tools to punish them now. Croc is low. He's going to try healing up off this jungle camp before collapsing onto this Baron.
All right, Loud, you got to stop him here. This is a massive advantage if Beyond are able to grab it. Kino's coming around on the flank. The Amumu looking for the angle. Husha goes for the engage. Robo just dead instantly. Tinones now the next target. A nice riposte on the shuffle as Tinones continues trying to get away. Kino can still cut him off. Flash, bandage tossed over the wall. Triple kill to Minji. A massacre for Beyond.
606 on this LeBlanc. He's absolutely popping off. And with that play that he'll secure his team, the Baron buff, Beyond have grabbed control of this game and not let go. Dominating Loud so far.
Seos is back alive. Oh no, Croc. Oh no. Minji goes godlike. Enemy jungler is down. The chance of losing the Baron is now completely gone. Lucia with no smite. Means it could have been a potential worry, but not any longer. Seos even having to flash away to avoid another death.
Yeah, with that Baron going down, Beyond now will have complete control over this game. We talk about the 1-3-1 that they have available. It's incredible. Baron is incredible on teams like this because you can use all 3 lanes buffed up at the same time, potentially. Not a ton of teleports for Beyond, so maybe they don't want to split the map up too much, but here you see just a really over-eager jump onto Minji. Again, They feel like they want to lock this LeBlanc down, but it's so difficult. And Croc is put to pretty much dead before the rest of Beyond even show up. Husha does a really good job landing the W through multiple members of Loud and making sure to get the stun onto Croc, making sure that this chase down sequence can actually come through here for the rest of Beyond to find these kills. And Minji, the one they initially tried to jump on, gets the triple kill.
Honestly, Minji just, I don't know what Croc is doing, man, going for the LeBlanc like that, but then here's the re-engage. Robo just, boop, see ya.
Yep, that's Jackson team fights when you're far behind. I mean, he does have the frozen part done, but it's not going to provide too much savior for you when you have, whoa!
Oh, boy.
Nothing to see there.
Yep, no big deal. Just the enemy mid laner being forced back to base with no teleport as the Drake Soul spawns and is secured by Beyond Gaming.
All right, just in case there's any chance for this game, feels pretty dead now for Beyond Gaming. Grabbing Soul Point, they have decent options to proc it. LeBlanc can always go in and just Q someone. You could also have the W's from Kai'Sa hit from far away. And you can see with that chunk, it's so hard to try and defend these turrets. This one's dropping right now. You still have the top outer up as well, but we'll see how much Beyond want to focus that or if they just want to keep going down mid.
All right, Mark, earlier on in this game, you were talking to me about how there's still hope. It's not doomed. Where's the doomsday clock at right about now for Loud?
It's hitting midnight. I think I hear it stroked right now. It's going off about how there's very little chance for Loud to come back in. If you mess up a dive and you get a big Seraphine Charm into a big scoop or something like that, that's probably the only angle Loud have because now Beyond can just group up as 5 and brute force down these turrets.
Yeah, Jax is doing the solo Q split push while you're losing your inhibitor. He just tries to get something back. He'll go after the tier 2 there, maybe at least be able to claim one of those objective bounties, but they know they can't do anything about the mid lane inhibitor dying anyway. They have to give that up, but Robo's got no mana. He doesn't have the ability to just zerg down this turret, so sorry, Beyond's not going to let him have anything.
Yeah, I like the call ultimately from Loud there. You know, you're like, all right, well, we're not going to stop them from diving us with the Sejuani and Amumu anyway, so just split Robo out, try and get some more gold onto him because honestly, you're just trying to weather the storm and not lose the game during this Baron. This will force Beyond most likely to win one more major team fight, whether that be around Baron or Elder. Soul points, Elder. So that is probably the angle for Loud, trying to get one more of these big wombo combo team fights where you can somehow blow them up. There's not a ton of defensive options built for like Minji, for example. Sometimes you see people go, oh, I'll get Banshee's Veil or something, just make sure I don't throw my lead. He's saying, nah, I'm building the book.
All right, I've got the 5-head play. The book is the defensive option because it's daring them to keep trying to kill him, which has just sucked as a decision this game for Loud. Every time Croc goes in looking for Minji, bad things happen for Loud. So he's building the book that taunts you. It dares you to come towards him and look.
Yeah, guys, come get these pages off me. No, I don't think he's going to be giving these up. Minji has looked incredible so far, showing that they are to be feared in this group. A lot of people were talking about Group A.
They knew he was there. Tanones walked up to try to stab him with a soldier and lost 3/4 HP.
Yeah, feels pretty bad. Like I was saying, Beyond is slept on a little bit in this group. It felt like people saying 2-horse race, Fnatic and EG, who's going to get first. Some people were putting respect on Beyond's name, but I don't think much in the broader Western conversation, the English-speaking conversation that I had seen. It seemed like they were talking about them second or third. Maybe they can upset and get there, but this has been an incredible game so far. Absolutely kind of dominating Loud so far.
And it ain't stopping. They just go in, instantly kill that Hecarim. This is what I'm talking about. When you're a drain tank, burst is your mortal enemy.
Yeah, they just go over him. You could see Loud was not prepared for that amount of damage to come out. I was not prepared for it. I was trying to do my monologuing. I was trying to do that. They're off like, no, we got to get more kills.
All right, Robo gets the stun onto Lakai there. Doing all right with it. They immediately respond by bringing more players down from Beyond, but Loud has their guys reinforcing as well, so nothing more going to happen here in the bottom lane. Beyond backs away. Mark, we've got about 90 seconds until Baron spawns. I would expect Beyond to head back to base, shop up, get their control wards, make any purchases, and set up around that topside river.
Yeah, it's so hard for Loud to even get out of their base right now. You can see the pressure that Lakai is putting out. Trades the ultimates, but even after this, he'll probably just run back down bot lane, keep pressure up so that if Loud decide to contest the Baron, he will potentially be getting an inhibitor. Maybe he's going to get a TP flank. We'll have to see because They will have all the pressure in this game. No wards on the map really at all for Loud. The only ones they do have are in the Dragon Pit, which is the wrong side of the map right now.
Yep, unfortunately, that is not the place to be. Oh no, Beyond setting the trap, and they have Minji in the rush this time with Kino. Tanone's, oh, he's already gone, isn't he? It's chicken for dinner, and Hoosh is eating good. Brance dies next. Goodbye to Seos. Do they even need the Baron mark? I think they're just going to walk it down.
No, the game is over with that. They got super creeps to escort in. They find that pick-off, and then Wacko taking the ultimate into the middle of 4 people, knowing that there's no way they're going to be able to finish him off.
3 players, including one of the 2 meatballs, have not died on Beyond Gaming. Croc's gonna try to stand and fight. Robo's already dead. There it is. There's the ace. 21-3. Not even 30 minutes into the game, Beyond will smash Loud.
Absolute domination out of the PCS number 2 seed. People were wondering, where is this region's strength at? And so far, they're looking very good. Going to be making North America sweat a little bit after watching that previous game as well.
That was nice from Beyond. I love the fact that they were ready to answer what Loud threw down. Loud first picks the Jax. Okay, cool. Well, not entirely first pick, but
yeah.
They pick it in response to a Sejuani. They say, all right, Sejuani's going in the jungle. Fiora's going to go up there and deal with you. We'll take the skill matchup. You're going to pick Azir. Cool. Whatever. It's LeBlanc time. It popped off. It worked beautifully. Loud had a couple of good moments early, but unfortunately, once the game got away from them, they had no way back in.
Yeah, definitely the case where it looked like they had the opportunity in some of these team fights. I think you're going to go back and look at that Dragon one where they ended up getting kind of wiped, and you just say, if we hold the charm and land it, maybe we're able to win that team fight. Then we stop this Dragon stacking. We can start looking a little bit better. This did feel like a game that had a pretty massive breaking point right there.
Yeah, that's always what I try to look at when I go back in a VOD of any kind of game, right? Whether it's your own solo queue game, whether it's a professional game, whatever, you always find the moment that really had the greatest impact. And it was that blue buff fight where everything went awry. It looked so good at the start, too, with Fiora going on a magical journey to the other side of the river.
It did look like it was a decent start. I do feel bad for Brance being the young kid on the roster, his rookie split, having that bit of an oopsie there. But hopefully, the team and the fans rally around him. Don't let it affect his mental state, and he can kind of bounce back, because it is very early on in group stage still.
Right, very early on in group stage. If you get first, you get the free out. But if you get second, third, or fourth, you're still kind of in the same ballpark as any of those other positions. Just don't get last or right next to it, right? So anyway, if you are looking for more Worlds-related coverage and cannot get enough of Emily Rand and Travis Gafford, you can check out the Rift Reactions podcast on Spotify. While you do, we're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
I can never get enough Emily Rand and Travis Gafford. Make sure you tune into their podcast on Spotify. Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Loud taking the L against Beyond Gaming. Let's talk about how it happened here. I want to start in the draft lyric because right near the end of our segment, we had kind of hypothesized about how the top lane matchup might break down champion-wise. We had said Fiora, Camille. We got close.
Yeah. I know talking to some of the Eastern teams that they're very big on the carry top laners. Like, they love those buffs coming through. And again, on Loud side, Robo is someone who's always going to have the confidence to opt into that matchup. Casters are talking about it a little bit, right? Can be a little bit back and forth depending on how the Jax uses the stun. And, sadly for Loud, despite the fact that I think all of us like their composition, a little bit more, weren't able to pull it through.
Yeah, I think conventionally, if you're thinking how are the 5v5s going to play out, almost everyone would take the team comp on the left. But the team comp on the right is definitely pretty skill checky. So if LeBlanc gets ahead, if Fiora is able to pop off, Kai'Sa's going to be able to assassinate people in the back with the help of Sejuani CC. That's what they were able to accomplish. Like, I think you take 2 neutral teams, almost everyone's taking the comp on the left, but it is about the execution.
Yeah, exactly. All things equal, definitely going to the team on the left, but to your point, things weren't equal, and that's why we play the game. We don't just end after draft and go, yeah, they have the better comp.
Yeah.
But what's interesting to me about this is it keys into a conversation we were having earlier about whether or not teams who think they are better than their opponents will draft for that more slow, scaly, team fight style composition. So I wonder if Loud felt that they were, the far better team here. And that's why they went the direction they did, because backstage, we were also talking about how Loud traditionally can be a little bit faster paced.
It is hard speculation to do. I would say, especially on day ones of play-ins, this is just a read where there were too many champions they thought they couldn't leave and not pick.
Gotcha.
Seraphine could be looked at as very OP. Seraphine Hecarim especially is another great pairing. make that a good team fighting comp by throwing in the Azir. Like, I can definitely see where they just think this is, you know, the Omega comp.
Yeah, and I also think it could also just come down to, like, the metas of who you've been scrimming and the regional access, right? The fact that beyond coming from the PCS, having access to scrim teams like VCS and like LPL, regions that are much more willing to go towards these more skill check oriented comps, and again, may not even
love this flank.
See them as bad. Yeah. And like you said, they have the opportunity to show their skills. Great flank, and honestly, even Wako in this team fight playing very well.
Right there.
Waiting for access after the LeBlanc gets in there.
The Fiora healing saved this fight to me, because you think Seraphine, balled up people, we're gonna win. But then randomly, the Fiora ult provides the healing needed for the end of that fight.
Look at that LeBlanc damage, though, too. I mean, yeah, you called it out a lot. I mean, we had a triple kill up in the top lane as well that really started to kind of turn things. But also, that's probably the prettiest gold graph of the day. A lot of our games, once a team secured a sizable lead, they were able to close it out. But that is one of those gold graphs we like in terms of the steady incline as you keep pulling gold into your favor again for this team. So, I mean, Beyond Gaming going to feel really good to get that first win, start things out on the right foot. Again, we talked about only needing to get to top 4 in order to have at least best of 5s in order to get, to the group stage. And that there you go. That's one of your, one of your supposed tougher opponents before you get to the 2 major regions in your group, of NA and EU.
It's also one of the things, right, where, I mean, PCS always kind of doesn't perform as well at Worlds, but at MSI, PCS teams typically do step up. Beyond Gaming, PSGs of the Worlds, whoever it is. So I think it's another team that we didn't hit on too much today, but another team you definitely can't count out.
So, what are you guys making of the meta now, 3 games in? And I'm peeking back here, and I'm just like, okay, we've had a fair amount of Amumu. The Seraphine has made a decent amount of appearances, and the Hecarim seems to be very high priority. Like, those are the 3 champions so far that have kind of stood out the most to me in terms of their prevalence.
I'm seeing a lot of Yuumi bans.
Which is interesting considering that we kind of thought maybe the nerfs were just enough to push her out.
Yeah, but Yuumi Misfortune is also a very good combo. Yeah. Misfortune is a good AD carry, so I think there's enough pairings that make Yuumi very good. And if things like Hecarim or Sejuani become considered more powerful, then the whole meta it's going to twist on itself a little bit because the Yuumi comps can come back in. I'm very interested.
I think the only things that we've seen for certain, right, is that engaged supports are back 100%.
Except for EG, we're playing Lux.
Yeah, except for EG.
Wait, you can engage.
Flash binding. We saw him try.
Yeah, by dying. The fight started. It's over.
Well, I mean, if it works, it works. If you don't get the binding engaged, then the flash will come back to bite you. All right, on the other side, we got Mad Lions returning to the stage opposite the pride of the TCL in the Deniz Bank Wildcats. Catch you there.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with Niski from the Mad Lions, who won his first game earlier today. Thank you so much for joining me, Niski.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that game a bit, because after how the early game went, to me it was a done deal for you guys. You were about to win this one. What happened mid-game? It felt like you were underestimating them for a bit.
I mean, I think we played too fast. I think our Nash call was pretty bad, and I think they just got their wombo combo off, and that's how they kind of came back into the game. I also think the jungler actually did a decent job of like catching me whenever I was going from side to mid, which was surprising. And yeah, we just got caught off guard multiple times, but at the end we took the win. Yeah.
I was about to say, a win is a win in the end, and it's a good way to start World 2022. And I mean, it was not the easiest setting for you guys, having two players playing from the hotel. Do you think it impacted the way you communicated together?
I mean, I don't think that's much of an issue. I just think that the stress we had today, like with our prep, like we couldn't play much solo queues before. We had to kind of rush everything. So I think it's more about stress and like not being able to relax before the game, I guess. But I think like comms were okay. I mean, I think Mac, for example, didn't see the draft in like the first time we did it, stuff like that. But at the end, it was fine.
You mentioned stress, and I also want to talk about the fact that you didn't end the LEC playoffs in the best way possible. Do you think it impacted you guys in the way you prepped for Worlds? And how do you feel about being back to best of ones now?
I mean, I think in playoffs we had a big issue with our draft. I mean, not our drafts. I think our meta read was not necessarily the best, and I think just the meta didn't suit us as well. And I think right now we have our meta, and we just play what we think is good. And for now, it's been working fine. I guess we won one game, so we'll see how it does versus other teams. Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, focusing ahead, the Istanbul Wildcats is next for you guys. Quick words on the team, and what can we expect from them?
I mean, I think they're actually not a bad team, to be fair. I think when their ball lane is ahead, they actually snowball pretty well. But when they're behind, they also kind of int. So we just need to make sure ball lane is stable. And I believe we are just better.
Yeah.
But they make games explosive, so we don't have to. We cannot underestimate them.
Yeah. Let's not make the same mistakes you guys made during the first game. Any player in particular we should be careful about here? You were mentioning the bot lane, maybe in this area?
I mean, probably Holy Phoenix, I guess. That guy is kind of crazy in the way he plays. I think he roams mid like level 2 or 3. He does some random shit, so I'd say Holy Phoenix, yeah.
All right, well, Niski, thank you for the interview. Good luck on the next game. And back to you guys at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Laura, and great to hear from Niski following their first win of the day. But now they're going to look to add another one to the board as they take on the Istanbul Wildcats. Really interesting to get the player perspective ahead of the matchup, right? And for Niski, identifying that while they do certainly believe they are the better team, it's about the bot lane. In terms of, Istanbul Wildcats' main way of winning, but also that little shot towards Holy Phoenix, expecting some pressure coming towards him as well in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Holy Phoenix is a name who's been around forever, right? Like everyone who's watched League over the years should know Holy Phoenix's name and just how explosive he can be in that 2v2. Saren in the mid lane, I think, is also like another standout player on this Istanbul Wildcats roster. And it's a roster that honestly has been playing together for a long time.
Yeah, it's a very cool story, actually. Same 5 players for 4 splits, and also an all-Turkish team. A lot of the other teams in their region had Korean imports on their team, so they were able to win with 5 Turkish players, which gives them a large sense of pride, and it's a lot of experience from the region as well. I've personally been a big fan of Saren for several years. I've always thought he's been extremely good, so it's good to see him reach the international stage once again.
I just love hearing the stat about how long that core 5 players has been together. That's a rarity in professional League of Legends or esports in general, right? To have the same 5 players for even 2 years. Time and
2 splits.
2 splits, right? Yeah, exactly. Like that's pretty wild. But I'm certainly curious to see if that kind of time to marinate, as a team is going to actually, allow them to be greater than the sum of their parts, right? Which is typically, I think, the goal when you keep 5 people together for that long is you're expecting them to evolve to something greater than what they can individually be.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely the level of comfort there to where you've been together this long, like the tendencies, what this player likes. If you're like a jungler, okay, like this lane prefers pressure, this guy's more quiet. It kind of makes it comfortable, which I think could be great. but also I think could be bad if you get a little bit too comfortable.
True, but I think also too I would be looking then to like mid and late game, right? Where I expect, again, if we've played together this long, to your point about tendencies, I know how we want to play the fights, and we should ideally see more synergy in those scenarios.
Exactly, and that's really where they shine, is mid and late game. They really don't play for the early game laning phase all that much, and a lot of it comes down to, I mean, Jack, you were just saying how much you've loved watching Saren over the years, him being that big, strong late game carry for the squad.
Yeah, we saw a fight at the start of this highlight reel where they actually won a fight against a Mountain Soul team. They do excel in fight setups and just having better hands than you in late game team fights. Not to mention, if you're in a situation like this, right, like Lucian versus a Sivir Silas, the late game scaling generally favors a lot of the ways they draft. So it is difficult walking into these tournaments, going back to a conversation we had at the start of the day, you know, in 2012, but it's...
Yeah, today started in 2012.
Anyway, we talked about how a lot of times to beat teams that are, quote, better than you, scaling isn't the best way to do that because you would have to over-excel in the way you play laning phase. So a lot of times picking higher risk comps is the way to do that. That doesn't necessarily suit Istanbul Wildcats right now unless they can just perform that well individually to get to the late game with even gold.
Which does make Niski's assessment a little interesting because he had kind of pointed to their bot lane as being something they have to be wary of early, not let them get off to the races because they will snowball it, you know, all the way to a victory. But we should also as well talk about the Mad Lions side. Of course, this is the second time we're seeing them today, already with a win under their belt is definitely going to feel good, but similar to the way that Lore was talking to Niski and asking him to immediately reflect on game one. How did the two of you reflect on game one and the relative strength of this team?
Yeah, I'd say they had a pretty sweaty game one.
Yeah.
It wasn't exactly the way they wanted to start, but they should be feeling a sense of relief and I think be more comfortable coming into this one. With so many players playing partially in isolation rooms, partially on stage, I think it is a small advantage actually to be playing your second game rather than first. The disadvantage would be that you've shown some picks and strategy, the advantage being a higher level of comfort. I think in this situation, they should be happy playing their second game here.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, like Niski said, right? Like, this is a meta they feel comfortable in. They know, even within the meta, like, what they like to play. And we saw standard Mad Lions that we saw in the regular season from, you know...
You're saying that as they get MF ulted.
Standard Mad Lions.
Standard Mad Lions.
Hey, Vetty said they can put themselves in a hole, but they dug themselves out of it. And again, a lot of it coming from Niski making those roams, Elyoya having a great performance. And even though it was like a tank matchup in topside, still being able to put some attention up there, like having the flexibility to not have to play around bot lane like they had to in LEC playoffs.
I think it was Arma who like tweeted out or something about how his champion pool is only growing. He now has 24 different versions of Gnar that he can play because he can play every skin of Gnar, and Gnar has 2 forms. And so he's got something like a 24 champion pool deep, but it's all Gnar.
It's all Gnar. I mean, also speaking of Armut, I think this is a pretty big matchup for them, former TCL player. For people that are looking for some talent that came out of that region, you have Closer, you have Armut, you have Blue, right? There's been some
These guys are stars in their respective regions, LEC, LCS.
First two more than the third, but definitely Closer and Armut have had huge moments. So it's really cool being able to play against a representative from his former region.
Yeah, so let's hone in just a little bit on the mid lane again, because I think when we talked about Mad Lions, we talked about how so much of their strategy revolves around Niski in some form, right? Whether or not it's him who's going to ultimately get the gold, carry the game, and win the team fights, or whether or not it's him who's going to get the work done around the map. I think that's where I return back to Saren. Yes, a name that is known fairly well for people who have watched a number of international tournaments. Can he do what Niski does? Can he measure up to that same bar? Does he have to take a different approach in entering this matchup against one of our most prolific roamers?
I feel like he does. I feel like Niski just does what he does so well. Like, he's definitely in like the elite tier of being able to impact the map from the mid lane, be able to dodge out on hard matchups, work with your jungler, to where we've seen Saren try to do that, especially in the regular season, but I feel like Istanbul Wildcats performs best when he was on things more like Azir's or Silas's, or things that can also put up those big damage numbers for his team. I feel like he has to be a carry.
I want to talk about some champions.
Okay.
I'm going to preview a conversation that we're going to have a little bit later when we get the actual graphics for it. We want to talk about some crystal ball picks because those have been a very cool addition, to kind of, I mean, the entire World's tournament.
Since I hear we only have a minute, I'm going to throw a troll one in.
Okay, great. I love that.
I had a pretty long discussion with Goldberg backstage about which Drake to pick. Because most people are like, that's
overheard
the most
this.
random one.
I overheard this.
He picked Mountain. I picked Hextech.
Yeah.
Both are wrong for certain reasons, but I know the wrong pick is Cloud. That's all I'll say.
Why is that the wrong pick?
Because people deprioritize Cloud Drake.
So actually, here, let me ask this question. I don't know if did we ever get clarification on, in terms of that crystal ball pick, is it soul secured?
No, it's
or
most
just
killed Drake.
Yeah. Oh, it's just most killed Drake.
Yeah. It's likely a flip a 5-sided die.
I mean, yeah, it's really what it is. A 5-sided die.
There's
only
5
4
Drakes. There's 5. They added Hextech Drake, bro.
There used to be
we
6.
added, you're right. Oh my God.
6.
Ah!
Yeah. I did Hextech because I think it's powerful, but then he reminded me that, well, it's also hard to take because it does the chain lightning attack.
Yeah.
So I am actually very interested in this discussion for some reason, because I'm trying to find a strategy for it. There is something to it. Mountain is too tanky.
Right, but by your logic, basically it's which dragon is the most enticing as a soul, because that's the only opportunity. The only opportunity you ever have to get more than one of a type of Drake in a game is if it is the soul, right? And so the argument would be, I think, for something like Hextech or Mountain, because they're the most, they're the ones that you want the most. So every team would actually fight to secure those. And so anytime they're the soul, we're likely to get both of those dragons to make them the soul. And so then they're out to indexing 2-to-1 every other Drake that showed up in that game. We're going to think about this some more.
Mountain's too tanky.
We're going to it has nothing to do with the tankiness of the Drake. It's ridiculous. No, we're going to talk about this some more off air. We're going to come to a conclusion, and we'll let you know later in the show. For now, we're back out to Captain Flowers and Mark Z for the call.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 4 of the day. Mark, you know what I did with my my Dragon Pick'ems bet?
No, tell me, what'd you do?
I min-maxed so I win no matter what. I picked Cloud Drake because he's boring as sin. So, if I'm right,
I see.
I get points. If I'm wrong, we get a better tournament.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're taking one for the team here, and you can always pop off about, I get another Cloud. Who cares about the game?
I'm just going to bite the bullet.
Yeah. No, that's big brain. I appreciate gamifying it in that way. Here we've got Mad Lions looking for their second win of the day. They looked pretty good in their first one. It got a little dicey. There were some closer than I think people were expecting out of Viserys, but they did walk away with that win.
And I think a big part of that, again, like we talked about during that game, was Mad sort of just limit testing how disrespectful they could be, right? Just sort of being like, well, we know you've got AoE, but what if we just walk into the Baron Pit anyway?
Yeah, I think that's definitely maybe some ego checking. I do think the team was also, towards the end of the season, struggling to find their footing and how exactly they wanted to play the game out. And you can still see maybe some of those struggles a little bit. We'll see if they can adapt as this meta continues to evolve. We did see Niski, like they're talking about, on his Talia, did have a pretty good game, as well as Elyoya on the Hecarim having a very good game. It's been an ongoing conversation how to build Hecarim online. We'll see if it gets through the bans. It's been getting through, so people understand it is a power pick, but maybe not as threatening as some of the other champions that you're seeing banned out every single game, like the Kalista and Draven.
Plus, there's always a little bit of history with Mad Lions versus the TCL, right?
Oh,
This was the region that took them down that year that you were talking about with the 2020 when they were in the play-ins, when they failed to make it out. It wasn't this squad. I believe it was Supermassive at the time. But yeah, it was a 3-2.
Or was it 1907 Fenerbahce Esports? That was the one, I think. Didn't they make... Whatever. Either way,
we'll remember.
There's been some drama between the two.
On.
Also, Armut coming from the TCL as well, a Turkish player. People are going to be, I think, excited either way, maybe. Obviously, if you're a Turkish fan, you want Wildcats to win, but you can always have some representation in Armut as well, who gets the Aatrox. People talk about the champions that Armut can play. There's a big joke in the EU community about only having 3 champions. But if you always get those 3 champions, like you got Gnar in the first game, you're good.
Supermassive.
You're right. I'm trolling.
I got it, baby.
I'm trolling. I'm sorry.
We're in there. It was Supermassive, but all right, we're into the draft. Kalista, Caitlyn, Sejuani, Draven, Graves, Hecarim. That means we are looking at 3 bot lane marksman bans, as well as a 4th marksman that plays that jungle role. Misfortune locked in first and foremost for the side of the Wildcats, and it's going to be a Jarvan for them in the jungle.
First Jarvan of the tournament, but I like the idea for how a lot of teams are looking right now. It feels like it's very early on in World's meta. We're only halfway through day one, despite what you might think from the time. We have seen a lot of team fight comps, a lot of these kind of wombo comps, but then we've also seen some splitting 1-3-1s with kind of the carry solo laners up in the top side. Jarvan does fit that kind of team fighting identity very well. He can chain gank, he can do a lot of setup and CC. If you're going to combo with an MF, you can lock people in a pit and then shoot the bullet time over the top of them. It does match that identity quite well.
Yep, I love the AoE wombo combos. If you are going to draft Misfortune, set her up for success with that ultimate. Over on the other side, it's Trundle locked in second, as well as a Kai'Sa to respond to MF bottom side.
Alrighty, grabbing that one up. Elyoya, different look this time around, grabbing the Trundle instead, but did play that second most played in summer, I believe, for him, so no stranger to that pick. We'll have to see if this Azir coming in for Saren.
Okay.
All right, you heard them talking about in the desk that he is kind of the guy who does feel like he needs to be a big threat in the carry position. Obviously, Holy Phoenix had a fantastic finals. It was a strange fact that they were in finals for a lot of TCL fans. They struggled really hard after coming back from MSI. It was a tiebreaker to even get into playoffs. Then there was some weird picks on side selection on who they wanted to fight. Fenerbahce was selected. They had arguably an easier matchup for Wildcats, and they made this run into playoffs to win the 5th game of that series. Is very surprising that they made it, but here they are again to represent TCL.
And of course, everybody keeps eyes on Holy Phoenix on this roster. Like, this is the guy who's the shot caller. He's the leader. This team has been together for 4 splits, so they're very familiar with one another. This is the dude who has 8 TCL titles under his belt already. He is no stranger to international competition.
No, not at all. This team has a lot of veterans now. They made their first World appearance last year, but I believe it's now 3 international tournaments in a row for them. So kind of...
That is correct, or at least that's what my paper says.
Well, we'll go with your paper.
If you're wrong, we're both
you
wrong.
sound
Mark.
pretty good. I think you're smart. You must have it, right?
All right, we got this. We got this. Anyway, let's see how the second half of the bans are going out here as Talia and Ari are both banned away. Again, looking towards those mid laners that Niski can roam around on and affect other lanes. Amumu and Braum banned out, getting rid of a couple of those meatball CC supports.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a low-range composition thus far between the Kai'Sa, Trundle, and Aatrox, and getting rid of Braum, who is very annoying to deal with that. Also gives you some protection in the bot side for the MF. So, makes sense that they are targeting that one away. We'll see what Niski wants to go for mid lane. He did get rid of some of them, but you always have the other options. If he wants to go the LeBlanc skill matchup, which we just saw in the previous game, Minji made that one look very good, so we'll have to see.
Alrighty, Leona locked in. MF Leona, scary, scary stuff in a 2v2. Unforgiven again, just hovering that Karthus pick that
one day, dude,
holds in the back pocket. I obviously do not think we're going to see that locked in, considering he's already got his Kai'Sa, Alistar, Blitzcrank, a couple different options here.
Nope.
Pretty much only a jungler, so we're not going to see that. Yep. And Niski on Sylas got some pretty good ultis to steal here.
Yeah, Sylas coming up for him here. You're happy to grab the MF ultimate, happy to grab Leona, pretty much everyone. Let's go with everyone so far. All those can be used in different situations.
Yeah, you can dunk somebody with a Jarvan ulti, swoop them back with a Nazir ulti. Lots of different good options here. And then they take the Alistar as the final pick of the draft for themselves. That'll be the bottom lane. Kai'Sa Alistar versus the MF Leona of the Wildcats. Now, what is this final pick over here? Because it's got to be a top laner. And that is a little bit different compared to what I was expecting here, because it's not like this is a team that plays around Starscream. He's generally seen as one of the weaker players, but can play stuff like Ornn or Sylas and look to outplay the dives. It's Renekton picked as the last one.
All right, 5th pick, Renekton into an Aatrox. We saw NA try that one. It didn't look so hot. We'll see if it looks better here for Starscreen into Armut. Very standard, classic topside matchup. Renekton usually winning early on. If you don't get resources, though, it's very hard to actually blow open the game unless the Aatrox is misplaying.
Yep.
So if you leave it on the weak side, yes, it will win, and you can maybe make plays around the bot side if you care more about that, but otherwise you kind of end up usually just becoming a bit of a meatball for team fights.
So where are we expecting to see the focus here, Mark? Where's the action going to be?
I think for the side of Istanbul Wildcats, you're looking to maybe try and make some plays around bot lane. You have a lot of nice setup with the Leona. Jarvan can go flying in there. MF is very happy to get kills early on. Kai'Sa can, doesn't have too many escapes other than the speed up early on, so if you're able to get on top of her, you can start getting some kills that way. I think for Mad Lions, kind of pick of the litter here. Like, you're happy if you can get any of these lanes going. It's basically a 3-threat composition.
All righty, we're about ready to jump in here. Mad Lions already got a win earlier today. I'm expecting them to feel even better coming into this one with that win, already getting warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they played the first game of Worlds for 2022. understandable if there were some jitters, there were some nerves for them going into that game and maybe made some decisions that they would take back. But the fact that they walked away with that win, they're going up against another team that they're favored here. Europe's already 2-0 on the day. They're eating good, all right? I know some of them might be asleep. They'll wake up, see that they're potentially 3-0 on the day. You have to feel very good if you're able to do that.
Plus, like we talked about during game number 1, for Mad Lions, it's very important to win these first couple of games because these are seen as your weaker opponents in the group. They are in that group that a lot of people consider the much more difficult journey to be able to get out of play-ins, so you got to grab every win where you can get it. Let's rock and roll. We got teleports up and running on all 4 solo laners like you'd expect. We do have the cleanse for Unforgiven to be able to get away from that Leona. Holy Phoenix running the heal on the Misfortune, so a bit more combat power in the 2v2 there for the Wildcats.
Yeah, not a surprise, like we said, maybe being the lane that they want to target. Can easily see them going down there, making some plays happen. See some of the rune choices here. Whenever this, I'll be 100% honest, whenever this graphic flies, my eyes just gloss over. And if I see something interesting later, then I always end up going back and looking at it. But it's just, it's information overload. What do you... I don't know, it looks normal.
Yep, looks like pretty standard stuff to me. Free boots, cookies there for both of the AD carries. Got some Hex Flash action down there for the Alistar. One of the most prominent users of that rune, I think, ever since runes got reforged.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the choice is, did you go Glacial Augment or not? There's some of that going on for the Alistars as well. But I always like the Aftershock just because without your ultimate, you're so squishy in mid to late game. And if you can get that little bit of extra durability window that you might not need to pop your ultimate and get it forced out or something like that. I do like that, though. You sometimes see both, and obviously Hex Flash being critical for both these supports to be able to make some big plays happen.
Also, the Aftershock just gives you a bit better of ball of stats trading in the lane, right? Like, if you're going to go in like that, having the extra defenses can go a long way. Anyway, let's take a look down here at the bottom lane. Holy Phoenix, this is the guy to keep your eyes on for the Wildcats. This is who they want to set up. This is the star. This is the leader. This is the guy that if they're going to get a win here, I expect it to be through him.
Yeah, I think Holy Phoenix in that finals that we talked about was a 5-game series. It was super crazy. He had a couple of absolutely disgusting Sivir games. Sivir's dead in the meta, but I think it speaks to his carry potential in team fights. That's kind of who he is. MF is a different identity. It's not quite the auto attack based kit. You can still weave in a lot of those with your strut, which is extremely powerful, but you usually win or lose the team fight based off your ultimate usage and if you were able to get jumped on and obliterated early. But his positioning is usually pretty good. He can be aggressive, but I think he'll be able to pile this champion quite well. He's not just an auto attack player.
And hey, this is different from the last game that we saw MF and Leona going up against like the Caitlyn Lux. They're not stuck underneath the turret early on. They don't feel suffocated in the early laning phase. They're doing just fine. Ferret's moving in, trying to steal away the chickens from Elyoya, who's going to hang out nearby, but it doesn't really matter. Ferret's got the smite. He's got his mid laner right next to him. That's what mid lane priority gets you. And Ferret will go ahead, leave that last chicken alive. You can see Elyoya doubling back. He's going to make sure he clears that one out, keeps his camp timers where they need to be. And Starscreen just hanging out here in the top side river, making sure he's got control over that top side crab. Both solo lanes early on in control for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I do like that invade. I think Saren is a power point, especially early on for this Azir getting that shove, get that play. But Elyoya wants to answer back. He wants his blue buff. Doesn't have smite.
Neither one has smite. And the blue buff is about to run out of patience here. Down to 400 HP. Oh, Elyoya throwing out the pillar. Saren goes over the wall. Blue buff resets. 3-man commitment from Mad, 4-man response from the side of the Wildcats. Blue buff now going to be aggroed up again. Elyoya set on this one.
Yeah, the fact that Niski has shove mid means that if they do want to contest this, they're not going to have the Azir, or the Azir has to be sacking farm. Looks like he's trying to get the best of both worlds right now, but eventually Wildcat's going to have to back off. Elyoya, successful invade.
Elyoya takes it. He doesn't even have to use the smite. Both of their smites coming up around the same time. Nicely done from Matt. Hey, you take a chicken, the other guy takes a blue buff. He's coming out on top.
Yeah, feeling good. I also like the bot lane for Unforgiven, not on the Seraphine. I think it's a very strong pick. We've already seen it a couple times today. We'll see it a lot more, but I want to see him on this higher agency champion, I guess you could say. That's what Kai'Sa is known for, is when you pop that R, you go in and you start taking over team fights. We've seen it once today already.
And especially with what you were talking about when we saw the first half of the draft, it was the Kai'Sa, the Aatrox, and the Trundle. This is Kai'Sa and 4 melee champions. That's kind of Kai'Sa's whole thing. She's the AD carry who can role-play the melee champion, diving in with everybody else, just being part of that ballistic missile.
Yeah, absolutely the case. If you can get a good Alistar combo, Niski can pop off, whatever it is, you can go flying in there. And there are a number of high-priority targets, whether it's the MF or the Azir. If you can blow them up early, Mad Lions will be very happy about that. Doing a good job so far. Kind of controlling the early game. It does feel like they are less interested in making super big plays early on, getting to like those 6s to get those team fights. As dun.
No.
What do you mean no? You didn't like our podcast before?
I've run out of podcast ideas,
You've
Mark.
podcasted out?
I ran out of podcast ideas halfway through the last podcast. What do you think Trucker Orn was being summoned up from the pits of my ideas for? I've had him in my brain since like 2015.
You reach into your pocket.
Or wherever Orn was released.
The meme where it's just all the same thing with the crow, and it's all
it's
just Trucker
like,
Orn.
I don't have any material left. I don't know where we're going. All right, we will update you guys as soon as we know what is going on here with the game. Hopefully this pause can be resumed very swiftly. I'm not quite sure exactly what the cause of things are. I would guess it's got to be something with a remote setup, as that has sort of been the thorn in our side all day.
Yeah, no update from Niski this time around. He was very talkative in game 1. I always appreciate players who have some stuff to say. Let the other team know lag or audio issues, whatever it is, because then we also get to know what it is.
Yeah. Just helps everybody out here a little bit. But unfortunately, there's also not really a whole lot to talk about with the current game state either. We haven't really been going on that far. We are hearing that Holy Phoenix has reported in-game audio issues. The dreaded audio pause. The esports Grim Reaper has reared his face again.
You trying to caster curse it? It's unstoppable, the audio pause. Yeah, it's hopefully something that they can get fixed out quickly here. Like you were saying, this is one of the unfortunate times to get hit with a pause. It's far enough into the game that some stuff has happened, so you can't just speculate on how lane phases are going to go. Maybe they'll do this with their first clear, but also nothing has happened other than that blue buff invade, really. I mean, hats off to Mad for having a decent early start to the game, but otherwise, like we said, this is mostly team fighting for both these comps that they're going to be looking to do.
Yeah, I like the fact that early on, the Wildcats were playing around the priority they had in the solo lanes to secure that topside Scuttle Crab, to look to secure that chicken camp. But it was Mad who came out on top just saying, all right, well, now that things are bouncing back the other way, we're going to take something of greater value. Whenever I see teams be willing to rotate away from their lanes, move in early, we're talking like level 2, level 3 types of fights, that's a promising sign of good coordination.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think for Mad Lions, that's one of the things that felt like it slipped away a little bit in the regular season. They were so good about coordinating as a team. Then the meta kind of changed. They struggled, like we were saying, to find exactly how they wanted to play that game. What was their new identity? Is it pushing, shoving mids and trying to still make plays all over the map? Is it, we're going to start funneling Unforgiven? Is it going to be Niski on Cassiopeia? They tried a lot of different things in playoffs, unable to make it work.
And I think if you're a Mad Lions fan, you want to see a convincing win here, not just a win. Going back to game number 1, there were some oopsies. There were a couple of issues with taking some Baron attempts, getting AoE'd to death. You want to see something get cleaned up a little bit more,
Yeah, absolutely the case. Hopefully we have the game unpausing soon. I saw some R's in the chat, but I don't know if you can trust these R's.
Yeah, these seem to be surrounded by memes. I don't trust these at all, Mark.
Yeah,
Niski started it. That means that it's got at least a 50% chance of being BS.
Yep.
Oh, looks like we're about to get back into the game. We high rolled it, Mark. The coin came up heads, and it's time to head back into the rift. Let's see what happens. Starscreen's got this wave pushed up, does get hit by the chains. Mad Lion, uh-oh. It looks like they were trying to make that happen there, but they didn't send Elyoya over the wall. Kai'Sa still might be able to find this. Goes for the headbutt, goes for the pole, gets the first blood over to Mad Lions.
Alrighty, there we go. Kai'Sa on the roam. This is one of the things he was so good at in the regular season, and honestly for his entire career, being able to get out of the lane phase, make things happen. The shift towards funnel your AD carry was not great for Kai'Sa either. The identity that he wants to be here, able to get up to the top side with Armit, who had the wave in a good spot, was able to get some good trades on the Starscreen, and just use that blast cone for first blood. Only downside did end up on Kai'Sa, having to take that one away.
And you can see here a little bit of a miscalculation with the angles.
No. That's Elyoya saying, you got this.
Yeah, he's trusting his
I'm going
support.
back to Gromp. You get the kill, Kaiser. I don't need it.
He's trusting his support. And you can see Kaiser just goes in, slaps him upside the head, nothing to it. 1-0 for the Mad Lions, nice and early.
Yep, able to get that. They also traded flashes up in the top side, Arma and Starscreen as well, meaning that if you want to try and make some repeat plays here as you're hitting your 6s on people like Niski, Elyoya soon as well, maybe you can make some more kills happen. But Ferret
gets away over the wall. It's luckily pretty easy to walk away from Trundle with Jarvan. You just EQ away from the pillar, keep yourself out of that danger zone, escape the slows. But that does mean Mad Lions still maintains control over the bot side river. That does mean Elyoya is going to grab this Scuttle Crab, and it does mean Mad Lions are up about 1,000 gold with a 1-kill lead. That feels really good.
Yeah, feeling so good so far this game. We are coming up a minute out from when, hold on.
Oh boy. Stolen Jarvan ulti. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Starscreen's going for it. Armit's got to try to get away. Starscreen's stacking up that Fury, but he will not be able to stay on top of the Aatrox long enough, and Armit walks away.
A little dicey there for a second, but a trade of ultimates. Armit gets out just fine. Going to grab some honey fruit here while the wave collapses into his turret. Come back healthier. Niski, I think, just wants to use the ultimate since he had it up.
Yep.
Just drop it, get a trade down onto Saren. You can see that gets him maybe some prio in the lane. Also up TP advantage, which means it's very difficult for the Wildcats to make a play, potentially down to the bot side. We're talking about maybe they can get the Jarvan to find a kill, but if you do go for a play for Holy Phoenix, start trying to funnel in some gold, Niski can follow up, and there's no way for anyone else to match. He's the only TP available in the game right now.
Exactly, and that is huge. Whenever there is a TP discrepancy like that, the other squad always has to be aware of the fact that fights are not as they seem. Things can very much be shrouded in smoke and mirrors, and if he's got the right ward at the right time, things go south really fast.
And I think that's one of the things that I saw Wildcats struggling with a little bit in their playoff run, keeping track of teleport timers as well as vision control in River, making sure that they can spot the enemy moving in and out of the jungle or leaving a lane like this. So you can see already Mad Lions clearing out the bot lane vision, while see Farfetch making a roam towards mid lane.
All right, Farfetch, let's see if he can make anything happen like Kaiser did. Looks like Niski's just fine here, has stolen away the Azir ulti this time, so if they try to really commit onto the Sylas, he'll just be able to throw him right on back. Ferret does have his own ulti now. No longer is it just the Sylas who's got those Jarvan ultis ready to go. They jump in after him. Unforgiven goes in. Ferret goes down. Mad Lions go off 2-0.
There's the LEC MVP finding some action in the game, getting the scoop back onto the flashless. Ferret gives them an easy kill there. Unforgiven and Kaiser making the roam up, given the Rift Herald spawn secure that one. 2 plays, 2 kills, feeling very good for Mad Lions.
Mad Lions, man. That first game, that was the warm-up. Now they're moving, they're grooving. The early game's feeling awesome here for these guys. And we're kind of looking up top at, okay, Aatrox is starting to feel comfortable. He's got his ninja tabbies or plated steel caps or whatever you want to call them.
I still call them tabbies too, dude.
That's fair.
No shame.
That's fair. Old school stuff. But here's the play that Niski made.
Yeah, you can see there, Kaiser also committing, I believe it was the flash to try and get that combo onto him. Did not stop the ultimate from coming through, but didn't matter because there's just no way out. Nice collapse by Unforgiven. Here you go. Gets the kill for himself as well. Much better target this time than having a 2-0 Alistar.
Yeah. Definitely prefer to have that money there on the Kai'Sa, being ready to dive in, being ready to go with these meatballs where no AD carry normally wants to go, but where he will be happy to journey as the game moves forward. 1,500 gold lead, not even 10 minutes into the game. Feels awesome for the Mad Lions. Elyoya still has 3 minutes left on the Eye of the Herald to be able to drop that wherever they want. That should be another guaranteed at least plus 300 gold. Things are looking awesome here in the early game.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions look incredible. They have this chance now, I believe, probably use the Rift Herald up on the top side. Get the Aatrox even further ahead of the Renekton in this matchup. Already feeling good, 300 gold up, or team 200 gold up with the assist that he got, but if you can get him, you'll never have to babysit him in the side lane again. You could also use it for the Dragon. First Dragon's still available. Wildcats starting this one up with the bot side pressure, but Mad Lions are in a position to contest potentially.
Yeah, Mad Lions seem to just be letting this one go for now. Elyoya clearing out his Krugs, the bottom lane farming up at their own turret. Many more Wildcat players here in the river than anybody from Mad Lions being nearby. Easy first Drake for the Wildcats. You like to see that, especially if you're falling behind in gold early, because it means that your opponents won't also be able to start a Drake stack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Mad Lions, I understand not wanting to go blind into that. There was Wildcats there first. You had Elyoya in the bot lane. Maybe he could have moved in for it, but I understand saying this is not really our win con. It's a bit of a 1-3-1 con for them where both their soul laners can push in side lanes, make plays happen. And you do have strong team fight, like you said, with this kind of dive composition of the 4 melee, but you don't need to go into every dragon fight when you can just keep funneling gold into Arma, have the farm keep coming in.
Keep on keeping on with that money, just falling into their pockets. The Mad Lions enjoying the state of the game so far, but the Wildcats, what do you think the move is here, Mark? Do you want to see these guys group up early? Do you want to see them try to make some picks? What's the sauce?
Well, ideally it would be Ferret, who is the one comboing probably with the Leona, whether that be in your own lane or roaming up to the top side like we saw Mad Lions already do once. Maybe if you can get a kill into Arma, get the gold lead back into the favor of Renekton, that could be an angle. Obviously, you can try and shut down Niski, who's gotten choked out a little bit in the mid lane, but I do think it's unfair, and the fact that he lost his flash early on is one of those micro objectives that can be very important to get. If you get the flash out of your Jarvan, it means that it's very hard for him to do the flash EQ combos, get that knock up, whatever it is, has to play more respectfully. And so that's something that they can focus for Mad Lions, even in the short term, is like, scrap him out, force the flash defensively, and then that really limits the Wildcats' playmaking potential.
Niski has that orbital laser cannon that is an AP Leona ulti in Silas's pocket, so I want to see Mad Lions try to use that to make some kind of a play. Of course, if they aren't able to find the angle, he can eventually just use it to go for a quick trade or clear a wave or whatever, as Farfetch goes after Niski, but the Zenith Blade aim ain't there.
Nope, not able to do it. Niski, he's playing up in the face quite a bit of the Wildcats. It's his style, very high 4%, very active, high jungle proximity, working with Elyoya to make things happen. And for Niski, internationally, he's someone who I think the community might have a hold on here. We're getting some plays.
Yeah, we're getting some plays coming out. There's the stun, stopping Leona with her own move, but now Farfetch has his ulti as well. Not gonna have the range for it there, as the Herald gets the guaranteed 2 plates and nothing more. Mad Lion's gonna take this opportunity to reset and get ready to make another play.
I thought it was a play, but it was just escorting the Herald in for some turret plates, edge. But I will say for Niski, where I was going with that was back on his Cloud9 days, where he did make a couple international appearances, didn't have that same level of performance that we're talking about, where he borderline won MVPs in NA. He could have almost been like Inspired, picking up multiple MVPs in different regions if he just got one of those ones when instead Svenskeren and Blabber got them around him. But then when they transferred to the international stage, he wasn't able to quite execute on that same game plan, where it's very roam heavy, like we said. It's very much about assisting your team. They didn't find that same level of success, and I think not only is this a potential redemption for Mad Lions, this play-in stage.
Oh boy.
Red buff contest here.
Here comes the Goon Squad, and Jarvan already lost his flag. Ferret will try to get away. Elyoya with a flash follow, just chomps him.
Devours that Jarvan. That also gives him control on the top side. Leaves Unforgiven alone in the bot lane, though.
Alrighty, Unforgiven. Let's see the outplay. Immediately goes for the shield. Farfetch just dies. What the hell was that? Wildcats are dropping the ball across the rift, and Mad Lions are dunking them.
Mad Lions pop off, find a kill in the jungle, find a kill in the top lane, get a kill in the bot lane as well. We talked about the weak side for Mad Lions, Unforgiven alone there, but like I said, sometimes it feels like Wildcats lose track of teleports, and instantly the wave is dying. They're making this play as a teleport comes in, never gonna happen, and then at the same time, meaning that Starscream was alone up in the top side for a 3-man dive to go for them. So 5-0 on their way, almost to a perfect game. They did lose that one dragon. Unfortunately, not able to call the perfect game, but it's one of those no-hitters. No kills yet, only a couple turret plates going for the side of Wildcats.
Man, when your biggest concern in a game of League of Legends is, darn, we didn't get a perfect game, it's a pretty good game of League of Legends.
It's a pretty good game right now for Mad Lions. I'm not gonna lie, it's looking very good. They are starting up the second Rift Herald as well. Unlikely for Wildcats to contest. I just want to see something out of them right now. It feels like a game where Ferret's been targeted a little bit, Topside's been targeted a little bit, and as a result, they've just not found any plays to make it all.
Yep, Elyoya should be able to grab this Herald, no problem. There it is. Second eye of the game, gonna go over to Mad. Remember, they used that first one in mid lane just for the guaranteed 2 plates. If they want to drop this second Herald mid, they should be able to secure the tier 1 turret. The Drake also about to spawn for the second time, but there it is. They're gonna summon Herald topside instead. Armin honestly already can just take down the turret without the help, but he should be able to force this one into the tier 2 turret topside now. Holy Phoenix grabbing a tier 1 in the bottom lane while this happens, and Ferret is onto the Drake.
Yeah, Ferret's grabbing the dragon, but you see there's complete control on the top side. Elyoya hovering behind the bot turret to, the top turret to escort that Rift Herald in for a second charge. I think 2 turrets for a Cloud Dragon is a pretty good trade for Mad Lions.
Exactly. They're happy to take this trade. I mentioned in one of the previous games the power of the extra gold influx from those tier 2s in the side lanes. Very, very convincing. 4,500 gold lead now. Yeah, they got 2 Drakes. I don't think that's going to matter near as much as the power of the wallet of the Mad Lions.
Yeah, definitely a tough game now for Istanbul Wildcats. For Mad Lions, like we were saying, redemption a little bit potentially for how this year has gone in terms of the nice addition of Niski in the offseason to make this really impressive summer run, but then the no wins in the best of 5s. You even saw El Yoya in an interview was saying like, yeah, this feels weird that we're going to Worlds without winning. But if you can just prove yourself here in the play-in stage, in the group stage, when you're able to dominate some of the teams that you're expected to beat, and then potentially go up against the rest of your group, find some wins against Saigon, potentially DRX, potentially RNG, and kind of prove like, hey, it was a bit of a weird entrance, but we can absolutely throw down with the best of them.
Exactly. Nobody likes the feeling of everybody thinking, oh, well, why did you even get here? But if you can prove you deserve the spot, well, then all that's just going to get washed away. But right now, we got some problems, my friends. Armit tries to flash away, but he can't clear the wall, and the Wildcats are on the board.
Ooh, nice pillar, gets the flash out of Farfetch there, but yeah, Armit getting caught in the rotato down to the mid lane, unfortunately. Giving one up for his friends in the TCL, you know, he's saying, you guys haven't got a kill yet, it's looking like a rough game, you know, here you go.
Just looking out for his buddies, that's all.
Yeah.
Just throwing him a freebie
hey,
there.
Countryman, here you go.
But the nice part is, with him dead for the next 10 seconds, that does give Starscreen some extra time with his tier 1 turret here in the top side. Unforgiven, alone versus 4 in the mid lane, so that's another turret going the way of the Wildcats. Feels really good to pick up some of this standing gold and try to close that gap a little bit. If they can get this top lane tier 1 as well, which it looks like Starscreen's going to walk away from. I don't know if the minions will be able to finish this in time. Niski is making his way up here.
Yeah, it's not going to die.
He should be able to save it. Just barely.
He goes down.
Just barely goes down. So there you go. Wildcats tying up the turret count.
I felt like Niski wanted that to drop. He didn't really use his Q on the backline or, you know, try and full combo the wave instantly. So I think he was fine letting that turret drop there. And so some more gold going over to the Wildcats now. Not closing the gap too much, still 3,000 in their favor, but Mad Lions can't make too many more mistakes like that because you could have had this incredible almost shutout of the Wildcats. Now they have all the outers down. Don't want to give up any more free kills in rotation, especially not with the dragons coming up. If you do that again, and then suddenly you give Wildcats soul point, suddenly you're getting some more gold into people. It was, again, fortunate, ended up on the support, not getting the MF more fed, or Saren on the Azir, who can definitely carry games. That is, I guess, the bright spot for Mad Lions.
Ooh, Holy Phoenix. Luckily, the strut speed gets him away from E2 of Niski. Niski getting jumped on, popping a stasis, keeping himself alive. Holy Phoenix with a flashback over the wall. Mad coming in, making a big team effort, and they just explode Ferret, but they're stuck inside the bullet time. Niski gets out with a flash, but Starscreen's looking to go forward even further. El Yoya with a flashback out over the wall as Starscreen goes in, but he won't.
Oh, they can't get anyone
yet. Armin heals up, but he dies eventually. 1 for 1 in a bloody scrap.
Mad Lions is so fortunate to get out of there, only losing 1. Wildcats were about to potentially run over them. Baron wouldn't have been up, so it would not have been like the game ender or anything like that, but so many people escaping on 200 health right there. Holy Phoenix not able to quite get that chase down. He had a really nice ultimate after Niski started that fight, very far out of position. Wildcats showing signs of life. I was worried this was going to be a snoozer game where Mad Lions just roll over them here. Niski kind of using his mobility, committing forward. And this is what you love about Holy Phoenix. He's not afraid to step forward and try and make plays there. Holds his flash for quite a while too. Gets over the far side of the wall here and runs down from the teleport. Makes it so Ferret is left alone, but Starscreen has completed his. And now everyone is trapped in Ferret's ultimate. The ultimate from Kaiser coming up. Excuse me, that was Niski's ultimate coming up a little short, not stopping Holy Phoenix from channeling that full ultimate. And here, if they just had a little bit more CC, never mind, we're fighting again.
Yeah, do we have the CC now? Not quite. Ferret gets away, but Mad Lions get their 4th turret of the game with that tier 1 in mid falling. They got 30 seconds until the 3rd Drake of the game spawns.
Okay, big thing though, so many flashes down. Ferret is the only person, along with Kaiser, with their flashes still available. 2 playmakers as this dragon is spawning. No mobility for the backline though for Wildcats. We'll see if they feel like they can actually walk forward or if it's just too much of a risk without their flashes up.
Yeah, I feel like target selection for Ferret is pretty difficult right now because you don't want to go for Aatrox, you don't want to go for Trundle, you don't want to go for Alistar. Niski already has Zhonya's completed. He can just drop the aggro if he's stuck in the dunk bucket. Meanwhile, Unforgiven just goes Lamau and presses R. He gets right back out of it. It's difficult for Jarvan to find those big moments he's looking for.
Very difficult, and so instead, Wildcats not even going to contest it, it looks like. They just want to keep the pressure up on the Baron. Here we go.
Hex flash over the wall from Farfetch. He'll catch Niski a little bit off guard, but can he get away? Drops the Everfrost back. Remember, he already flashed in the previous fight. Zhonya's to buy himself an extra moment, tries to heal up, but Niski's down. Nice play from Farfetch. Nice play from the Wildcat.
Yeah, very well done. The fact that they are getting control around the Baron meant that Niski did not have a clean path to the rest of his team, and it looked like a blind Hex Flash. It did not look like Farfetch knew he was about to hop on top of Niski, but then with enough CC, they set it up. Now, Mad have to stop this Baron.
Mad got to get in there. It's an Azir team. They clear Baron fast. There goes your bullet time. Elyoya's going to die. Starscream gets him here at the very start. Ferret's at about 100 HP.
Baron reset.
He's got to eat the apples. Okay, he's good. He's doing all right. Wildcats, they won't get the Baron, but they do get 2 kills.
Oh, I saw the idea for what Wildcats wanted there. They thought that if they just focus down Elyoya, he's not the biggest threat on Mad Lion's side, but if you remove the smite while keeping the Baron leashed at around 3k, you can maybe kill him, go back, get the Baron, do something like that. Obviously, killing Elyoya is not the focus in team fights, but in that situation, I see what they were looking for. Don't end up getting the Baron because it did get reset, but hey, this is still a huge turnaround now, slowly clawing back into this game.
It's always an interesting conversation when you look at priority on junglers versus priority on carries in terms of target selection around objectives. Especially when junglers are these tankier champions, sometimes you're willing to just commit the kitchen sink to them for exactly the reason you're talking about. And now, the Wildcats, off the back of getting those 2 kills and getting the reset, getting back out onto the map, they've secured Soul Point.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about it being a little scary if you let Wildcats make a couple plays, end up on Soul Point. Mad Lions, though, catching them in a really tough rotation here. They're going to have to run blind into this pit to stop this Baron from going down to Mad Lions.
They got to get ready to go. Mad Lions already got it down to half, taking it down to 5k. Niski trying to keep an eye on everybody else. It's already down to 2k. That Baron's gone. Mad Lions picking it up as Kaiser tries to tank everybody, getting caught out on his own. They'll kill him through the ulti.
Very much worth it, though. Kaiser knowing, seeing Ferret, marking Ferret, no flash on him. There's absolutely no way for a Jarvan through an Alistar. Both the headbutt and the pulverize can stop your EQ combo.
Yep.
And so Mad Lions made a very easy decision. Leave Kaiser there as, hold on.
Oh, Armit stepped up. He was trying to enhance the wave so they couldn't kill the minions so easy. They spend a lot of resources going after him, but he barely survives. Wildcats now without those team fighting mechanisms, they gotta back up. Ferret buffers the EQ through the Everfrost. He's able to disengage.
Whew, so Mad Lions escape. Got a little dicey there for a second with Kaiser dropping and maybe Armut as well, but he's able to get out of there. Now, with the mid inner turret protected as well, Mad on their reset should be able to start setting up, have a couple minutes of Baron to grab some of these inner turrets for themselves, get this gold lead. It doesn't feel like the game-ending Baron, given how it was secured, but this can stop this kind of bleeding that's been going on for them, get some more gold back in their pockets for what will probably be the most important fight of the game at Soul Point.
And we talk about bleeding, but they're still slowly but steadily increasing that gold lead, just not at the pace we were expecting them to continue doing based on their very early game performances. They do have to worry about that Drake, man.
Yeah.
That is the X factor. If Wildcats can get themselves a kill at the right moment and take the soul, then it becomes anybody's ballgame.
Yeah, that's what the main focus should be for them. So you can see them backing off this turret, giving it up, focusing on protecting their inhibitors instead. Already one down. Now Mad Lions getting vision control, making the rotation down to the bot side where Niski has primed the wave. Saren.
Yeah, Saren's getting away. He's fine. But I do like the idea from Mad. Just go for the standing gold. Unforgiven getting hit there with a Leona ult. He gets himself away with a cleanse. But what else are Mad going to do? Ferret goes in. Ferret goes out. Ferret stays alive just barely as Unforgiven dashes back over the wall. Ferret's still burning away. They've got Niski here in the stasis. They're trying to grab the kill. Saren takes out Unforgiven. And Kaiser drops next. Wildcats got a 2-for-1 so far as they lose Saren after the fact. Starscreen still looking, but he can't go after Niski and Elyoya alone. 2-for-1. Wildcats catch him.
All right, there's Saren. Like we were talking about, this big playmaker for this team. The flank with the ultimate, finding 2 kills. They do trade one back. He gives his life up to make that play, but it takes a lot of Barons, stops that kind of pressure, protects the bot lane turret. And that fight, I think, could have been so much better for Wildcats if Holy Phoenix had his ultimate. It was not quite up right when his front line made that really big engage. He could not layer it over the top. And so Mad Lions dodge a bit of a bullet there. That fight did not go worse. Again, limping out with somewhat low HP bars. This has turned into a scrappy game yet again, Captain Flowers, man.
I am loving it. Let's take another look at how this started out. Mad, we're trying to force this turret, but Leona says no.
Yeah, Leona goes in here, gets this initial chain CC combo, and then when Kaiser re-engages, you get this ult. This is where you drop the MF ultimate. Holy Phoenix is also in a perfect position to do it because there's no threat to stop him from dropping it, but it just wasn't available. So instead, they're just able to have to go through a normal front-to-back chase down sequence. Saren does a very good job of recognizing his moment to run in there, get the double kill on the bot lane while the rest of the team kind of forces Armit out. Armit did a good job making sure that they could not chase for more kills and got out himself, but that is some more gold into their pockets now. And the Azir is starting to get fed. A lot of these kills are ending up on him.
Yep.
A minute until, Soul Point, he might be able to get enough for his death cap.
That is the huge moment. 50 seconds from now, the Drake is in the eyes of everybody on the Rift. It's Mad Lions with control over the bottom side river. They're the ones going to be sweeping out some of the vision, trying to control things first. There is that ward in the pixel brush there, one from both teams, actually. As the Wildcats push down mid, there is this tier 2 turret still standing. That's a pretty big whiff.
Yeah, that feels bad. I see the idea. Pick Unforgiven, no flash, no cleanse. They have these sums marked, and so they're saying, if we land this, he's dead, Dragon's ours. But without that Leona ultimate now, it might not be possible. They're still getting Cryo and being able to get into the river, but we'll see if they can actually win this fight.
Farfetch in the pit. Everybody else in the Wildcats falling back into their own jungle. Mad Lions pushing up slowly but surely. They don't want to overcommit until Niski is ready to go. He's walking his way back up towards him now. Does have that third item completed here with a Cosmic Drive. Saren does not have the death cap ready to go in time. As Mad Lions start up the Drake. Do the Wildcats want to fight for this? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
I respect it. They did not get enough gold onto Saren to finish off the death cap. He was around 500 when we checked. Needed another 600. Very hard to get in under a minute without getting some kills. And given that they're not on that power spike for him, the fact that they feel like they're probably scaling quite well, and the fact that they just lost their Leona ultimate, I think sacking that was probably the right call.
Yep.
Some more items coming through here. We have Prowler's Claw Renekton.
I love that. I was about to point out the same thing. It's Torpedo Crocodile. He goes in, he blows up one person, he dies.
He did do it also in the TCL finals. I believe it was him. And he was actually able to make some pretty big plays with this, getting one-shots onto people like backline members. If you can get onto Unforgiven, yeah, he has Cleanse to break your Empowered W, but if you just have a lethality build, you can kind of just one-shot people. Yeah, especially if you have any MF damage or anything else coming over the top. So they are identifying the fact that the main DPS threat will be Unforgiven. Yes, Niski and Armut are no jokes. You have to respect them, but if you can get this kind of one-shot potential down, you do, in theory, have the better front-to-back DPS with Saren as well.
Alrighty, 20 seconds on Baron, and again, it is Mad Lions with control over the objective first. Setting down this vision, making sure they've got wards in the enemy jungle, making sure they've got wards in the river. They're going to try to keep the Wildcats in the dark, make it so every single one of these brushes is scary to check.
Yeah, very scary to check. They don't have great tools for it either. Yeah, you can send Azir soldiers forward. Yeah, you can throw your flag down and check, but it is still a little dicey because you have to walk forward in range to do those, almost basically in pulse range. And now you can see they have to work their way in slowly, but Mad Lions can burn this Baron down.
Yeah, Kaisa is great at this, and the Mad Lions get it down to 4K. The Wildcats move in time. Saren gets tagged there with the plasma as Mad continues to posture aggressively, scaring the Wildcats back into mid. Mad will clear out the vision. They will not restart the Baron. The Wildcats are marching down mid. They might just go for the tier 2 here.
Yep, tier 2 is very low off that previous Baron situation, so they can finish this one off. Mad was going to lose that one eventually. Went for the Baron, force onto it, did not get it, but now with them recalling, it does give Wildcats a window to also get control back in this area. Man, I feel so bad. I was talking about like, oh, almost a perfect game for Mad Lions. I apologize. I apologize for the caster curse. I forget the power that we wield sometimes.
It is a dangerous power, Mr. Zimmerman, but the Wildcats fans got to be loving you for it because this game has become a lot closer than I think anybody thought it was going to be based on those first few minutes. As Farfetch gets caught out a little bit here, Niski's stolen the Leona ulti. Armit is here on the flank, but he's found himself isolated. This could be a pretty big problem as the Jarvan dunk comes in. Starscream goes over the wall. There's the burst from Torpedo Renekton. Armit still trying to get away. Niski kills Farfetch. Armit is drain tanking the Wildcats as Elyoya finds his way to Holy Phoenix. Niski misses the E2, and now the backup has arrived. Holy Phoenix goes for the bullet time, but he won't get a lot. They'll still take Elyoya back. It's a 2-for-2.
Dangerous play there for Mad Lions. I see the angle Armut wanted with that TP flank, but it was too far away from the rest of his team. Gave them a target to focus down on. Very broken up fight. Not at all the battle lines that Wildcats want, so they should feel fortunate to get out of that situation. Niski with that chase down was so threatening. Got the Leona, almost got Holy Phoenix as well, and if you found him, you probably find the Baron.
Let's take another look at how they wanted to start this. Farfetch was in a sketchy spot here early on.
I think he might have been able to finish that recall. It was on a brush, and I assume Killer could have interrupted it, so maybe he self-canceled to start running early, but that gives him up as a target. Armut, though, a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team. Nice decision by them to turn around and focus him down, and so they are able to get him with, like you said, the Prowler's Claw. Farfetch drops here. Oh, never mind, we're on Baron. Forget it.
We're right back to live, my friend.
They got it.
The Wildcats will rush the Baron down, and they will claim the objective. But now what happens in the rest of the fight? Niski's over the wall. He steals away the Renekton ulti, and he's going to try to stand and fight. Starscream tries to retreat. Ferret goes back over the wall, too. Starscream may just be the sacrificial lamb. He is. Unforgiven goes in and grabs the kill. Wildcats got Baron, but they lost their top laner. They'll continue the retreat. Armit and the rest of Mad Lions still trying to chase them. Disengage coming out from Farfetch. Azir turret has been summoned up. They cannot chase any further.
Not able to get any further. Unforgiven, good job seeing the angle to finish off Starscreen. And with no Misfortune ultimate available there, I see why Wildcats did not want to risk a turn there. They got a little bit of chunk damage onto him after ulting in, but Unforgiven kites it out. And then they're just running from Niski, who is pretty relentless in these situations. If you don't burst him down, he has a ton of damage at this point. 3 items completed, working on what I have to assume is a death cap right now.
Death cap will make that Sylas that much scarier, but it's 15 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Starscreen will spawn before it does, but he has to make the long trek down there step by step. No TP available. There is actually no TP available for anybody on the map except for Saren.
Saren has 3.5 items completed, has a bit of pen with the Blighted Jewel completed. He is the biggest threat right now for Mad Lions. Can they find him?
Okay, Wildcats, they're gonna see Niski there with that brush on the side. Armit still got his spot here on the pincer. Do they want to go for this? Niski's going in. Armit's gonna be controlled for now. Niski's very low, but they found their way onto Holy Phoenix. He buys himself a little bit of time, but they've already killed Farfetch. Starscreen's gonna die next. This is a problem for the Wildcats. They're trying to fight back, but the Mad Lions tear them to pieces.
Niski is mad. He went for that insane flank through Saren to find the angle onto Holy Phoenix, and then is able to kite back onto the front line and use them to sustain through. That wins them the fight, gets them the second dragon of the game to again deny soul for the Wildcats.
Beautifully done from Mad Lions, answering the Wildcats, finding the play, finding the angle, and finding a quadra kill on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. With all the space and chaos that is being created from all these melee champions, that allows Kai'Sa, if she's not focused down, to ult in, find these targets. You see going with the Collector as well, wanting to finish people off. Here you see it, the double flank angle here for Armit to start up onto Holy Phoenix, but he's able to walk out, and it's Niski's kind of hard commit combined with Kaiser and everyone else flying at Holy Phoenix that's able to get that kill. Unforgiven, basically free hitting on the backside. The fact that Niski lived there is absolutely crazy. And then Saren was not in a position to find the big peel. That's one of the biggest parts of their team fight, is when the Azir wall comes in, can you knock all these melee champions off of Holy Phoenix and himself? They kind of ignored him in that fight.
This game is becoming quite the battle, Mark. I'm honestly loving this. So, now that they've lost another shot at grabbing the soul, what is the recipe for success here for the Wildcats? It's 3-2, so you've got about an extra plus 1,000 gold in terms of dragon stats, but you're still down 5.5K overall.
I think for the most part, you're trying to hold on through Baron situations that Mad Lion is most likely going to be forcing. Armit at 1, 4, and 5 does not have the side lane threat. Both him and Starscreen have handshook on being frontliners who die early in team fights and not actually side lane threats. So neither one really have split push potential to achieve anything. And so for Mad, it's with that goal lead like you're talking about, being able to get their pink wards down, get vision control, force the Wildcats to face check them, and try and make a play happen before the next dragon. I realistically don't think you want to keep getting these dicey dragon fights where, you know, Saren's still scaling up. He's on 4 items. He's going to be completing his Zonias, has a stopwatch. You know, like, you want to end the game before it turns into another Drake situation.
Well, Niski nearly has his Rabadons as well. You touched on it a little bit earlier, and now he has the second of the large rods required to build his hat. So once he can combine those, that Sylas damage will become even more of a threat that's already finding its way into Holy Phoenix. Holy Phoenix does have the Guardian Angel ready to go. This is a pretty big purchase, but it's also one of those purchases where if you get caught out, it means absolutely nothing.
It's very comical to see characters without... Oh, hold on.
Elyoya just getting jumped on here. Ferret goes in. Ferret goes right back out. Armit's coming in from the flank. Wildcat's got to be careful. I don't think that was the play. Unforgiven is godlike as Armit tries to get away. Starscreen wants to go after him. 1 for 1. Saren's now stuck. Tries to go back in, but he won't find it. Niski's still chasing. Holy Phoenix with his sights. A triple kill over to Unforgiven. And the Wildcats fall apart.
Starscreen's still cut off, trying to get the TP out. Might get the interrupt by Elyoya here.
Oh! Oof.
There Elyoya goes, finding the last kill of the fight. 4 down, excuse me, for the side of Wildcats. They're trying to end the game, actually. They're TPing in. That was such a mistake to try and hop onto Elyoya there.
I just don't know what in the world you're doing. Jumping on Trundle like that, there's no way that's going to be the play. The Wildcats go for broke, and the Mad Lions break them. They're in the base. It's Holy Phoenix and Farfetch versus everybody. Phoenix goes for the ulti. It ain't gonna work out too well. Guardian Angel will bring him back to life, but I don't think it'll do a whole lot more. He gets stunned up again. There goes the support. There goes the carry. Istanbul Wildcats fought back valiantly, but the Mad Lions go up 2-0.
It was dicey for a minute there, but the Mad Lions can be Glad Lions, not Sag Lions, after finding a way to close that game out. It was, like you said, we were kind of perfect game potentially in that ballpark before they made a couple mistakes, showing some errors in side lanes, getting caught out in rotations, gave them a foothold back in, but too clean from Niski and Unforgiven, 14-1-1. He was greedy with that collector.
Back in the draft, you said you were happy to see him on a Kai'Sa instead of just a Seraphine. Seraphine's great for supporting the team, but having a pop-off moment is always going to feel good. I'd call that a pop-off moment, Mark.
Absolutely the case. And coming in as the player that I think a lot of people had their eyes on of how he was going to adapt to the new meta, these kinds of things, Unforgiven showing I can play Seraphine and I can play Kai'Sa. Basically the complete opposite champions. The champion pool depth that he has right now is something that teams will have to take note of going forward in group stage.
And Mad Lions could not ask for a better start. Yes, the games got a little close. Yes, they got a little sloppy, but Mad showed they have the clutch factor. They've shaken off whatever bad vibes possessed them during the playoffs. They've got back into a form that they can find victories in these best of ones, and they're looking like a solid squad.
Yep, for the side of Istanbul Wildcats, that's a tough game. Felt like things could have gone your way. Some bad target selection in that last team fight didn't go their way, but they were fighting from the bottom the entire time. Mad Lions had such a good early game, and it's been both times. It's the mid game where they've had these little stumbles, but the early game for Mad Lions has looked incredible.
Mad Lions getting it done early, just gonna make sure they keep things clean in the mid game. Istanbul Wildcats, kind of the opposite. You have to wonder how that game would look like if they didn't have such a bad start with our conversation about, oh, this is almost a perfect game or whatever.
Yeah, but at least, hey, Armit won, and so you can kind of cope with that for TCL fans. You know, Turkish players still finding a win. So
that's a pretty big hit of the Copium.
Yeah, that was a big hit. Big hits are dealt out here. So here's the thing.
Okay.
For an EU fan, you have to be feeling great. You
are 3
wins on the day.
Really good.
NA, we dropped the game, not feeling great. You also, this is the last cast for us for today. You got Goldberg and I believe it's Quickshot joining.
Quickshot showing up.
Everything's looking so good for Europe. I had to do one more thing for NA Copium.
What do you got,
And
Mark?
just remind everyone what region this is taking place in. I bought us a bald eagle to leave on the desk for when Goldberg and Quickshot come in. They can cast over this just so they remember whose region this is, despite how much better they're doing so far at Worlds.
What's his name?
Jojo Pyun.
Jojo Pune, the bald eagle. Okay, Jojo, all we got to do is just lane better than in that game today, and everything will be all right. We love you, buddy. Keep the spirit of NA alive. And with that, the Mad Lions start playing with a perfect record, and we're breaking down their game with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Careful there, Captain Bar. That's a bird of prey right there. You got to watch your fingers so close to that beak. I mean, that's playing with fire right there.
Yeah.
Jojo will get you. That was incredible. Mad Lions, they're 2-0 on the day.
Yes.
But I'm still struggling now, again, with how to evaluate that game because midway through it, we all turned to each other. We're like, this is the Mad Lions that we wanted to see. This is what we were excited about. The best of one team that's going to come in and really just run the table.
Schedule.
Yeah, that's true. They're making up time here for us. And then they kind of all started to go awry in the mid-game. They were able to cobble it back together, not necessarily ever on the verge of defeat, but you start to get a little concerned when you take a look at things like Saren on that Azir, the person you called out, Lyric, as being the guy who would be the difference maker if Istanbul Wildcats would take the win. He started to put some team fights together near the end.
It's kind of crazy how they did just go with the flow, how they always do, right? Early game doesn't really work out for them. They're kind of getting slammed. But once Saren gets some items under his belt, like his Emperor's Divides were just absolutely huge in defining that game and almost being able to bring it back. But hey, Mad Lions still came out on top.
Yeah, and their early game, let's not discredit it, was very strong. And I have been kind of saying this since 2018, 2019. Like, play-in tournament is tough, and I've kind of just been waiting for the moment where major region teams don't make it through. It probably won't happen this year because there's 5 of them for 4 slots, but this is the type of competitiveness that has become very common in play-in games.
Big little outplay by Unforgiven there in the 1v2 in the bot lane. I do want to recognize that different members on Mad Lions throughout the game showed up to ultimately secure this victory because while it was Saren doing work on the other side, you had moments, of course, where Unforgiven popping off on the Kai'Sa. Watch out for Kaiser here as well.
Yeah, Niski actually looks like he's inting, but he gets the max range Everfrost, which eventually is what catches Holy Phoenix. Also, Armut's flank in the banana bush.
And Kaiser here, he's going to punt out the Azir. The last hope they have of salvaging that fight would be some damage coming from the Azir in the end, but turns into a quadra for that
That's probably the turning moment. That's probably the turning moment of the game. Because then once Kai'Sa gets Infinity Edge, you really just need the ability to fire to win fights. You're so much higher in your DPS than the Misfortune. Like, look how quickly he kills the Torpedo Crocodile there and pushes him out of the back of the fight.
Torpedo Crocodile is probably my favorite phrase to come out of the day for sure. But absolutely, you see the difficulty for Wildcats at this stage of the game to set up their fights, right? MF wants that couple seconds to lay out the ultimate and really put damage through. But when a Kai'Sa now feels like she's got permission to dive into the back line herself, you've got an Alistar knocking people. You know, it becomes so much more difficult to find the exact setup fight that MF wants.
I feel like that was the huge thing too, is that like halfway through Mad, it seemed like they reevaluated, they realized, hey, we have this comp that kind of all wants to dive in from different angles, right? Kai'Sa from one side, we have Armut coming off on one flank, Niski another, to where the Wildcats, they need that front to back. They need that wombo combo. So honestly, just nice mid-game adaptation from Mad to realize why it started to slip out of their hands.
Yeah, great. Yeah, a phenomenal game out of Mad. Phenomenal day for Europe so far. I did like the tenacity, though, that we saw out of the Wildcats here. Because, again, referencing that early game that Mad put together, I think it'd be very easy to kind of just roll over and go, okay, this one's lost. But they were able to find it. They were able to claw it back a little bit and put up a good fight. Really extended that game. After the break, though, Fnatic faced the super team from the land down under in game number 5. We'll see you there.
What's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm. But these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview here with Armut 2-0 today. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Not too fast. It was hard games today, honestly. And when I think about the second one especially, I mean, both games, when we think of it, mid-game, what's happening for you guys? Have you been able to identify the issues you've been having?
I think we are, I think we are doing many mistakes on like pushing side lanes or not pushing, sometimes went to group and stuff, or like base timings, or even like sometimes inting team fights. I think we did a lot of mistakes. I did last game as well a lot. I mean, win is a win. I hope we will be better the next days because we didn't really play good.
Yeah, you know what, we take those, and I'm being too harsh on you. It's only the first day, and Niski was telling me earlier that you may have nerves coming in the way also. Do you agree on that? That stress may be a factor for you guys?
Not me.
No?
Maybe
Okay.
for Niski, yeah, maybe for Niski.
All right, a bit more about your preparation coming into Worlds, because when you think about the group you're in right now, it might as well be like a group stage group. How do you think you're gonna go?
How we, I mean, most likely second or third, I would say. But if we get like one win from the LPL or LCK teams, it will be crazy good. And like even if we are third, we will face the enemy group second, I assume, which will be, I think it's gonna be much easy because we don't face like really strong teams because they are already in our group.
That makes sense. We're talking about the meta and the prep and everything. It looks like top lane meta might suit you well this world. Can you tell me about the practice you've been doing with Mad Lions and how good you feel in this meta right now?
I mean, I think I find my meta because like this meta is like not known, I would say, because there is not any official games about it, and like we need to see better players than us, what they do and stuff. Like right now, you can play almost every champion, but I'm just trying to focus on myself, that what can I do my best for the team and EU. Yeah, kind of.
All right, and focusing on what's next, the next opponent for you guys is going to be RNG. Breathe.
Ooh.
Woohoo. Yeah, indeed. Breathe on the top lane. Tell me about this matchup.
I mean, I believe he's pretty insane. But we will have something prepared for it as well. So I'm not that scared. I'm looking forward for it.
Super confident in you guys. Anyway, 3 wins for Europe right now. Fnatic is up next against Chief from Oceania.
Yeah.
Any take on this matchup, and do you think we can get 4 wins?
EU's gonna get the 4th win for sure.
I love it.
For sure.
For sure. Armut, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Good luck tomorrow, and back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much, Laure. Armut wasting no time with that prediction, says it will be 4 wins today for EG, as Mad Lions has already secured 2 of them. And wouldn't you know, we're halfway through our first day of play-ins, moving lightning fast. I know, stick with us. After their initial debut earlier today, Fnatic are back on the Rift, looking for that 2nd win for themselves and the 4th of the day for the LEC.
They showed up, right? They had a dominant win earlier in the day. Humanoid looked good, upset popping off. The fact that Rux coming into this
slotted in,
having a great performance, just like across the board. There's really nothing bad to say about Fnatic from their last game.
Yeah, they completely dominated. I think the only fear they would have is that they let down their guard because they feel like they're playing a worst opponent. But if they just execute at the exact same level, they will have no problems in this game.
Exactly. If they can repeat what they put up earlier today, it's definitely looking like a top of the Group A for Fnatic. But let's talk about their opponents today. Our first look at Chiefs coming out of the LCO. A number of names here people are going to be familiar with. For me, Raze, Tally, and Tapoon are going to be the 3 that jump out to me immediately in terms of familiarity.
Exactly. And I was talking to Rusty about this team and how they feel about Chiefs coming to internationals. He said it's kind of a super team in the region. 3 of the 3 players you just mentioned going over to NA. We have Arthur in the jungle, who played on Hanwha back in LCK, and Alidoric, the support, won LCO with Peace last year. So overall, like, super star-studded in terms of the experience they've been able to gather all together. And apparently with Alidoric coming in this split, it's when the team just really gelled, really worked together, only dropped 1 game in the finals, and it just completely popped off.
Yeah, and if you look year-long, they were 40 wins and 2 losses in the regular season, including 21-0 in the summer split regular season. So that 1 game was 1 game in the playoffs. Otherwise, they won 6 more. So completely dominant. But we also have to remember the distinction between LCO and OPL. Yeah. Right? So the casters have said best team in LCO history, which is after the league changed with so many of their players getting picked up by North American orgs. But still, a lot of those players, like the legacy players you mentioned, were at Worlds during the OPL days.
Yeah, and so while you mentioned their incredible record, and I'm never going to say that winning a lot is a bad thing, it definitely does also make you wonder how much they've been tested regionally before they then step onto an international stage and play a team like Fnatic from a bigger region. But as we talk about legacy players, one of the members on Fnatic has some history here from formerly playing, of course, on Mad Lions. It's Humanoid here in
World's 2020 footage.
Taking a loss, though.
Look, Armut coming in saying easy 4th win for EU. I'm just saying Tally's been here before. He's already beaten Humanoid. We just go off past history.
Yeah, this legacy team made it to a tiebreaker to actually straight up get out of the group. So their best of 1 performance was very strong. So that can infuse them with confidence to try and move into this group stage.
Okay, so what are the roles, what are the lanes we're focusing in on then for this LCO team in terms of attacking Fnatic?
Yeah, so I look at the solo lanes. Tapoon and Tally, very effective solo lanes in the LCO. But looking at the power of Wonder and Humanoid, you just need to be able to get through the laning phase to be in a familiar situation, because those guys never lost lane, I would say, in the LCO. There's a high chance they would lose lane to this Fnatic roster. And when we, did the jumping segment, like that's actually where the biggest gap is to me, is in how well your solo laners can just straight up stand up. This would be 2020 Worlds, and like Jensen dominated Tally in Orianna versus Lucian, which shouldn't go that way. Impact was solo killing Tapoon as Ornn against the Sylas. So this is obviously cherry picking weird data because it's 2 years ago.
Right, of course.
But it was at the time very strong TL solo laners versus these two, and they don't want to have a repeat of what happened there.
Yeah, and I feel like especially, right, you see Raze's name on the roster, someone who's been around forever, like, is a standout carry, but I definitely agree on the top side point. Tapoon has been like a solo kill machine this year in LCO, just absolutely gapping everyone. And then Arthur, best jungler in the region, absolute standout, super aggressive in the early game, works really well with Aldoric. So for Chiefs, they need that top side to show up strong if they want to beat Fnatic.
I'm a little mad we took those papers down off the wall. I was about to send you back over there, see if you could make up the gap, you know?
I cramped up. Yeah, after that jumping. I can't do it again.
We've got a massage table set up in the back. Chat's getting like rolled out in between segments. Like we're gonna try to keep him healthy and safe. We talked about how Fnatic already had a hot start to the day, but I did want to give a little bit more of a specific refresher on how that game one for Fnatic went today. We know it resulted in a win, but we've already talked about how if they play similarly to what we saw in this game one, we do expect another easy victory here.
It's kind of funny, right? We're talking about this matchup for the top side, specifically against how Chiefs play. But in Fnatic's earlier game, it was all about the bot lane.
True.
We saw Upset and Rux just completely dominating in that 2v2. Sure, they're losing out on farm early, like the first 5 levels, but the second ults come online, they're finding those 2v2 kills. They're transferring pressure all around the map, and then the other members of Fnatic are just playing around it so well.
Yeah, and it's so much about knowing your windows. So they were down 20 CS, 30 CS, 3 plates early on, but as soon as they had the windows of Leona Ultimate against a flashless target, they started turning the lane around.
The trigger pulls from Rux, right? Like, and that's
so good,
that's the piece of it that I'm most impressed by. Because again, I think a lot of times when we think about somebody subbing in, especially on a stage like this, you think they're going to be gun shy. You would expect them to be gun shy because the last thing they want is to lose the game for the other 4, for the other 4 players as they're the one who's slotting in. But in this case, they're leading the charge at least half the time.
I feel like especially you pointing that out, like coming into the support role, one of the roles that have to engage, have to like work with the map, have to work with mid and top and jungle, compared to like if you maybe slotted into 80 carry or top, and it could be a little bit easier. Just super impressive.
Now, we haven't done it so much today, but we did ask the fans at home who they thought were going to win this game here specifically. It's our MasterCard fan predictions. Let's see where people are throwing their weight. Is it a 4th win? I didn't know I was coming back on camera. Is it going to be a 4th win for the LEC? It looks like almost assuredly so. 85% of fans believe that Fnatic is going to take this one over Chiefs.
I felt like the Twitter game would be stronger for most.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Raise your koalas.
It's like...
Sure, but you do understand the difference in populations of, like, the EU versus Australia, right?
That's true.
That would be my main argument, is just, like, let's add up the total populations.
They're just pretty loud on Twitter usually.
Probably like that. They are loud.
Okay, I understand. I understand why it's 85-15.
Yeah.
I think you got me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you think, so it's always good to clarify that when we show those predictions, that is a percentage of people that are predicting the matchup, as opposed to somebody saying, I think it's 85% Fnatic weighted. Now, in this case, pundits, analysts might actually give that weighted percentage, but I'm basically going to ask you that question. In a prediction, what do you think the weighting is? Is it actually as stark as like an 85 to 15%
I
in terms
feel
of
like
Fnatic's
it's just
chance?
so hard. Like, had we not seen Fnatic play and already dominate, maybe I'd be like, no, because we haven't seen Chiefs yet, right?
Right.
It's like, that Fnatic win is just so fresh in my
Throw
mind.
that percentage out there.
Yeah.
What is it?
You just do that again, right?
Can I pander to Ose?
You absolutely,
yeah, do whatever
man.
you want.
Yeah, let's go
40%
40% for Ose.
Okay, 40% for Ose. All right.
85-15. I think that was actually weirdly accurate.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I think it was, actually. All right, well, there's our thoughts. We'll see whether or not the LCO team in the Chiefs can surprise us here. As we throw it over to our casters, it's Quickshot and Goldberg.
Welcome to the caster desk. My name is Quickshot. I'm joined by Goldberg, and I don't know what this atrocious thing is.
I really like it.
Mark left it. What is the story?
He said it was called JoJo or something like that, and I really rate it. It's really cute, but he wanted to keep it as a mascot all year long or something. So I wanted to give him a little reminder as well on JoJo here as well. I think we should have a score. in between our regions here. So one is EU, and the other one over here.
Wait, can you show the camera?
It's going to be N.
You are literally
here.
putting graffiti.
EU, NA. And what we're going to do right now is just we're going to leave one little tick in the beginning here for on the EU side at least. And we're going to keep it updated on JoJo.
So
JoJo
every
got this
EU
for us.
and NA game has to be updated on this JoJo
On the bird. On JoJo, yeah.
The bird of freedom, because NA said free. Can we get rid of it? Because it's so ugly. It's so ugly.
I
Just
love it.
Go away.
I do believe that they're going to strike back, though. JoJo's going to keep score for us, so we won't forget.
We'll leave JoJo where he belongs, in the trash with the rest of that confetti. Welcome to the caster desk. We're about to jump into Chiefs taking on Fnatic. And I know the analyst desk just started to set things up. We'll talk a little bit more about Chiefs in-game, as we've already seen Fnatic today. But as we're getting ready for draft, let's turn attention there. What are you looking at? I mean, we know Arthur's a danger man, so jungle priority here?
Honestly, I kind of rate Chiefs. So from doing VOD reviews, this team just makes sense to me when they're actually playing the game. I feel like just role-based in terms of what they need to do in a team, they function really well. Arthur to me is the catalyst, and we'll dive deeper into it when we finally get into the game as well. But the jungle matchup is so pivotal. He gets so aggressive in that position on champions like the Trundle, which is still meta. Wukong is also one of his signature picks, and he's really just a great guy at driving the team forward.
And I mean, when we take a look at their, early game action, Chiefs kill to death ratio is phenomenal. They actually have the highest amount of kills pre-14 of any team here at Worlds. And take a look at the draft on your screen. Silas, Sejuani, Caitlyn, Hecarim, Draven. Now, earlier, Fnatic were on the blue side. They ran that Aatrox, Graves, Victor, Misfortune. I want to see what will change on the red side. It's a Graves first pick.
Yeah, I genuinely just expect when you have a matchup between Arthur and Razork, then the jungle matchup is actually going to be super pivotal because they kind of function in the same way. At least in the regard that they both want to be aggressive. Arthur is facilitated a bit more by his laners than Razork really is, where Razork sometimes will have to step into a position where he's going to be the one facilitating laners as well. And we've seen the Graves before. We've seen it into Hecarim as well. This time around, it's banned out. We've seen the Trundle as well from Elyoya. But another thing that's not actually banned out, and does make sense since we see the Draven ban as well, is that Kalista from Upset pairs well up with aggressive supports. And speaking of a support that was very aggressive earlier today, Brox on his debut game with the Leona just had a fantastic showing.
Really, really great performance, especially for the Fnatic players who are playing with that substitute. I'm intrigued to see how well both Upset and Rux are going to synergize in that lane. Obviously, a little bit more impetus on making that Kalista work than the Misfortune earlier today. We do drop out of draft once more. Can only apologize to everybody at home. It's just as frustrating for us here, but hopefully we'll get back into draft. And I mean, I think for Fnatic, were you surprised at how well they played earlier? Because I was trying to read on socials, and I think I saw a sentiment that the way in which they picked up that win against EG was shocking considering the substitute.
I mean, I think no matter what, you're going to be asking questions when you have to bring in a guy from the ERLs, but I actually think Rox was a perfect guy for that position. I've cast him before when he was playing in the NLC, in Spring and Super League as well. Had a fantastic performance. I think Summer was where people started doubting them a bit because that Fnatic Academy roster started plummeting a little bit. But in terms of the role that he was put in, the fact that he was allowed to play Leona with Misfortune going through the second ban phase, you gave him his comfort. And I think coming in as a substitute, these guys have no idea who they're playing up against. And they probably will the further we get into the tournament if they decide to keep him, right? Which is probably not unlikely. But I think as a trump card, he already paid off his dividends.
Now the question is, will Chiefs' early game aggression be able to upset the apple cart, be able to get underneath Fnatic's skin? A team that has had their ups and downs all year long. And we know how dangerous Chiefs can be, especially from the laning phase, especially if Arthur's able to get in the heads and in the faces of his opponent.
Yeah, I was speaking to Rusty as well, who's an LCO caster, and he was also just talking. He was running through the entire team. We've had a conversation about how good this team actually really is from OC. At least from the LCO era, this is one of the best, if not the best team they have ever sent. And going back to your question, Arthur, of course, has a lot of pressure on him when he's going into today's game. I think he's in a position where he's actually going to pair up really well against Fnatic. And even just going further in talking about these players, talking about Raze, he is the heart and soul of this team when they get to a late game where they want to play for these team fights instead. He's been showing up phenomenally in the LCO as well. And even just Tally in the mid lane. We have mid laners that sometimes won't be very strong individually. And sometimes these not so strong individual players, they have two ways of playing. Either they'll just continue to try and play strong champions and they'll get outlaned, or they'll acknowledge it, and they'll be like, I'm going to be a facilitator. I'm going to be in the Talia, the Galio, all of that. Tally is that kind of player. And having that kind of player, when you have a jungler that wants to be aggressive, just makes sense. Like, when you see this team play, a word I would use to describe them would be fluid. Just due to the fact that it doesn't really feel like they have clashing styles or clashing voices. It just feels like they know what they want to do. So I actually, once again, rate Chiefs in play-ins, and I'm actually really hoping that they will surprise a lot of people. And I've seen this on my screen a couple of times today.
Just a few times. I'm going to ask you a question, but I know you're not going to know the answer. Have you ever seen a show called Voltron? Do you know what Voltron is?
That sounds familiar, but
okay,
no.
do you know what the Megazord is? Oh my word, I'm so old.
I feel like a Megazord, is this like Power Rangers? Is this like...
Yes! You know the way all 5 of the Zords in Power Rangers will combine to make one giant Zord?
Yeah, but listen, there's so many iterations of Power Rangers. Like, are you talking dinosaurs? Are you talking, like, playing cards or whatever they had? Like, are you talking...
I'm going the original ones. In the first film, they fought Ivan Ooze, and they each had a different animal. Probably the early 90s. I don't think
Great, I was not born. Perfect.
You were born yet.
Keep it going.
Basically, the point is... Oh, Exodia. You'll get that one. Chiefs are Exodia, right? They combine. They mesh. I found a reference that you children can understand.
And, you know, I have a thing for the Shadow Realm as well. That's kind of the isolation chambers they're playing for every now and then as well.
Yeah.
So when you're not allowed to be on stage, you're back to Shadow Realm.
I've got a question. I don't know if production are going to be able to, or if they'd even like this, but could you bring Jojo back on screen for me? We'll see if
and we're talking about the Eagle for
Jojo's
the
Eagle.
record.
If you've just joined us, Mark named this thing Jojo. Maybe because of how often they lose to EU. But what else can we do to this
called
bird?
for.
Should we like think of a bet? We don't need to make it now, right? But seeing as though, you know, Gulborg decided to
maybe
draw.
feed it some Red Bull, it starts, you know,
maybe
Jojo starts performing a little better, you know?
So
keep it going up there.
What I'll challenge you to think about is, what can we draw on this thing if EU or NA gets more votes? Maybe it's something Dive4ia can plan. We'll figure it out.
LoL Esports, go on Twitter, most like reply, we draw on it.
I don't know if that's the commitment we should make, but I love this. We could draw some art on this model that we have.
I wonder if Braves is going to get first pick. That's going to be my call. And I actually think the next one might be Callista to come through as well on the same time here.
Now, look into your crystal ball and tell me what comes next, as that Nautilus appears to be locked in, and it has been.
Exactly. So there's 2 ways you can go about this now. You can look to secure strong solo laners when Azir and Galio is still up, or you can look to match the bot lane that you know that you're going to get banned out. So the likes of Misfortune, the likes of Aphelios is still up there. And Raze is also one of these players that have been playing this Aphelios in the past. If you decide to lock in the Nautilus, it plays super well into what Fnatic wants to do, is shut you down, and even paired up with the Aphelios, you can actually play aggressive with it. If you hit a Winter's Bite, there's a Saffron Q on the Aphelios, you just insta-stack up that stun, and you kind of get a kill lane going for you as well. So I'd actually love to see them just try and match it down there, because it gives you something to do in the early game, but you also have this scaling aspect, so you don't have to be too stressed about making the early game work for you.
Man, wouldn't that be crazy to watch Raze taking on upsets? And
I'd love it.
Hopefully working out. A couple seconds left. Yeah.
Yes.
It's going to go the other direction. Why do you like Tristana?
So I really feel like Tristana is one of these champions that I hope would be played more and that we would see more going into this tournament. I know some of the Eastern teams actually still rate this champion very much, but the Q buff she had, where 10% extra attack speed was added from rank 1, just really adds a lot to the firepower. Usually, you would not want to see it paired up with a Braum. You want something that's a bit more kill heavy, but either way, I'm happy to see it, and I think this is actually a really underrated pick right now that I believe we'll see more of.
Well, fantastic lock in there. And the first phase of picks will close out with Victor. That is a humanoid special. Extreme amount of experience over the past few years. The nod banned away from Tapoon. He's 9-0 on their champion this summer, so another great ban away. How do you see these drops now starting to shape up? Because we've obviously got that Graves locked in, and we're looking now for Razork's jungler in this next phase.
Yeah, how many champions do you think you can say for Chief that they have 100% win rate?
A lot.
Having dropped one game over the season?
It counts. It counts. I mean, when they, what was it, 19-1, 20-1 this summer? I don't remember the exact number of wins. They only dropped that one game in finals.
Yeah.
You have to call me out in the stats, don't you?
I mean, it's your thing, right? So
Gulborg, you know I love my quick stats, dude. And I love that you're supporting me and you know, activating it.
Yeah,
because often the brawl.
It's like frenemies. I love the thing we got going here, Trevor. So well. So, all right, going back into the drafts as well, heading into the second ban rotation, you can clearly see a lot of top laners are getting taken away here. And I'm wondering really what the idea is for Fnatic in terms of what they want to approach here, because they're banning away good blind plays right now, which kind of indicates that you're looking for a jungler on 4 anyway. You know you're playing into the Graves, and then you'll counter pick on 5 instead. So Fnatic right here, they're just trying to take away all the good stuff you can. Having Trundle still up, I honestly wouldn't see that as a bad thing. And yes, that's another one I would have loved to see. So I had a bad read. My crystal ball, I put Maokai to be one of the most played champions. I really think that he's in a great spot right now. You're able to flex him as well if you want to. And having both Sejuani banned away, having both and the Ornn taken away, there's not a lot of tags you can default to from the side of Chief now.
Now, to clarify, when you said a bad read, we talked a little bit earlier about how Maokai could have been a high priority. We didn't see it for the first 4 games. Let's see whether or not Wonder can pop off on this pick, show off the capabilities of the tree, and let's see how it adapts over the course of the next few days. The answer from Chiefs. Swain is secured, and we're looking for the last option here to run into this Gwen. It will also allow Razork the ability to, pick something that can potentially slow or stop this Gwen Swain combo.
I hope we get the funny interaction there. It's with Gwen and Maokai. I won't reveal to you what it is, but if we see it in game, I'll definitely call it out at the same time. And this is where you kind of can keep the flex going now. Razork, if he actually has been practicing that Maokai jungle, or if this was a takeaway where they just wanted Wunder on a facilitator on the top side, seeing as you already have a bot laner in the Kalista, you know you want to play for. So not a lot of options left after so many champions banned away, and Lee Sin did receive a couple buffs. So Solo Q not the highest win rate just yet, but Razork nonetheless is going to be busting it out.
Okay, zoom out. When we look at these 2 compositions, how do they want to win the game?
Well, from the side over of Chiefs, once again, you still have some good team fighting you can have over in the mid to late game. You have good side lane presence as well with the Gwen. And as they already mentioned on Des, Tapoon really loves to be on champion, has a carry potential, agency, he loved going for solo kills as well. And seeing Tally on his Swain just makes it easy. You're playing into the Victor, they're set up as well if Graves decides to come around. On the other side from Fnatic, it's quite clear, right? You have your front line in Wunder, you have 2 carries to play for in the back line, and you have Razork and Rox who's got playmaking potential to set up the carry. It's very clear. I think Chief is in a position where they got good disengage, and they want to play out where they get engaged on, they disengage it, and then they kind of find their moment to get back into the fight.
Do you think this composition will unlock Arthur to dominate on the international stage in a similar or comparable way to what he's done in the LCO?
I think it's not fully that. I think they could have gone harder in it, and there was also easier in the past for them to do it, because quite often Chief would be the team that would pick the Lucian Nami, and then all of a sudden you would just have your bot lane be able to move all the time. Or they would be the one with the Kalista, and they could move all the time. You don't have the same kind of things where you're able to move instantly, but he's playing the Graves, and he's playing into Lee Sin. That's still very good for the side of Graves, and he's great in this meta right now, as we've already seen so far in the tournament.
Oh man, I'm very interested to see how well Chiefs will perform, as well as how does Rux, the man on your screen, as well as Fnatic look in their second game. EU's already 3-0, looking to make it 4, and the Chiefs on the LCO are looking to shut them down.
I think we should make it 3-1. I'm down for Chiefs here to take this one. I'm really feeling this region.
EU under those. Hold the thought, because if you're at home, make sure to grab the exclusive Very Nasa's Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. I call Nasa Susan. Do you know why?
Because it's backwards?
Yeah, that's right. The oldies will know it.
I feel like the newbies will know it too. It's very simple up there.
Goodball, can you tell I'm excited to be back at Worlds?
I mean, I've been seeing that the entire day. No, that's a lie. I've been seeing that ever since we got here. For the record, me and Trevor, we're extremely jet-lagged. We really haven't gotten to the point yet where we're over it yet. So if we go a little off the rails into this, bear with us. It's been a long day, as for you, so for us. So we're looking forward to this one.
Can I give you a quick stat you're going to like?
Yeah,
I promise.
Yeah.
The last time that Razork played Lee Sin was in the 2022 Spring Playoffs. All time, he's got a 60% win-loss on the champion, so we've not seen it this summer. And I'm interested to see how well Razork is going to match up here against Arthur, because we've talked so much about the impact that Arthur has for Chiefs. And we can see both junglers starting in the top half of the map. Tapoon will be a little bit late to lane there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's interesting to see how they'll be enabled by the laners. I mean, more so from the side of Chiefs, because Razork, he will have times where lanes will move, but on the Lee Sin, you quite often look to get that level 6 and then see if you can start to commit some plays, especially when you're playing into the Graves. You don't really win those skirmishes if they suddenly meet up. So I think from the side of Arthur, if he can mess around with Razork as much as possible pre-6, that's great. And honestly, another thing I'm always almost willing to give Jojo down here a little eagle to a bonus point. The fact that we have this is cool. I like this.
I love the tri-lane camera. We saw the engage there from Rux, getting that dredge line onto Aladoric and getting a little bit of chip damage. Humanoid and Wonder, on the other hand, they've been bullied and pushed back once again. Rux and Upset going in. The exhaust and the cleanse popped. Aladoric forced to flash to safety, and the Rainbow won't pick up the kill. But 2 summoners for 2, and up in the top lane, Wonder's being bullied by the Snip Snip.
Yeah, so you can definitely see who's the weak side and who's the strong side here from both sides of the team. And actually, Wonder being this low, normally it would be quite dangerous, but because Arthur's decided to path down towards the bot side, he won't really be in a position where you're looking for a dive, right? And another thing you asked me about was like, how is Arthur going to get enabled by the laners? I think you can already see it now. Bot lane is completely pushed in, which actually allows Razork to get a bit aggressive, see if he can get some intel. He's been found out, he's been pinged, and he'll see Arthur now as well.
Yeah, Arthur's going to be able to just dash over the wall. Tally was running a little low, about 60% HP before he got chunked out there, and I just turned away for a second. Did Razork flash over the wall?
Yeah, so he definitely did, and that's just a wave bouncing back from the bottom side. He already used his Warthog, but just like that, forced to flash out. It's okay. He won't need it until he's level 6. It's fine, but it does create a point of attack, to be serious, from the side of Chiefs.
Yeah, of course, whether or not Razork continues to play that invade style. It's only 3 minutes in. Took a quick glimpse, by the way, at the top lane. Wonder on this Maokai, down 11 CS. He's going to need to farm up underneath that tower as best as he can.
That's the comfort spot for Maokai. You just want to chill up there. You never want to be forward in lane. If your enemy keeps pushing in, you're happy about it. You need a few points in the queue, you hit that level 6. It's really in the team fights where you start to become that menace that you fear. So all Wonder has to do, it's soak pressure. If his teammates can drop a defensive ward across river every now and then, just so they know if Arthur's looking for a dive, that would be great for him. Rocks down towards the bot side, trying to freeze the wave outside of the turret, make sure Upset can come back, pick up some gold and minions pushing in. You can already see the inventory looking good for Upset, who got to have an early reset.
Yeah, of course, they're in the mid lane, taking a look at the different CS numbers. Humanoids plus 10 for now. Despite the fact that Tally was pushing into him significantly, Humanoid was doing a very good job of picking up those creeps underneath. A rocket jump away to safety. And it's been a fair amount of, pushing back and forth here, as all of a sudden, Humanoid pull backwards. Arthur stepped in. Here comes Razork from the side. Humanoid's held onto that flash, and he's literally able just to walk away. Not enough damage from either, and fighting into the minions, so hard at Grave.
Definitely, but you see the setup that works there with the Swain as well. It's super easy to land and never move, and also at the same time, at least one Dark Harvest stack was picked up by Arthur, which of course will exponentially grow over the course of the game. We talked about wards to have intel for Wonder, and really good wards coming out here from Razork as well when he just had the time. They now get the intel. On the other side of Chiefs, the wards are there, but they're more in the river, so they're a bit more neutral, and you won't always have the same intel that Fnatic, for example, gets to work with now.
Yeah, there we go. Humanoid teleports there back into that middle lane. And we're sitting at about 5 minutes in. Chiefs haven't been able to find any of those opportunities that we've come to know from the LCO. Not without trying, it must be said. Keeping my eyes on Arthur once again. He's back to wait, step back into his jungle, is going to clear out those chickens. This time Rux is already stepping forward. It feels like a fair amount of Fnatic time spent in like a minute or two, just stepping in, checking out the Raptor camp, making sure they see the timers, maybe keeping a bit of an eye on Arthur, respecting the impact he's had.
Oh, you most definitely have to. Aladoric goes, he caught out.
Yes, indeed. Gets booped on the head by Nautilus, continues to get chunked down and not going to chase further. So the Empire puts some damage down, but there's just not enough burst from Razork this early on. And both teams, just fishing, trying to force an error, not being able to complete it.
Yeah, the boop's not really doing that big of a
nope,
damage with
it
that.
Never does. It never does.
It's not really that big hammer you're looking for, an anchorage to get. It's more like the one that makes squishy noises at this point in the game when you finally hit it in.
It's the squeaky children's toys.
Exactly. Now, both junglers are down on the bot side, so depending on how they really communicate this one to play out with, we could see a play coming through. And yeah, Arthur is in a position to be in counter game position.
Rux is going to be so happy that Dredge Line didn't connect. I don't know if he saw Arthur or not. Maybe just as he stepped forward. The rocket jump got raised away to safety. And that top lane CS difference is now becoming less and less significant. Humanoid's thrown down the Chaos Storm, continues to tick away, forces the flash. He's still got a significant lead in the middle lane and going to be very, very happy with that trade.
Humanoid today on this Victor has really been showing up, and I think that's great to see when he's had so much criticism over the course of play of Raze.
3, stunned up, Upset's able to escape for now. Still got Flash, still got Cleanse, Razork, Sonic Wave, as well as the Resonating Strike, and dashes back to Upset, pops the shield down. Don't want to step into that end of the line. So much damage can come out.
Yeah, and we talked about the action that might happen on the bot side. This matchup as well is just so explosive if it ever really connects here. Ooh, good gravity field as well from Humanoid.
Use the Sith Lightning. Tally's not going to be able to do more than that. But there's a lot of trading this game, Gulborg. Almost every single lane, and once again, take a look top. One's going to use that Bramble Smash. Are you a little bit surprised by this in terms of just how much poking and trading there has been? It's to be expected.
I'm really not. And once again, it kind of speaks to how Chief is looking to be aggressive as well. Fnatic was one of the most early game driven team in terms of a gold lead they acquired for themselves for 14 minutes. But Chief is looking to be an explosive team as well at the same time. They can really not be underestimated. So I do like to see that both junglers are mimicking each other. They're looking for the same place. They're really not just looking to back down in this game.
No, they're not. I mean, I want to put some numbers to this again, actual meaningful ones, so I don't think I can call them quick stats. We'll get to that in a second, actually, because Razork, Kenny Taxi over W to Wonder, lend the Q and the minions, he's holding on to it. There's no support for Chiefs from the river just yet, but there is a ping there, so a little bit aware.
So you're aware Gwen can be immune, right?
Yes.
Yes, so if you put down the immune field and Wonder's trying to W, if you get out of range, the W just cancels from Maokai. So it's one of those things where it's super slippery locking this champion down.
Even
it feels
without
bad
the
as Maokai and Vi as well for that matter.
So difficult. 8 minutes in, and it looks like a little bit of shenanigans around the Rift Herald. But I mean, like, else, you know, for Chiefs, 64% of the games they get First Blood. 64% of the games they get First Dragon. First Tower in 80%. Their gold difference at 14 minutes is usually 3,000 gold. And right now, they're trailing Fnatic at 9 minutes. The only reason we keep talking and highlighting this is the first time seeing them on stage. Want to draw some comparisons to how they perform regionally. And also, I think I want to give some credit here to Fnatic. They've paid a lot of attention to Arthur. They've spent a fair amount of time in that bottom quadrant of the jungle and made sure that they couldn't be surprised by him.
Oh, but you definitely have to. And now with the movements coming through as well, no AD carries have moved up, but there's 4 members trying to get their way into the Rift Herald. Humanoid is a little late to the play coming into this one. He's got better itemization though than Tally, and Insect comes through.
So nicely done. Kick, flash, Tally knocked backwards. Demon flares up. Humanoid arrives to the fray. First blood secured by Fnatic. The Rift Herald is being secured down to 1,300. Razork may be able to steal. No, little too late. Chiefs secure that one, so potential money to be earned if they can get a plate gang.
That's the thing, that can still be worth for Chiefs in the regard that they can use the Rift Herald to really pick up a turret if they find the correct play for it, but great way for Razork to just jump over and doesn't even have to connect the Sonic Wave on Tally itself, just find a way to tax it to the minion. No flash from earlier, which once again, good credit to Humanoid who's able to pass that by himself in an isolated matchup.
And of course, Humanoid did need a flash for that. He needed to get the Death Ray out. There wasn't enough damage between Razork and Rux to pick up the kill without him getting there. Razork was running a little bit low. Ultimately, Fnatic had that under control. First blood secured, 1,300 gold up. We're 10 minutes in, and Fnatic are feeling very comfortable with this opening phase. I do want to again just draw attention. Look at that mid lane difference. Plus 36 CS and the kill to Humanoid. The goal difference is gigantic at the moment.
It definitely is, but it was always going to be like that. Once again, Tally, he's not so much an individual like man coming through to really gap you in the mid lane. He's there to assist his teammates instead. He's the facilitator of this roster that allows players like Arthur to get aggressive. But I will say though, so far in this game, a lot of it is going to come down to control as you're mentioning it, and moving into this, well, 10-minute mark with Umbral Glaive being finished from Arthur, they're actually going to be in a position to take really good control of the map just due to the fact that you're playing against the Lee Sin, which means that the enemy jungler won't take Sweeper. Because of that, they're not going to be able to take care of all the wards that a jungler you usually would. And that may also be a reason that Arthur can sneak his way into here. Remember, he's got Umbral Glaive, so if that's not pop, he knows he's not on Vision.
Can Arthur actually help his team? He's got that collateral damage unlocked. Looking at the minimap here, mid lane is pushed into Tally, so Humanoid can respond. Razork started this dragon off, but Upset and Rux under a little bit of pressure here, so not able to find the opportunity. And once again, Tally forced away, pushed out of lane by Humanoid, who's having a stellar opening to Worlds. Not only is he having a great day, just reminder here, Fnatic playing with that sub. They're in their 10th World appearance. Highest of any organization. And now they try looking to kill that sub. is going to be able to get pulled back, chucked back in by Kalista, exhausted down, Buster shot to buy some time. Raze stays alive, but his flash and his cleanse heal rather is already broken. First kill on the board for Chiefs, and it's Arthur that picks it up. Humanoid's got a Chaos Storm available. Death Ray out, looking for that shot as another kill is secured by Fnatic. Chaos Storm ticking, but will not be able to chase further.
And that's the movement you get from the mid lane that allows you to get so aggressive down in the bot side. It was a good initial response from Arthur as well, finding the kill, but then again, the counter response coming through from Fnatic is great. Tally, at least in that mid lane, will be pushing in a wave. He will be getting some extra breathing room for himself, even if he even can get a plate here, but he's going to decide to move up towards the top side instead to buy some pressure for Tupoon.
And this is a little bit of what we have seen from Fnatic this summer. They have not prioritized the Rift Herald at all. Razork started that Dragon, which was kind of how the shenanigans played out before the engage on the bottom lane. Fnatic have prioritized Dragon over the Herald all season long. You'll see on the minimap there, Razork looking to go behind the pit before Rux engages.
Yeah, but this is why you pick the Braum as well, right? Yeah. If you ever see Rux get aggressive, you hit him with that Winter's Bite, and you get aggressive yourself there. Good counter response coming through, but I think it's a really crucial Buster shot that comes out of Raze. He hits 2 people with this one, and Razork just gets isolated. He goes in for a Warthog to try and secure a kill, but no kick is available any longer, and you're just there to be left out to dry. And Humanoid now finding himself 1 versus 3, goes down to Tally, and Arthur comes back with a counter response from Chief.
Exceptional play-by-play, young man. No flash available, no Chaos Storm. So the Chiefs have found their bite. They've got their second kill. Their goal difference is literally insignificant at 500 right now. And Shelly's just been popped, going to start to charge up that boop. Usually the Empire will spot out Razork, get the charge, get the gold before those plates drop. And now it is instant. It doesn't matter, that goal difference. And to nobody's surprise, Arthur 2-0 on the team.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the guy you need to be wary of every time as well. Like, you need to respect this guy throughout the entire tournament. My goal after today's broadcast is next time there's a Twitter poll, it's more than 15% that Chiefs get. Like, get them up to at least 20.
Goldberg, that's not up to you, my friend. It's going to be up to Raze. It's going to be up to Chiefs. It's going to be up to them putting up a fight. Right now, Raze is getting chunked on and rendered down. Very well played there by Fnatic.
I'm willing to settle on 19.
Okay. Plus 4%. That's what we're looking at.
As long as the stonks are rising, I'm happy. But
that is more than a 30% increase on the original percentage points.
I'd believe you. Like, math is really not my
I actually think my math is wrong, but it sounded good. I delivered it.
I mean, I believe you. I believe you. Keep it coming.
Look at this, by the way. 7 turret plates secured, 1,100 gold here from Chiefs. We saw the amount of pressure Wonder was under. We've not looked top lane in a little while. The CS is dead even, and this is exactly what Amalkai wants to do. There's no surprises. You were excited to see it picked. We didn't really care about it in the laning phase, but where do you want to see Wonder starting to get involved? They've got that TP up, you know, starting to look at the first half falling not too soon.
That's the neat part. You don't really have to care about him too much.
Yeah.
Just kind of vibing up there.
He's just vibing.
And that's what you want. Like, he's never going to die. He's just chilling. And once you finally get your Thimble Winter as well, you get all the shielding coming through, you have your passive to heal you up. It's going to be great. Just wait for it. I don't have to explain myself. Wonder will do the work later. Now, moving on to the neutral objectives. Cloud Drake does go down onto Cheats. It's a late one at that, 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes being picked in. So if we do go to that late game and they want to keep the stacking going, we might be here for a while.
Nobody was allowed to leave lane. I mean, it's just they're constantly punching and jabbing one another. So there was no real opportunity for that to work out. But this is a good sign for Chiefs. I mean, the first 10 minutes started to feel like Fnatic had answers. But after that engage bottom, after picking up a couple of kills, the Rift Herald, the Dragon, Chiefs are now setting up for a potential gank. Flash is available for both Rux and Upsets.
Yeah, there we go. And I just want to say, play doesn't work out. But look at the vision.
Oh, that's the re-engage. Flash, dredge line, teleport coming as well. Here comes Wonder, the twisted advance forward. Where's the Nature's Grasp? The trees start rolling. That's a root in place of 1. Aladoric's going away for 2. 1-2 kills for Fnatic as Aladoric bought some time and the death ray takes him down. There's one reply from Tupoon. Take it, take it, take it. Lee Syndrome not followed by Razork despite landing the Q. 3 kills to Fnatic.
Yeah, and they get the turret in bot lane as well. It's going to be the first one at that, despite not having that Rift Herald, but it just goes down to the lane prowess between Rox and Upset. And once again, huge credit to Rox again, coming in as support, playing ERLs, being an 8th place team in the Super League. A Humanoid finding Tally in mid.
Oh man, he's going to find the gravity field stun as well. Demon Fleet charged up. Tally is getting the healing back, firing out the Sith's hand. Here comes Razork. Sonic's wave as well as the resonating strike. Pick themselves up the kill. The tower was secured And I think that may be one of the biggest caster curses of the day. I was just praising the first 15 minutes of Chief, and then this happened.
But I actually like their game plan because look at the vision. I was about to highlight as well. Fnatic really get a bigger force.
Oh, we're right back in! That's a goodbye, Humanate. Didn't get a chance to breathe.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm here for it. In my opinion, some of the games earlier today are a bit too stale. I like some more action in there. So Chiefs and Fnatic really delivering. But with Humanoid now going down, despite having that teleport, that should mean that the Rift Hell should go over to Chief instead.
I mean, really great highlight here from our graphics and stats team. Upset 3-0-1 on that Kalista. He has been the late game insurance for a Fnatic as Rux is going to use that Spider Nautilus to dredge line to the wall. Tipuun stepping forward, throws out the needlework as well as the second, and the Herald was secured. The thing I want to ask, as now we're moving into the stage of the game, 2,000 gold up, in terms of team fighting, it feels as though Fnatic's comp is a little more straightforward to my eyes in this one.
Yeah, but it's also the intricacies how they work against each other at the same time, right? Because, like, even if you burst the Gwen down a little bit, she's going to heal it up a little bit. She's going to be immune at the same time. You're going to have a Braum that can kind of facilitate you. It's going to be very extended team fights. Healing reductions in this game is going to matter a lot. And so far, it's not been picked up yet.
Okay, let's keep an eye then on if that itemization is secured. And I think for Chiefs, I really want to see their positioning in team fights. Because if Maokai, Victor, and Nautilus press R, Chiefs members are going to die. Tally's trying to use that Death's Hand, but Humanoid and Wonder literally just stunned. The amount of CC is, as an Australian caster would say, disgusting.
You gotta love the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Really,
I mean,
just
you
easy to set
definitely
it up.
love the
I
tree.
love that tree. Now, on the top side, holding our breath for a moment. If they wanted to get aggressive, they're not so far. Vision is spotted by Arthur, and they're going to continue to play. They do have that Rift Tail as well, and despite it being Fnatic in a 2k gold lead right now, that can swing so quickly. If you get one pick on the top side, if you're playing on the top side, you get 2 turrets with the Rift Tail, it's back to be dead even.
What do you think about scaling options here? When you look at the fact Tristana, the Gwen,
I think they're great. Honestly, I think they're super great to still have it, and I think even raid the Tristana into the Kalista where it's going to favor the Tristana. Remember, you get scaling range in the game. The later you get into this game stylistically between the two champions, you become better into the Kalista. And at the same time at that, you also just have super good peeling once again with the Braum. I think that's going to be crucial. But you can always just have them as they run into each other 5 versus 5 and see what happens. But League of Legends is a more in-depth game. Finding pick potential with the Nautilus, just sending rocks in there, pulling them out with the Fate's Call. There's a lot of small things that can happen that can decide to fight. And we've seen it a lot today, even just like going back to the EG game, like Vulcan just flashing in, not having that flash. That was almost the entire game going there.
I mean, I think it's the crowd control is going to be so crucial, really, for both sides. If Upset is allowed to use that martial poise to hop, skip, and jump around, can run amok on several members of the Chiefs roster. And then similarly, for Raze, if he can use the rocket jump and a buster shot to reposition, they've got the tools. I mean, Chiefs, 20 minutes in, they're only down 2k gold. 8 kills to 4 is a little bit concerning because the Rageblade is already secured for Upset, so he's basically half an item ahead.
Exactly, and the only one still at 2 items on this side of Chief, that is actually Arthur that we've been talking about. But it's looked like Chief, they just want to cross-map a potential Drake, but Fnatic sees them up there, so they're not going to move down towards the bot lane, they're going to contest them.
Flash, fight, already the kill onto Arthur. Fnatic throw a lot at that, but it will give them the control. The mid wave is being pushed in, and Raze is trying to catch that one out, but there's no hesitation here from Fnatic. Rux leading the charge, and the squad following it.
Yeah, they can still try and go on Raze if they want to. Sonic Wave connects.
Wave, not going to find the Tempest Cripple to do a lot more. That Dragon's Rage was already used just a moment or two earlier, but remember, the kill onto Arthur allows the pressure mid, that allows him to get the tower, that allows him to get to the Dragon.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's just really nice to see, because obviously you could go for a play that's just, oh, it's a free Drake, let them just do whatever they want to top. But what Fnatic does instead is that they adapt their game plan. They attack the top side where Chief is trying to get aggressive, they find the kill, then they get mid lane turret. Humanoid even picks up the enemy Raptors, and then they get the Drake. It's not just finding one thing, it's finding multiple things, then leading to the neutral objective, and that's how they find themselves in a 3k gold lead now.
I mean, really good position for Fnatic. They've already picked up that win against Evil Geniuses earlier today. This is obviously Chief's debut game this World. I'm wondering what you think thus far. The early game, we didn't see the impact. We weren't expecting Chiefs to perform the way they did in the LCO against Fnatic, right? But they are definitely showing they can move around the map, they can set up the kills they want. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 team fights have gone the way they didn't want to.
Give them time. They'll get
Give them time.
I believe in them. Rift Tile, second Rift Tile has been deployed. Unfortunately, not like they really wanted to. You're not going to get 2 turrets with this one. I'm not even sure you're going to get 1 as it does go down. Razork needs to be careful if this connects, because if you look at the minimap, it's still a lot of Chief members on the bot side, and I think Humanoid's going to be aware of that in just a little bit.
Looking at the teleports, Wonder's got his up. If he were to join, but the duo for Fanatics in that mid lane continuing to shove forward. I want to just draw your attention once again. Humanoid 228 CS to the 156 of Tally. This Swain that was picked in that second phase, unfortunately having a tough time. And remember, the Swain was picked into the Victor as well.
Yeah.
And I know we've spoken a little bit about the individual player and the impact, but this is going to be a tough game for this Drain Tank to be able to do what Chiefs need him to do.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, he's still going to be in a position where when you hit that level 16, the amount of healing you're going to have coming out is going to be quite annoying to deal with. But I will say there's a few good power item spikes coming through from the side of Fnatic. Thimble Winter has just been completed and stacked by Wunder. Healing reduction with the sword chainsaw coming out from Razork as well has been deployed. So this is where, like, if you start fighting now and Chiefs is this far behind the curve, it's just going to be very Fnatic dominated. So I think from the side of Chiefs, if you want to stay in this game, this is where you have to get creative. This is where you have to find ways of winning the game that's not just through 5v5. And what is that then? Well, you're looking towards your side lane maybe, with Tapoon on the Gwen as well, because isolated, he still does wonders. The only thing that would really suck for Chief is if Fnatic gets the Baron out.
Oh man, I'm clinching as Fnatic. They do have the rend. They do have the resonating strike. They do have that smite inside the pit. Baron's down to 5,000. The calls to peel. Dredgeline won't catch, but the Nature's Grasp does. Locks down one. Everyone else gets him behind. Tower secured in the bottom lane as that split push is on, but is it at the cost of the fight? Tapoon's trying to run amok, and Upset is chucking out spear after spear. That Bloodline is doing so much work as Tally's escaped and Tapoon has been pushed away. Humanoid, the advantage he's built up. Death Ray, Siphon Power, the auto attack secures it. 3 kills for Fnatic at the cost of Wonder's life, and they peel back to the pits.
They're going to go straight back to the Baron, but Arthur's still around. He does have that smite, he does have that flash as well, and he does have the mobility in the grave.
This is not 50-50.
There's still hope for Chiefs, but Fnatic, they have to force him out of the pit.
This is not a 50-50. With the Rend and the Smite, the advantage is for Fnatic, and Arthur has been forced to flash to safety. There are so many stacks on that Baron. All of a sudden, Fnatic jump right back into the pit. Arthur's not going to risk this. Baron secured. The ability to play side lanes has now been mitigated. And Fnatic, once again, showing decisive play. They peeled from the Baron, they won the fight, they got the objective after.
Exactly, valiant effort by Arthur, but even better, and pressure coming out from Fnatic as well, just forcing him away from the pit. And you can see straight up what the call is from Fnatic. They know to get the teleport, they want to turn immediately with the Maokai. Once again, great point to have the tree in if you just want to turn on them with the ultimate. And they just split up the fight completely. Tapoon is doing a lot of damage on the backline, but it's nothing compared to what the Fnatic members are able to do to Tally and the rest of them. Also Raze going down there, and then Humanoid. A standout player he's been today.
Oh, such a great performance. Really, really well played. The lead that he's generated is great. And considering how much you love Maokai, I wonder if anybody out there is going to be willing to Photoshop Schoolboy Goldberg in your outfit today next to Maokai.
Goldberg.
Do you know the Whomping Willow from Harry Potter? Do you know that's the name of that tree, right?
Yeah.
So I'm imagining the Whomping Willow as Maokai, and you're just standing underneath it next to it. Because you've got a lovely, like, just gone to primary school look, your little tie is really pretty, and I just think it'll be really fun because you're such a fan of the tree.
Yeah, you know who you are? You're like first movie Neville. That's like who I'm seeing right here coming through now in the game as well. Fnatic getting aggressive with the Baron buff on the top side instead, pushing down on the tier 2 turrets. And right now, not the biggest response coming through. Tapoon's trying to handshake what he can on the opposite side of the map, but let's be real, you're in a 7k deficit here. Fighting Fnatic straight on when they have the Baron is going to be very difficult. I think the best silver lining you have now as Chiefs is the fact that these Drakes were taken very late. You don't really have too many Drakes stacked up, and giving over 1 Infernal to Fnatic here, it's not really going to break the game.
No, it's not, and I think crucially here, when you start to zoom out a little bit, we're in game 5 of the first day. This is, single BO1, single round robin. And for Fnatic, in the advantageous position they built, they still have to close this game out. They're being in a position where they could be 2-0 on a day where they had to play with a substitute. It's a great start for Fnatic. They will secure themselves this second Drake, the Mountain, and the Infernal. They've got 4 towers to their gold lead is up to 7,000. You're starting to see 2-3 items across the board. We're starting to see some healing reduction built into the inventories as well, and that Baron buff. I mean, all the tools are available to Fnatic to win this game, so it's their game to lose at this point.
Oh, 100%. As Chiefs right now, you're just saying give, and defend whatever we can, but don't overforce the issue. You need 3 items on the Tristana. If you're lucky enough to get it, 3 items on the Swain, so that's probably not gonna be the situation. You're looking at Arthur really to try and finish up that LDR, at least to try and find some extra damage to shred through some of the frontliners that there is. But as you said yourself, this is really Fnatic's game to lose at this point. And look at the structures, look at the jungle. They take away everything right now.
Plus 5,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play. I mean, that is phenomenal. Another tower being focused down. Not gonna be able to secure it just yet. Tapoon is being pushed away from Humanoid. I've noticed the last few engages, Humanoid is just hunting that Gwen. He's looking to push him out. 5-2-2, 3.5 items completed, 7 stacks on that seal, and like Tapoon cannot find a flank opportunity. He cannot get into the fight because Humanoid's there waiting to push him out.
It's one of those things as well in the matchup is the sooner you can bait out the hollowed mist and just disengage and then start the fight. That's really how you want to play that matchup as Humanoid, and having first strike as well in this instance, but there's not a lot of people who's able to touch you. Look at the amount of damage he's busting out even through the bomb.
Man, that gravity field was so close to landing. Tower's fallen, pushing the top wave as well. The bottom lane doing a whole lot for now as Tally's going to get some damage back, but Wonder doesn't give a damn. 2-level advantage already. I mean, Tally's level 14 to Humanoid 16. Tapoon 15 to Wonder 16. Everything is just going up. Plus 10k gold. And we're now looking to see how Fnatic just knock over those final structures. For Chiefs, it's been a interesting start. The first game kind of playing out somewhat as we were expecting.
Yeah.
And I do think you want to give some credit to how they try to set up those plays in the side lanes, but unfortunately, Tally just got bullied and beaten up a lot, and Humanoid, as well as Upset, took over.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where there will just be a skill discrepancy every now and then, and that's just a talking point, but let's see if they can shut down their skill discrepancy with Humanoid on the side lane.
Let's find out.
Infamous
comes in here. Humanoid has done nothing but walk away. Wasn't able to be held down at all. Tally and Tapoon down to 50% HP. Fnatic, do they want to cut them off? How bold are they feeling? Wonder's got teleport. Level 17 pushing the top lane. 2 members of Fnatic were inside that red buff area, but the minion wave wasn't there, so Upset's brought this along, and it's just pressure for days. I mean, put yourselves in Chief's shoes. They have been fending off a Fnatic offensive for what feels like 8 straight minutes.
They're holding on for now, but the question is, how much further can you hold on? Wonder dives on the turret.
The Nature's Goss comes out, roots up 1 or 2. Wonder's going low, while the Dark jumps forward. Tapoon does too. No needlework available to him as he used out of the bottom lane engage. Humanoid's been exhausted, forced to flash for his life. The engage comes out, and Tally is dead. Add 1 to Fnatic's Tally. A fantastic Fate's Call secured. Upset with the triple, with the quadra, looking for the pentakill. Not gonna find it just yet. Tapoon's golden.
Pentakill! We're in Mexico. Upset gets a pentakill.
What a fantastic finish for Fnatic. Upset picks up the 5th and final kill. Hibbiter starts to be taken down, and the death timers are too high. The minions are too plentiful. And Fnatic will look to go 2-0 on the day with a substitute in emphatic fashion. Fnatic will take down Chiefs.
It's taking its time. Give it a moment. And there it is. You can see it on reaction coming through from Upset as well. Fnatic starting out with a 2-0, and despite all the issues they've had, all the questions about this roster leading into the World Championship on the first day, they shut all the doubters up.
I mean, it's a really, really fantastic start when you consider the rest of the teams in the group, Beyond Gaming, Detonation, Focus Me, and Loud. After seeing today's games, one would assume Fnatic are going to be favored to top of the group. That's how the expectations will be read out. I do think it's way too early to making any
I was going to say,
like
you
that.
save that for your death segment tomorrow.
Way
and
too
then
early.
you can start doing the overreaction. But so far, it's looking good for Fnatic. And thinking back to the issues they had in playoffs as well, the things that lost them games to Rogue, they fixed a lot of them. Just seeing Humanoid on a control mage and gapping everyone, I mean, that's great to see.
I think it is fair to say, though, in terms of the game plan that Fnatic came in with, They executed it well. I was really happy to see the level of commitment in terms of all the engages. Rux in this particular game, leading the charge on a number of those, like blowing the flash, landing the dredge line, and the entire team followed up. I know it's comms and calling, but it's great to see that player leading the way.
I mean, it's just a great meta for Rux as well. One of the reasons he was struggling was because we came into an Enchanter meta. It's been one of the reasons a lot of support players have been struggling. But going back to support role where you have a Kalista and you can just send it, and even if you know it's an in-play, well, that's great. I'm just going to hold you out again with the Kalista. That's just great. You're not going to have to be worried about anything. And I love the commitment, as you said. I think that's really the word and the style that fits them. And I mean, coming in as a support replacement of Hilly saying, I just think Rux needs to die more. That's all I have to say.
Well, we'll find out exactly what happens. Fnatic claiming that win and keeping their perfect record alive for Europe. We're handing things over back to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. EU, Fnatic complete the 4-0 here on the day. They ended with a pentakill as well, the 14th pentakill in World's history. It goes to Upset. He stepped off of a plane just the other day, and he's already...
This is the key.
He's just locking up a pentakill on Kalista.
This is the key.
Come on.
Forgiven had a great Worlds back in 2016. Last time it was in NA. I hear he didn't even review with the team. So I'm just saying, there's something about 80 carries.
Also, we got a Maokai.
We did.
Which I know you're a fan of.
Oh, I love Maokai. I mean, more CC, the slapping sound on the turret. Goldborg saying as well, you know, expecting to be one of the champions, you know, we see the most. Getting our first one. It's been great.
There you have it. There in the matchup against the Gwen. I do love the composition, though, put together by Fnatic in terms of, you know, getting Upset accelerated and then having plenty of tools to enable him in the fights, right? With things like the Nautilus, the Maokai, the amount of CC. I can't even imagine trying to navigate those fights as Chiefs. And they did keep it close up to about that 18-minute mark, and then Fnatic really started to wrestle it away.
Yeah, they did. It was actually, Quickshot had mentioned something, and I actually said kind of at the same time, Chiefs is looking good. And that was kind of the
that was the second you said it was this fight.
Yeah. Well, no, this was them actually looking good, I believe.
Was earlier fight,
because they turn this every time you're trying to dive a Braum, you really have to know your damage because there's no escape once you jump into basically like the claws of Braum because they're going to get a stun on you. Humanoid actually takes, he had like a 50 CS advantage at this point. Burns ult, takes a bunch of damage, doesn't get a kill. This is the fight.
Oh, yeah.
Where they were looking good.
And we saw, right, Fnatic able to collapse first. We see Wonder already starting his TP, mid lane already moving down, and just able to get to play before Chiefs gets here. And Chiefs overcommitting with that Tristana rocket jump, hoping they could find Upset, and they were so close.
I was going to say, that's them playing on the margins there, right? Because, of course, you heard Goldberg talking about it. The vision control out of Fnatic in that moment, to have the control ward there, it makes it so difficult for Chiefs to know whether or not that is the right play to be trying to make. And unfortunately for them, Fnatic had the call on it, had the jungler and mid laner roaming down, and they're able to turn the fight. You get to the team fight phase, and that's where you just kind of start to see the freedom that this Kalista has. Hopping all the way around there because of the front line, because of the CC that those couple of members are able to lend to her. She just has complete freedom to press forward, which is a Kalista's dream.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look at the champs that Chiefs has, right? Like, okay, Gwen, you got the slow with the ult. Braum, you have a bunch of CC, but Kalista's extremely mobile. Hard for you to land, like your Q on her. Even Swain being a little bit of the same. So Upset having free reign, but that damage coming out in the mid lane. Humanoid.
Insane. My eyesight's so bad. What is that number? 27?
27.4. Wow. That's almost 1K damage per minute because it's a 29-minute game. Probably the fastest one we've had.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely nutty there. Also, only 3 dragons picked up. This is just a pattern that's beginning to emerge. A lot of games aren't getting to that 4th Drake. Yeah. Right? And we're also seeing a lot of games have split dragons. So it's not like only a single team is starting to control it. So this is just something I want to continue to track throughout the way that play-ins play out. Now, as we know, every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Upset definitely made every second count here on the first day of play. Picking up a pentakill already here to close it out and secure the 2-0 start for this Fnatic roster.
I believe I voted 2 or more pentakills in my crystal ball prediction. You had to pick 0, 1, 2, or 2+. And this is a good start.
It was a good start.
On day one.
Actually, if you only said 2, I'm worried with how early this first bet. I would say 2+. Should
absolutely.
If you're a 2+er, you're probably feeling good right now.
We almost had that Kai'Sa pentakill early. It was a lot of close calls in the 14-kill game. These EU 80 carries really popping off on day one. Upset as well, doing it with the emergency sub support. Rux. such a good day for Upset. I imagine the emotional swing for him of almost thinking he might not be able to play in his second Worlds in a row, to then having a pentakill on his first day.
On the first day.
Amazing.
I mean, the whole of Fnatic right now should be feeling so damn good, right? Again, the fact that Rux could slot in the way he has and really impress across both games alongside Upset with that bit of redemption. The organization Fnatic obviously trying to bounce back from last year's World showing, and this is absolutely the way that you want to start things off.
And overall, just, again, representing LEC and EU well. I mean, coming out now 4-0 on the day, great start. And, I mean, for Fnatic, them being one of the favorites in groups, having such, sure, Chiefs put up a good fight. Yeah. I'd say such, dominant and convincing wins was great.
So I know that we're only 5 games through the day, but with Fnatic now sitting at that 2-0, and given our earlier conversation about how EG was very much considered to be kind of the second the second team, the second favorite in that group. Are you starting to rethink that, though, a little bit?
Yeah. I have a visual for this.
Okay.
This is my Fnatic hype. This is my EG hype.
That's your EG hype?
It's really not that good.
So where's your Chiefs hype?
I mean, it's like
it's even down.
It's a little crunch.
Get rid of the
Whoa, I still think EG is going to be able to take him down, but this is kind of my current feeling.
Chiefs did put up a better fight. So I'm saying.
Is there anyone else in the group that we're not considering right now? EG didn't.
DFM.
Again, it's only one game. We still need to watch DFM play. And actually, we'll get to do that soon enough. Now, Mexico City is an amazing location to kick off Worlds 2022. As we head to break, check out the very first episode of 1+ Cam, giving us a glimpse into this incredible city.
Free ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
And welcome back to Worlds 2022 as we prepare to welcome in the LJL Titans of Detonation Focus Me. We first need to say another hello to Loud out of the CB LoL. We got our first look at them earlier today. We talked about how big this org is, how much support is behind them, and called out a couple of their key members, most notably there in the mid lane. Pinone's one of the biggest names out of that region on one of the biggest hordes. Now, they didn't get it done earlier today, but they can rebound and bring themselves to a 500 record here by the end of day one with a win over Detonation Focus Me.
And I feel like even though they didn't win, we got to see spunkiness come out for them, especially with going with picks like the Jacks. And, you know, again, being willing to bring the fight to the enemy team.
That's a good word, good word. Lock that one up in your brain. On the other side of the matchup, of course, is DFM. Now, at this point, this is an international mainstay out of Japan. I always go straight to the top lane when I'm thinking about this team, thinking about Evie. But in general, what a level of achievement this organization has been able to kind of garner over the years for the LJL, kind of always being the spearhead to improving their international standing.
Yeah, and last year, they were first place in their playing group to make it to the group stage. They've been at Worlds 4 of the last 5 years, and they have so much international experience, not to mention their domestic dominance and longevity feels completely unmatched in the League of Legends space. So it's a very impressive organizational achievement to make it back here year after year.
Yeah, I mean, going all the way back, I remember in 2016 coaching the LMS, scrimming these guys, and they've always been able to put out insane rosters. The organization, again, just has a very good foothold on talent. People like Evie, people like Utapon coming in, being able to stick around and just have such longevity.
Go ahead.
And they might be a little more battle-tested this year. Normally people think of the LJL and we just say, oh yeah, by the way, DFM just slammed everyone.
Killed everybody, yeah.
But actually, another team, Sengoku Gaming, was 19-2 as well, which was also DFM's record in the regular season. Yes, they did beat them handily in the finals, but at least they had that rival within the league to hopefully elevate their own play.
That's what you want to see when you talk about teams needing to improve within their domestic regions before they come back to the international stage and try and, land one notch higher on the ladder or in the standing.
Yeah, because it becomes a thing where you come in and, like, if you've only dominated your region, you don't know how to play from behind or how to play from like a neutral position because you've only won early. You haven't been put in those situations where now you're facing teams like Fanatics and Mads, and you are going to face some adversity in laning phase.
Now, earlier when we were taking a look at the roster, I mentioned that most of the time I go straight to the top lane. Evie, I mean, first of all, thumbs up. You can never forget that. Second of all, I think when it comes to the way that this team wins and what is so interesting about them at times is that creativity within picks and bans. We've talked about how that is generally the makings of a top-tier team at international play, and he's one of the guys, I think, that has some stuff in his arsenal that might catch people off guard if they don't choose to respect what he's got available to him.
Yeah, I feel like we see it every international tournament that these guys are at. I feel like he's just slowly being known as the Urgot guy because it feels like he always comes to MSI Worlds, is able to bring out things like the Urgot. And we saw throughout the year, spring and summer bringing out things like the Lilia. Of course, MSI, he did pull out the Urgot. And then even in spring, bringing out things like the Yorick, these types of curveballs can really throw teams off guard, find those interesting wins. And I guess it wasn't for their group, but earlier at the start of the day, we said, hey, creativity is one of the things that can net you those wins.
Absolutely. I bet you Azael's at home right now praying for that Yorick pick. I know he loves to watch the Yorick pick, obviously in the right position. And I think that is a reality of some of these picks is it's about finding the right place to bring them out, right? It's not that he's going to rely on any of these individually necessarily, but that this can be the turning point in any pick ban phase if you're not really well equipped as an opponent with how these picks interact with what you want to play.
Yeah, and I also think Evie, I'm just a huge fan of him as a player because I feel like even his standard stuff, if he's playing Gnar or Aatrox or Ornn, he plays them at like a world-class level.
Yeah.
So I think he can actually go toe-to-toe with pretty much anyone in the world. So I think he's such a good player and is one of the big reasons they've been successful for so long.
It's a good addendum. It's a good follow-up because it's not about painting them as gimmicks, right? They're not gimmick players. These are just extra pieces of what is in their arsenal, the weaponry that they can jump to. So the next player we're going to talk about is Robo because it's not just Evie.
Look at this. It's a little different.
Like, actually, what I would want to do is take somebody who doesn't know this team, show them these, and go, what role does he play? Because, like, do you know? Do you know what role this guy plays? Like,
and it's something he's been willing to do for years. Like, for years, he's been pulling out things like Tristan on the top lane, willing to try and just gap the enemy top laner.
Yeah.
But it goes to the same point that Jet just made that, right, he doesn't rely on these. He's willing to bring out whether it's the Jacks or going to the tanks, but he has these picks in the arsenal. It's like, how much have you practiced against Top Kench top or Janna top or Tristana?
Once, if you were in the LCS back in spring. You played against a Janna top.
During the Smite top minute.
Yeah, there it is. So there's like 2 teams in all of the world who are prepared to play against that. Loud, though, as we mentioned, has already played 1 game today. So as we've done before, we're going to take a look back at some of the key moments, from that first game, get ourselves a refresher. It's been a long day, a lot of action breaking down. And so again, while they didn't get the win, this was another game that felt like at times it could go either way.
There were a lot of close fights, and you could see that Loud really wanted this game to go late, especially Seraphine Nautilus is a death ball style team composition, especially with like a double bruiser, top jungle, and Hecarim Jax. But Fiora got a little far ahead, Kai'Sa definitely got too far ahead, and they really just couldn't win the team fights to allow their team composition to turn off.
Yeah, just one of those things I feel like beyond bringing out such early aggression in terms of the champions they picked and just having so many different angles where they were able to get on things like the Seraphine very early on, take her out of the fight. And it's like, okay, she might not be the main DPS, but now, these bruisers like the Hecarim, things like the Azir, the Ajax are not able to survive as long, and the burst was there.
I was going to say, it also just kind of felt like a very volatile game, right? When we took a look, as you mentioned, Jad, a lot of those fights close at times, but as soon as they do start to break one way or the other, you kind of start to see what that extra gold in the pocket affords teams.
And this was really the fight. You see the Seraphine ult goes completely wide. The Fiora healing comes in at the perfect time for Beyond. And it was kind of just so many things breaking against them in that fight, and it really swung the game.
Okay, well, there it is. We've set up the game. We're going to get our first look at Det FM up against Loud, who are trying to put a win on the board before they close out day number 1. As we head back out to a couple of hooligans to cast this game, I wanted to bring something up, okay? Now, for the 2 of you out there, I need you to understand that JoJo, who you're holding between you, that is a symbol of national pride. That is an endangered species, and I'm fairly certain that it's a federal offense to deface a national symbol like the bald eagle or even touch one, if I'm being honest. So I wouldn't be surprised if soon enough there's an FBI raid on the LCS studio and those 2 find themselves behind bars.
They should delete that footage before.
I mean, like, that's the thing. You got to realize that everything you do in this, there it is. Boom.
Oh, my goodness.
We locked them up, baby. All right, quick shot. Goldberg, take it away, boys. From prison, you get 1 phone call. Who's it to?
I don't.
Well,
no.
Maybe I know how to do this. So we can get out of this.
How?
Hey, I know how to do this. We bribe. I've made a gift for JoJo. I felt bad as well.
A gift?
Yes. So
wait, can we get out of jail first?
We'll get out of. I made a hat.
Oh, okay. This is how we get out of jail.
Yeah. Look. So I'm sorry, and you can't even see it. There's a lock in the way. So see, it worked.
Did you try it on his head? Did you try it on his head?
JoJo, and there he goes. He's glorious. Look at it, JoJo #1. And 1 to EU. There we go. Look, it's a bit of both. Everyone's happy now, right? Right.
I have to tell everybody at home, Goldberg heard, they said, look, we have to put the eagle on the table. Something's happening. We don't know. In less than 30 seconds, he made that hat, knowing that something troublesome was coming. So first of all, your instincts are spot on.
Thank you,
Secondly, I don't even care. This bird needs
What's
to go.
the hat?
This bird needs to go. It's done.
We're back in jail now.
Win a game, and maybe... Actually, this will be interesting. Will an American caster deface the bird after the stakes have been set?
Maybe.
Ooh, we'll find out. Okay, maybe it won't be an American casting if NA wins. Let's turn our attention to the game.
My head.
Detonation focus. We keep that safe because we do need to keep
I'm
using
putting it back on.
DFM are taking on Loud. Just a quick reminder, of course, the fact Loud lost earlier to Beyond Gaming, and I think I was shocked. I was surprised. Not only did I I didn't expect Loud to lose that game, firstly, and the manner in which they lost was surprising to me.
I think it's really clear that there is sometimes even how good of a draft you build coming into it, because I actually think Loud had a better draft against Beyond Gaming. When it come down to the play and when it came down to the execution, it just wasn't there. And I think it was small mistakes that led up to it. Tino's getting caught off guard a little bit. The analyst desk talked about some of the team fights they were breaking down as well. And let's be honest, those abilities, they were just not connecting. So going into the next game, you've had your first stage game. You've had the nerves, the jitters, whatever it is to go through. You know what it feels like. And coming from Brazil, like the amount of stages these guys have to play on and everything, they're used to nerfs. They're used to a big fan base. They're used to the expectations. So I still rate Loud. I think that coming into this, they know what went wrong. And hopefully against Detonation Focus Me, they'll try and fix some of them or iron out some of the issues they've had.
Let's talk a little bit about DFM as the players are getting ready for picks and bans. This is the most successful regional team around the world. DFM have won the LJL so many times, have represented the LGL on the international stage so many times. This season, however, is a little different. The competition was higher. This is not a one region team this summer. And seeing how Loud have lost earlier today, you have to kind of assume that they're going to be a bit excited, going to be maybe even favored in the matchup.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, because I do think after the first loss coming into it and with the stakes, Detonation Focus Me half behind them, there's certainly a leeway to it. Going into it, and I actually will put my name at stake here, I actually think Loud could have been a good matchup into Detonation Focus Me because they play so fast and they play so aggressively all the time.
From domestic league, right?
Domestically, right. Whereas Detonation Focus Me, they're incredibly versatile, they have incredibly gifted laners, but they also have a tendency to fall under pressure in the mid to late game and go for random team fights at times, which could have benefited Loud. But I will also say these team fights that Loud had themselves in the mid to late game earlier today didn't really speak of a team who really performed there. So I think it's redemption time for Loud, and for Detonation Focus Me, they're stable here. If you love play-ins, you love this team. They're here almost every single year, and the storylines and the amount of time we've seen the players here, you can only root for them. Last year, they finally made that mark where they went on towards World Championship. This time around, as we also saw with MSI, it's a bit of a rebuild, and it's a bit of different set of expectations coming through. This region, in my eyes, have already been super successful. Now it's just like, what can they achieve again?
Yeah, and of course, you are seeing all the players playing from their individual rooms due to those COVID protocols. Let's talk a little bit about Vedius's favorite team, DFM. He always goes on the record supporting them. He always predicts them to win the World Championship. These are facts. He said this to me in Berlin. I swear, it's true.
You sure it's not Nymeria you were talking to?
Well, he does it too, but that's a lot more known. I'm trying to reveal backstage secrets from Vedius, right? But GB, let's talk about the danger players. You know, who should we be keeping our eyes out for when DFM hit the Rift?
I feel like you have three that you're always looking at. And coincidentally enough, it's the stable three that you see on the roster. My favorite to have a look at, it's Steel in the jungle. I know a lot of people rate Ebi in the top side, and arguably so they should, but Steel to me is really a good catalyst of this team as well. He can be played for, he can be the facilitator, he can be the one setting up the lanes, because the lanes are so versatile, so there's really a lot of a burden for Steel as well to kind of adapt his playstyle, his pathing, all of his jungle style as well every time he's playing, and I really think that he's one to look for. Ebi in the top side, you've seen him loads of times, his champion pool is wacky, he can be the carry, he can be the tank you want to play for instead. And then, of course, Yutapong in that AD carry position. It's just stable. He's just gifted, and he continues to show it.
You're going to have to find out if he can deliver on this stage. What I love seeing, if you're watching the player cams, the players are having a great time.
Aww.
They're making combined hearts.
Making love.
I think. Are they?
Oh, yeah, phrase.
Sure. Phrasing. Somebody clip that. I'm glad we got a second shot.
Why'd you have to call it out?
It was just
let it slide next time.
It is too good not to.
I'm jet lagged.
But I am happy to see the Loud players in good spirits. It has been a long day for everyone watching, for everyone playing, but also for them having lost that game to Beyond earlier. We are waiting to get into draft, and when I look at the lobby, it is obviously the players off stage who are currently setting up. I'm going to ask one more gameplay thing, and then we can play a little bit of fun. Maybe we can like punish Jojo a little bit more.
No, leave that poor bird alone. I like that bird. I don't know what you have against it.
You defaced the bird. So one last gameplay question.
He asked me to.
Picks and bans, bro.
Yeah.
We're going into game 6 here.
Yeah.
Have you been surprised a little bit? I know obviously you wanted to see more Maokai. We got it in Game 5, the opportunity's still there. But like, has anything else kind of stood out or do you think is missing?
I think the Grace priority that we saw from solo queue was the only one where I wasn't really sure if that was something that was going to translate into the pro play, but seeing how high the priority really is, it wouldn't surprise me if Steel is also one of these guys who really wants to have a prioritization on that one, and him suddenly saying, you know what, I'm going to be the one facilitated. In general, play-ins meta is always a bit interesting, right? Because no matter what really becomes meta here, it might just change when you reach the group stage. You look back to last year with 2021 Worlds.
Yeah.
Amumu was played all the time, and it was just not successful. But they were so adamant at putting it out and play-ins all the time. Once we reached the main stage with group stage, Yuumi was the first pick. Like, it was completely different in terms of the approach you had. So play-ins is ironing out what really works in the patch. And I mean, other teams are learning from it. They can apply it to their own scrims. They can form their own ideas.
Do you think it's similar trends going to happen? Because we've seen a lot of engaged supports today as well.
I think it's just going to be the engaged ball. I think also if you're a minor region or if there's something you're struggling with, having someone to say, we're just going to send it, it's way easier to play. It's easy to execute. Having an enchanter at times, well, first of all, you kind of need to draft around it and have someone else who is going to be that facilitator. But it also means that if your top side is split pushing, then in a 4 versus 4, you're not the one with the engage any longer if your opponent has an engage support and they could then send it. There's different
Can I tell you
kind of-
something?
Yeah.
I hate the phrase send it.
I
just
love
want
send it.
everyone
I
to
love
know.
send it. I
hate
really
it.
love it.
It is lazy communication. You can say the point in a more meaningful, impactful way.
You know what I think you should? I think you should head to Twitter. You should type it in, and you should send it.
Okay, done. Let's do this right now, seeing as though we have some time. I've never actually live tweeted in my 10 years of doing this job.
I think you should do it.
I hate.
You can read Reddit as well on the live thread. Everyone was saying hi to Flowers when
Send it.
that happened.
At Gulborg. There we go. At Gulborg Real, because you don't want the fake one.
Yeah.
Hashtag Worlds.
I wonder if
I
you'll
am
get
legitimately tweeting this, so I hate the phrase "send it," and I click tweet.
What should we be using instead? Enlighten me.
I don't know. Like the point of
Well,
the
that's not the
sentence is
answer
what
I'm
matters.
looking for, is it?
I do want to give one quick shout out, of course, to Rob's Day and Loud's second game of the day. One of the things I absolutely love about CBLOL as a region is that they have sent 7 different organizations to MSI and
They
Worlds,
produce
right?
a lot of players.
They really, really do. And, you know, I've been such a huge fan since Alliance got kaboomed. But one of the other things, I know, it's just fun. Like, you know, you fall in love with the moment. And it was like one of the first times that I really remember the up-and-coming, the emerging regions, like taking a huge win. And it was so painful and so memorable and so beautiful in retrospect. At the time, I hated CBLOL. Please don't get me wrong. I was very unhappy, but I've come to reflect and learn and appreciate it. The other thing about that is they've sent 40 different players to international events. In comparison, the LJL has sent 20 different players. That's excluding this World Championship. I mean, that is crazy. But the turnover, the turmoil, the number of teams that are champions coming out of Brazil is dramatic. Like, it is a flamboyant region.
And once again, not to say that LGL is a one-team region. No. It was close this year, but in contrast to it, you're so used to see Detonation focus me. But from Brazil, every time, you're like, here's Pain Gaming, here's Flamingo, even Furio, who's a good CS team as well, was trying to make their emerging exodus. They just have a lot of INTZ, of course,
Red
as well.
Canids, Kaboom, Pain Gaming, Team 1, Flamengo, and now Loud. And ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, vamos, Loud. Let's jump into the draft. Jax, Callista, Hecarim, Caitlyn. Okay, Seraphine, Nautilus. Will we see it again?
I mean,
I don't want to.
I think in my crystal ball, I put Seraphine to be the champion to have the most flexibility. Just going off the pack, you can see it as a support if it's paired up with Senna. You can see it in the mid lane as well. I think it's going to be super versatile. Graves actually being banned away by Detonation Focus Me themselves. I think that speaks a lot to the kind of League of Legends they want to play. They don't necessarily want to have their laners playing for Steel. They want still to have Steel to be a catalyst. And remember, he's playing quite a few Vi games as well, just to be the kind of one to set up his lanes, just to get it through there. Trundle as well being banned away, so still much about the jungle.
I mean, Steel has got 2 Vi games this year. Croc has got himself 3. Trundle was banned away. This track is awesome, actually. It's really hard for me to focus. I literally just want to dance. And it's going to be a first pick to Leah for Yaharon.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And not to kind of what do you say, talk bad about someone. I think Yaharong is one of these players that can get gapped in lane a little bit, so seeing him be on facilitation instead is actually something that's going to help the team quite a bit. He's kind of like the same player that we will call Froggy, we'll call Tally a little bit. Does have his moments on other champions every now and then, but he's definitely a good pick with this Talia here.
It's also doubly effective because it is Tinone's most played champion along with Ari. He's won 7 out of the 8 games that he's played this summer. So, you know, not only valuable for DFM, but denying that from Loud will be great. That Misfortune has been secured, has been a very successful pick throughout the course of the day. And Sejuani, another champion that is seeing high presence across Day 1 of World.
Yeah, so let's see what they're actually looking to utilize for themselves here, because you can match it yourself. You just want to lock in that lock in a jungler here, and then just say, you know what, there's still quite a few AD carries up and available. We're going to wait afterwards. But it could also just be the fact that you want to contest on the Misfortune immediately by either going for a Tristana or an Aphelios to try and see if you can match her in lane instead. But Misfortune still very, very strong on this patch. So let's see what DFM has planned out for their draft here. Looks like they're going to secure that Aphelios. Question is, do you feel like you need to pair yourself up with a support right now? Because you are still against Loud, who's of course sitting with that red side and has the access for that counter pick on the support role.
When I look at Utapon as well, I cannot see any games played of Aphelios this summer. He has played a number 7 throughout the course of spring, so not a lot of recent picks. Not going to be too unfamiliar with that option. And I know it was one of the potential counters we were talking about in the previous game. Poppy will be the last champion secured here for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, spring everyone was about, like, had to play Aphelios. If you're a pro player, an AD carry that had to go through spring, you had to know how to play this. So Utapon, of course, no stranger to the champion either. And the question is, do you feel like you need to lock in a support here in 3 and start banning away some counters if you're looking for the engaged supports that we've seen so many teams default to? Or are you going to look for a counter pick in the mid lane against the Talia?
What option do you prefer to see in this scenario, knowing that Tinones has already had one of his champions removed and obviously the bans are possible too?
I mean, looking at yourself on red side, you already know what the enemy mid laner is picking.
Yeah.
So just getting that for yourself is great. You can blind pick on 4 here if you want to keep the flex alive on the Sejuani. I just feel like you send it top and you pick your jungler or pick your top laner and you keep that counter pick alive for the Misfortune, just because you can already see what they're looking for from the side of DFM. You have a facilitating jungler, you have a facilitating mid laner, you have a carry in the AD carry position. So I think it just makes a lot of sense if you can shut that down.
Now, let's find out what happens in the second phase of bans.
I love that. This is a classic strategy from a lot of pro players that goes back to, let me hover a champion in the first part of the draft phase. They were hovering Yone, and now it's the first champion the enemy is going to think about when they go into the second ban phase.
Do you think it makes sense, though? Would it have complemented the composition for DFM, or do you think they're in their heads? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, sometimes it may give you too many things to play for, but Yone is still one of these champions that actually functions very well in a team fight, unlike a lot of other bruisers, so it could make sense. Definitely could. But there's also a lot of other champions that still will make sense from the side of DFM, like Dion coming out.
Okay, crystal ball time. What do you want to see locked in? I know you've talked about the counter pick option. Maokai secured here for Robo on Loud?
No, dear, for Abby, for Abby.
That's what I thought. Abby, Maokai. Will it happen? Will it be banned or stolen away? Horn was the next one. One last option here. Both DFM have Loud now slowed the drafting phase down significantly.
Yeah.
In comparison to phase 1, figuring things out and also trying to figure out what will the other team select.
What you have to realize is that jungle bans was a big attention in the first draft phase, and the fact that Trundle was banned out on 3 gave a lot of access to Steel to go for the Poppy, because that meant a lot of the counters are out of the window. It's also the reason they decided to say, you know what, we're going to ban Olaf as well and make sure all the Poppy counters are just going to be out of the way, because what's left up, you go for a Jarvan into the Poppy. No, that's not going to be the case. Maybe a cheeky Skarner, but I'm not actually too sure if Croc plays it. They might also just default to the Sejuani, put it in the jungle, seeing as they have 4th picked their support here.
And of course, that Amumu now secured for Sheos. There's a lot of go forward buttons. The Sejuani, a lot of Sleepy Trouble Bubble, the Amumu, and layer on top with Bullet Time. Aatrox is locked in. Robo will now either get that Sejuani. I want to know if you like the option into it as Hop gets the Alistar, or do you want to see a different pick? Because we talked backstage about running some aggressive options into Aatrox, at least being able to contest it.
I mean, this is the game where you say, maybe we just want to play the side. The problem with that is that even DFM still has a mid laner that has incredibly huge, quick access rather, to the side lane with the Talia wall. But I think if you have a flex and you wait to 5 pick for your top laner, You want something that really makes sense. You want something that secures you the matchup, and I think you just have to slam something that works in the top lane. Instead, they've actually decided to lock in the Viego, and this is where I don't always fully understand what they're looking for. Because if you already had the counter pick for one of your lanes where you could have just picked the jungler immediately, and then you could have gotten the support counter pick instead, now you just gave them access to put themselves in a good position for DFM by giving them the Alistar into the Amumu. So I think on red side, Loud didn't fully utilize what they could have gotten here.
And the question is, will it punish them, of course? Will this be something that comes back to hurt them? Find out how this Viego and Sejuani play out, because I think that's the crux of this in terms of where you wanted to run potential, counters a strong word, but like answers into what is being presented to you. And I do think it is very crucial, it's very fair to be critical of a team that's already lost a game, playing a little uncharacteristic from what we saw from them regionally or domestically. And I want to zoom out and say, how do you expect the early game to play out? Where should we focus our attention?
I think early game, you focus on DFM and what they have to offer as well, because there's a lot of ways to find ganks. Steel can go into any lane and find kill pressure if he wants to. From the side of Loud, you have team fighting on easy mode. You have Sejuani, you have Amumu, you have the Misfortune. Like, you go down in, early Season 2, back in Season 3, you ban Amumu, you ban Malphite, those are the classic bans. This is the kind of composition you're looking for Loud. So if it didn't work out in the first game, this should be the one where it's not too complicated finding yourself a lead in a team fight, if you're even.
Shouldn't be too complicated. That is a bold sentence, I think. We will, of course, find out whether or not it is possible here as we load up onto the Rift. DFM making their first game, or making their debut on the world stage in 2022. Exact same roster from MSI. High expectations, I think, for the squad based on the performance we saw from Loud earlier today. They obviously want to try bounce back, and Robo got that very early Sejuani. I think, go for it.
I think for DFM as well, it's a bit of a redemption run you're looking for, because while you're saying there is a lot of expectations coming through, they didn't have the best track record at MSI, right? They came to the tournament and they won in 5, as you said. So it's obviously a rebuilding phase. You really have to put into the context that when DFM played in 2021 Worlds, they had the equivalent of Exodia that Japan could really bring to... It's true, what Japan could really bring to the World Championship. And them reaching main stage was by far the best thing that could happen. Like, if you expected more, you'd be on too much copium. So I think, like, now coming back to finding the correct building blocks, that's really what you're looking for.
I really wish you'd have listened earlier and used a Voltron reference or Megazord instead of Exodia.
Yeah, but you can't really keep it repetitive. You gotta find new stuff. Give me more stuff to work with.
You gotta repeat the golden oldies, the classics. All right.
Maybe you're just not up to the task, Trevor.
Go for sassy.
I know.
Sassy. Will DFM be sassy in this early game? They've started off, got that bottom lane helping out Steel on the Poppy. Got the Phase Rush in his back pocket. Keystones were highlighted just a moment ago. And Sayosh now making his way down to that bottom lane, keeping an eye on Croc. He's starting in the right eastern quadrant on that blue buff secured. So no real surprises, and Robo already jumping forward. And we do have a very brief pause.
How do you know it's brief?
Touche. We have a pause briefly after starting the game.
Oh, there you go.
That's a much
maybe you just knew something I didn't.
No, that is 100% the right call, my friend. 100%. It's just,
it's the one and only.
If we do... Wait, hang on. Have we had... Yeah, we have had a game pause already.
We did, yes, we did.
Yes.
We're collecting them at this point. How many different kind of pause can we have?
This is...
Wait, actually, no. We're getting out in a chrono break. I'm just going to shut up.
Why do you have to... Don't tempt fate. Touch wood. Okay, there you go.
Touch wood?
A little bit of like... It's an English saying. I don't know why. I mean, it's a sign of good luck. I don't know the origin of it, though. So I'd have to look it up.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm curious to that one.
Okay, let's Google this. We might have time.
Yeah,
what
definitely.
is the origin of touch wood? Obviously, we do have a gameplay pause. If we get any info, I will let you know. No one knows when or how the practice of knocking on wood began. The British have used this phrase.
It's knocking on wood, not touch wood.
Yeah, no, I mean, touching wood is a ritual of superstition for either bringing good luck or warding off bad luck.
Oh, wow.
Despite there is an origin that it's linked to the wooden cross, but yeah, no origin. So it's just, yeah, somebody made it up and it stuck.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
I mean, that's how all language works, to be fair.
Definitely.
All language is made up and it just stuck.
I mean, we just knock under the table for, like, good luck in my culture.
You're going to give me all of that drama for you to just say the Danish people knock on the bottom of a table.
Yeah.
And, like, how is that different to what I just said? Actually, that'll be interesting. How do...
are all tables made of wood?
Oh, good point. Yeah, touche. Okay.
There you go.
I get you. I've said that a couple times.
There you go.
Oh, unfortunately. Thank you again for sticking with us. We know it's been rough. It has been a tough day for everybody. I trust that we will obviously look into these things. And
I've been here since game 2 as well.
I mean, it's been a long day. It has been. You got the TriCast to open the day, and we're going to have 4 on the back end. Luckily, you've got a day off tomorrow. I'll be hosting that.
Yeah, I'll be. But honestly, the real MVPs are the people that actually decided to just stick around and watch all of this.
The thing that I'm
honestly, Giga Chads.
The thing that I'm most excited for, when we look at tomorrow's games, when is our next EU versus NA? We're not going to have one tomorrow. As I take a look through here,
well, there's only one NA team in the group, and it's single round robin.
Thank you. See, you're good with math. I forgot, right? So maybe in playoffs.
Actually, I should have just let you look, because you only got to 2 columns. I could have just let you look for ages.
The reason I'm wondering is after defacing the bird from earlier, I want to see whether or not any of our LCS colleagues will deface. Or because maybe what they could do is they can make a Canadian draw on it, right?
I'm saying it right now. If they're not bringing JoJo to New York, I will riot, and I will get Twitter to rally as well to bring JoJo the Eagle to New York. What I want, I've already decided this. I want to see JoJo next to the World Trophy at the opening ceremony of the finals. Rise up!
I just want to see Mark Z traveling with it.
Yeah, I want to vlog with it. So obviously, me and JoJo's out to explore. Oh, well.
We are back in game. Obviously, we are having a bit of fun. We're not 100% certain how long those pauses are. We don't intend it to be disrespectful to DFM or Loud, but to make sure that we don't, overdo all of the stories, we'll have a little bit of fun with it. So we're back onto the Rift. I was trying to draw some attention here to Steel and to Croc in terms of some of their pathing and where they could play, as once again, a bit of engage on this bottom lane. Croc will find that bandage toss, and the double up is going to chunk Udapon backwards. So I think somewhat to be expected in the early game engage once you get that CC down.
Yeah, what I think is really curious is the fact that both junglers has identified that they want to be pathing on towards the top side in the early game. You can actually even see it on the pings right now. Croc is skipping his own red buff, and he's moving into the blue buff off Steel instead. In terms of lane priority right now, Robo is pushing in. Ward is available for Croc. This could actually get dicey if moves are coming through, but it's looking okay so far.
Jin not going to spot out. Steel will step forward. Smite Fight is available here. Steel now being bullied. Tinones has made his move forward as well. Nyarong is going to step backwards. So Croc will steal that blue buff away, reset the timer on the one he's already secured, and put this Poppy from DFM behind. I really liked how Tinones was able to push that wave and step in to at least potentially back up Croc if anything played out.
How good is this game sense? Does he know that you would just pop Sweeper afterwards? He's not been spotted of it yet. That's why Steel activated the Sweeper. Oh, baited by Observers.
Was so good. That was exceptional from the Observers. But I also think it does show, what options could have been available to Croc. And then as he backed away, it's one of those things where could have been amazing. Didn't work out that time around.
Now look at Robo though, because he does not have flash on the Sejuani, and Steel rides around the corner.
Oh, that steadfast presence is huge! So well played. Both junglers were looking at path top. Steel was denied his blue buff, and he denies Loud first blood.
And also a bit disrespectful from Robo. You can see his trinket actually came off. If he waited around a little longer, he could have gotten that ward down. And also just by the process of elimination, Steel could only be top at that point.
Yeah. I mean, Rob's day not going to a great start for him. In the first game, conceding first blood. I think some kudos there to Steel. He managed to secure the kill. Gonna have that recall instant teleport back for Aatrox and Ebby in the top lane. And every time we look at this bottom lane pushed in, so all 3 lanes pushed a little bit by Loud, and it was Robo that was punished.
Yeah, and you can see, I think Robo wanted to come down. He wanted to set up, but just never got the chance because of the pressure from Ebby. And then knowing that there's no mobility available, or that he's just not going to react in time to the flash Q coming through, Ebby sets it up beautifully with Steel coming around to just ground him down.
And no flash for him either. Teleport Ignite for that Sejuani top. Ultimately getting punished for that. Udapon and Hop this time around at a very minor CS advantage. Push this wave out. Seosh has recalled. Going to start to roam back down to rejoin his bot laner. And I think for Loud, they got to be a little bit careful. We have seen Aatrox's today already running away with the game. But also, once these champions hit level 6, the engage power is absolutely fantastic. And if Croc is able to steal away Aatrox or even that Aphelios' soul also can be hugely impactful.
Oh yeah, definitely with the Aatrox there. Like, just moving forward, you don't really need the ultimate, like, but just being able to have that extra CC in your kit after finding a kill, that's going to be huge. But you're waiting for it. From the side of Loud, you're building up. Slowly but surely, you're waiting the anticipation. You're not really looking to make all the plays just yet, but once you start hitting level 6 in your champions, that's where you start getting action. But the same can be said for Yaharong in the mid lane. You're level 6 on the Taliyah now. Once you start picking up a Lost Chapter, once you have full points in your queue, that's where you start to shove in the lanes. But for now, it's actually Loud making the first move.
Again, managing to get the damage on the Unipon. Bandage toss onto Hop. Continue to hammer. I mean, Branch is just destroying, like completely untouched that fight because DFM are running for their lives.
And I'm just so curious as well because finding counters to the Misfortune in terms of the AD carry position is actually going to be a little bit difficult. You want something that can challenge her like the Tristana with mobility, but if you're just there handshaking with auto attacks or standing behind minions when Qmax is the thing now, you are just not going to be winning out on the trades. And now with finally having that bot lane priority, forcing Utapon and Half to go for the reset, Loud is just going to be starting up the first objective with the neutral Drake here. And this is 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. This is a brilliant time to pick up this first one.
I'm starting to get nervous for DFM already because much like our previous game, Chiefs, DFM's early game and getting leads in the early game is kind of how they've picked up their wins, right? And now, Coolbook, how would you put it in terms of their decision-making late game for DFM? Because they're already starting to be pressured and pushed around.
Hold it.
Trouble bubble. And Abby will be conceding the next kill here. Now pick that one up, Robo gets it.
Yeah, there you have it. They might even continue the skirmishing. The thing you have to realize is that they're just very early setting off for the Herald skirmishing, if that's what they're looking for. 1 minute and it will be spawning, so looking to continue with that neutral objective stacking. But to go back to what you did say, Trevor, I think Detonation focused me when they sometimes have gotten a lead. It's one of the teams that feels a bit pressured to make a play. They have a very slow average game time. It's because they're not too quick at closing out their games.
Well, this time around, Unipon and Hop, they start the fight. They ultimately lose the fight. The return damage from Make It Rain. And Brunch stepping back with that double up is meaning Hop and Unipon continue to be bullied just a little. They're not conceding CS, it must be said. Both bot lane is sitting on the same, respectively equal, both middle and top. But again, seeing a lot of trading, and Croc and Steel haven't yet gotten involved for that secondary sort of third gang.
It's one of the things where DFM's bot lane here really wants to contest hard and making sure they get the reset first. Getting resets first as a bot lane just means you get the first move, which means you often get to be the one starting off the Herald. The main problem DFM is finding themselves in right here is that they're now on reset. That means that there's a window now that Loud can look, and as you can see right now, Tino's push at the mid lane, Croc around as well. Level 8 for Tino's here.
Yeah, and they're going to start off this Rift Herald, as you mentioned. Steel is pushing up. Yaharong will be able to catch that wave. Robo's keeping Ebby busy, but look at the supports. So a lot of potential members gathering around the Rift Herald. It's down to 4,500 HP. Sheosh will be into the river a little bit later as the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Tinones will delay Yaharong. It's basically a 1v1v1v1v1 as now the players are starting to converge. It's Loud that have gathered enough members and pushed DFM away. I mean, it's literally all 10 players in the top half of the map.
Yeah, you can see they're still looking as well. And this is the power of the Zoe and these chokeholds as well from Tinones. Just continuing to land these bubbles. And with no cleanse available, all DFM can look for is a Poppy ultimate and see if they can get the steal.
Oh man, now all of a sudden Steel and Ebby, do they get jumped on? The Rift Herald is still alive. It managed to reset, got back up to full now. Reset down to 2,500. Hop looking for the engage level 5. Battlestar goes out.
Oh, that's
Sleepy,
great ult.
Trouble, Bubble, catches onto Unipon. He cannot do a thing. The Herald is, however, secured on the side of DFM. Now Unipon's running away for his life. Getting caught by Make It Rain. Has fired at the Moonlight Vigil. Gets caught by the auto. Double up waiting for the cooldown. Sleepy, Trouble, Bubbles dashed away from. But the flash forward from Brunch. Gets himself the kill. The re-engage from Steel will not be able to find anything. The bandage toss from Sheosh, forced to flash for his life. Now all of a sudden Tino gets himself one. Everybody's in the jungle, and Ebby has got one, looking for more. The Battlestar takes him out. 9 kills at 9 minutes.
And what an overreach for DFM. They get the Herald, they want to disengage, but they want more, and immediately Loud they punish. Tinones on this Zoe. Isn't it just a fun champion seeing how it all went down? Let's have a look at the replay once again because it starts out with a great zoning ultimate from Brands as well. Big credit, though, to Steel, who manages to steal the Rift Herald. And this is where you just want to bail out. There's still so many tools for Loud to continue the fight, but I think as we move forward, this is where it's messed up. Yaharong stays around for too long to look for a play. You don't do damage on the Talia just yet, and Steel wants to follow up with it, but this is where Teno's punishes. He comes in, he steals the flash, he still has to stopwatch, and great teamwork from Loud, who actually manages to bounce back in a teamfight setting. Something that really lost the game against Beyond earlier has now won them a fight here against Detonation.
Look at this energy, Gulborg! It's Worlds, baby!
Oh, it had to be there.
Loved that team fight, and I would like to highlight the Kraken Slayer at 10 minutes and 55 seconds for Brunch, 2-1 and 3. Teno's is 3-0 and 2 on that Zoe, and he picked the Zoe into the Talia. So definitely doing what you want to see, and I think it is crucial because we were talking a little bit about the approach to draft on red side, and I think for at least these first fights, Loud are going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, they are definitely happy about this one. Remember, they're the team that stacked up on Drake early as well, which means that just in 10 seconds, we're going to have that next objective available. Robo does have that teleport, so does Ebby if they want to fight. They are not unleashed yet, so if they want to join, they'd have to do it on a turret.
Oh man, right now, Tenones is under a little bit of pressure. And all of a sudden, Steel is going to use that Hex Flash over the wall. Steel's holding on. Not going to be able to find any CC to connect, and Tenzones was forced to flash away to safety just to respect the engage.
And just look at Steel. He looked at them, and he had to flash.
Yep.
The gaze of that man.
It's about sending a message, you know?
It's about war. It's about forcing that flash and just make him go away. It's not going to make them go away from the objective nonetheless. It's still very much priority in the favor of Loud. And once again, it's the same story as earlier. Bot lane is pushed in. Branch joins the fight. And just speaking about Branch as well, this was a guy that was subbed in mid-split. He's 18 years old. Robo?
Rob's Day. Rob's Day. Rob's Day. Vamos Loud! Hashtag Rob's Day. 2-1 and 3. It's okay.
For me and all the confused reviewers out there, what is Rob's Day?
Rob put a tweet out, Robo put a tweet out saying that for all Brazilian fans, get behind him. He had pretty much every Brazilian flag possible on glasses, hat, scarf, and he decided it's Rob's Day, and CBLOL just got behind him, and so did I. That's it. It's that simple.
It is Rob's Day indeed, and it might even be Loud's Day if they can equalize the day with the score as well. But they're not going to be looking for a dive just yet, but they are maintaining control.
I'll give you this. It was Loud's evening, because daytime did not go their way. It's been a long time since that game.
I mean, if we go on like this, it might be their nighttime as well.
That's the case. Right now, Loud, 2 dragons up, 4 kills up. It is only 1,000 gold. I think it is crucial to keep that in mind. Because Robo this time is going to look to re-engage. Winter's Wrath forward, gets the stun up, but caught out by the Dark-Hidden Blade. Turns to re-engage. There's minions doing a lot of work, and Robo is feeling the Sijuan. He's got the level advantage, he's got that Balmy Cinder, and looking to keep Abby busy. There's no support coming from anywhere else.
Yeah, and crucially as well, he hasn't been backed yet after that. He's still staying around here. He still has that teleport. He still has the possibility to just clear up the minion wave, hit up that recall, and then come back with the items. And you know what? That's exactly what he's going to be doing. Of course, the next objective to fight for will be the Rift Herald as well. There's possibilities for Loud to move their bot lane up towards the top side if that's what they're looking for. It's still 1 minute and 30 seconds, so there's loads of times in terms of where you want to apply that pressure, but you can clearly already see it with the map move now. Support, moving up, looking to take charge.
I mean, the itemization, at least for the last couple of moments, there was a couple of mythics on the side of Loud. It has literally just been balanced out by DFM. And for Loud, they were able to get those combat stats down early. Keep in mind, Croc has got himself that Blade of the Rune King. Looking into that Frozen Fist as the paddle star won't find its target. Yaharong stepped forward, he's flashed for that. That's a great seismic shove backwards, locked in place by the Steadfast Presence, but there's not enough damage just yet. Yaharong is throwing out rock off the rock off the rock, but it's Steel that goes down first. Flash away from the Croc, gets the Blast Cone, and Croc escapes thanks to that Heartbreaker.
It was a little messy from both sides, but in the end, Loud, there's still the team coming out on top, and we're still 40 seconds on the Rift Herald. There's still loads of time for you to come back, reset, and set it up. And even bigger, Brand still being down towards that bottom side of the map. Now it's just a race. Who can pick up the first turret? Is it going to be a DFM in the mid lane, or is it Brand's in the bot side?
It feels like it's going to be, although Robo's going to try to dissuade the slight amount of CC. Allows Loud to get that first turret blood secured. They hold on for a little while longer before that mid lane tower dies, and for Loud now, they've extended that gold lead further. It's 2 minutes until the third dragon. That's a 17-minute Drake 3. is Tinone's paddle star will get caught by the minions. That'll make Ebby pretty happy because that was a lot of damage.
But if you secure the Rift Tail now as well, you put yourself in a great position. This is a Rift Tail you can use to utilize either a gold lead in a side lane, or Robo finds himself in the mid lane as well. He might be getting caught. Nope, he's out of there. Or just to have it as pressure in the mid lane as well when that third Drake finally comes up.
Ooh. And Loud now setting themselves up for yet another fight. The Herald is once again available. Both teams, are you a little bit surprised at both teams' willingness to fight for these objectives? Because it has felt, other than the Dragons, everything else has been contested and challenged.
This is the Loud I know and have heard so much about from their own region. They're looking to take charge. They're not afraid to fight around their objectives. One of the things I really liked about this team was their lack of hesitation. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it really bites them in the back, but when they're in their form and when they're finding a lead and they just keep the pace going, that's why they're super difficult to play against. And as you can see, while DFM is around the same side of the map, there's no way they can match it, and they're not getting anything else elsewhere on the map either.
I mean, for Loud, the players of Robo and Tino's currently shining. Obviously, Brunch doing a lot as well, but I just want to highlight the fact that this team winning their split here in summer, both Robo and Tino's came from opposition, came from Pain Gaming as a duo. And they're now stepping up and carrying this. The reason I want to talk about them a little bit, that Sejuani pick and Zoe from Phase 1 have been sort of the difference makers in the engages we've seen thus far. With 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns, you have to imagine they're going to be willing to fight. But Yaharong, on this first pick, Talia's got a lot of damage out. Not going to be enough to take down what is a very tonky Sejuani.
You may have a lead, but you can't disrespect them. There's still ways they can come back into this game. But yeah, I agree. I feel like Tinone's really had some misplay going into the second game. Now, Ebby still looking to take charge of the enemy's blue side jungle. The deeper vision they can have for this objective, the better setup for when the Drake finally spawns. But
teleport.
As you said, teleport.
Teleport. Not going to find a target just yet. Glacial Prison. Come on, Robo. Find your target. DFM, what's your answer? How do you stop this down? Weaver's wall can work, and this is great from Utapon. He's pushing the mid lane. Robo's going to caught out. The Umbral Chains won't pull him backwards, and Branch is stepping forward, looking for a target to pull it. Time down. Croc is going to heartbreak away. The Poppy going to have that steadfast presence, and Evie gets stunned up, locked up, taken down. Loud get another kill. They will get themselves another dragon.
And DFM, they just want to make that play so bad. But Loud, they're just in a way better position, and huge props to Robo once again, finding steal. The rest of Loud immediately collapsing.
Oh, so well played here, Loud. They are still only 2,000 gold up, but crucially, the game accelerator, the way to really look to finish cleanly, finish fast, is to look for that soul, look for that Elder. And right now, 3 dragons at 18 minutes. Loud have got themselves set up for, let's call it theoretically, one more dragon fight, get that soul, and that's really how you can see them winning this game.
Most definitely, and let's just have a look at the replay once again. Oh, it's actually Tinones who find the bubble, and then it's just a no-brainer for Robo afterwards to find it with 3 other ultimates combined on top of it. And he does so much damage. You can see why they're really looking for it, why he's flashing forward, but even if he gets it, his own team is just not in a position to really follow up afterwards.
Can I give you a quick stat you're going to love?
Oh,
you're really going to love this
How do you know I'm going to love them?
I know this for a fact.
Okay, go on.
Do you know that Loud have been involved in both of the fastest first dragons of the day? Ask me how.
How?
In their game against BYG, dragon number 1 was secured at 6 minutes and 35 seconds by Beyond Gaming. In this game, it was picked up by Loud in 6 minutes and 35 seconds to the second. They have been involved in both games with the fastest first dragon.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. That was the adaptation. They're trying to overcome what they had done earlier in the game, and now Tinones might be getting caught.
So good. Tinones is going to be able to escape for now. That Sleepy Trouble bubbled it so much and hasn't bought enough time. Loud arrived. The Glacial Prison splashed away from it. Will lock Steel under the turret. He starts spinning the Poppy Copter and will send Branch away. Third re-engage is fantastic for detonation. Focus me, but Evie gets focused down himself. Robo looks for another stun. Will find the Permafrost and lock down the kill for Croc, who's stolen away the shoves, the pebbles, the rocks. Manages to heartbreak once more. It's a double for Tinones. 4 more kills for Loud, and they are running away with this game.
Only 1 traded back for DFM, and as you said, they are most certainly running away with it. 20 minutes into the game, they're lacking their jungler. But how bold are they feeling? How much are they feeling themselves? Purple Worm has been starting up.
Purple Worm has been started quickest. This may be the fastest Baron of the day. I'm fairly confident on that. I will wait for it to be secured and ask for stats to validate it. So Loud on the day will have the fastest Baron.
Oh, they're waiting for their member.
Will have conceded the fastest dragon and will have secured the fastest dragon. Can I get a stats confirmation on that, and can we make Dash ask the analyst desk about it? Because quick stats are also his passion. He knows it. Break down this fight for me, Cobalt.
Yeah, and I mean, it's... I was not ready for that transition, by the way. I thought initially this was the fight that was going to work in the favor of DFM, but the, once again, just the willingness to pull the trigger from Croc to just flash over the wall to set it all up. I legitimately thought this was going to be another Pentacle had Harp not find the Polarize in towards the turret, but even then, Tin Owns, with that set flash as well, immediately ults forward, finds it, and paddle start for a double kill. Just great stuff from the side of Brazilians, and let's have a look now as they're still looking for fight.
Oh, what? Where did Hop go? Literally, where did he go? I didn't see the damage at all. 1.4k damage from Branch on MF. If we do get a replay, that has to go slow-mo because my old man eyes did not see it. Rebel Baron power play activated. 2 minutes left to go.
Surely not.
Inhibitors being focused down. We may be on track for the fastest game of the day as well.
Oh, most definitely, and even if you're not, they're just pushing in the mid lane or bottom inhibitor, and then still Tin Owns in the mid lane, shoving in a wave as well. They can just keep the rotations going, but they're actually going to push them out here just from their own base. Very greedy path to take, but there's no way for DFM to punish them right now.
Dun 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 dun. The engage comes up from Steel, not going to be able to do a lot more. Ebby has just spawned this second, no teleport available. Inhibitor secured in the bottom lane.
Yeah, most definitely. But it also just feels like now they're just waiting for the pressure to come through. They're looking to find a RAF point of attack. They're not really looking to commit to anything too much, I say, as an engage comes through.
Does indeed. The bullet time's flying across Harp. Steel is the next target. Chunked down. Ebby forced to run for his life. Robo goes over the wall, but doesn't find the target just yet. Unicorn will just about go down as Croc will heartbreak his way forward. Another tower falls. The inhibitor's being focused as well. We are on track for the fastest game of Worlds 2022.
Yeah, 2 members down, 3 members actually with Epi as well. Minion wave coming in here as well, and they can definitely look for it. Ultimate comes through, but Cannon Minion is still there, and Sleep, but no one's enough to actually punish it.
Good book, good book. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Earlier today, Loud lost to Beyond, and that was the fastest win of the day. Right now, Loud want to reclaim that. Nexus turret number 1 is being focused. That's the Bud Light Ace underneath the Nexus turrets, underneath the Nexus, and the fastest win of play-ins day 1. Loud take down DFM.
Loud strike back, and I really thought that they were just going to try and set up for the Dragon, keep DFM pressured in their own base, but DFM had enough. They looked for a fight, and that find allowed Loud to silence Detonation Focus Me.
Oh my word, what a game. Everybody at home, I got very excited. I got a bit carried away with that one, but my word, did I have fun. So, in 2 games today, Loud are now 1-1. They have conceded the fastest dragon of play-ins. They have secured the fastest dragon of play-ins. They originally conceded the fastest loss of play-ins, and now they just set the fastest win.
But when I was talking to some of the English casters as well of CB LoL, this was the team that was described to me. The team that, you know, they're not afraid. They want to put themselves forward.
This
they want to
not
find
the team we saw earlier against Beyond.
Exactly. I thought that against the Beyond earlier, they would actually be way more aggressive, but they just really didn't find their way on the stage just yet. But this is the team that won CB LoL.
Definitely fantastic bounce back of the 5 games they will play in the group stage. 1 win, 1 loss. Taking a look at the rest of the squads here, I mean, Fnatic currently 2-0. Evil Genius's Chiefs to look forward to playing against, as well as Fnatic. Loud, I think, going to be happy with that one, at least picking up that win. And for DFM, a little bit disappointed, maybe. The game absolutely ran away from them. Those early dragons and those team fights, Loud just had the answers.
Yeah, DFM has been a team that's been sort of reliant of finding that early game lead as well for themselves. And as you said this time around, Loud find the answers. They find a lot of good skirmishes, and they just kept them coming all the time. This is the team that's like, 1 play, great. Reset, how do we find the next play? And they just keep that going. If you can break the Loud momentum, you kind of set a little halt for them, but DFM was just not able to find that. Even in a fight that looks good initially, where Steel finds a great poppy ult, I mean, Croc just flashes forward, and he just takes charge and matters into his own hand.
And I will just say, Brazil, you won the game that I shoutcasted. Obrigado, vamos. We're breaking down that lightning fast Loud victory with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Where the heck is Goldberg off to? This day's not over yet. You still have the forecast ahead of you, my friend. As Loud garner the win here to push themselves to 1-1 on the day. Gonna feel good for the CBLOL team to end their day on a high note, getting it done against Det FM.
Look, I'm saying Quickshot said it on the desk. It's Rob's day. Of course it's getting done. We've got 10 owns on Zoe. Who doesn't love 10 owns on Zoe?
This was... Det FM doesn't like 10 owns on Zoe, man, because, yeah, that was, they popped off.
This was dominant.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I was...
you got anything else?
I was a little surprised. And so I was talking with Mark actually backstage about this, and he was saying, like, yes, we've seen DFM all the time. Maybe my read of them was actually a little too generous because their MSI performance was pretty bad.
True.
But also, like, I've seen Tinones and Robo at international competition, and they look so improved. And it makes me question, like, the anchoring that I have of certain teams based off of when you saw them last. And it writes off players' ability to improve. So, like, I was very impressed with the way that Loud played, and I think they should be real contenders.
This fight right here, man. Everybody on slivers of health at the end of it, Lyric.
Yeah, it was just absolutely I mean, their team fighting overall throughout the whole game was solid. They were always on the same page. Robo had some great engages. 10 owns was just popping off. And again, getting to see the Zoe come out, a champion that has been buffed since the last time we saw her and have such a great performance was just huge. But bouncing off what Jack just said about improvement reminds me of, you know, a new episode of that show with, like, Dom, with Core JJ just came out. Core JJ said these regions with huge player bases are just going to keep improving. Like, they are going to get good in regions like CBLOL. He actually shouted out loud, are teams that you have to look forward to seeing.
I mean, I love that, and I love calling out the idea that teams can improve, but also that's exactly what day one is about, right? This idea it gives teams the opportunity to reset our expectations because we do spend so much of the year with different regions in some form of isolation from each other, right? And so, you know, we do our best, we make whatever approximations we can about their supposed strength, but day one, day two of groups is usually where half of that gets thrown out the window and we're forced to quickly reevaluate. And I do think now with this performance, Loud is going to start to be considered maybe a little bit more of a threat than some people were willing to give them credit for being.
Yeah, their loss in the first game of the day, I think I really liked their draft in that one, and they weren't able to turn the corner. This game, it was a start-to-finish victory. I think maybe because some of those fights were so close, it did help them end a little bit faster because it took like a close game into a decisive victory.
Yeah.
But kind of across the board, really impressed with all their players.
Yeah, again, while we were sitting backstage with Mark, I think it was that kind of like top blue side jungle fight that was slivers of health for everyone, where we kind of mentioned like that was a position where Evie with Flash, for example, on the Aatrox can close that gap, start picking up the kills and the health, and could have turned that entire fight around in like a 1v3 situation. Without the Flash, though, can't outplay it, and it does go the way of Loud. And since they ended that fight with, I think, a triple kill onto the Zoe, right? That's when you really start to see him do work because he's got the gold with it.
Yeah, I mean, just overall Loud, all three carries performing in that game.
Moving right along here. Next up, we've got Saigon Buffalo versus the Istanbul Wildcats. Check out Wildcats' pick Go Wild as the song that represents their play style and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. We'll catch you back here in just a bit.
Welcome back for the Verizon post-game interview. It's finally Rob's day here in Mexico as Loud grabbed the first win here in the playing stage. Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me how you managed to bounce back after the first game.
Basicamente, no primeiro jogo, a gente sabia que o draft não estava dos melhores, não estava muito favorável para o nosso estilo de jogo. E a gente conversou bastante, decidiu mudar para o segundo jogo e a gente draftou alguma coisa que a gente é muito mais acostumado e foi bem mais fácil.
So basically, on the first game, we couldn't do much, and after that game, we talked a lot with each other. And for the second game, we managed to get something that we used to it, and work out very fine.
Super effective and clean game, indeed. I don't know if you saw, Fudge tweeted about the fact that, you were one of the best teams they faced in Scrim. How do you react on that?
Cara, eu fico bem feliz com isso. Acho que a gente eles terem dado treino pra gente foi uma honra. E eu estou muito feliz com isso e eu agradecer eles também por ter treinado com a gente. E a gente realmente acho que mandou bem contra eles e por isso acho que ele falou isso.
So first of all, we'd like to thank them for. It's an honor for us to scrim with them, and we actually did a good job against them, and that's it.
I get that it's an honor, but it's also deserved when you guys have been playing so well. But you're used to the international stage. I mean, you played 17 games internationally now, I think. What is this Worlds about for you this time?
Cara, nesse Worlds eu sinto que a gente pode ganhar de qualquer time. É a primeira vez que eu sinto que a gente consegue bater de frente com as regiões Majors também. Então eu estou muito confiante ainda, mesmo com o nosso primeiro jogo não sendo tão bom. Estou bem confiante que a gente vai conseguir aí passar para a fase de grupos.
I believe that we can beat any team, even from the major regions. Yeah. We trust each other, and we have the potential to go to the group stages.
I love the confidence coming from Loud, but I also love how loud your fans are, actually. I mean, how much is it helping you, the fact that you have so much support, both on stage, but also on Twitter and on social media?
Cara, eu particularmente fico bem hypado com isso, é uma coisa que me deixa muito, muito feliz, saber que tem tanta gente me apoiando e eu quero ganhar por eles e chegar na fase de grupos e fazer história pro Brasil.
Well, it gets me a lot of hype, it makes me very happy, and I want to get mixed to the group stage for them.
Super excited to see more from you guys. Obrigada for the interview.
Thank you.
Lucas, thank you so much also for the translation.
Thank you so much.
And you guys in LA, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Now, we've seen many new faces so far in play-ins, but the match before us features two teams who went to MSI and returned back to the world stage with the same rosters that they went with just a couple months ago. Of course, first we'll start with the Istanbul Wildcats. We already met them earlier in the day, talked a bit about this roster. Very cool to see them. 4 seasons, 4 splits in a row with these same 5 players. If I recall correctly, they go up against the Saigon Buffalo today from the VCS. Our first look at this roster.
Yeah, and I mean, like you just hit on, right, this is a roster that we've seen so far this year. They were at MSI. They were super exciting. Sadly, I believe they weren't the first seed, right? GAM weren't able to attend MSI. They went, and I think they stole a lot of hearts, especially Shogun and Taki, solo killing, 2v2 killing the T1 bot lane.
And they hold a little bit of an accolade to themselves as they enter this tournament. The youngest team here at Worlds stepping onto the stage.
They have no battle scars. They are willing to just take any single fight. The average age is 19 years old. It's incredible how skilled this team is and the fact that they're attending now their second major international tournament. So that average age I don't think should be used against them. They're very talented. They're very willing to go for fights, and they play fast.
What were you doing at that age?
Video games.
Okay, yeah, you were the wrong person to ask that
I was playing a lot of video games.
It's like I was playing this game.
Was that
No, this was Guild Wars?
I was playing...
Was this Guild Wars?
Yeah, it was like probably Rebel Rising.
Nice. Yeah, this for 19, I guess I was in college. It was Call of Duty for me at that point while in college. But a quick look at this VCS team and some of their play throughout the year. What can we expect out of this squad?
A lot of aggression,
like
we said, especially in that bot lane. Just hit on it one more time. Again, MSI 2v2 killing T1's bot lane was like the first big hype moment of MSI. Everyone's like, whoa, who are these guys? Where did they come from? Taki especially is someone that I know a lot of people are very hyped on coming into the support role with how he leads the engages and how he leads the team.
So I immediately find that interesting based on what we were talking about the strengths for Istanbul Wildcats were earlier in the day, saying a little bit more of a mid to late game focus for them, happy to scale, look for team fights. So the aggression out of the young guns versus Istanbul, who might try and hold on and wait to a point where they can outplay late?
Yeah, I don't want to overly put teams in boxes because a lot can change in how you want to approach the game between Summer Split and playoffs. But I do agree that is the trend that we would expect to see. Istanbul Wildcats also had not a very great early game earlier today, nearly pulled it back in the mid game. So in theory, if they can hold on and keep the game pretty even for the first 20 minutes, they would then, Istanbul Wildcats would be favored to win the game.
Well, we'll have to see if that happens. We can see here numbers thrown up on your screen. This is combined kills per minute in terms of generally an indicator of the willingness of these teams, right, to fight.
Yeah, and I will say, like, 0.79, 11th at Worlds, there's 24 teams at Worlds. So
still in the top
this
half.
stat doesn't necessarily reflect a slower style, but that can also just be when you do have big climactic team fights, that can still inflate that number, even if they're happening later in the game.
Yeah, and, you know, coming out from both teams' regional playoffs, actually just Istanbul Wildcats overall over in the TCL, more than half of their games, they played from a disadvantage at the 14-minute mark. And then you move over to Saigon Buffalo in their playoffs. They had the highest average kills at 15 minutes and the second highest average deaths at 15 minutes. So, you know, kind of showing that disparity in teams.
At 15 minutes.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's it right there. I mean, I hope to see a lot of action in this game that we're about to see take place. But as we kind of talk about not wanting to put teams in boxes so early on in tournaments, I thought that'd be kind of a fun transition back to a conversation we started earlier, which was about the crystal ball picks and the variety of categories and things that we can talk. You want to head over? Or do you want me to do it?
We have it on the screen.
We do. I was going to go, but if you want to go, I know how much you love the telestrator chat. If we could get this loaded up for me, that would be great. I believe production. Oh, boom, they're very, very quick. So what we did is we pulled all of the different crystal ball categories. I'm going to read one out. We're going to discuss as a group. So starting out first, which team will win Worlds? This one feels pretty simple in terms of, you know.
Dude, I'd love to see if Riot could release the percentages of what people voted. That would be so fascinating to me.
Well, I can't promise that today, but maybe we can get to that at some point. But what are we thinking immediately? Earlier today, it was JDG
and RNG.
I said RNG.
Okay, so
you just write LPL on there, you know?
But, like, I am saying this because I want to be like the only one who wins this game.
Okay, so Jad's going for RNG, but Lyric, well, what are you doing? Come on, give me something real here.
JD Gaming.
Okay, all right. But either way, you're saying that for the third year in a row, the LPL is going to retain the world title.
Dash, what's yours?
I said earlier that I think Gen G has a good shot.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Gen G has a good shot.
They did dominate the LCK. So, like, in terms of the discussion around this one, my sell for RNG is that they're the MSI champions.
Yeah.
They played very poorly on the patch that decided what their seeding was for Worlds.
Yeah.
They lost 2 best-of-5s to EDG. Other than that, they didn't lose a best-of-5 in the LPL the whole year and were MSI champions, and actually improved their summer split record over their spring split record from 12-4 to 13-3. So that's my RNG sales pitch.
I'm just going to answer this one for all of us. Based on the way the games went today. If we were doing this before the games played out today, maybe there'd be some argument for EG, but at this point, they're not going to top the group. Obviously, over here, I think we're all in agreement that it is going to be RNG. I want to get to some of the more interesting categories, right? Let's get through some of this. So, which team from a region with 2 seeds or less will advance furthest through Worlds? So this is where it starts to get interesting for me. Some of these emerging regions and who really poses the biggest threat.
I think this one's a tie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's work it out. Give us your 2 thoughts, and maybe Lyric and I can land on one for you.
Okay, so 2 teams are already in the group stage.
Yes.
2 seeds or fewer. Flying Oysters and the Gigabyte Marines. Like, it's so unlikely that a play-in region that with fewer than 2 seeds makes it even to group stage. It has to be between those 2.
I like that call. So then it's about which of those 2 teams, Lyric.
In my mind, I've been saying all day, I love Saigon Buffalo, so for me it's VCS. And even looking at like Gigabyte Marines, you know, this isn't for a play-in stake, but I have some spicy Gigabyte Marines predictions as well.
Really?
For later on.
Okay,
I mean,
so
right now it's like who's going to advance further?
So
this is
I feel like we've now kind of screwed ourselves because I want to vote for Flying Oyster just because their name is Flying Oyster, and I think that's the greatest League of Legends team name in the history of League of Legends team names. But I do think that Gigabyte Marines is probably the team overall from that region that I have more faith in. But I do also like the Saigon Buffalo call. So I'm going to tie break, and I'm going to go with Jat, and I'm going to go with Gigabyte Marines.
Okay. Let's go. GAM.
All right, boom, GAM. That was a bad M. All right, next up, which team will play the most different champions at Worlds? So team. I think this is where we start to play onto things like, well, if RNG is actually going to run all of play-ins and to the finals, they have the most opportunity to play a lot of unique champions. But are they actually the kind of players who will expand their pools and show that kind of unique stuff?
I think no way.
You don't?
Just coming from LPL, like RNG were one of the teams that like they have their dedicated champ pools that they are very good on. And heck, that's why they started to fail in playoffs, right? Because they stuck with the style they knew. They started to branch into Zerys and Sivers at the end. Couldn't work. I actually think it'll be a team, which, funnily enough, I don't have a ton of faith in, like Top Esports.
Okay.
I think like Jackie Love Knight, these guys are willing to play literally anything.
Teams that you still think will go a long way.
Yeah.
For me, like, if I want to be consistent, it's like pairing a fantasy quarterback with the same receiver. It's like if one does well, you're going to win both.
You're going to get them both,
Like if I'm saying if RNG is going to play in every stage of Worlds, they have to be my prediction here.
I want to remind you guys of last year's MSI, which RNG won.
Yeah.
And they picked Kaisa 5 games in a row and no one banned it. Things like that.
Do we have any? I actually do. I wish I had asked for this information. I'm curious which team did play the most unique champions at last year's Worlds. I know that last year's Worlds as a tournament had the most unique champions of any Worlds, and typically year over year, we add 1 or 2 to that number. But I would be curious if it was our World Championship team that actually had it, or if maybe a team that exited in the quarters had it ultimately.
Yeah.
I'm going to ultimately
guess
say...
EDG. I'm just guessing.
You're going RNG?
And I'm guessing EDG had the most. So I'm 100% going RNG for this.
You're going RNG for this. You're going top?
Yeah.
And Dash is going with T1.
G2.
Actually, T1's not a horrible...
It's not that bad.
It's not a horrible
Carry plays everything.
I actually wasn't going to do that. I think you've convinced me. So I'm going to write them all down. We had RNG, because we didn't have to agree on this one. You had top.
Yeah.
I'm going to write top, even though it's TES. Sorry. And then T1. All right. So that is our first slate of Crystal Ball picks. Let's see if I can flip us over.
Just FYI, there is a delay on stage.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, we don't just do this just to talk.
We don't I know there's some people that think that, like, I really, really want to let everyone know my Crystal Ball picks more than watching Worlds, but, like, there is a delay.
Here we go. We're on to the next set here, so I'll move back over here. Who will have the highest KDA at Worlds? Which player is going to have the highest KDA at Worlds?
So, I mean, there's a trend with me.
Yeah. RNG,
Gala? It has to be Gala.
Gala. Okay.
Gala.
I think Gala's a pretty good bet.
I actually agree. I actually think, even though I don't predict RNG winning, I think Gala's a pretty solid guess.
You know who I think it's going to be?
Who?
Yeah.
It's not a real guess, but I think it's going to be Rux. He's 0-0 and 22 right now. Rux
but no one could even predict him. He wasn't even in the app.
He wasn't in.
And he's got an
I just won the game.
I don't even think he's allowed to play again.
And actually, yes, if he subs out and Hilly comes in, does he have the highest KDA in Worlds?
This is bad probably for an official broadcast to say, but like, because I haven't read the whole rule set, but he was an emergency sub.
That's a good point.
So when the player that was on the submitted roster arrives, he probably shouldn't even be allowed to continue playing.
Yeah. I mean, if we were doing this game for Rio, we would have already had to make these predictions before we saw today's games, but that's the privilege of being the on-air talent.
Wow.
So I'm actually just going to go ahead and say it. We're going to go with Rux. I think I'm spelling this correctly. Boom. He's got an infinite KDA. You can't beat this guy.
My actual prediction was Gala, but this is...
I actually do think, if we're being real, that is a phenomenal prediction. Again, assuming that this team goes all the way, your 80 carry is probably going to be one of the people supporting the highest.
Yeah, it's like take your Worlds winner and make it the 80 carry.
I'm liking this blue color a lot
It could be Ruler,
more.
it could be Viper, it could be Gala, it could be all those things.
All right, who will play the most different champions at Worlds? We talked about team-wise who would. Which player is most inclined to bring out a lot of unique picks?
I put Breathe. There's a trend. I have all the RNG players.
And we chose the wrong person to play this game with, Eric.
I'm actually torn.
Yeah, like which role are you going to take to play the most? Because I didn't do Ming.
I think top lane is something that shouldn't be ignored.
I think it's top or support, which is why I was either leaning towards Flandre, because Flandre plays crazy things, or else going to go Carrier. Because
Carrier is a good one.
I know. Well, so support's interesting because it's about how deep into like enchanter pools will people go. Like we saw Vulcan go for the Lux, and you can go anything engage, and then maybe we'll see the Yumis come back out later in the tournament. And then top lane is interesting because you have everything from all the weak side stuff. We've seen Maokai, we've seen Ornn, we've seen Aatrox, we've seen Gnar already, but then we've also seen Jack, Fiora, Tom. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning top lane, I think.
Yeah.
I like the Flandre pick, and you went with Breathe?
Yeah.
I mean, Flandre.
Are you gonna? Do you want to flip flop over to Flandre with us, or you want to?
No. I'm gonna stick.
Okay, I'm more aligned with
The biggest
here.
LPL fanboys coming from the LCS broadcast.
Yeah, I apologize. Like, this is weird.
And then breathe, you said?
Yeah.
Does he have an extra E at the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, throw that second E in there.
I just want to make sure I want to get it right. Okay, next up, who will get at least one Pentacle at Worlds? Well, we know the answer to that.
Yeah, you know who else?
Who else?
Gala.
Okay, so Jat wants Gala.
I also want Gala, but I would like to add in a Jackie Love.
Oh.
Okay, but upset act.
I'm gonna take the actual points, the for sure
that
points.
again would have been a bold prediction because some people didn't even know if he was going to be here on time.
That's true.
Yes,
and you said Jackie Love?
Yeah.
I like that call too. Okay, but 80 carries is obviously
it's the 80
where
carries.
we
Like,
are
if you
going.
don't pick an 80 carry for this prediction, you're trolling.
Sorry, ruler.
Totally. Okay, next up, who will get the most first blood kills at Worlds? Who will be first blood king here at Worlds? Again, I think play-ins, definitely look at a team that's gonna play all the way through play-ins and deep into Worlds, and you've got a good shot. I don't think it's none of it's not gonna be any of the NA teams. I don't think it's any of the EU teams either.
I don't think it's RNG.
You don't think it's RNG?
No.
They're not gonna do that much early on?
Nope. My faith in VCS wants to go far. I want to say
Saigon Buffaloes?
I want to say Shogun.
Yeah, who will it be? Who will it be? We need an answer here because I hear they're about ready on stage. So we gotta put it in name. Tien. Boom. He said it, so we're gonna write it in.
Yeah, and then give me Gala for most kills in a single game of World. Yeah, it's coming.
All right, well, we've learned that Jat's entire prediction is Gala across the board. That was a fun game for us to play, but the players are ready, so we're going to waste no time. Get back on over to Quickshot and Goldberg for the call. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Dash Jat and Lyric. 2 games left to play. And we turn our attention to Saigon, Buffalo, Raised Mark, Ruffaloes taking on the Istanbul Wildcats. I think looking at this game and looking at how Wildcats played earlier against Mad Lions, there is a gigantic stylistic mismatch. Saigon, like go, 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 kill, kill, kill. Wildcats, while they have a fairly high CKPM, not on the same pace.
Yeah, and I mean, I would love to get into more of the storylines of both teams as we get into the game, but just from the get-go, stylistically, as you're saying, Saigon Buffalo, very fast. Wildcats, very slow, and quite often depend on team fights later in the game to get back into it. As we saw earlier today, just not able to really find that mark. But I think if you're a team that struggles in the early game, when you play against better teams that really looks to utilize every single advantage you have in the early game, that becomes tough to play. And because of that, I do regard Saigon Buffalo as a big favorite in this game.
Now, can you keep an eye on the draft and tell me if you think we're leaning into the respective domestic play styles of the 2 squads? I think that the Hecarim is going to be an immediately yes already. It's the go, go, go button. It's literally designed to run and dive into your face.
Yeah, but it will actually slow BJ down a little bit because now you wait to level 6 instead of the level 3 that would probably usually come through. But actually, he'll probably still find a way to make something happen at level 3 just to keep it going.
Devastating charge will just amplify him in. We'll see whether or not there's any additional sort of enabling or supportive champions. Sejuani and Silas locked in here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and I think this is just great. You know, Hecarim's already the champ. You don't have to worry about a trundle. Silas is one of the champions that's really difficult to actually punish, and already having the onslaught of shadows to steal away is a great one. So you're finding good teamfight tools on the side of Wildcats, which is usually what they like. And whoa.
Okay, super quick. Zach is now locked in with Hecarim and Misfortune. The question I want to throw out to you, is this a Tucky Zach? And why am I saying that, Trevor? Well, Tucky's champion pool this summer has included Ashe, Karma, Rumble, he played Camille at MSI, he's played Silas, Gragas, Seraphine. Well, this is a guy that plays anything and everything. I wonder if it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power of the flexes that you get through, because we've even seen we've seen the sack in the top lane, and we've heard about sack support as well, so it's not unheard of that it can go a lot of different places. I mean, Hecarim in top lane even used to be a thing of the past, although majority of the games we've seen from him have been and will also be played in that jungle. On the side of Holy Phoenix, they pick up that Kaiser's been utilized great in team fights once again, so this is the teams or rather the stylistic we're looking at for Wildcats.
When I take a look at Zach, not a single game here for Saigon Buffalo all year long, obviously, or maybe a little bit surprisingly. I want to find out where the draft takes us. Kaisa was the last lock-in here for the Wildcats. Going for that blue and purple theme. Talia's banned away. Lee Sin followed up as well.
And just to go into what these kind of champions were having banned away from Froggy, he's also one of the mid laners that like to be a facilitator. And it makes a lot of sense because the stylistic of being so aggressive around the jungler like you have with BJ, you need a guy that's reliable in terms of setting that jungler up in the mid lane. And that's why Froggy quite often finds the facilitation. So even then, Seraphine will be banned away from Froggy in that mid lane. Galio was one of his champions he's played in the past, and I'm pretty sure he's done it into the Sylas too if they want to look for that matchup.
I mean, Froggy's Sylas at MSI is definitely one of the champions that I remember him playing fairly significantly. Reminder that, of course, they did represent VCS at that event as Gamma were unable to attend. This is Saigon Buffalo's first game back on the international stage, on the world stage, correction, since 2018. Now I want to see where this draft goes, with Jarvan as the final ban from the Buffaloes. Wildcats will have some chances here. Do they lock in the support and give counterpick for top lane? Do they lock in top lane because can they make an educated guess?
I feel like, I mean, Poppy is just a champion you can look for here as well, just to shut down the sack immediately.
And the Hecarim.
I mean, Hecarim is unstoppable, at least in the ultimate at least.
Devastating
of
shot,
course, yeah. So with Trundle, you serve the same purpose. To pillar into Hecarim, Hecarim find that's really annoying because of the slow, and the fact that you can actually cancel sack mid-air with the pillar is also something to go for. This does, however, give the flex over to the side of Saigon Buffaloes. They know what they're going to be playing up against, and Wildcats have decided that they want to leave that counter pick for Farfetch down in the bot side. Now, Leona and Misfortune is already a composition we've seen one time today.
Yep.
And it looked super good from Rox and Upset, bringing it out, of course. So team fighting also seems to be the name of the game from Saigon Buffaloes, with the kind of CC and the potential, potency by the ultimates that they're able to get out together.
Now the question I'm going to ask you is, where is this Hecarim and Zach and Gwen going to finish?
Well, now it's easy. You throw that Gwen up towards the top side, Hecarim going over to BJ and Froggy. Wait, actually, see? No. All right, you're right, you're right, you got me. You got me there.
I don't know how this is going to play out. So Kaisa is now looking to be supported here for Farfetch.
Oh, this could go support, and this would be great because it actually
what is going on? The last few seconds,
I actually liked it, and that's my bad for talking about a hover, but I actually did like the Poppy flex into the support role instead, but having the Alistar into the Leona is by no means bad either.
Okay, so let's take a few seconds here and zoom out. Let's start by looking at the Wildcats composition because we're not expecting shenanigans before we see what happens in Saigon. How do Wildcats want to win the game? They've already lost one today.
I mean, once again, I think when you have a Trundle, you have to try and take charge of the early game instead. While I'm not sure how the mid lane is going to go in terms of who gets that push. So I'm having a hard time saying like how they'll actually get the early game going. It's more something where I'm going to sit back and I'll tell you why it's happening. But outside of that, usually with the Trundle, you want to be able to be one of the skirmishes level 3 that just basically never lose anything. So if you have anyone to actually come up and facilitate you and get the early game going where you can just go even into the mid to the late game, that at least sets up Wildcats for what, stylistically speaking, from what we've seen in regular season from them, from what we've seen in playoffs, has been their strong suit. But sack mid, it's the first time I've ever seen this.
I don't think it has been played. I am asking my stats team backstage to validate
I love Vietnam.
if it has ever been played in the mid lane, and I'm going to second that. I love Vietnam in the VCS. Saigon Buffaloes coming into this game with the 4th highest combined kills per minute. And in terms of kills per game, they're 6th at Worlds with 15.7 kills per game. And their game time does average 31 minutes. It's the 5th fastest.
Yep.
Now I want to see how that works out because I think they'll be slow-ish to start with the Hecarim, the Zac, the Gwen. But once they hit 6, they are all just going to go in over and over and over and over.
I mean, they might just ignore the fact that the champions might not be the strongest without those ultimate and look for it anyway. You know what this reminds me of? This is like an old montage video. This is an old Peace Pigeon montage video where they're just looking to make whatever wombo combo that's going to make sense. Throw in some Monster Cat music, and you got yourself a video.
Oh, man. Peace Pigeon, one of the classic montage makers.
I always said, you only know you made it in esports if you made a montage about you. Did you ever have a montage?
I didn't, yeah.
Oh, did you?
Been around a long time.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
I was hoping to catch you there.
Got a few, you know.
Yeah.
One day you'll grow up to be a big shoutcaster boy.
Peace pigeon, if
You'd
you're
wear it.
out there and want to get
remember
back.
Remember your school uniform at the moment? It looks really cute. I really like it.
This was a tie that Mac gifted me.
Oh, nice. I mean,
And
2-0 on the day.
Yeah,
Line's
exactly.
doing well. Let's turn our attention to the Buffaloes. And more specifically, I think maybe let's talk a little bit about these dragons, these junglers. It has been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, everybody else. BJ and Ferret, that Hecarim into Trundle. They are starting both respectively in the top half.
Yeah, they are. And while that is interesting, I would really love if we could get the runes back up. I don't know if it's actually possible because AP Sack in the top side when you played him was with Conqueror as well. You're kind of looking for the old Riftmaker or Leandris to just keep it going. Get the extra AP you get, but also the healing that you have. So knowing what Froggy really has gone for to set himself up for success with this could be curious, but at least it pairs up to the with the Conqueror being locked in. I am baffled, and I am genuinely baffled. Now, from the side of the junglers, we can bring it up now. Ferret, he's going for the old reliable where you take red buff and you move yourself down towards the bot side immediately. He's done this before as well, and he's looking to just find a gang before the enemy bot lane hits level 2. Farfetch, have you started Q? You have that flash.
WE neither has been ranked up just yet. Yep, Pillar available to him.
Yep.
Ferret, yep. Pillar, double knockup. Headbutt is going to be flashed away from Shogun.
On the tower, he's under the tower.
Stunned on the tower. The tower shot comes out. And Tucky turns it around. Now Shogun continues to free fire. The cow's running for his life. Holy Phoenix cannot auto attack. Cannot. He kept in rain. The Zenith.
He's under the tower now.
The headbutt forward. I love Vietnam. But it's the Wildcats that bounce it back. A 1-for-1. That was both beautiful and awful at the same time.
You may not like it, but that is what peak League of Legends looks like. And it comes from both Turkey and Vietnam, at least in the first stages of play-ins day. And I mean, it was a good thing to get red buff on one member of Saigon Buffaloes, but even better to get it back on towards Holy Phoenix afterwards. And it looked good in the beginning. It looks like you almost get the classic Alistar combo where you pulverize him back into the enemy team, you pick up the kill, but just great presence of mind from Taggy to just immediately find that center plate. And the cooldown on Leona is so short, so he's still looking. But this is where you put yourself in prime position for Farfetch, just knock you away, and then Holy Phoenix with that last auto attack pick it up. But we're not done yet.
Oh my word, we're back to another fight. BJ this time jumped on by Seren. Now, this will get the blood pumping. We just set the fastest win of the day as Loud were able to take down DFM. Saigon Buffalo and the Wildcats are trading blow for blows. There's the possibility this could break that.
Oh, here we go. No flash on Shogun, so Farfetch could still look. Does have that Hex Flash. But you know what? This is what my jet-like body needs. Just inject it into me.
Oh, I'm going to find out how much action is going to play out here.
All right, it's going to continue.
As Froggy is now being jumped on in the middle lane. We'll throw out that stretching strike. I'm going to find the next target.
Look at the support. Look at Farfetch.
Hex Flash, Hex Flash, Hex Flash! Froggy gets knocked up and his passive is popped. Froggy will be channeling Faker from All-Stars 2018. Ask me why, Gulborg.
Why?
Because at All-Star 2018, Faker played Zac mid. It's the only other game that we can find of Zac mid being played, so not a formal game. And do you want to know why he channeled Faker?
Yeah.
They lost that game
Oh my
to
word.
Rookies Malzahar. So that was a super BM call that my stats team enabled. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, but actually taking it back to what we talked about to bring some seriousness into it, we did not expect Wildcats to be the team that was going to pull the trigger. We did say with the Trundle, we wanted you to be proactive.
Yes.
And so far, Ferret has actually been so. Not so much in terms of counter jungling like you usually would see on the Trundle, but actually in terms of facilitating the laners instead. And by enabling the bot lane, also enabled the roam that we saw from Farfetch, which he was then able to get some pressure in the mid lane too. And they continue. Look at the mobility here.
I mean, this is fantastic from the Wildcats because we were anticipating a much slower pace of game. When we do look at how they do play out their wins from the TCL, Froggy's going to land that stretching strike, looking for a secondary target. I love when two champions get pulled together, attach one, attach two, now
Yes.
kiss. And that will be followed up with all the CC. I mean, if that lands and Leona follows and Hecarim follows, that is how Saigon Buffalo will want to accelerate this game. But it's the Wildcats. They've got 2 kills. They're only marginally behind in gold. And I think they also have a huge amount of engaged tools themselves.
Yeah, but at this point in time, there's two ways you can look at it. You can look at Wildcats to completely elevate it as well and continue with the gold lead they have. But even then, they have a good scaling aspect of their side too. Don't have to be too worried about it. And Kaiser pairs really well into the Hecarim. She pairs really well into the sack. And of course, if they're not immediately in your face, but the fact you can go invisible, kite with your ultimate, and have that passive to really shred these tanky stats, it's amazing.
I mean, I want to just take a brief moment to remind everyone, Shogun and Taki, I know you will have heard it and seen it, but when they played that opening game against T1 at MSI, the bottom lane is what took off. I mean, at one point, I think Shogun was, what, 7-0-1 or something? T1 was significantly further ahead in kills, but this game again, it's Shogun and Taki with the extravagant, the flamboyant, the over-the-top early game. Even on CS, the kill was secured by Taki, was matched by Holy Phoenix, who's one of the danger players for Wildcats, and with them pushing in that bottom wave, they've started Dragon, but SGB, I think they want to challenge this. BJ, I'm trying to look, he's not yet level 6. Headbutt Pulverize comes forward. That's the stun from the Shield of Daybreak. They engage, yet another knock-up. Saren hits 6 off the kill. That's an instant reply, 1-for-1, both supports are down, and they disengage from the Buffaloes.
Yeah, Frocky coming around as well, seeing if he can find anything, and actually, despite his team members having backed off, they still look for it. Holy Phoenix, no flash.
Bullet time, one more Rufflecopter, helicopter, make it rain, and the Auto 2 secure. Buffaloes pick up their second 1-0 to 100% kill participation on Shogun's Misfortune.
Yeah, play looked good in the beginning with Farfetch finding that Hex Flash. Once again, like, they continue to be aggressive. Wildcats looking like they wanted to pick up that early objective like we saw Lau do earlier, but they really do it to bait in their opposition. They have the vision control. They try to push him back, knowing Taki doesn't have any flash, but Farrier is still on the Drake, and that makes it a 3v3 in the beginning that allowed Psycho and Buffalo to trade even. And now that Froggy is finally able to be enabled from the mid lane, they can move. What Holy Phoenix is doing here, he's just walking back and forth, and because he's indecisive, he just gets caught in the middle between a rock and a hard place.
I also love the name synergy with Elastic Slingshot. A Froggy jumping far down the river. It's just thematically on point, as we do get a Lesai facepalm. Now, of course, the top lane is under pressure. Buffalo, once again, they are initiating. They didn't like the fact the Wildcats were throwing as many punches. 7 kills, 8 minutes, and 1,600 gold lead to Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and there you have it. This is the roam you want Taki to be able to do. We see him do this so many times, even on Enchanters as well. He'll be the one. He'll making the plays up towards the top side. Now, fight Wildcats coming
locked
through
in,
well here.
locked in. BJ's caught out between the pillar and a hard place. Onslaught of Shadows need to go defensively. Froggy is going to be able to escape with that slingshot. And Gilbert, you are not going to be able to analyze a lot, because in the time it takes to set up and explain a point, they're already engaging again.
It doesn't help either that I see IW and I just think I will dominate, so I'm really finding a hard time here. But now, Wildcats haven't started up that Rift Herald, looking to see if they can potentially turn as well on Taki again.
He gets caught, Senate Blade doesn't pull him out, Starscream forces the flash from Shogun, BJ engages, he's got no ultimate, the Rift Herald is still being focused. What are you doing? There's nothing gone down yet. Rift Herald does get killed off, is now Ferret's running away for his life. Snip, snip, snip.
No one's been able to pick it up
as well. Nobody's picked up the eye just yet. Zenith Blade as well as the solar flare goes down. It was Taki that was caught to begin this, and now all of a sudden he's trying to rejoin the fight, but the rest of the Wildcats are destroying Saigon Buffalo. What is this team fight? Everybody involved, but the Wildcats win it all.
And this is how Wildcats do it. Usually they find it in team fights. I mean, it's all over the place. An early game when no one's getting blown up in the beginning, it is just long team fight you're in for. Now, Rift Herald is in pocket. I wonder if you're looking for it immediately now. You don't have to extend the play just yet. You still have loads of time to take a chill and just collect yourself and find the correct play with it. And that's exactly what Wildcats is going to do, so I do recommend them of this.
Oh my word, 13 kills, 9.5 minutes. It is all of a sudden the Wildcats that are up, what, 15, 1800 gold? So that was nearly a 3k gold swing. How do you explain this fight?
I mean, this could have been really good if Taki actually managed to find the center plate afterwards on Farfetch, because then you get out of the situation and you still keep your reliable CC around. A lot of the pressure goes down to Froggy now. BJ has just been put out of the fight. He's actually trying to secure the scuttle. And it's just a lot of unfortunate skill shots missing here. If the sack Q is there to set up the kill, maybe you'll find something. But it's just way more reliable CC from Wildcats here, and it makes the fight so much easier.
And I mean, this target focus as well. Wildcats, as soon as they start having members going low, they back out. The Buffalo are unable to find those last hits, unable to secure the kills. For a brief moment, it looked like everyone was going to die everywhere, but ultimately, the Wildcats come out with a significant win. They were down 1,800. They were up a fair amount before. Now the waves have been caught. We need to take stock of the lanes really quick. In the top lane, Starscream's down 30. Solar Flare, as well as the onslaught of shadows. The headbutt under the tower, devastating charge to safety. Not going to be enough, and the Wildcats pick up yet another. The burn will not take Holy Phoenix down. And it's the Wildcats that pick up yet another kill in like mobility shenanigans everywhere.
Man, Farfetch is just getting freebies all the time. Froggy's around though this time around, and it will pick up the kill on Ferret. Shogun takes back that red buff.
Today I learned frogs can kill ferrets, and buffaloes are looking to kill wildcats. Teleport under the tower, pick up the turret plate, and slingshot away to safety. That will bring Starscream into the fray.
That's an interesting TP because you do this to get waves and make sure they can't take plates, but then on the top side, now you're actually just giving Hasmet time to pick up plates. So they get Saren, who is pushing the mid lane. He's now going to move up towards the top side, but you still lost a plate for it. 1 for 1 in terms of kill, but in terms of gold you're securing on the map. Like in Buffalo, looking good, and Hasmet just meeting up with Saren.
Saren and Hasmet currently trading blows. Needle work, traded back and forth, but there's a hijacked in return. Saren's also fighting into the minion wave. No support yet. BJ moving up towards that top lane. Once again, Buffaloes, they arrest control of the gold. Wildcats for a moment, and I think in terms of CS, bot lane and top lane, Hasmet and Shogun doing very, very well. Up 30 in the bottom lane, and even more in the top lane. I'm not going to try to do math, it's too late. Because BJ's on the hunt.
BJ looking for kill. Most likely won't find it with the, well, opponent jungler being spotted on the top side. This should just be a Drake being secured up for Wildcat. It's not going to be a stack, but it's them picking up that first dragon. It felt like they've already gotten one, but there's been so much fighting around these neutrals.
Okay, so I think what'll determine this game, who's better at team fighting? Let's just look at compositions. Do you prefer one to the other?
You hold up, you're not going to get the chance. BJ might look for a flank here as he's coming in.
We're going to step forward. We're going to use that devastating charge directly into the ways of Froggy, who gets caught up by the pulverized stretching strike. Comes out, and Shogun stepping forward. Bullet time's available to him. Firing across. Farfetch survives. Thinks Unbreakable will on his ultimate, and now all of a sudden, Farfetch, Holy Phoenix correction, lands that W. I'm waiting for the engagement. I'm literally waiting for target to get jumped on.
Just hold it.
They're going to back away for now.
And there you have it. So play is over, but it's one of these small flanks. Starscream was around to look for a potential play, because Holy Phoenix does still have that ultimate if they're looking for anything, but they're going to keep it steady just for now. But this time around, no one's getting knocked in on the tower. B&J finds the pick onto Ferret, and a great solar flare as well, just to set him up with Froggy coming in afterwards.
And I kept waiting to see whether or not Holy Phoenix would look for that Killer Instinct engage, or whether or not Farfetch would get jumped on, because that's what's happened every single time. Number 1 dragon goes to the Wildcats, and Ferret steps forward. Hasmed got Ghost available to him. The Revice can be a potential threat. Saren continues to hammer away. Hallowed Mist is down. Snip, 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 as well as Needlework has already been fired out, and Saren survives for now, looking for Kingslayer, looking for the slash, the dash, the chains, find a kill. 10th on the board for the Wildcats. Saren 3-0-4 inside us.
Yeah, and incredibly greedy by Hasmet. They barely have any vision or intel about any of the opponents from Wildcats, so going for the engage there, he kind of begs for it, and the rest of his team is just too busy clearing up the camps. There is still a jungle advantage for B&J. You can see he's level 9 to Ferret's 8. They might need each other here as well, but Zenith Blade does not connect this time around.
I mean, that Frozen Domain movement speed is really going to help Ferret out. He was stepping forward at the last moment, decided to go back to the top lane and avoided the Zenith Blade. B&J and Tucky still on the hunt because Froggy's in the top lane. Wave is being caught mid from Shogun. It's got his Kraken Slayer to match Holy Phoenix's Kraken Slayer as well as Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, and it's really important you highlight these mythics on extra items coming in now, of course, because 20 seconds and Rift Hell will be the play. When you look at the minimap right now, all the wards are lit up in favor of Saigon Buffalo, but if you look at the minimap again and actually just keep your focus pin there, you'll see that they've been on resets from Saigon Buffalo. This allows Wildcats to get in there and clear up the vision if they're decisive enough to do it in time, but they're actually going to leave it be, move into the mid lane, and potentially try and see if they can take care of this turret.
Starscream, look at Starscream. He's got that prison available to him. Saren is stolen away. The onslaught of shadows, that finds the chain onto Taki. Solar Flare locks him up. He can't even fire the hijacked ult. It does allow the tower to be secured. But once again, it is the Wildcats engaging. It's the Wildcats that are ramping up their play. to throw down with Buffalo.
And they might still do it. You can see it. No vision on the bot side. Here comes the Glacial Prison.
Won't find a direct hit. Taki slowed but not stunned in place. And all of a sudden, Wildcats unable to find more. Buffalo this time standing in the darkness, hoping the Wildcats step into them.
Yeah, and you can even just see it on the bot side as well. If they're not taking this fight, Hasmet has taken away turret plating. He kicks up the turret. Now he comes in with the TP flank.
Teleport, teleport, teleport. Hasmet step forward, using that snip onto Starscream. He's got no ultimate available to him. Far-fetched has got a leak in the boat and taken down by Hasmet. And all of a sudden, it's Buffalo's inside the pit.
Yeah, so Ferry does still have that flash, but no smite. So even trying to contest this Rift Hell is probably not going to be the play. And the timing in that is actually really good for Saigon Buffalo because they can pick up this neutral objective and they will have the time to move back with a reset, have it utilized for the Drake. They'll actually be spawned in 1 minute as well. So good stuff from Saigon Buffalo and a good way for them to continue with the gold lead that they currently have.
I am so surprised and happy to see what the Wildcats are doing. Not only from the prep that we had coming in. I hate you right now.
I love you, Trevor.
Because they are fully committing, engaging, playing proactively, or as you children will say, sending it.
Exactly, and I think even looking for plays here, you can do it because you know the top laner is playing down towards the bot side, but this is the vision control we were talking about earlier as well. Wildcats never cleared this. They went for the mid lane to look for a fight, and because you did that, you gave agency for Saigon Buffalo to actually find these flanks, to find the intel that they needed for it, and they punish on it immediately. So the overextension from Wildcats continue, even stemming back to the first play they had.
Now, can the Wildcats stabilize this, or are they comfortable enough with this approach to their gameplay to be able to keep this pressure up and, more importantly, actually take the lead? Because despite the kill advantage, the dragon advantage, Buffalo have had the gold lead for a larger portion of this game. We're 17.5 minutes in. Herald has dropped top, and I just want to set a goal for everyone watching at home. The highest amount of total kills throughout the course of Plains Day 1 was set by Mad Lions and Isras Gaming at 34. Mad Lions picked up 22 kills, Isras 12. So 34 was the most kills in the game. We're already at 90.
We will beat it. We will beat it. That is the goal of this game as well. Now, Rift Hell as well, topside has been expanded. They're looking to see if they can get a second turret, but members are not really in a position to capitalize on it, and good job by Starscreen as well by shutting it down. Continue.
While we have a brief moment, let's talk a little bit about this Zac mid. It may not be the most scientific of games to evaluate the validity or the power of Zac mid, but how do you think it's gone for Froggy?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's been bad, and having mid laners that play a facilitating style, a champion like that is not bad either. If you're under threat of being what's the Dove.
Yeah, Divon's a better one. I like Divon though.
Dividone from maybe that's not your show actually. That's too early. Sorry, Nickelodeon. Either way,
being dived a lot and working well
with the passive that you have, and also just like having the CC to facilitate members in a team fight is exactly what Froggy wants.
And now we actually have the time to talk about it. This game feels like it's going to come down to whoever's going to play the team fights better, and it's been a mixed bag of good execution, interesting outplays. Do you prefer one team composition to the other? Because I think the Wildcats one is just more traditional, right? And I think if Saigon Buffalo can make their comp work, maybe, but I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
How I use my analysis is by watching a lot of pro games, and I use that data as I see what happens in my analysis to then find out like what I really like when they then play against each other, because I've seen it so many times.
This is new territory.
And it is new territory.
Yeah.
This is learning experience for me. And I think both of the teams have had to theorize, have ways where they play these team fight well. I think it comes down to execution, how you use them. But if there's one player I would say make the difference, it's Holy Phoenix on a Kai'Sa that can actually kite out a lot of the CC that comes through from Saigon Buffalo.
Killer Instinct is going to be so crucial then. Holy Phoenix has that available, has Flash available, has Cleanse up as well. Shogun, no Flash, by the way. But if you look at the minimap, Wildcats currently playing the side lanes. Starscream in the bottom lane, Seren in the top lane, and this is the longest passage of play in 20 minutes. Nobody has yet gone down. 2 dragons to Wildcats. The 1,000 gold difference really is insignificant at this stage of the game. And there's 2 important items completed for both bot laners. It's only Froggy that's a little bit behind the itemization. Teleport's now being channeled here at Gulborg, and it looks like Wildcats slowly starting to group up. But ultimately, they will defend the tower. They will concede the teleport to do so. Neither team really able to now force their opponent's hands. There's not enough towers secured to push deeper into the territory for deep wards either.
You say that, there's actually quite a few towers to secure as well in terms of finding them here, because outer turrets have still not all fallen. Tier 2 turrets, despite being 20 minutes into the game, have not really been equalized upon either. Usually we see that happen in a larger amount of play with the second Rift Herald, but it was shut down as well. And it puts them in this lull state where it's like they want to commit to a fight. They want to find a way where they get an advantage, not only just in terms of team fighting, but in terms of map stating. But the only way they do it with their team composition is trying to look for a fight, but they're trying to find the right ground for it. It's like they're building their battleground. They're placing around the vision, they're looking for the right time, and they're looking, well, for the right... I actually don't have the word for it.
Right moment to engage.
Exactly.
I mean, the right moment to fight. The thing I want to look for is whether or not Buffalo can use Husmet's Gwen on the side lane in any way, shape, or form. I like that Saren and Starscream were trying to set up some form of, sort of, I don't know, slow push or not. The answer from Buffalo was just to group up. And if you can see there immediately, Husmet at least caught that top wave and pushed it back out. But it feels to me like both teams have now kind of said, okay, let's calm down. Let's think about how we play out this mid to late game. We're 1 minute and 10 seconds away. So for Buffalo, you have to expect they would want to contest this dragon. For the Wildcats, ideally, if they could pick, get a pick, get a kill beforehand, secure it without a fight.
Yeah, most definitely. But also, Wildcat, they have that luxury that they still have scaling. Like, if this game goes slow, they don't care. And the same goes for Saigon Buffalo. But in terms of what they're picking up, in terms of the Drake, you can clearly see that they're trying to just keep that stacking going. Mountain Drakes are incredibly broken in this kind of state we have here. Picking up 2 Mountain Drakes alone with the extra resistance by percentage you get in the late game can make your AD carry go to just 100 armor and be like a tank, off-tank in its own right.
Yeah, but add that to a Sejuani and base kit stats. Add that to a Trundle that's going to be able to subjugate away, as well as Alistair. So Mountain Drake with the composition the Wildcats have. Now, to be fair, I can say the same thing with Hecarim, Zac, and Fiona, right? So it's going to be good for both sides. The difference being here, Wildcats are 2 dragons ahead of the pace. And there's not enough vision inside that red quadrant. There's one just behind the Dragon Pit that the Wildcats have placed down. And I'm looking at the minimap. Starscream will be making his way there, holding onto the TP. Farfetch looking for a flank.
Oh, he might be the one being flanked in a bit, though, if he's not careful.
He's going to get caught out here by BJ. Buffalo are fully aware of it. Will he go the way of the Dodo? Onslaught of Shadows committed. Solar Flare committed. Farfetch has thrown down the Unbreakable Will and still alive. Still alive. Flashes still alive, but not much longer. The bullet time will take him down and Starscream will follow. Buffalo managed to catch the Wildcats, who did not sacrifice their support. And they will suffer the consequences. 3 dead already. Elastic Slingshot and the Stretching Strike will not find its target. 3 quick kills. The Buffalo will look to secure both the Dragon and potentially the Baron.
That is just going to be the Baron. Barrett does not have that flash, and he does not have the smite. Well, he does have the smite at the moment, but finding agency into the pick is going to just be so damn difficult. Gwen shreds Baron, Shoguns around as well. This should just go over to Saigon Buffalo.
I really want to see on that replay. In my head, the Wildcats should have just left Farfetch to die instead of stepping forward.
Yeah.
That's my head.
No, I mean, that's true. That's not just your head. I mean, your head is saying the right thing, and now find themselves in a great position. And it makes sense to look for a flank, but the problem is, even if you find it right now, your team is not in a position to capitalize. Like, look at the vision control there currently is in River. Farfetch doesn't have River control. It's all Saigon Buffalo. And even in flashing over, just meeting the Misfortune ultimate, finding yourself in a 5 versus 4, and yes, some ultimates are down, doesn't stop the CC from still coming through. You're playing into a Leona, you're playing into a Zac, and you're playing into a Gwen that's still going to keep the consistent damage going, despite not having the ultimate available any longer.
I mean, I'm wondering,
yeah?
I don't think it was the right call. I think it was a mistake.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
That explains it. I mean, that fully explains it from the Wildcats.
And that's the turning point as well, because despite Saigon Buffalo still, being quite even with them in a gold lead, the game state was in a position where Wildcats were still feeling comfortable. But now that gets completely ripped away from them, and now it's on the other side of Saigon Buffalo. Even if it goes late game, if they're the ones who start tracking these Mountain Drakes, if they get 4 of them, they get 36% extra armor and magic resistance.
Now, I will say that when we look at that play, and I think when we evaluate sort of the 0 to 20 minute mark for the Wildcats, not a team that we've associated with this style of play that we've seen in this game, not one that regularly.
Yeah.
But they do win a number of their games from the TCL through team fights, right? Through late game fights, late game calls. Their comp goes late often, or their team goes late often. They're now in a very difficult position. The Red Bull Baron power play is already at 1600. They're down 5k gold. They're losing an inhibitor turret. They're not in their base to defend. Look at the minimap. There's no one here to defend. Buffalo will not be able to pick up the kill just yet, but the bull time does so much damage. 1-for-1 traded, and Husband can continue to step forward, looking for the snip, snip, snip. Froggy will flash away from the chains, gets popped into his passive, and Shogun can come to save. Starscream escapes with his life. It's a 1-for-2. The brace is broken open. The inhibitor will fall as well, and like, the Wildcats were just not there.
Yeah, and since the recalls are coming through, you might even look for any turrets. Pinks are there, but they're not going to overextend their stay. They get the mid lane inhibitor, they get what they wanted, and they can still go for the recalls with the Baron empowered recall.
25 kills in 25 minutes. The record today was 34. And I want to take another look at that mini-map if we do get a replay, because I'm not sure if they were chasing Husmid or similar. I didn't quite see why Wildcats didn't respond, because that was a 3-tower mid-lane push.
I think they're just I mean, it's just a read, right? And like, they had the read that they thought they could go for it. In reality, they just couldn't, and that just becomes the play afterwards that happens. Now, coming out from this, having mid lane inhibitor, it's not the worst. It's easy for Saigon Buffalo to push it in and then move down to a lane. But let's say if it was bot side, then that just would have meant that Saigon Buffalo could play on mid lane and top side, and bot lane would be an instant pressure all the time. That would be harder to move on, because it would be slower to get up there. Now Seren and Starscream is around.
Holy Phoenix has got that killer instinct, can look to engage with it in just a moment. Some Plasma is applied. Stun will lock down Froggy. Remember, he's got no passive from the previous fight. Look at the minimap though, look at the minimap. 4 members of Buffalo pushing the bottom and the middle lane. Hazmat's gonna guide the super minions forward, and the 6th and final creation, 6th tower will fall. There's one final outer turret in that top lane. And look, it was a very dramatic start to the game, but this is what we were anticipating from how these two teams would match up. I think Buffalo, with the advantages they get from team fights, are playing the map, picking up more neutrals as we've moved into the mid to late game.
I mean, I expected it from Saigon Buffalo, but I genuinely did not expect Wildcats to come in with the approach that they did to the game. Usually from them, we see them started in the mid game, where they want to skill check their opponents and out team fight them, but they wanted to do that from the get-go. I think props to them for really just coming in with the bloodlust for it, but maybe too much bloodlust with, of course, Farfetch getting caught off guard and the rest of the members taking that team fight. 30 seconds on the second Mountain Drake to put you on the clock there in terms of the resistance you're giving over. If Saigon Buffalo get it, they are now getting 18% extra magic resist and armor. And that is a lot at this point in the game when you see players building the Deadman's Blade, already a Fawn Mail. I don't really think it's the best buy on Froggy, but it's still going to give you a lot in terms of the extra armor you have.
I mean, look, I'll tell you now that including, base armor here for BJ is at 98, plus the bonuses he's getting, it's up to 162. Magic resist, 62 when combined. 201 armor, 100 MR on the side of Froggy. Let me just look at Shogun. 141, 51, 84 base armor, plus 58 bonus on a miss fortune.
I just want to demonstrate how broken this is. Can we please highlight Shogun so we can see his armor in a bit? Because he's now bought the Guardian Angel. And having that Guardian Angel and looking at it, we might actually not be able to see it because of the inhibitors. Trevor, would you do me the favor?
I just gave you numbers, my friend, as you were looking at the screen. 141, and with the bonuses now jumped 153. 84 base, plus the nice 69 bonus.
So there you have it.
Yeah, I mean,
153 just from the armor on an AD carried out. They're going to be hard to shred. Luckily still, you have the Kaiser, and that's really what you're looking for in that instance. You still have Seren, who's going to be a threat on the Sylas, sitting on the free items. But if you allow your opponent to stack up on mountains in the late game, it's just super valuable in terms of just getting percentage extra armor magic resist.
And it's going to continue to stack, right? 918, 27, 36 bonus for every dragon. Saigon Buffalo could be super beefy. They now will look at the top lane tower once again. Wildcats late to this play, not in time to respond, and you have to feel like either they're being bullied or they're just not reading what Buffalo are doing.
It's difficult with the gold lead, but you can see they are still looking. Starscream is trying to come in with a flank there, but this time around, Saigon Buffalo, they're clever. They're playing on 2 lanes. If they play on 3 lanes, it's easy to catch a member off, like we saw with Froggy earlier. So they just want to keep the pressure up in that regard instead, but I think this might be one of the last waves with the super minions coming through. We'll probably have 1 or 2 more, and with this, Baron buff has been started up. Farfetch does have flash, he does have that smite available. Let's see how this pans out.
When Buffalo engage this fight, surely they don't just burger flip this, surely they don't just stick it. 4.5K start to back up. BJ's gone low. That will pull the Wildcats towards them, but in a full-on 5v5, stay down the barrel, neither team pulls the trigger.
Yeah, and we're still going to go back to this slow approach. We're not really looking for anyone to just, well, send it immediately on the tower. Although there is a lot of tools for it, I think they just really respect the fact that they don't want to throw this game. It's the best of one. It's Saigon's Buffalo's first game of the tournament. And there's a lot of expectations for this team as well. Also from what we saw from MSI, what we have seen from BCS in the past. And seeing that Wildcats are actually stepping up to it and answering the call as well in terms of the same stylistic with the team fighting, it must be some pressure that you're facing.
And reminder, Dash and the analyst said this a little bit earlier, Saigon Buffalo are the youngest team here at Worlds, with an average age of 19 years old. And this is a group of players that definitely have something to prove, definitely want to compete, and had a much closer season than they did in spring with the Gigabyte Marines, a team that everyone's going to be very familiar with. The first few kills of this game, Goldborg, you screamed at the top of your lungs, I love Vietnam. And right now, Buffalo looking to pick up this win. Can they initiate the fights?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question here, because Taki has actually found Farfetch again. He's popped up the ultimate and team fight breaks out.
Shogun's going to be able to flash away, gets out to safety. Solar Flare's going to slow down the Wildcats engage, and Farfetch is once again caught out. This time, BJ's running interference. The cow goes down. The needles are fired out from Hasmir. Hop over the wall. Starscreen caught up inside the Baron pit. Seren's going to look for the chains, holding on to it. Got that flash available to him. Make it rain, continues to drop. Bullet time is available as well. Buffalo have got themselves 2 kills already. Seren has hijacked the bullet time. Starts firing it across, but Froggy will not go down. BJ continues to stick onto Baron. He's down below 500 hit points. 2,500 in the pit. 1,000 in the pit. Baron secured by the Buffalo. He will be able to get out, but that was close. 5v3, they get it.
Yeah, and once again, it's Farfetch. Even despite having Alistar and an ultimate coming with it, he gets isolated, he gets picked apart. It turns into a 4 versus 5, and it's going to be easy for Saigon Buffaloes afterward. And now with this Baron buff, surely this is where they start equalizing their pressure even further. They can move into the mid lane. They can start picking up that inhibitor. There's a Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. But seeing how it pans out again, Farfetch, he gets aggressive, and then that flash from Shogun actually makes it so the Polarize puts him in a position where he's no longer pushing Shogun into the enemy team. He's pushing him back into Saigon with him, and that allows them to pick him apart.
I mean, I think that flash from Shogun was so crucial. Had he got caught out, that fight could have gone very differently, but I want to give some kudos there to Binjay on the back, running interference, and yeah, Wildcats just, again, continue to stick around. I think bullet time could have gone very differently, but ultimately didn't. 28 kills, 32 minutes, we're a minute away from the next Mountain Drake. The gold lead is nearly 9,000 gold at the moment, approaching that 10K. And the team fights just become significantly harder for the Wildcats to play out. They really need to, frankly, find someone out of position like Farfetch has been found the previous time.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just difficult for them to find that momentum because it's them getting engaged on so many times and not them finding the right engages where they can really set up the team fight how they like it. Now, stacked wave in the bottom side that allows the rest of Saigon Buffalo to push into that bot lane. They don't even need the minions. They can just flank Wildcats right now if they want to.
What is the call here? Wildcats not really making a decision, getting caught out in no man's land. The inhibitors dropped, and Baron empowered cannon minions are now hammering away on the Nexus turrets. Solar Flare's been hijacked from Sarah, and that's AP scaling. Doesn't do too much to Taki's Leon, and the Mountain Drake's at work. The next one's spawning in 5 seconds. The return Solar Flare from Taki's great. The bullet time won't be able to find a kill. And Ferret's running for his life. The engage comes out now from that froggy elastic slingshot. Onslaught Shadows goes forward. BJ forced to go golden and stays alive as the Baron part of Mins are now taking down the middle inhibitor. 1 kill in replay. It's BJ down. Seren's trying to pop at least the GA for Shogun. And all of a sudden the rest of Wildcats back out. It's a 1-for-1. And as it stands, now Buffalo looking to finish this off. They want to pick up the win. Can they close it out? Stretching strike, manages to pull Starscreen towards a million. Holy Phoenix with a double up, gets chunked down low. Nexus turret number 1 falls, and it's Shogun that picks up yet another kill. Auto after auto is destroying the Wildcats. Shogun is melting through Istanbul. And Saigon Buffalo take down the Nexus for the win.
There's not clean, it was eventful, it was a lot of kills, it was a lot of action, there was a lot of indecisiveness, there was a lot of decisiveness. And in the end, Saigon Buffalo, they find the first victory of their World Play-Ins run.
And here's a quick stat for everyone watching. As far as we can tell, this is the first professional win for a Zach mid. That was a hard game to cast. We're approaching 11 hours in studio for you, Gorborg. 10 and a bit for myself. And the chaos in the early game kind of put everybody off balance. I have to wonder, you know, Wildcats tried to match blow for blow.
Definitely did. And I respect it so much.
Yeah.
It's really why I didn't expect them to show up. I'll be real. I did not have high thoughts of Wildcats going into the tournament. But having seen this game, I at least am more hopeful as to what they can achieve. Yes, they lose. And I understand that. I understand it's not a clean game. But considering what they're playing against in the rest of the competition and what they at least tried to do in the early game, makes me a bit more hopeful for them. But of course, there's still lots of struggles, and I think the same can be said for both sides.
I agree, and I do think, though, comparing expectations from regional play to then seeing the loss to Mad Lions and then seeing the adaptation now coming up against a Buffalo, that's kind of where the takeaway is. The problem is when you're down 0-2 in a BO1 single round ROM, it's really, really tough.
Yeah.
Everybody at home, make sure to grab the exclusive very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. While you grab that emote, we're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Where's he going?
Thank you so much, Quitchat. What?
Goldberg's is leaving.
Did he take off?
He took off his headset.
You got another game to go, my friend. Don't run off to anywhere just yet. One game, one win. It's your boys, the Buffaloes, Lyric. They did it.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
And
they don't miss.
You had the audacity to come to me and be like, hey, I'm going to ask you the Buffaloes. I'm always ready to be asked about the Buffaloes, and of course I'm going to call you out.
I didn't say they were going to lose this game. I just was like, you had such confidence around this team. Why?
How could you not? Did you? Zach made
a bit of a comeback.
First competitive win ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Zach mid
That's very after the fact. That's very hindsight, 2020.
Well, the conversation we're having between the game is just like, Zach mid, it's like, yeah, it's sleeper. And it's like, where is it sleeper?
Where?
Right? It's in LoLalytics solo queue if you sort by win rate in the mid lane.
Okay.
For like 2 years, Zach has been like weirdly towards the top, and you're like, yeah, why does no one play Zach mid?
With like what, a 0.00005% pick rate?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, enough to show up there consistently.
That's wild.
Right? But it like is almost impossible to port to the pro game because it's like, what matchup do you pick it in? What champions do you play it with? But they legitimately found an angle. It didn't look great.
No.
But
it worked.
It won.
Well, and it was, and again, like, this is not to disparage the pick. Like, I think actually showing that you can win with the pick, even if it wasn't necessarily the reason for winning. Again, we've talked all about how very early on in tournaments, you give evidence to teams about things that you're willing to play, and it's going to warp every team's approach to playing the Saigon Buffaloes now. You have to consider the value of that pick, even if it wasn't, you know, the reason they won this game specifically.
It's kind of interesting to like look at the highlights of this game, right? Because we came in, we're like, okay, Buffalo is going to be the team pushing the pace early, so the Wildcats are going to kind of, you know, back off a little bit. But it was the Wildcats, the one looking for these early ganks. We really saw Ferret everywhere, impacting the bot lane. He ganked the Zach mid, got an early kill on that. And it was really just through skirmishes around things like Dragon and Herald where Saigon Buffalo were able to find their footing.
Yeah, really back and forth game, though. I mean, Istanbul Wildcats had a 5-man ace. They had 2 of the early Dragons. So really a scrappy game. When we talked in the pregame about how the Saigon Buffalo play such a chaotic style of League of Legends, this did more feel like their style of game than it would have been an ideal game for the Istanbul Wildcats. And Zach does create that level of chaos. His CS was low, his damage probably wasn't that great, but he is actually very difficult to play against. Even if you're down like 40 CS on Zach, I'd say the effective power of yourself in a team fight is still going to be equivalent to the other mid laner, which is what can actually make this pick strong.
Yeah, he hit his 2 items, right? He had Sunfire and he had a Thornmail and then Sword Shoes. And I was like, yeah, he's kind of full build as it is. And actually to your point, Jad, about kind of like chaos.
Yeah.
Zach, as a champion, is kind of an agent of chaos, right? Like, that is kind of his job. I jump in, I'm bouncing people around, I'm knocking them together. Like, he does completely warp the landscape of a team fight. And he was able to buy the space for Shogun on that MF to put out damage like that. Gwen as well doing work, and that shouldn't be ignored.
I mean, the big thing is, right, you kind of look at what Wildcats have in, like, Silas and Kaisa, and they want to jump right on the MF, but how could you do that when everything on Saigon Buffalo, other than the MF, is jumping at you first, and you can't find those angles?
So, I mean, really, a great look out of Saigon Buffalo to kick off their tournament. And again, in a best-of-1 single-round robin group stage, these wins matter. You've already set yourselves up for tremendous success, being a team that's only played once on day number 1. In terms of the Wildcats, what are your takeaways here, though? Because, again, it's kind of a tough loss. You had your chances. You played against something that I have to imagine caught you a little bit off guard. I don't believe they would have predicted the Zach mid, but who knows? Like, how do you evaluate that loss if you're in the Wildcats camp?
It is a very hard loss to take because it's also their second one of the day.
Yeah.
And they haven't played RNG or DRX yet.
Yeah.
So being bottom 2 of your 6-team group means you are eliminated. If they can get a couple wins, they can be 3rd or 4th and still have best of 5 chances. So I'll be really interested to see if tomorrow we see a vastly different style, maybe play all early game, or if they're willing to just stay with what they've been playing for most of the year, stick with the picks they've been doing today. But I feel like in situations like this, you almost have to throw out the book because they actually will be incredibly desperate going into the next few days of play-ins.
I mean, imagine the conversation is essentially this. It's like, do we believe that both of those games were truly winnable with a couple of minor adjustments? And in that case, I would probably be more in the camp of like, hold on to the book. Hold on to the book. Trust your fundamentals, go back with a slightly more focused, strategy, and maybe you can execute. The other side of that conversation is, yeah, they were close, but it doesn't feel like we actually had the tools or making a minor change here or there would have turned the tide, in which case, throw out the book, come with something entirely different tomorrow, for your games and see if you can just kind of rewrite your history here.
I gotta say, like, their losses were definitely close.
Yeah.
And this actually might be something that's more of a downside, is that they've actually outdone my expectations. I thought they'd actually be one of like the weaker teams to come into play-ins, which might be based off teams in their region pushing them more. So that might just be like a false perception coming out from me in their region. Again, having more teams that could push them, but still, I think there's definitely hope.
Well, Istanbul Wildcats, they stumble here on day 1, but for Saigon Buffalo, they kick it off on the absolute right foot. We're joining Lore and Froggy for our Verizon postgame interview.
And we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with Froggy after an amazing performance and amazing game from the Saigon Buffaloes. Thank you so much for joining me. The audience was cheering and clapping for you at the end. How did you feel about that, and did you expect it?
Sau khi trận đấu vừa rồi kết thúc á, thì khán giả đã rất là hò reo cổ vũ cho em rất là nhiều. Thì em cảm thấy điều gì về đó?
Trước khi bước đến kỳ chung kết thế giới lần này thì em đã biết được rằng là có rất nhiều fan hâm mộ ở quốc tế muốn cổ vũ cho em và đội của em. Thì hôm nay họ đã thể hiện rằng là họ rất yêu quý em, thì em rất là vui và tự hào về điều đó.
Before coming to this Worlds, I've heard that he's got a lot of like international fans, and today they've really shown him that, and he feels really happy about it.
I can imagine, especially after such a good game. Tell me more about the Zach mid lane, please.
Em có thể kể thêm về cái lựa chọn đường giữa Zach không?
Thì em đã tra lịch sử đó của Cap Jisoo, Mid Jisoo. Thì em thấy anh ta sử dụng Zach ở trong đánh tập rất là nhiều. Thì em đã thử nghiệm nó. Thì em thấy nó khá phù hợp với lịch chơi của em. Là đẩy đường và kiểm soát hai bên sông. Thì em đã có trao đổi với đội luyện tập. Thì em thấy nó hiệu quả nên em muốn chơi ở đội trận này.
So I've been looking up into G2 Cap's match histories, and I found out that he's been using Zach. And then I've also tried it out for myself, and I found it really suits my playstyle, which is to push the lane quickly and then move Rom to the 2 sides. And then I had a brief discussion with my teammates and used it in the game.
It was really good, and I really love the Cap's inspiration here. But also, it speaks to the fact that you've been experimenting a bit more with your mid lane champions. I'm thinking of the Shyvana mid lane that you played also. Tell me about playing this kind of exotic picks. What makes you comfortable playing that?
Thì ngoài ra thì chị cũng đã biết là em có những cái con tướng đường giữa dị khác, chẳng hạn như là con Shyvana Dimit. Thì điều gì đã khiến em nghĩ đến cái việc là sử dụng những cái con tướng lạ như vậy?
Ở đầu mùa hè thì một số người chơi sử dụng Shyvana top. Thì khoảng thời gian trước, lúc mà em đánh ranh em autofill vào lên top thì em đã sử dụng tướng đó rất nhiều. Nhưng em muốn làm một gì đó khác biệt thì em em thấy nó hiệu quả nữa nên em cũng sử dụng vào đường giữa luôn.
So in the beginning of the summer split, there were a lot of people that were using the Shyvana top. During his ranked games, he was getting auto-filled into top lane, into mid lane, no, into top lane actually. And then he had the chance to play the Shyvana a few times. He felt like it was a good champion that suits his playstyle, and so he just wanted to do something special, something different, and then brought it to mid lane.
Oh, looking forward to more exotic picks like this from you during World. Gaman, for the interview. Koa, thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for the last game of the day, DRX versus RNG. Stay tuned.
See it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back.
Hey, it's me.
It's Mark. Welcome back. It's Mark. It's
What's
Mark
up?
Z. It's Worlds 2022, and we've got Mark Z. We've got 7 games under our belt here already. We have one final play-ins match for the day, and it features our reigning MSI champions in RNG. And we got to highlight just how fierce play-ins, are, considering this is one of the teams in this competition.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. But they are the 4th seed of the LPL, which hasn't dominated play-in in the past. It's just the manner in which they got here, winning MSI, going 13-3 in the summer split, then losing the first best-of-5 they played against EDG. Then they managed to qualify here through the regional qualifier. They just, to me, they feel incredibly strong, but they had, I think, bad meta read for playoffs. If they have a bad meta read again, they wouldn't necessarily be as strong. I just see them personally as an extremely, extremely strong team.
Yeah, and the change is, of course, Breathe coming in for this lineup in summer. They were someone that this team targeted, someone they wanted to believe in, and I think he's looked pretty good overall. There's been some hit or miss moments, but he's obviously someone who has a tremendous upside.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna mostly lean on you for this segment because Jet is so in the Kool-Aid of RNG at this point. His entire crystal ball predictions is RNG, Breathe for unique pick, all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, I take everything Jet says with a grain of salt. But no, in actuality, most people think that this team should absolutely go undefeated and be the 1st seed out of this group. Probably the most dangerous game is this one here today, where they go up against DRX from the LCK.
Yeah, and of course, I'm subbing in because, spoilers, Lyric is going on to cast as the LPL representative.
It was going to be a surprise, but Mark ruined it for you.
Well, I wanted to explain why I'm here and that I'm not here to counter the RNG hype.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's an isolation room. No, we figured for LPL LCK it'd be perfect to bring 3 NA guys.
Not because we took the LPL guy and put him on the cast. I just wanted to clarify that. DRX, though, to talk about them for a moment, it was a very back-and-forth battle for them to make it here going up against Live Sandbox, as well as the fact that Juhan came in for Pyosik and took over that entire series.
Yeah.
He looked pretty good when you saw Pyosik struggling in the playoffs. So the fact that it sounds like they're going to start Pyosik in this first game is very surprising, I think, to a lot of fans.
So, yeah, it is a very interesting move. You've got to imagine there's something up their sleeves or they feel something very specific about this matchup, lends to Pyosik being, the right choice in the jungle. But let's just talk about how these teams, kind of match up, or again, how you evaluate looking at both of these teams maybe in isolation, Jad.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2 4 seeds from the region aren't necessarily created equal. Actually, in years past, I would say that LCK 4th seed has outperformed LPL 4th seed, like last year when Hanwha, the 4th seed from LCK, made it to quarterfinals, and LNG, the 4th seed from LPL, did not make it through to quarterfinals. But here, it's you just look at the summer split. DRX was 9-9. They had junglers swapping in and out. They scraped their way to Worlds, whereas RNG were the MSI champions, a combined spring and summer record of something crazy good. Quick math, 25-7 in their best.
No one's checking. Right? I didn't check it. So I believe you.
Doubling down, 25-7.
doubling down.
If he's wrong, don't tweet at him.
Just
let him live in bliss.
Just so dominant and also very experienced as well. So there's a tiny bit of stress of having to be in play-in. But for them, I feel like they're not realistically thinking that they won't make it through to group stage. So this could be used as an advantage for them to get an earlier read on the Worlds meta and hit group stage running.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is obviously there's names like Deft on the side of DRX, but in terms of recent performance, the fact that they had just won spring, Xiaohu is, the winningest LPL player basically ever with 5 titles, 3 MSI titles. He's the king of spring for a reason, and to have him in play-ins this early just feels insane.
Now, at the top of the day, we had some interesting statistics about these 2 different regions' performances, particularly in group stages of Worlds. Mark, we did a little bit of extra digging around specifically how these 2 regions match up against each other.
I think that's the big thing for me about this matchup is the regional rivalry. These 2 have been at each other's throat basically since the dawn of League Esports, but for a while, the first 6 years, it was very heavily in favor of the LCK. And then since 2018, LPL has actually gotten the better of them. This is all-time game score. So this includes some series that are 3-2s and whatnot. And we talked about how, LCK, usually gets best of 1s down, but it is still very close.
That's amazing.
If my poor eyesight did me right. It was only a 1-game separation, though.
1-24.
So here's my question. I know we haven't been doing predictions all day, but here's my question. Do we even it up right here?
No,
or does
sir.
LPL extend one more to 25 and 23, Jat?
I'm not taking the bait.
Okay, fine. He's going with RNG.
Yes, sir.
As we know, it'll be 25 and to 23 at the end of this game. The teams are ready to go. So let's head on over to that TriCast as promises. Quick shot. It's Lyric and it's Goldborg.
Thank you so much, Sir Dashington. For the first time in our collective professional careers, we have a TriCast with Lyric, Goldborg, and myself. Gentlemen, come on, fist bump here. Fa-la-la-la-la. You get it? Nice. All right.
Speaker of six. Yeah, you get it. Yeah.
Our attention to DRX versus RNG. Lyric, welcome to the Caster Desk. What are you expecting for draft? What are you expecting about the teams? I definitely want to break down how these teams have performed regionally versus what we see in game once we get there. Before that, picks and bans.
I'm definitely expecting better things from RNG than we saw in the split because the meta didn't favor them. So coming into this draft, right, we've seen things like Kai'Sa all day long. Everyone knows Kai'Sa, you know, Gala may be a little bit known for it. Engage support
Just a little bit.
Going to be huge for Ming as well. So I feel like RNG are in a pretty good spot coming into planes and also coming into this matchup against DRX specifically.
Yeah, I feel like just looking at that bot lane matchup is probably where most people are going to be having their eyes, having seen, you know, Def back as well. And that's usually just what you usually mention with DRX. It just goes Def, Def, Def. And he is going to be a pivotal player because he is one of the guys you're going to be relying on if you want to take down a powerhouse like RNG. Because just from DRX alone, they are the only team at the World Championship who's made it to the World Championship with a net below 50% win rate.
Now, that is a statement and a half. That is a statement and a half. I want to see whether or not, what level DRX is going to be bringing to this game. I want to just briefly bounce back to that Gala point, because I know Jat was a big fan of Gala earlier today.
Honestly, that desk was way too RNG biased for me, Trev. That's why I came up here.
Perspective. It was the RNG perspective that you were telling. But Gala's most played champion
You should have put
Kai'Sa.
Jad in the TriCast.
Listen to this. With 80 professional games and a 65% win rate, his next most played is 55. So plus 25 more games on that champion. You have to imagine it's going to be first pick, arguably banned away, maybe. Let's find out from DRX on the blue side. Lyric, I'm going to come to you first as we do get the first bans coming thing. It's going to be a Fiora straight out the gate.
I think the respect needs to be there. Breathe, really kind of cementing himself in the LPL as the big Fiora player. The thing I'm most curious about Goldberg is the thing we've been seeing all day. You hit on it earlier about the Graves priority. Because RNG and Wei never really been a big team about the Graves. So I'm thinking DRX maybe can just get that one for free.
Yeah, definitely. But I also think it's curious to see that a lot of teams that we did not expect it from in the past has shown it, right? And like, just going off like Asian players when Graves is meta, usually the West is doomed when that happens. So, I mean, if Wei picks it up, that's definitely an extra tool to have in your toolkit. But having DRX on that blue side with the likes of Hecarim also being available, which we have seen so many times already today, that could also be something to look forward to. And crucially, the Kai'Sa have made its way through the first ban phase.
Yeah, I feel like those are the big things, right? For DRX, I'm definitely expecting the Hecarim. That's something that Wei is actually good on. And then seeing where Kai'Sa ends up, because I feel like the AD carry meta is still very unexplored. Like, we've seen the Kai'Sa. We saw Tristana once. I've been hearing in scrims that Tristana actually something that's seen more play. Things like the Ezreal that we haven't seen picked up yet either. So I'm really curious, especially with Deft on the Rift. He plays absolutely everything.
Definitely, and having seen that Fiora be the first ban as well, it makes a lot of sense when you see the Aatrox be the second one to come through as well. Seeing Vi be picked, be very uphill, but it'd be curious to see at this play-ins as well.
Oh my god, this would actually be crazy because RNG were really the first team in LPL that gravitated towards this pick. Really, no one else was picking it up, but Wei loves it.
11 games played, 8 of them victories this summer. First pick, it's followed up with that Jax. 6 games played, 5 of them victories for Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, Breathe, the carry top laner. Heck, we've seen this matchup before, even in the LPL. King used to play on BLG, is more of that weak side top laner, and I know you love this pick.
I love the tree. We haven't really seen it in the jungle yet, but I'm a big fan of what Riot has done to it so far. And Sekar on the Akali, that's not even just a DRX special. That's a special from all the way back when he was actually playing in the LPL. It's curious to see, though, blind pick, it's usually a champion. You want to know what you're playing into. You want to be sure that it's actually fulfilling the right circumstances where you can take charge in lanes, and giving that counter pick over to Shahu, he's actually going to be equalizing on it and picking up the LeBlanc.
It's actually really surprising to me to see how draft has panned out so far, because I feel like you have a lot of like Maokai, Akali, champions that necessarily go pretty hard into their certain niches, right?
Yeah.
Akali gonna be able to play out their sides, look for those flanks, and Maokai wanting those front to backs. And now I think RNG gonna have a lot of ways to pivot around it, especially with their bottom lane picks. I think immobile AD carries, though, gonna feel a little bit rough for both sides when we have assassins on the rim.
Yeah, they're going to be struggling. I think having AD carries that can both self-peel is going to be super crucial, which is why you also see champions banned away like the Sire, but also just champions with the disengage like the Tristana is something I could totally see some of these two AD carries be picking up. Kai'Sa, of course, with that self-peel isn't an option as well, but having Kai'Sa into Maokai with short range playing into a guy that can flash W on you, that could be very crucial to play against, or difficult to play against, rather.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised the DRX ban it out, considering that Aatrox, another champion that really likes playing against teams that come in.
Nilah?
Whoa! Nilah for Gala! We always described him as a player who likes to play champions that go in, but this was a pick that was not really brought into the LPL whatsoever.
Super interesting to see. So we've seen some of it in Europe at least. Patrick, one of the few guys that actually put it out and had some decent success with it. Now we have to see Gala finally piloting. It's a short range. It's not like Kai'Sa, but might as well be a little bit. Who knows?
First professional game on Nilah. First Nilah of Worlds. And if you haven't seen her, she's basically just a water Pokemon variant of Samira. The answer is going to be the Tristana from Deft. Not too surprising. And there's one last picture. Beryl currently hovering the Rel. Do you want to see more engagement?
Oh, yeah. I would actually really like to see the Rel here going up against something like a Nilah. Just Rel does so well against short-range champions where you don't need to waste something like a flash to be able to find that engage. You need a lot of value out of your ultimate, just being able to jump in and lock people down. So far, I kind of like what DRX has put together to where I feel like RG, it's pretty volatile.
This is going to sound weird, and you do lack some really good engagement. What would really stop at the bot lane coming through from DRX would actually be a Thresh from Ming. Now, I don't expect to actually see it, but having that play against both these champions could be crucial. But once again, I think they lack more engage right now, and something that follows up with the buy. So going for example, the Alistar here, this is really a good pick too.
So Goldborg, zoom out a little bit and tell me about how these two team compositions are going to play out. It's a very different look from what we've seen throughout the course of today, but how do they win?
I definitely think RNG's is way more skirmish heavy than DRX potentially have. In a team fight scenario, having that Maokai and the follow-up to get with it is going to be super easy to play along with. Jax is probably the only one where I'm looking at, and he's going to be a little more struggling in that scenario, but there's still something to play for with the follow-up you get from a LeBlanc and a Vi in the 2v2.
The one thing I'm really afraid of for RNG is, like, you look at DRX's comp and, like, they have range DPS, it's going to scale throughout the game. You have so many tanky champions where Gala, Shahu, they're going to be looking to jump in to find that assassination potential, which I don't know if it's there if they don't find sizable early leads, right? For RNG, it's going to be a lot about picking off individual targets with the Vi LeBlanc combo, and I feel like they're going to have to put a lot of attention down towards their side lane.
And eyes on Deft here, because like you got the buffer on the Tristana W into the Alistar. Like it's quite easy to play into it and keep yourself disengaged and self-peeled, as we also talked about. So I think for Deft, he's got all the tools that he kind of needs playing into the composition of RNG.
I mean, eyes on Deft. There's a sentence I wasn't expecting to say today.
You're welcome, I said it.
And I'm very intrigued to see how well DRX will perform. There's a lot of, let's say, questions, maybe criticisms around their performance coming into it. Goldborg, that line was fantastic. The only team at Worlds with a negative win ratio at 49%. RNG, of course, the MSI champions, had a also challenging end to their summer season. What can they make? What statement will they make, especially with this Nilah in the bottom lane?
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, because we had Nilah once in the LPL, brought out by LGD.
How'd he go?
Was able to find a win, not necessarily because of the Nilah, but the overwhelming sentiment by LPL players about Nilah was like, hey, this champion in lane, way too weak. Any of us could stomp this in a 2v2. And I mean, going up against Deft, right, highlighting DRX, Deft was that standout player for their side. He was the one with the ability to carry, and we know he can come out with strong 2v2s, but we got a level 1.
Oh, Barrel's going to be forced to crash down with that Ferromancy and get out to safety.
Yeah, I really think that's a big one as well. Being the bot lane when you're playing into a Nilah, it feels so good if you don't have to leash. Like, if you get to either just make them slow push into you, if you drag the minion wave when it spawns, or you just get to take charge with it and really punish the fact that she does not have a good level 1, and you have paired her with the worst support level 1 we also have in the game in the Alistar. Like, if you can deny as many resources on the first few waves as possible, that set Deft up very well, at least for the first 3 waves.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like a lot of this is actually going to come down to mid-jungle, because it's like, okay, DRX having that bio in the bot, they have a solid matchup, but for RNG, they have the winning mid-jungle. Xiao having that electrocute should be able to do pretty well into these trades, and then Wei going to be able to do a lot more early on than Pioshik on the map pad.
I'll just give a quick shout out to the fans in Mexico. We've been cheering all day long, but I think in particular, I was quite surprised by how loud that RNG cheer was. Great interrupt there from Ming, preventing Feral to get that crash down, and Gala is using that water whip to slap away, but Explosive Charge bullies him already, and I want to see whether or not Gala can actually, you know, step up to this Rel Tristana bottom.
Now, when Rel finally started getting the few buffs she needed to be played in competitive, it was quite often Alistar into Rel we did see play against each other. Now, Rel actually has an interesting interaction with her E where she can actually stun Alistar mid-W, so he can't get the Q off to cancel that. But in return, of course, Alistar as well will often just pulverize whenever the Rel is going to be jumping in. So it's a very neutralizing matchup between the two supports, which can make aggression a little hard to pull off.
Ooh, Zika's dropped low, 110 HP. Now playing the bait game. Pioshik making a step forward inside the Shroud. The 5-point shuriken comes in. The Bramble Smash pops out. That's the clone killed, and Xiao escapes with his life.
Really nice by Xiao to be able to get away from that. I thought he was being a little bit greedy. Nice setup from DRX, but aren't able to manage to find it in the end. LeBlanc, at least one of those champions, even when you don't have Flash, you're not really too vulnerable in the laning phase, but still, it's going to have to be extra careful now, especially with Pioshik. Always going to have that opportunity to just look for a Flash W.
Of course, Xiao has played against Second multiple times as well beforehand as well when he was playing in the LPL, so this is not a matchup he's unfamiliar with. So I'm sure there's some extra payback in that regard that he just wants to send him his last farewell in this single round robin at least to really take charge in the mid lane.
You know, I'm sad Chronicler's in here because I've been ribbing him all day about DRX being our 5th seed. Zeka, LPL 2 years. Kingen, LPL for a year. Deft, everyone remembers EDG.
All right, I'll take the Chronicler stance here instead and then say, well, EDG, what about the Koreans you have on that roster? What about some of the Koreans you have imported in the other roles?
Oh, I like that. Chronicler's made both of those statements. This is fact, by the way. Quote me on that. As Kingen is now being jumped on. Flash trade very nicely done on that dash away to safety. Yumble Chains catching Breathe, but a very good escape from Kingen.
Just great move overall, and Kingen has been one of the players on DRX that has been questionable, that hasn't had the best time over in the LCK, but expecting this pressure to come out, Breathe being on the Jax matchup, you know you could set up for these easy ganks, and then RNG was playing a lot towards topside once we were in playoffs and in regionals in the LPL, so just really nice diligence coming out from Kingen.
Hold up here, okay, they did fake that back from the side of DRX bot lane here, could have gone for Cheeto with a slow push wave coming in, but they wanted to see if they could threaten the needle, see if anyone was going to overextend between Ming and Gala. On the top side here, Pioshik actually getting a bit creative, just straight off the reset, looking for a lane gang. No flash on Breathe, remember.
Yeah, I think this play is really interesting. I mean, the wave is coming in, and we see where Wei is, pathing down towards that bot side. And knowing Breathe, he's going to go for it, boys. He's going to all in, they're going to find it.
There's no Counter-Strike available. It's going to be up just in a moment or two for Breathe. You know, Pioshik is still just chilling. Floating. Gets a knock-up, Darkin Blade, the leap comes out, Rumble Smash forward, knocks him sideways, and Breeze's able to escape. They completely messed that up.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame.
I'm honestly mind blown. You knew that Breathe was going to go for it, looking for that angle. Kingen was baiting it perfectly, but Breathe able to leap strike away, and now RNG going to be set up with a very early first dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Mid lane pushed in. Xiao, who does have that teleport if he wants to join the fray. Bot lane with Ming and Gala has also just been shoved, and with that, they're able to secure some pressure on the Drake. Now, Drake's at this point in the game still decently tanky, but once again, with Pioshik showing on that top side, there's none of DRX who's actually going to win it, walk in to try and contest it. And this will be the earliest Drake we've had at Worlds.
Sending a message to Loud, who conceded and secured 6-minute 35's RNG early out the gate. Now, in comparison to First Dragons, they're only ranked 10th in the LPL. 50% of the games do they secure it. But I think what's interesting about both of these teams as 4th seeds, it is very important to remember that statistically, throughout the course of their respective seasons to qualify for Worlds, neither team has really been particularly impressive, right? And the expectations are low from regional fans for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, right, there's been a lot of struggles with their jungle position. I mean, actually, a lot of people are surprised that Juhan isn't playing this game. He was so critical in their regional series to be able to get here, pulling out the wins in all 5 games. But Pioshik coming back in has actually been looking at a lot of aggression. We can see him constantly hovering towards these sides, has already been around mid, has already ganked top, and it's only a matter of time for the bot lane player.
Yeah, before RNG, it also just felt like a patching as well. Like, in the beginning, it looked good for them with the kind of like, okay, Shahun and facilitation, you just look to play around the rest of the map. But then when it became Enchanter and a Seer mid, they're really struggling, especially against the likes of EDG, for example, which all of a sudden the meta just suited them perfectly. So RNG also almost getting reverse swept against LNG in their last series before finally making it to Worlds. So it's been a bumpy ride for both of them to get here.
Now we need to see whether or not RNG will be able to adapt to the Worlds patch and meta. Already throwing out a very different look. That Vi, Neela for the first times today. Observers did a great job of highlighting just a moment ago the wards that RNG had placed deep in DRX's jungle. Pioshik clearly spotted out on the Krugs, and now Wei stepping forward. The Sultan battery is available to him. Whether he decides to use it, cease and desist rather. Holds on to the trigger. Eyeball chains come out. Ball breaker, slam down, cease, desist. RNG first blood.
Flashes to guarantee that it goes through. Gonna now cement an advantage for Breathe. They're gonna get this wave in. Kingan does have TP, so shouldn't lose out on too much. But with Herald coming up in 20 seconds, getting some pressure up towards the top side is pretty nice.
Yeah, most definitely. And even though the bot lane is also stabilizing now, as you can see, actually Ming is going to be the one with the first reset as well. So with resets coming through from the top lane, with TPs just being burned, with item advantages start being built up from RNG, they can look to try and move their rotation up towards that Herald to continue to elevate their gold lead.
I do want to say, though, right, we're building up RNG now, starting to find a bit of a lead, but coming out of draft, DRX's comp to me does strike more of needing time, right? They are the one with more of a traditional ranged marksman. Akali will be able to do better against the LeBlanc later in the game, and even having, I think, a bit of a beefier front line with the Maokai on top of the Rel. So I think for DRX, not too bad if they start to fall in a bit of a hole.
I mean, for Def, that draw to be passive, going to be so crucial. He's currently 10 CS down versus Garland Ming in that bottom lane. And we were anticipating a slightly more strategic, slower game than what we have seen throughout the course of the day. I mean, Lyric, as soon as you stepped up, you said, this could be a slow burn, boys. And we're so far building up towards that. But I am very happy to see RNG striking first. They got the first dragon 2 minutes away from the next dragon. I don't think a lot of people would have favored RNG in this matchup, and they got the comp to pull up the early advantages.
Yeah, and I think especially with that slow burn, right? RNG were never one of the teams who were more towards that stereotypical LPL playstyle of, okay, it's all about blood all the time. No, RNG have always been about their mid game, being able to play the map, play around side lanes, just strategically outplay teams by trading up in sides. DRX on the opposite end, I feel like it's very hard to put DRX in a box, which is pretty nice because like Jat was saying on the desk, right? We don't like to put teams in boxes. DRX, we've seen people like Zeka carry, Def can step up, they've played towards sides, they've played team fight. It's kind of been a team that's been able to do a bit of it all.
Now, I feel like from the side of RNG, you can clearly tell where they had most of that priority, right? Riftel had gone over to the favor of DRX, but just going from the vision, you can clearly see it here. They get so much intel. Croc spotted up, push straight out of red buff, also coming through, and the board just outside of Tribush. It's really setting up a nice Drake for them, and with Wei just finally hitting his back, he picks up the Kempong Chainsword, and that's just going to be great, at least from having that extra item advantage when you're gearing up for Drake that's spawning in 40 seconds.
I mean, again, the observers highlighting all of that deep vision from RNG. It's allowing Gala and Ming to maybe survive the early games a little bit too strong of a phrasing. They're currently on marginally ahead. It picked up an early Drake, setting themselves up for a second one. They got the earliest Drake of the day thus far. But I do want to know how this Neela is going to play out throughout the course of these team fights. It's not a champion we've seen a significant amount of. So, how do you want to see Gala pilot?
2 to 3 items in the mid game. That's usually where we see these Neela really go online. It's when you get all the life steal that you need. And I'm going to hold it just for a second because somebody's definitely threatening a play right now.
And assist, as well as Maokai Pioshik in range. Zika's going to be able to escape with his life for now. Still got the ultimate to chase forward. Sapling, suicide! Not going to find the damage. And no further burst. Xiao who dashes forward once more as Zika committed the ultimate. Now the Cloud Drake is up, and neither jungler has their ulti.
Yeah, I feel like both these players, though, playing on a knife's edge. in the mid lane. DRX have to be a bit careful because we've seen Ming has had prio in that bot side, so was leaning up towards the river. With the trades that we've seen coming out heavily, you know, both mid laners losing a lot of HP, doesn't feel like it's safe for either team to look for a Drake, but DRX still kind of angling for wanting to try and retake some bot side control.
Yeah, but it's just a little, like, war of attrition between the two teams here. You can see they take tit for tit, tat for tat, and now finally having that bot lane priority, they can move themselves up, but it's still being done in Vision, and it's just trying to take away as much information from the enemy team. Deft is not really endangered as he does have the buffer on the jump, even if Ming does go for that engage. But it's really just about finding a pickup that can lead to this Drake, and so far, nothing's really biting on any bait.
Yeah, I feel like for RNG, you now need Xiao to look for a back, right? Zeka just coming off his back, gonna drop the Herald now, so having some pretty good prio in mid.
Now, Lyric, you mentioned that the DRX comp was looking for some time. 12 minutes in, they get the Rift Herald, they get some plates onto Zika Zakali. Are you starting to feel comfortable, nervous in terms of when you look at these compositions and how they play out?
I feel like RNG at least have the buffer of having the Jax, so they should always have an option of like being able to play out and win through sides and get pressure through that. And for RNG, something like that has always been enough to at least have some level of faith in their play. I feel like the scary thing later on will just be 5v5s, right? Zeka going into Shroud, he creates so much space, and then Def Free hitting on the back.
And I think this is just where you start up the Drake. As you just mentioned before, Xiao had just been back. He finished up that Luden's Echo mythic item compared to Seka, who's still sitting on component. So this should just be the Cloud Drake going over to the side of RNG with resets and bot lane being pushed in by Def at the moment.
And when we're saying for RNG, right, it's scrappier, it's skirmishier, you typically want to get those done in the mid game. If they can push themselves onto Soul Point early on and force DRX to fight them before they're really stronger,
no way.
Could be the play for
no
them.
way! No way! That was so cool. It didn't ultimately like end in anything, but the third strike Doc and played into the Umbral change was so good.
I feel like especially just coming in with the expectations of Kingen. Like even people from the LCK are like, you know,
that's the thing.
He plays weak side, he's all right, and he's been faring well for himself, mechanically outplaying Breathe on a few occasions.
Oh man, the empowered strike. Counter-Strike's gonna come out. Can't find the stun. Gets away at least from some of those autos. Finds the stun, and it's 50%.
That's on you guys. I'm just saying you set it up there, and it looked cold for a second, but Breathe takes it right back.
I want to take credit for that one. You know what? If RNG win, let's give it to us.
You are using your power for bias, my friend, but it was beautiful to watch, Lyric.
You know, that's what I'm here to do. That's why we had to make it seem like Jat is the LPL bias one on the desk. So I can come and influence the matchup. But
man, truly, LPL analyst, just 200 IQ. Not just about the game, but about weren't you one of us?
Yeah.
I lost some IQ and was kicked, yeah. So I went to LEC.
Oh, that was well played, Goldborg. RNG are up 1,000 gold. 2 kills to 0. And it's felt like the impact of when moving around the map, just marginally more successful. Pioshik, level 9 on this jungle Maokai. First time we've seen it today. Goldborg going to look for potential engage. Distortion is available. That's one of the escape tools. Just been used. Flashes up too. I am going to say now, jungle Maokai, this stage of the game, early game, to be expected. Did you want to see more? Are you happy
I feel like it's definitely one of the things where you could have taken a bit more charge. The one that just did go wrong was the top side play they had. That should have probably resulted in a kill, and when that didn't happen, well, Brief got to stabilize again, and it's going to put Kingen in this position where, well, we just saw it before, right?
And we've seen, right? I feel like the most surprising thing to me is the fact that both teams have been fighting so heavily over control of mid, right? We've seen both Pioshik and Wei in the mid lane numerous times when both of these mid lane champions are incredibly hard to gank. I feel like Pioshik has tried to be active, like he's literally been around all 3 lanes pretty much constantly, but there just isn't a whole lot of opportunity there with what RNG's picked up.
But it's not only just that, it's also just a pathway to the mid lane. Like River, it's just being walked back and forth between every lane every single time. Drop in a pink ward, take away the pink ward, get whatever control you have. Now Wei, back on the top side, Kingen does have that flash, and he does have the intel that Wei's around now. Pioshik, what do you do with this? Still looking at Rift Herald actually, just outside of vision, but Wei will be spotting this now. Xiaohu's on a reset, and even Ming is going back to base, so this could just be DRX picking up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that Xiaohu's even considering pathing towards there, because Barrel's showing in mid right now, so there really shouldn't be any opportunity for RNG to look for the contest. Looks like they were hoping maybe if DRX made a misstep and started to send members back to lanes early on, they could go for a bit of a Houdini and just swipe it from under them, but DRX aren't going to give them the chance.
Yeah, Yeah, but good presence of mind as well from DRX. Finally, they have the first move from the bot line, and they utilize that to the fullest. Now with Rift Herald and a very low mid lane turret, you could look for this, but you could also just look to leverage the manpower and try and take it down, but they're going to pop Rift Herald immediately.
I really like from DRX the investment in vision. It set up the player that was ultimately really safely secured. Tower First Blood now picked up. Kingen gets caught up by that cease and desist. Infernal Chains by some time. Way's taking a lot of damage, but Breathe closes it up. 2-0-1 on a Jax versus first tower and an instant tower apply. This is where you start to get nervous for DRX.
Yeah, I feel like both teams kind of got something that really heavily benefits them, because for RNG now, you have the extended side lane, which you know that Jax is going to do well into, and for DRX, breaking open mid, I mean, you don't have a ton of wave clear. Actually, you have no wave clear on the side of RNG, so where DRX have this Tristana, which can really just be an annoyance with that passive, continuously pushing them in.
I mean, such a serious thing. The thing for me is, despite the fact both teams getting an advantage, a 2-0-1 Divine Sundra Jax at 16 minutes already, will start it back away and spend, is terrifying. As an aside as well, Lyric, as you know, I love meaningful, important stats, right? Quick stats, they are my passion. I want to let you know that at 15 minutes, RNG had the highest amount of CSD at 558 creep score. It's important, isn't it?
I gotta say, I am so happy I have finally gotten to experience the quick stats.
Yes!
Oh my word.
Yes! You are welcome to cost me anytime. Gulborg has given me no love at all on my quick.
See you later, buddy.
It's okay. It's not going to be the first time. Now, Drake will be spawning in 15 seconds. Jet lag in 11 hours is killing me. Either way, mid lane will be pushed in and RNG securing control for themselves. What would be their third Drake of the game?
How does DRX start this fight, Gulborg? When I look at the vision...
Oh, you could have asked Lyric.
I know, but I want you to tell me. Take a look at this as RNG have started it, and DRX, do they consider the fight? There's no World Ender available for Aatrox, but they do have Nature's Grasp available to them.
Yeah, and that's the big one as well. This long-range Malcry ultimate that has been upped in the missile speed as well when it's finally going forward can be really crucial in terms of splitting members apart. I think the big one for RNG, though, is the fact you have a reliable Cow to stand behind. So if he's tanked us up, that's going to be great. Sekka.
Oh, Chains caught inside the Twilight Shroud, and now all of a sudden RNG starting to back away. Breathe has found a flank opportunity onto Death. Gets the leap in power, did not use the counter-strike, holding on to it. Infernal Chains pulls backwards, and that's Breathe down. Death picks up the first of the fight. He continues to fire away, uncontested, unchallenged. Rocket jumps forward, gets the reset, waits for the jump, the boop, the bop. Zhao, who's going to be able to get away to safety, and Pioshik, the Bramble Smash was beautiful. The tree does it, and RNG are getting dunked. 4 members down, 1 remaining. And Zhao, who's running for his life, limping, no flash available, gets at least 1 back for the Bud Light Ace.
And Deft is showing us why he makes an appearance on the international stage so often. 3-0-2 on the Tristana already. He's massive.
And it's such a pivotal way to do it as well. It's the third Drake that you fight RNG on. If they get that under fight, that's pretty much the game over, because you manage to stabilize, you find a team fight, and you get Deft ahead of the curve. You fight your way back into the game.
I'm going to bring it back to that joke I made earlier, but that slow, steady, stable farming early game gave enough time for DRX to pick up this fight.
It's one of those things where RNG thought they had found the Akali, but they kind of opened themselves up to this numbers disadvantage fight on the top side. I get what Breathe thinks he's finding, jump on a Def, but the other members of RNG aren't close enough to really capitalize.
It's also just the ultimate deficit that they currently find themselves in. Because they utilize so much in the Akali, they don't have the proper tools to start a team fight. Gala wants to jump in there when they buy ults, and they just pile on 1 member and blow them up. But because you're so isolated and you find the fight at different times, it just doesn't work out for RNG.
And it's funny because despite, again, getting wiped in this fight, we can see on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen, it's not dissuading the aggression coming out from RNG is DRX coaching staff. Ecstatic, and hey, again, when I do feel like RNG were slight favorites over them coming into this group, they have reason to be excited.
I mean, really good start here. Def 3-0-2 after that fight. We did talk about the fact all eyes on Def, the Tristana as an option. Currently at level 12, continuing to increase that range. Gala on the Neela, 0-1-1. I'm waiting for 2 and 3 items. That is obviously where she's really going to come online. And if DRX group up, that apotheosis is going to be gigantic.
Yeah, the big thing with Nila is the fact that so much of her kit scales with critical chance, so when you finally pick up that Rift Hell, you will get way more value in your kit in terms of the extra armor penetration you get out of it, the range from EQ, of course, and of course just the lifesteal that builds into it. Like we've seen so many times as well, Nila just forfeits him up there into that def stance. That's going to do great wonders when you see deft as one of the main carries from DRX too.
I do feel like for RNG, though, we might have to start looking at other members, right? Because again, even when Gala gets on those item power spikes, you're going to be jumping into a Rel, into a Maokai, into an Aatrox. I feel like Xiaohu and Breathe are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
And can I tell you, the fact that we're playing for a Hextech Soul actually terrifies me, because Jax, Vi, Nila, all going to be really happy with that. Akali, Aatrox, Tristana, all going to be really happy for that. So this is a very impactful Soul.
It's almost like it's the best in the game.
But I think more so the point to get at there is just the fact that like literally like all the damage dealers and carries will benefit from the stats that it's going to give you. And RNG, it's 2 dragons to 1, but now they are behind in kills, they are behind in gold, and this kind of slow burn of a game could become extremely explosive in team fights, or if Breathe is able to control the side.
I mean, this might go like a long time. Just taking a look at how slow they deal with the outer turrets, both teams are not really making any progress. They've both taken care of once, but we're at 22 minutes into the game in just a bit, and they've only removed 1 of each side of it. This is really the definition of a slow burner, which we have said quite a lot so far, and it's just because there's not too many tools to just take agency in lane and start pushing it in.
I feel like when I'm looking at like the map state right now, though, for RNG, you have to start looking at opportunities to like overcommit to a side, right? Kind of accept Gala's gonna get pushed in mid, send Minion way up towards top, get the push, and then maybe make a play where Xiaohu is TP, make a double soul lane play on sides, because I feel like anywhere DRX group up right now, they should just be favored. So RNG have to look for creative ways to burn these TPs and to force picks.
It's just that. You can also just go for resets at the same time, look for 2 solo laners just shadowing in a bush, because quite often you don't expect 2 solo laners standing on the same planes. We've seen quite a few teams started doing it in newer times as well to just find people off guard, but so far they're both answering to the same strategy. They're just waiting around, and I just feel like we're not going to get too much action unless they find Seeker again, which we've already seen them be unsuccessful until we finally see that next trade come through.
I mean, I think every time I look at the minimap, in the early game, I had to respect RNG's warding on the bottom quadrant to allow the dragons and give Gala the safety in lane. But I think as we've moved now 10, 12 minutes plus, both the defensive and the proactive warding from DRX has really allowed them to not be flanked. And when you think of Jax, Vi, LeBlanc, Alistair, any one of those champions is very happy coming from out of vision, coming from behind, from a strange angle. There's a lot of mobility on the comp, but RNG haven't been allowed to do that because DRX have got great vision thus far.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a way to sum up how the vision's played out, right? For RNG, they've kind of had like very controlled in one place vision, like bot side or top side, to where DRX, look at it, this whole game, it's typically been like a neutral line across the whole map to see where everyone is, because they feel comfortable, hey, as long as like action doesn't come out against us, we're fine.
And those saplings are definitely doing work. I think every time we catch Pioshik running past and whatnot, just chucking out one of those little space boys, and we've seen it playing a little bit. A great highlight again. You cannot underestimate, really quantify just how valuable that amount of information is in a game like that.
I mean, it's so annoying too, right? Especially when you're playing LeBlanc, Vi, Jax, like all these champions that want to go into brushes, come off weird angles. Pioshik just says no.
Oh no. This could be scary. This could be scary. 1, 2, 3 versus 4. 3 versus 4. Crashdown comes out. Magnet as well. DRX is on a rampage. Looking for the 5th, and he finds it. The dragon's available. RNG thought they were hunting, but they got hunted.
It starts with the tree, and they pick up 2 kills for free. Deft yet another time securing it. 5-0 under Tristana, and picking up 2 Hextech Drakes for themselves now.
It starts with the tree, and they get 2 for free, and that makes Lyric happy!
You know what? I gotta apologize to people like Atlas out there. Chronicler, I've been ribbing them quite a bit, but for DRX, I mean, when we've been talking about RNG wanting to make these plays towards sides, wanting to look for these picks, like, if we know that, you know who else knows that?
Yeah.
DRX know exactly what RNG needs to do to find advantage in this game. Really nice play overall. Barrel getting a nice stun, and once the roots come down, there's really just nowhere to go.
But there's also just a big difference in terms of team setup there. There's 3 members of RNG going in towards that bush, where it's 5 members of DRX being ready for it. In terms of planning and setup, DRX is just the one that's ahead of it right now.
And honestly, kind of looking back at earlier, something that Dash was hitting on in chat, just when it comes to Worlds and Best of Ones, that's never really been the LPL's strong suit, right? I mean, it's been where they've been able to lose. Heck, even thinking about last year, RNG, they were in that group with Fnatic, who didn't have their full roster, dropped the only game to them, just DRX now getting the best of them so far.
I get nostalgic looking at that goal graph. That reminds me of LPL lyric. You know, this start with a goal lead into opposite mountain for the opponent's team.
And you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't end yet.
No.
It starts a mountain, and it becomes a roller coaster.
Now the question is, do RNG have the tools to really bounce back from this? We've seen in the set pieces, in the fights around neutral objectives, you have to feel that DRX have an advantage, at least with how they're playing the vision game as well. There's just been no opportunities for RNG to find those flanks, to find those picks.
Yeah, I feel like it might require a mistake coming out from the member who won't make a mistake, which is Deft. Because if, I mean, they have burst, right? If Deft is ever a little bit too far forward, if Wei, Xiaohu, and then either Gala are breathing on top of him, he's just dead, he's their consistent DPS. Sure, they have other damage, and maybe can still play a fight, but still, it would be heavily in RNG's favor. So, eyes are on Deft to see if someone who never makes mistakes makes a mistake.
Yeah, and I think in terms of pressure that RNG can gain on the map, there's really only one member who's going to be able to get that for you. It will be Brief in the side lane. The problem is he's just not in a position where he's going to straight up dive the Aatrox on the tower. And because of that, DRX gets so much mobility to move around as a 4-man unit, because even if in the 4 versus 4, it's still DRX that's going to be winning out on this.
5 to 10 minutes ago, Breeze was 2-0-1, just taken towers, was in a position to kind of overtake the game. DRX managed to slow things down, Commanac pick up 2 Hextech Drakes back-to-back, and I have to ask, is the next tower's about to fall? I mean, Lyric, expectations from regional play versus what we're seeing now, can we draw some inferences now we're 30 minutes in? Or do you think it's just the compositions are kind of influencing what we're seeing?
I definitely think compositions are influencing. Again, I feel like RNG's kind of weird. Like, they're holding on to something from the past that worked, like the Vi, right? Coming in, we haven't really seen much Vi here at Worlds. To where Wei, bringing it in, something he was very comfortable on. Gala, though, going the complete opposite direction. Nila, not something I've really heard of in scrims being too popular with teams, but RNG didn't really play it during the split, but kind of experimenting. So I definitely think DRX have been playing good. Like, they've been reading RNG like a book in this mid-game, but RNG definitely bring out a few different picks and different style than I'd expect.
But I also think they allowed it a little bit because they slowed down the pace of the game, and like leading into the first early game, it looked good. They tried to find the skirmishes, but I think they just got too overconfident in what they could accomplish with said skirmishes. And you know, you have to think back when they tried to look for Seka rather, at that third Drake. But now, moving forward, 1 minute and 30 seconds on the next Drake. Baron is also up and available now. The problem is that RNG is that sometimes when the third Drake is prioritized by, for example, DRX, at least you'd be able to threaten the Baron. But you don't really have the biggest Baron take team unless Brief is up with you on that top side instead.
Black Cleaver was just picked up by him. As well as that Frozen Heart. Infinity Edge secured for Gala on that Nila. Is this going to be enough to turn around a 3,500 gold deficit? I mean, the Tifa has to be perfect with that ult, and it may not even get a chance. I mean, right now, DRX, they've started up the Baron. They are trying to hammer this one away. 7,000 hit points secured.
Oh,
Zeka is on the back line. Can hop over the wall. Flash available to him. Baron has been stopped, Lyric.
Yeah, we see they are able to force out the TP, so it's at least going to relieve pressure on sides that Breed has been able to put up. And I mean, heck, even if any kind of skirmish breaks out here, like we've been saying, DRX feel kind of comfortable in these 5v5s. It would take a misstep for RNG to come through. So DRX getting exactly what they wanted.
Completely, and now Seka still pushing on the top side as well, so there's a minion wave to commit a play on. You don't have the best vision control in terms of backing it up, but he can crash the wave, move down with his team, continue with the pressure, and remember, no TP from Breathe now. Xiaohu's the only one that's going to be responding to it, and as soon as he sees movement on the map, he's just backing off. And with so many members now from RNG on the top side, that's allowing DRX to get mid control once again. You can move that down towards the bottom side, and then Drake is spawning in 10 seconds.
The good thing for RNG, right, is that they never overcommitted towards making that move towards top. They're like, okay, fine, if we lose a wave, it's whatever. Dragon's coming up. We need this. We'll be on Soul Point. They still have some control wards on the map, like we can see even in bot control barrage.
Oh, there was zero hesitation on that one, but Wei may not have liked it. That's a route secured, at least onto Ming. Now the turnaround. Breathe is looking for a target. He gets Bramble smashed to the face, leaps over to a ward, and RNG escape with their lives. They started the fight, and they had to run for the hill.
That's the thing, that should just be the fight disengaged. They can try and hop up towards the top side of the map to threaten the Baron if they want, but what our DRX is going to do is just they're going to leave 2 members there, and the rest of the members of their team could just try to threaten them away from the Baron.
Lyric said it just a few moments ago, this is not the fastest Baron taking team. You need Breathe there. There is no threat for Baron because of this composition they put together. DRX get the Dragon, they're on Soul Point, they're significantly further ahead, and it's just a great position to be in.
You know, I agree. When I said that thing about the Baron Glover,
it's okay. It's late for all of us.
Teamwork. I should have said we said.
Yeah, that's usually the best default to go to.
My apologies. That was well played, friend.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Now, still, Baron has been started up, so let's get serious again. Way no flash. He does have that Q, of course, on the Vine. Let's see what they actually look to achieve with this play.
Starting to charge up that Vault Breaker, holding on to it. 3,000 hit points on Baron, and Fatal Chains come back. 2,500, 2,000. Vault Breaker inside. Smite! Stolen! It's Shahu! How?
this guy has always been the heart and soul of RNG, and somehow, first game at Worlds, he shows why.
And Ming is the only casualty of that play as well. We need a slow-mo replay of that to see how that actually went down, because Wei is denied entrance to it, and it's Shahu who picks it up. Lost words.
Honestly, it looked like DRX recovering their base as well. We saw members trying to zone on the opposite side of the pit right. Zeka was
2K
way
right
around.
now. Is there a smite coming through early? There's a smite. That's just a pixel perfect together with the smite. It has to be like, you don't even see what it goes down to.
Yeah. Don't think Wei smite is on cooldown. I'm not sure if that's a spectator.
No, it's not Wei in there.
Didn't even get in the pit, so couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
That's so sad for DRX.
Okay. Is this enough to bring RNG back into this game? We know Breathe can split push. With the Baron buff, it's going to be made even easier. That was one of the ways, maybe one of the only believable ways in how they could win the game from the current state.
Yeah, I definitely think it's enough to bring them back into a position where it's like, okay, now they're contending, right? Because they were kind of out in our minds. It would have required mistakes from DRX. Now for RNG, you're able to get push in mid. You can maybe try and find a pick if you start rotating LeBlanc over to the Jax and get back into the game that way. They are still at a deficit though, and DRX are still on soul points, so it's not completely on even footing just yet.
Yeah, but you can see at least they're in a position where they're contesting push on towers now. They're so forced back before earlier. Now with Baron buff, at least they can move the pressure a bit around. Breathe push in bot side, he get the first move. They get a bit of damage on the mid turret. You can continue this trend again, move Breathe down to the bot side, see who responds, and just continue with the rotations to puppeteer DRX around.
I really need to see Gala doing something in this game. That Neela was first pick on Phase 2. He was answered with the Tristana. 0-1-1, 3.5 items completed, but Deft back on the world stage. 5-0-3, 4 items completed, stopwatch in hand. And look, I mean, 105, 5-3, 006. Beryl is 1 assist away from James bonding it up. And for the time being, DRX have got the team fights. If they can control the split push, which they have, 40 seconds left on Baron, you have to feel this next Dragon could determine the game.
I was going to say ice on Shahu, but he actually still haven't finished up the Rabadon's death cap. He's still sitting at components. I thought he was almost
behind.
there.
Yes, he's an entire hourglass behind.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and for Zeka, right, we've been talking a lot about Deft. First time on the international stage coming up, had 2 unsuccessful years in the LPL, makes his way over to the LCK, where it was a little bit hot and cold, right? Had moments where he looked like the second best mid laner in the league after Chovy, but also at times where he wasn't so hot at all. So nice to see him come in, deal with the aggression coming from Shahu, and honestly get the best of him so far.
Yeah, now up to Brave to see what he can get done with the pressure. Kingen does not have that teleport yet, so they send Sekiro up towards him. 1 minute and 20 seconds on Drake, so there's still plenty of time for Breathe to continue on the top side. The problem he's running into right now is that no one's in a position to actually facilitate him with vision, and because of that, he's so scared to walk out, because if he gets picked up before Drake, that is just a soul going over to DRX.
Okay, Lyric set up this Drake that Gulborg just set the stakes for. If we look at vision, if we look at positioning, RNG currently pushing, they want to contest this.
I feel like RNG are going to need to look for a moment to force, like honestly would have been now when you see 2 members on sides, because if you give DRX time to group up in mid, it just feels so hard, because DRX honestly doesn't really even matter if you just let Jax push into turret. It doesn't really change the state of the game. As long as they can guarantee this next Drake, they're doing fine. So we're going to need to see some control wards come out. I feel like they need to control both entry points into River and to find that angle onto Deft. Xiaohu Wei, and then either one of Breathe or Gala.
And this is also one of the better times, because at least you have vision pockets now. You have uncertainty, so it's so important that they stay around Deft here, because if he gets picked up, other members are scourging for Vision. It can just be a way for RNG back into it.
Nature's Grasp is available 2 seconds before the dragon spawns. Death Cap secured for both mid laners. The Drake is inside the pit, and so is Wei. DRX grouped up. Zeka looking for the flank opportunity, but so is Ming, Lyric.
Yeah, RNG trying to find that way around. They know they need to, right? They need to find a way onto Deft, but DRX making the right call, going to mid, pushing the wave.
Exactly, now you just get the priority, and there's going to be pressure that RNG will need to respond to. They'll feel the pressure and will have to burst a Drake soon to force one fight, because the minion wave is something that you're going to be have to paying attention to. Now Drake down to half HP.
Gala's got himself that GA available. Slap, 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 whip, whip, whip. Nature's Wrath comes out. Wei stepping onto the dragon, picks it up. 3 dragons a piece, but at what cost? Gala's going low. The apotheosis has already been used. The knockback is gigantic. It's Pioshik that goes down. Breathe gets one back. Deft has got himself a double already. Now trying to fight out. Breathe's counter-strike keeps him alive. Infernal Chains don't pull him out. 3 for 3. Deft goes golden with a stopwatch. Breathe looking to stun. He finds it. He gets the shutdown onto Deft. It's Breathe Jax to the team fight. They're trying to close it out. Landing for another. Zeka's running for his life. 2v1. It was the Jax, but it wasn't in the side lane. It was in the fight.
I honestly cannot believe that RNG were able to bring that back. Wei, you still got to be careful.
The blast cone! But here comes Breathe. Can he can it? Another one. 4 versus 4 in terms of death.
Don't do
now
it.
Breathe get taken down by Zeka.
Zeka, that's absolutely beautiful on the Akali as well. It looked like a fight that RNG was finally going to take, but in a 1 versus 2, the man from the mid lane steps up and put them back on track, and he is so goddamn fed.
Lyric, will RNG get another fight like that is the question.
I feel like it's looking rough. The fact that Breathe managed to play that so well, found numerous times he stepped away until he was finally able to get the lockdown was huge. The problem is, for RNG, it's looking like Breathe, but for DRX, they have 2 carries now. They have both Zeka and Def stepping up. I mean, 4-0 and 7, 7-1 and 4. And look, Def now has the GA, Gala's already popped, and with that, DRX feel very confident to look towards this Baron.
Yeah, and 10 seconds still on Breathe. He does have that teleport. It's the question, can the members of RNG stall it out? As it's looking right now, no, you don't even want to kind of risk that one member is going to be going down, because then that will just be the game. So DRX picking up the Baron once again should be able to take more charge of it, but let's see how it actually pans out. Crucial by Wei by actually securing the Drake.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, this fight was absolutely bananas, fellas. There was not going on all over the place. The key thing though, Wei able to get on Deft early. Deft does manage to escape and find a few kills, but then we see Breathe able to get in there, forces him back. Deft actually has to jump over the wall, uses that heal early on, and then him going for the rocket jump in Goldberg was absolutely crazy.
It just felt like that was the moment Breathe waited for as well, because you see Deft had a plan, he had the flash, he had the stopwatch, but Breathe just holding on to the counter-strike, like really waiting it out for the right time. And then of course, Zeka is waiting and picking them apart like a scalpel, slicing through RNG's members here.
Man, I can't believe that. I am also surprised that Wei even chased that down. I mean, Zeka was doing so incredibly well throughout the course of the game. He definitely was not going to be able to win that fight in a 1v1. Maybe hoping Breathe was a bit closer. Didn't work out. The ace ends up landing. And can Lightning strike twice? Can the Baron be fended off by RNG? And can Breathe do that again? Because ultimately he's going to have to claw back the deficit. It is still 2 minutes from the Soul. That could be a game changer.
Yeah, and I feel like it's so hard, right? We hit on earlier that RNG have no wave clear. They have no way of stopping DRX's push. And on top of Baron, just having the Tristana, who's just going to take these turrets so incredibly fast. So DRX is going to increase their gold lead. We're going to see members like King and Pioshik able to pick up more items on their next back. Then we're going to come into the final Dragon fight where DRX should have a sizable item lead.
Yeah, and 2 lanes now being pushed in. Yes, it's nice getting the objective here, but it's even more so just keeping RNG in their own base so they have no vision to play around with when their Drake finally comes up and gets active. It's even just like, you can continue here, get good reset timers. You can even look for a fight if Min gets pulled in. He doesn't, but he continues with the siege.
3,000 gold advantage thanks to the Red Bull Baron power play. A minute left on the siege. Bottom inhibitor is exposed. Middle is being secured. The little sapling is slowing down Gala, who may as well have played Evelyn. Nearly invisible this game. It has been about the deft Pioshik show, really flanked and supported by everyone on DRX. Please don't get me wrong, but the way that those team fights and the vision have been played out, RNG have been unable to really maintain any foothold in this game. 2 waves of supers. Baron's going to time out in 30 seconds. You do not get a better play, and 30 seconds to Drake.
Yeah, and honestly, RNG were one of the best teams in the LPL regular season at finding comeback wins, at falling 5, 10K gold behind, but still able. Whoa. Quick shot, I gotta say, when we have LPL versus LPL, I have no favorites. I haven't followed our 5th seed too heavily, but...
Thank you, Chronicler, for that
Now, 20 seconds. Both teams is currently on soul point, and even though DRX currently have the lead, it feels like if Wei manages to get it, and there's ways to play it out, RNG may claw their way back into this game, but DRX not looking to lose the grasp of this game.
16-second flash timer for both Wei. Correction, for Deft. Wei has his up. This is for the soul. Dragon is being chunked down. Kinget's coming in from behind. The engage is starting.
Oh, no.
Barrel's gone. Barrel's gone. Shahu just deleted him. The Infernal Chains comes out, and Zek is going to run for his life. Death is staying alive at 12 hit points. The Dragon is now resetting inside the pit, and Wei's going to run away. That Salts is not going to be able to use that dash over the wall. Now, all of a sudden, 5 members of RNG turning their focus onto the Dragon. It's stolen. Pioshik gets the soul. Death gets the kill, followed up by another for Pioshik. Breather still standing with the flash available. He's going to run for his life. Going to run for days. Get back to base, and DRX may want to look for the win.
We see Pioshik come back into the roster. Worlds gets the steal that matters and enables Deft to keep popping off.
You asked why, he answered. I can't believe you actually managed to steal that as a Maokai of all of the things. Now Breathe doing his best to hold it up, but he's still fighting 5 members off the side of DRX.
Nothing that they can do. DRX and Deft dominate RNG.
And how sad are you?
Hey, look at that face. It's never a bad day for anyone in the world.
See the alpaca happy.
Exactly.
True
Everybody,
that.
all of my
True that.
homies love Deft. So, you know what?
I have not met a single person that actually hated him, and just the way he stepped up in this game as well. Seka as well in the mid lane, like them two was just a wonder duo in this game, and even Pioshik.
Well, I also want to, again, Pioshik and Kingen, because they were the 2 members coming in that no one had any expectation for.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
sure, Kingen wasn't finding advantages, but mechanical outplays in topside, and Pioshik overall doing a great job of reading everywhere Wei wanted to go.
Can I remind you that in Group B, the Saigon Buffaloes, Mad Lions, Istanbul Wildcats, and Isurus are watching and waiting. I am very intrigued to see how each of those respective teams will match up, DRX and RNG, because that was a maybe surprisingly... It was an interesting game to start off versus expectations coming in.
It was also just like very different reads on the meta from what we've seen so far. The fact that DRX had this heavy prioritization of the Akali to the point where they wanted to blind pick it. RNG probably came in with what I define as a little worse read on and what was actually coming through here. They went for something that was very old school and not so much what we've seen on the newer patches.
And it goes back to something me and you were talking about earlier in the day, where we're like, hey, what do we think's the read on the meta? What's going on? And it's like, I don't think we'll really know until we see teams like DRX, teams like RNG playing. It was really interesting getting to see, again, how they view it. The Akali coming out, things like the Tristana, once again, be more highly prioritized.
I don't know how much time we have before we do head over for the, Posha to end up things. But Lyric, any sort of key takeaways, big surprises, things that you wanted to see but didn't, or vice versa, saw today that was surprising?
For the side of RNG, it's still just the picks that are coming through. Like, again, I don't know if Gala was watching LPL, but it seems like the sentiment in LPL was, don't play Neela. This is not a good champion for DRX side. Honestly, just how well they played holistically. The read from the team playing together as a 5 to cover those side lane plays coming out from RNG.
I think it's so easy to go back and have a look at the draft because there's a lot of different decisions that's actually very impactful by every step. Like, you go back to the fact that this was forfeit. You could have been the one with the Tristana as well, but you left it open for Deft instead. You willingly prioritized this champion. So I generally feel like from the side of RNG, definitely something to look forward to in terms of improvement.
Well, listen, we do need to head off. Just before we do, though, could you give me the little heart from trying to hold your hand nice and tight? Just point at the camera and do that for me. Right? No, just you. And then, Gulborg, can you make love with me here? Come on, there we go. Thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us on this marathon opening day. But for now, we're cooling down at the State Farm Analyst. That's not fair.
It's been a long day.
That is not fair. That is not fair. That bird deserved it.
It's been a 12-hour day.
I might debate you on that point. Interesting love triangle there in that prison cell, you know?
Moving on, this game, the draft.
Yes, okay, great. Let's talk about it. I mean, what a result. What a result for, I mean, we knew that these were two of the favorites of probably for all of play-ins, but of course in this group. But the expectation still for most people was that RNG should go undefeated. That is the expectation, and DRX, they dashed those plans in an instant.
You know who else I think had that expectation?
Whom?
RNG.
Yeah.
When
I
they're
think
like,
they did.
why don't we just pick Vi when no one else picks it? Yes, Vi Jax right away. Okay. Why don't we pick like all mid? Like, I think that'll work.
Yeah, like technically, obviously LeBlanc and Nyla are not always melee champs, but you have to get very close range to make these things work. They're mostly about outplays and assassinations and big moments, and for a while it was looking pretty good. They were dumpstering up in the top side. Kingdom was getting abused. Breathe was looking great. Wei was making his life a living hell. And for a while, I was like, wow, yeah, this is the RNG everyone was expecting. And you can see how big of a goal lead they had for that top side of the map.
Yeah, 2-0-1 Jax early on. And a Vi who's off to the races. Granted, I agree with you, it's kind of a weird pick of Vi when you consider the entire team comp that you're playing into, because I think you see the difficulty when we get to the team fight stages of this game, where Vi, as we know, can go in and can't really come out. And when you're playing against something like a Maokai, a Rel, you've all this CC. You go in and instantly you become useless because Tristana will hop away or the Akali goes into a Shroud and you don't really have that one-shot capability anymore.
Yeah, and I want to be balanced here. This was a very fun game.
Oh, it was a great game.
And DRX played well. Deft was amazing in this one. I still don't think that changes the fact this was an ego draft by RNG, thinking they could just style on them. And then fights like this where you're noticing, you know, the range of Deft really comes in huge.
Yeah, the fact that Deft had to pilot around all these dangerous threats that we've identified, you know, yes, it is an ego draft, but you're also playing an incredible team. And so the fact that Deft never got popped early in fights was like the most important thing this entire game. I think Piosik had a great game on the Maokai, providing that peeling for him the entire time, locking down key targets. You also had some great engages by Beryl on that Rel pick, locking down this short-range team. But it was really the Deft show here. I think he ended with 9 kills at the end of it, just resetting through team fights over and over again.
Racking them up on that Tristana. I like to call it on Piosik too, because once it comes down to the final team fight as well around Hextech Drake Soul, right? Gets the smite secured. And sometimes that's what you need, right? Who knows if the smite had gone the other way and the Hextech Soul hops on over to RNG's side if the fight would have turned out differently. So every member on DRX stepping up in their own way here to make sure that they would get the win.
Yeah, and I mean, steal for steal, right?
I was about to say, yeah.
There was a Baron steal that kept RNG in this game.
From Xiaohu, yeah.
From Xiaohu with stealing it with LeBlanc, and then able to come back and secure the Hextech Soul. My crystal ball pick for most taken, Drake. Looked pretty good this game.
There were
like
5 of them because RNG had 1 and then DRX got 4. So
I'm like so weirdly invested in having the right pick for the most taken.
I told you it's going to be either Mountain or Hextech because they're the most advantageous Drakes. So anytime they're up, people are actually going to fight for them and go for them.
Also, head tap to Zeka. There are a couple fights where Deft did drop, and he was able to kind of save some of those.
More damage than Deft.
Yeah, I think Deft got a lot of resets and survived a lot of things through the back end of the fight. But whenever the enemy went in, it was also kind of him going for that kind of counter engage, and there not being a ton of tools to deal with this slippery Akali.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, honestly, what an interesting game. I want to echo your sentiment from earlier. It was so exciting to watch. We're just still, I think, a little shell-shocked, some people, at the result, but it's great because we get to update this as well. I'm so glad we checked these stats. Since 2018, heading into the matchup, LCK was 1 game behind in the head-to-head. They now even it up in those more recent years at 24-24. Still having a fair lead in the all-time stats, but obviously with 4 teams for each of these regions alive in the tournament, there's going to be a lot more changes to those numbers.
Yeah, and as Mark said earlier, that's just game score for any time the LPL has played LCK in play-in, in groups, in world
in
finals.
best of 5s, exactly.
all combined. This result as well, though, kind of makes things a little crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is what I was terrified of as a North American fan watching the other group, in a sense, is any shenanigans. I mean, EG looked terrible today, let's be honest. So who knows even them at 2 seed. But the thought was 2 seed EG having to deal with someone from Group B coming over. If there's any shenanigans, maybe RNG underperforms in groups. We've seen Chinese teams do this before.
Right.
LNG went 1-5, I think it was, or 1-4.
I actually think
LGD, you're right.
I actually think the reality is scary though, because as you're saying, like, if EG gets second, I still think like RNG is not going to go lower than 2, right? So they would stay on opposite sides. My real fear is that RNG is now going to be 2 with DRX winning out all their games. EG rather, with their poor performance. Now I'm worried they get 3rd. And if they win that best of 5, they have to go play RNG in a best of 5 then. Like that, I think, is the terrifying prospect that you're now the 3rd seed out of Group A.
I don't know, RNG didn't look that good. Maybe we're fine.
Yeah, maybe they'll build a 1,200 gold lead in the top lane in 10 minutes, and we'll be able to come back in team fights.
RNG will be fine.
Yeah,
they're absolutely going to be fine. No, this doesn't necessarily worry me. Again, like we talked about, it was definitely a bit of an ego draft. And we even saw with that ego draft how close they were to victory against one of the other best teams out of the 12 that we have playing in play-ins. And so, again, that to me kind of speaks to the fact that we shouldn't be too concerned, and I'm sure that they'll workshop their draft coming into tomorrow.
I think also people were probably sleeping on DRX a little bit. They had some struggles in playoffs. LCK is tough, and I think that might have led to some underrating of them. But when Zeka's playing well, he was actually one of the better players for them. Piotrek was struggling in playoffs. He looked much better. You know, like, this is a team that I think has that potential with Beryl as well.
Definitely. So this time around, it's LCK that gets the better of the LPL, but let's refresh on how the entire day went by taking a look at our standings across both of our groups, Group A and Group B. It was Europe who really had the best of days, 2-0 for each of their squads atop the group for a 4-0 day for the region. Right behind them, though, you got Megabank Beyond Gaming at 1-0. A couple of 1-1 teams, Loud picking up a win while dropping one as well. DRX, Saigon Buffalo, those are all the teams with wins. Everybody else still hunting for something.
I hate this graphic. Why? As a North American fan, this is the one that gets screenshot. It's going to be all over Twitter. EU.
We're tied for 4th.
EU top of both groups. EG, they had to put us. We're tied with 2 other teams. They just had to put EG at the end.
I'm going to go with alphabetical, right? That's alphabetical.
I don't understand this. So the Chiefs.
I think it's Chiefs to most people.
Yeah, so it's alphabetically sorted as if their first letter is C.
CDE.
But that's rude, man.
Yeah, but also if you go to the other side, you've got Easterus, and then you have Royal Never Give Up, and then you have Dennis Bank, Istanbul. So it's Wildcats. The W obviously comes last, but it's the third name.
Who's putting EG in the dumpster?
Yeah.
Who on Productions, a sleeper agent for EU.
Come on.
Here you go. Here's a refresher of how the whole day went. It was a long day, and we want to thank you all for bearing with us as we had to overcome many obstacles to get these games going and played in the most competitive way possible. It was 8 games of play. Action across the board, really, and I think it's going to shape a lot of our, expectations and perceptions of the teams going forward, especially in the cases where we didn't really know what to expect for a couple of these squads.
Yeah, I think one thing that we saw a lot of was definitely melee supports. So we did see Yuumi bans, but we didn't really see any range from that role. Tons of variety in jungle.
Because this is where the Lux gets
Lots of
murdered.
variety in mid. Like, by no means do I think the meta is even actually trending towards any type of solid direction. Like, this is actually one of the most diverse day ones I've ever seen in terms of the overall types of styles we saw.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think jungle is one where you're seeing maybe the most kind of like feeling about Graves, Hecarim.
Hecarim, yeah.
Some of the stronger ones. The Maokai coming in, though, shows that there's some diversity still to be seen there. We're not exactly sure where it'll land.
Yeah.
It looked really good this
Vi, Maokai's already been played in multiple roles. We had the Zac mid. I'd be curious to see if that finds its way to the jungle. Sejuani as well is a pick that I think we're probably going to see a lot of. Top lane is the one that almost feels the most uncertain for me. Like, you could really go anywhere as a top laner when it comes to champion picks.
Yeah, we saw Maokai top work. Maokai's already been a flex pick, but then you have Fiora versus Jax in this game. Fiora pulls off like
Nars,
Horns with AoE healing in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a close game. This was back and forth, left and right.
This is a really good one.
The 4th EU game?
I've already lost track.
This is the second Mad Lions one. They, I know people are, I think, a little critical of them online, having a little messy towards the mid game.
Sure.
They jumped out to early leads and then made some mistakes. But honestly, I think day one nerves of playing at Worlds for a team, I can understand some oopsies in some of the mid games that they still were able to come away with. They were never really in danger of losing these games. I don't know if they lost any like inhibitors or anything, if I remember.
Unforgiven
just that one Baron in game
had
1.
14 kills in that game. I don't know if that's going to be
staying.
all of Worlds. Like, 14 is a lot of kills for one game. That might win that pick'em.
Absolutely.
That was a sick replay. Making him look good.
Some solid ass.
Oh, look at that swing. Nah, he's dead.
Razor looking good in that replay.
Ooh, we out the Zoe. Forgot about the Zoe. Big Zoe plays in this one.
This was Loud finally showing up. Like, they actually demolished
They really
the
did.
fastest of the day, I think.
Yo, and if you want to talk about a region or a team that I think is going to be the most momentum-based, I think it'll be a team like Loud. Again, we've kind of already talked about how much support this organization has behind them, but just generally what we know of the Brazilian region and how there is so much regional pride and fandom. I think that this is a team that's only going to get better as they gain more hype, kind of akin to the way that their Valorant team ascended to becoming world champions.
So how do we feel about the Zach mid? You know, we were talking about
It won.
the
It
things-
won.
the
It
things
worked.
in the
It's
meta.
1-0.
Sleeper.
Here's my bet: is that Zach mid. I had earlier said that Sins would be the highest win rate champion because he get played once
It's
and have
gonna get
100%. I think
picked
Zach mid will never get played
Josh
again.
Blue
I
looking good
see,
this
I
game.
see.
I'll give you that.
I don't think Zach mid will ever get played again, and so I think it's going to end the tournament with a 100% win rate. It might get played in the jungle, which might ruin Zach's win rate, but.
Yeah, the steps that need to be taken, like the things that need to fall into place to actually play Zach mid at Worlds, it's such a crazy puzzle.
No, you just lock it in again. No one's banning it.
Well, you need to first decide that you want to play it. Your mid
That's
laner
a
has
big
to
hurdle.
practice it. Not get banned for troll picking mid lane because no one respects the pick. Then you also have to play it in a scrim, most likely. You need to find out synergies with it. It's just very hard to fit in things that are that far out of the meta. But to your point, you can just lock it in. So in that sense, we could see Rammus next. Is that what you're going for?
My point is, it's really not that hard to lock in. Is it a good decision? Will most people avoid the pitfall of Zach mid? Probably, but the limitations are
I've
smaller
missed
than you think.
working with you guys.
Yeah, by the way.
It's been 4 whole years since we've been on a desk together.
I
wonder why.
And they're like, look at us.
Look at us.
We're in North America.
Who would have thought?
This is the same space as the Summer Split 2018 when we were doing LCS countdown.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Desk used to be here. Anyway, you don't need us going down memory lane. Let's talk about a couple of players who absolutely popped off today. While we've been talking about plenty of teams, I want to highlight this bot lane out of Fnatic. Upset alongside Ruxmark. These guys were incredible.
Not just in-game, but the behind-the-scenes stories about Fnatic struggling to get their team here. You know, Upset coming in late, Hillsong not being able to make it, so they have to get Rux to come up and actually join them. He wasn't their official sub, that's actually Bean. And so, you know, you have this kind of like late, last minute, everyone's terrified that they're going to be mental boomed, and the two guys you're most worried about absolutely smurfed the 2 games today.
0 deaths. Pentakill, day 1 for Upset. Across this whole bot lane, I mean, like, you can't ask for a better day 1.
So incredible. And it's one of those situations where if you didn't pay attention to anything, you would have been more right. Like, you just feel like, oh yeah, Fnatic, they have a pretty good roster. Europe's usually pretty good.
There you go, 2-0.
Yeah, put them at the top of that group. And then you just...
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's fine. This is the start they expected.
Yeah, it is very easy to, I mean, we all did, right? We fell down that rabbit hole of like everything's going wrong for that team, right? And so you start building in all of these kind of, you know, fail-safes for like, oh, okay, don't expect much out of them. And they just came in, probably blew what normal expectations would be out of the water anyway. All righty, we're going to be joining Lore and a member of the victorious DRX in Mexico City for a Verizon post-game interview. Check it out.
Thank you very much, Tash. We're back in Mexico for the last interview of the first day of playing, and I'm here with Kingan, victorious against RNG tonight. 안녕하세요. Thank you very much
안녕하세요.
for joining me. Quick take on this game. How was it? It was crazy to watch it, but how was it for you?
정말 보는 입장에서는 정말 엄청난 그런 경기였는데 플레이하는 입장에서 어땠나요? 방금 경기 소감 부탁드립니다.
확실히 RNG다 보니까 좀 힘들었던 것 같고 그래서 좀 강팀이어서 첫 경기 치고는 좀 요란스러운 경기가 나오지 않았나 생각을 하는데 그래도 결과적으로 한타를 저희가 좀 다 이겨가지고 그래서 좀 이긴 것 같고 굉장히 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
So yeah, I mean, because we were playing against RNG, the game was even more crazier. But at the same time, I think we were able to get this win because we won most of the team fights, almost every team fight. So I'm really happy right now.
I can imagine, especially after what Xiaohu did at Baron. How did you react to the steal?
샤오 선수가 사실 바로는 스틸했잖아요. 그 당시에 선수들 반응은 어땠나요?
그냥 이제 팀원끼리 서로 독려해주는 마음으로 그냥 르블랑이 너무 세다 뺏길만 했다 이렇게 서로 말했던 것 같아요.
So we just wanted to, you know, keep each other cheered up. So we were like, yeah, LeBlanc is so strong, her damage is so strong. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that she stole the Baron.
Yeah, and you need to stay calm and collected in times like this. And I saw on DRX's Twitter that this is your first Worlds as a starter. And you also said that you were a bit stressed, maybe, about being at the event. Can you elaborate on that, please?
네, 그리고 DRX에서 이제 올린 게시물을 보니까 킹겐 선수가 이제 주전으로서는 첫 월즈여서 어느 정도 좀 압박감을 느끼는 그런 부분도 있고 조금은 스트레스 받는 부분이 있다고 하셨는데 이 점에 대해서 조금 더 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
스트레스는 일단 하나도 없었던 것 같고 일단 제 그러니까 프로 생활에 있어서 가장 큰 무대, 저한테 있어서는 가장 큰 무대에서 새로운 도전을 하는 거라서 굉장히 설레는 마음으로 임하고 있고 딱히 두렵거나 한 부분은 없는 것 같아요. 굉장히 앞으로의 제 행보에 대해서 스스로 굉장히 좀 기대가 되는 부분이 큰 것 같아요.
So I was not actually like stressed out or something like that. I was more like really excited to enter the biggest kind of stage in my entire professional career. So I was like so excited. I couldn't wait what's next to come to find out what is coming up for me. And also I'm just like so excited right now to perform here.
I can imagine, and honestly, amazing first game. Is there any specific players that you're looking to face on the top lane at Worlds?
그러면 이번 월즈에서 또 꼭 만나보고 싶은 탑 라이너가 있을까요?
다음에 또 기회가 되는 브리스 선수랑 한번 더 해보고 싶어요. 오늘은 제가 좀 힘들었어가지고 다음에 만나면 제가 좀 이기는 쪽으로 해보고 싶네요.
So if I get another chance, I want a rematch against Breathe because I was actually getting bullied in lane. So I want to win lane next time.
Well, hopefully you can get the revenge. For now, 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Jisun, thank you so much for the translation. And Dash, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lord. Not satisfied with just the win. He wants the rematch so he can win the lane as well. It has been a marathon of a day for us here, getting through 8 games. And tomorrow, we've got 8 more hitting your screens. We're going to kick things off there, as you can see, with Fnatic versus Det FM. Followed up with Evil Geniuses before Loud Saigon Buffalo up against Isurus Gaming in game number 3. I'm not going to read out all 8. I'm not going to lose that breath, but I am curious from you guys if there's one matchup in particular that you see in front of you for tomorrow that you want to put a spotlight on.
So I assume people think that we're going to be NA homers and say one of the EG games. I'm actually going to say Mad Lions versus RNG.
That was one I was looking at. I like it.
I think in terms of group standing, that might be the single most important game of the day. Mad being 2-0, RNG already dropping 1 game. If they lose that one and they're 0-2 and Mad Lions is 3-0, you know,
it pretty much locks RNG into 3rd.
Or
because the 2 teams that you've lost to are the supposed
you would have to have a better game
competitive
score
teams.
to get over them because you'd be lost the head-to-head. So that to me is actually such a huge game.
Yeah, I like it. I like that call out. I mean, to be the NA homer for a second, it's going to be that Evil Geniuses Loud, but that's just because Evil Geniuses needs to start showing us something, right? I know they only played 1 game today, so it's not, you know, all doom and gloom, but you got to start putting some wins together, especially against other teams that have picked up wins so far in their group. All right, that's going to do it for us here for the first day of Worlds 2022 play. And so on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire Worlds broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.
Quick little day, huh?
Yeah, really fast.
Yeah.
I assume 12 hours?
Burn through that one.
13 hours?
Guarantee
Easy peasy.